love to see it. Which is great. I'm trying to, if I sound a bit distracted, I'm trying to remember.
In that little Tirana.
In that little Robert Spagnol. How can I forget Robert Spagnol?
There you go.
I know it, I see it, I forget it, I find it again.
Yeah, find it. There we go. That was Aidan Stuttery, went down for a pretty quick 10.75 at 125.
Yes, indeed.
And now we have Chris Sammet in the Rocket Lane and Adam Bowers over there in the Europlow Lane. Adam looks like he's hasn't got his HQ here.
Yeah, he's jumped back into that VX Commodore down there. They have had that out previously in the past, but yeah, not exactly sure why the change for this round. I'm sure we'll find out during the day. But,
it's got a bit of mumbo.
It's got a bit of mumbo, and still Johnny on the spot with the reaction time as always from Adam.
Yeah.
018 there is a good start, but Chris Sammet not too far behind with an 043.
Yeah, look at that. 11.67 with a 9 at 115 for Chris and Adam over there in the Europlow Lane at 12.35 with a 4 at 114.
Absolutely. So next pairing, of course, we've got Alan Stevenson down there in the HB Tirana, Power Plus New South Wales. Once again, category sponsor, so thank you very much for being part of that. And then Chris Wood in the Rocket Lane. He's got that Jay's Custom Fabrication XC Falcon with the Barra turbo engine on board. They have had a few little bits and pieces to work on, but it looks like they've got a bunch figured out, because that's about the hardest I've seen that XC leave the line.
Right.
Since I've seen it come out here at Sydney Dragway. So bump box looks like it's sorted. Torque converter looks like it's sorted. 1074 at 123. It's working to be good.
Fantastic, yeah, look at that. And for Alan Stevenson there, he wasn't that far behind. It was pretty close at the top end there, but that Falcon got off the line, veered over to the right-hand side slightly, nothing anything sort of dramatic, but boy, gee, did get up and boogie.
Absolutely. A couple more young guns out here on the track right now. It's Power Plus Fuel Super Street. We've got Christina Hunter up from Canberra. Of course, that kid down there on the line. She's nailed the light. 013 for your first pass out. Last time out, Christina was amazing with reaction time. So really, really good. She's going to be hard to beat.
Look at that, 11.23 to 11.24 there. Blaine Bull, the winner there, or gets there first, 11.24 with a 1 at 118, and Christina Hunter has got a good teacher there in Dad Kit. So she went very well, 11.23 against an 11.24. Gee, that's close, isn't it?
And she was super consistent last time out as well, last race. So really, really good. Lockie McCaskill down there in the Aeroflow lane with the Mark 1 Welding Commodore Ute. Up against Robert Gallotta in the trackside automotive Tirana. Definitely a bit of a power differential down there, but Gallotta goes through for a 10.71 with an 8 at 126, and McCaskill 8.12 and 93 with a 2 at 104.
Yes, it's you know, for Super Street, I thought he might have gone just a little bit quicker than that, but he's under the 12.99 cut.
Well, Lockie's got the supercharged V6 in that ute as well, so it's making some decent power, but it's obviously some might say missing a couple of cylinders.
Yes, yeah.
For the category.
Okay, next pairing out, Rodney Balgowan in the Rocket Lane from Lake Macquarie in the VE Commodore, 6 litre. Up against Mark Elborn in the Aeroflow lane from Marimba and the Holden HQ Ute, 4.2253. Rodney gets there first, runs at 11.17, and Mark Elborn 8.12.60 at 104. So a couple of quick there. The guys are getting really switched on. Good reaction times too for this this early stage of the proceedings. Our meeting here today.
Everyone's got out of the bed on the right side, so they've had their coffee, maybe a double espresso to get the reaction times cranked up first thing in the morning. There's going to be a couple of good ones here. Dennis Plexus and David Masevic down there in the Cortina. Dennis took home the trophy last round out.
Yes, he did too.
He was right on the dialings all day, round 2.
Yep.
But we've got a 10.46 with a 5 for Matasevic and a 10.62, 127 for Plexus.
Yes, Dennis, and you will recognise the Plexus name. We've got Harry Plexus earlier on in several meetings here, established a bit of a reputation here at Sydney Dragway.
Big H Racing.
Yeah, Big H, and boy, they're super consistent. Good to see the youngsters coming along too. Okay, Eden Abella, Kemps Creek, got out with a 0.77 over there in the rocket lane up against Peter Varillas in the Ford Mustang with a Coyote 5 litre. The Coyote goes 12.61 with a 9 at 113, 11.08.
I did see that Mustang of Peter Varillas down in the pit area earlier today.
Yep.
I'm not sure if he has changed the tyres, but if he's running 12s, if he hasn't changed the tyres, it's got completely standard road tyres on the back.
Oh, really? Yeah, there you go.
If he's running his 60-foot reaction times with those standard tyres, then that's not a bad thing. Very good. All right, Condiranius in the Europlow lane from Holmberg. Against Mark Hopkins, there is the 2024 Championship winner with a 009 for the first lick out in that little LX Tirana. Brilliant little package that thing is. I saw it warming up down there in the pits this morning, and yeah, it's very crispy. 1079 with a 724 miles per hour from that 312 cube Holden V8.
Yep.
And Iranios runs through for a 10.036 at 115. Left a cherry on the light, but he's just dialing in this morning.
Yes, that's all these red lights are free thus far. You won't see anybody at the toll gates paying a toll fee. So Rob Matesic from Shell Harbour in that beautiful 67 Chevy Camaro over there in the rocket lane, 454 it's got in it. That's a rather brightly painted car, or with some...
The GT down there in the Europlow lane?
Yeah.
That's actually an FPV R-Spec GT, so that was a limited run.
Yes,
in the FG series. From memory, they had the 335 kilowatt Coyote, or they called it Miami here.
Yeah,
in,
Miami,
in Australia.
Yeah.
Because they didn't have Ford didn't have a factory supercharged Coyote at the time.
No. Oh, gee. Rob Matesic in usual Matesic's style, a 0.98 reaction time of 10.57 at 126 miles an hour. And for that, the Ford over there in the Aeroflow lane got out of it a bit slow, at 0.285 reaction time, but at 12.60 at 112.
I saw both of the Matesic guys on the way up the highway this morning on the M7 as I rode past them.
Oh, yeah.
I gave them a wave. I'm sure they had no idea who I was.
Yeah.
But fellas, if you saw a guy on a big black bike waving at you this morning, it was that bloke
Up in, yeah, right. Yeah.
That's right. Next pairing, we've got Zeke, Adam Zielkowski in the BDM Commodore, and Richard Sevic in the XY Ute. Modern Style Kitchens, of course, on board. Very hard to beat that combination from Matasevic. 039 on the reaction time, 1075 with a 4 at 103. So offered a little early, but he's going to be running those numbers all day.
Yes, but it's finally for both, and particularly in the Matosic lane car, the yellow utility. He's out all the time. And his brother
Handed him a trophy at Day of the Drags and then followed him home in the race car. So, well, I didn't follow him to his home, I should say. But when we left, I was driving behind him. So.
Pat the Stalker.
Yeah, that's right. Give me your secrets. I want to know how you're so successful. Yeah, keep digging bushy, you reckon? I'm off to a good start this morning.
Yeah, get that backhoe out.
Yes, absolutely. All right, we've got Philip Armstrong in the Aeroflow lane racing engine development in the Holden Commodore 355 power against Dennis Matheson in the Chevy Camaro. Wild
Armstrong goes over to
see that it just hopped the tyres there. The marks in the Aeroflow lane. You can see how they're big. They almost look like circles because it had a huge amount of wheel tramp, axle tramp.
Yeah, look at it, both of them.
Happening there. It's just wadded those tyres right up, and then once it sort of figured out what it was doing, got enough RPM on board, it kicked him all the way out towards the centre line there. So great save from Phil Armstrong, but maybe a couple of RPM down on the two-step limiter for the next pass. Or,
might.
A bit of a tyre pressure adjustment possibly. No such concerns from Matisic in the Rocket Lane at 10.65 with a 9 at 1.26 for the beautiful blue Camaro.
Yes, we're just watching that FPV GT or whatever, the R-Spec one. It's very distinctive. So
it's a striking car.
Isn't it? Yeah, it's almost like a redback Spider.
Yes, that's right. So good to see it being used, though. There's
Yeah,
a lot of those that have just been hidden away in sheds now that obviously Ford Australia and FPV and the Falcon is no longer a thing. We love to see them out here, so doesn't matter what colour it is, you can bring it out and have some fun.
Always here at Sydney Dragway, we've got enough going on, and so once again, thanks to our sponsors, the Power Plus people.
Yep.
Power Plus Fuels, and it's hard to keep track of all the types of, you've got VP fuels, you've got Power Plus fuels, all these other ones in racing, drag racing as well.
Yep. We certainly never forget about VP, our track sponsors, and Power Plus Fuels, our category sponsors. That's is always a good reminder. We just have to look up and say, oh yes.
Yes, we've got to. I always tried to, mention the sponsors as often as I could, but now that they're written down on our sheet before each bracket,
it's a good
it makes
reminder.
it, very good.
And a perfect time for us to be able to say a big thank you to Speedflow Products, who are on board with the Junior Dragster and Junior Drag Bike for this year. So great to see them involved and supporting the future stars of our sport.
Yep.
So really good to have them on here. They're always here in force, of course, the lifting family.
Yes.
Very well back. There's plenty of juniors down there. Not as many junior dragsters as I would normally assume.
Well,
this weekend.
If you remember, Pat, the last weekend we had it was something like 20 pair. A lot. Just to start off. So there's a boost at 4. So
you can see one of our first competitors down there on the screen. We've got the roving camera down there. Adam's working some highly technical magic. We've got Benjamin Attard on screen. See that beautiful looking ITF hire with the Dragster coming on board. And of course we've got the number one, Zane Dello, Online Motorsports, on board that program.
Zane, they're the number one Egypt.
welcome to everyone that's in the stands at the track and also everyone that's watching along on the live stream. I believe we've got YouTube and Facebook running today.
Oh, terrific.
So very big hello to everyone there. Now I don't have the there, but if you want to comment back to us or give us a bit of info or a shout out, just jump on the YouTube stream and we'll say g'day. I can see Mike Sampson watching from Knoxville, Tennessee. Got Mike's a regular on the Sydney Dragway YouTube. So great first pass out for Zane Condello and Benjamin Attard. Attard with an 0.14 reaction time straight off the trailer this morning. So good to see. IPF High Pro Tilt Towing and Low Fabrication supporting that program. Benjamin's going to be in the hunt for a championship. I can pretty well go just getting dialed in first of this one.
Yeah, sure is. Reaction times are all for zeros, ones and fours, so swapping around a little bit, but races there, over Stalking, east.
That's right, yeah, well, you can go north 100 mile per hour in the US, which is pretty quick when you're about an inch off the ground. 102 reaction times were 133 and 824 at 81 miles per hour. Well, I hope that he's safe that it's not. But yeah, anyone else with the same operation, probably.
Yeah.
Well, the best, good. No, that's all right. And you can see 5 minutes misbehaving. Junior Dragster down in one of the best looking junior Dragsters. I think camera shots don't do it justice. We've got the track at Sydney Dragway today.
Well, they are doing those.
They're getting the wobble to
Well, you'd be used to the death wobbles, but that, on that big motorbike of yours. But these kids, they're tuned in.
Absolutely. 019 first off the trailer for Piper today in the Rocket Lane to an 032 for Sedan and Commodore. Both 8.0s in the 8.
Yeah, look at that.
So it's hotly. It's almost pointless in me saying that the junior dragster category is hotly contested in Sydney Dragway because it's never not.
No, that's right. Well, it's almost like for even the young kids in C Junior Dragster, which are limited to the whole setup of coming through and getting into the A's. I mean, some of the 60 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour, probably get to these tracks in 8, double A, junior Dragster, double L. So, I've got another 60 miles an hour, 10 kilometres an hour. That's 60 miles an hour, but they can't even drive a car yet. Some of like this just to go faster.
Yep.
Okay,
It's all
Tegan
relative.
Smith, sorry.
That's all relative, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, what you used to, the speed and quickness and all that sort of thing. It's all, you get used to it, you do the same thing for long enough,
Yeah.
you want the next one. So,
Yeah, that's right.
it's, when you're standing still, everything seems fast, right? But
Yeah.
if you stay on the move and keep up with everyone, it's not too bad.
That's right, hurry everybody else along. Tegan Smith in the double A junior dragster in the Rocket Lane, that's Tegan there. Another tough young lady competitor. And George, Carlos from Westwood Park in the sponsors as well.
It does. Run out of space now. That's right. It's Savannah Lucci in the Rocket Lane there. Of course, we're going to see Dom looking down there, giving the thumbs up. Place. George Cars, obviously, we should mention some of those sponsors because we're quite a shout out to the people supporting the sport. So we can go Rick Lane, New Performance, Zero Aero Racing, X Motorsport, and Plexus and part of the Carlos campaign. A lot of those juniors struggling to get in. Both C junior dragsters. So they're on the younger side of things when it comes to the category. Savannah's gone through for an 11.99.6 and George a 12.43 with a 5.
Yeah. So, well, that's them. And that's their first qualifying run. So we'll just wait for the other details. Charlotte Lee.
Products.
You don't know how close to the truth you really are.
So great to see the Leeds family back here again. Of course, we've got products getting right behind the categories. Doing cross the corners, we've got Jake McNamara down there with Outlaws Motorsports. The bank of the pop.
Yes, young Jake was a few times. Man, 0.32 reaction time.
That's what we call
It certainly is, and he runs an 8.20, 8.20 and 77.94 and an 8.23 and 77.99 for Charlotte Leaf. So 2A junior dragsters there. And so little difference between the top end.
Absolutely. And Jake running that canopy style junior dragster as well that we're seeing a few more of now. So, of course, Piper Bennett that we saw earlier has that canopy style body on the dragster, and it's a similar sort of deal. So good to see a bit of variety. But,
well, it's, I like that. I think one of the first Airport Brown had the canopy.
the full closed canopy,
And then everyone said, oh, I've got to do this canopy. I couldn't figure out how okay it's going to throw couldn't want to resume its shape.
yeah, certainly. I mean, I think there's some sports, particularly top fuel, obviously, where the horsepower and the speed and the ETs were quite a bit ahead of the aero design.
Yeah,
and then all of a sudden they started to have these issues as they go faster and faster and faster, and they go, oh, maybe we should consider a little bit of some aero
straight
design. And
that's it.
And now the reason why everyone's chasing the newer bodies, and everyone, okay, so we saw Ron Capps last year, I think, debut the Supra, the Toyota Supra, in inverted commas, of course.
Yes.
And everyone goes, oh well, they're all the same. From after the headlights, the nose of the car, they're all the same. And funny, well, not really.
No.
And it's really starting to make a difference because they're not all the same shape in the front, and that's showing up in speeds and ETs at the big end. Of course, because it's making the cars more stable. stable. It's keeping the nose down. It's keeping the air where it needs to be, rather than sort of just hitting it and trying to figure out. Yeah, rather than throwing something and seeing if it sticks.
Yes.
They're actually, they're using a lot of CFD and
wind tunnels. Yes, they've commuted their own. Some Kate Fowler in there, overflow local. Storm on down in that A junior dragster, runs about 41.77 miles an hour, and Edith Maddox, C junior dragster, Holland in Victoria on the outskirts there of Melbourne, runs at 44.01. Yeah, so it's
so we don't see many Calibras on the road anymore. They early European badge engineering with old products to get the best name. For road cars.
Yeah.
They seem to work with cabs.
Yeah. Yes, the dreaded surfing gas. Yeah, well, there was a lot of cars.
Just missed on the perfect reaction time, the 001. That's when you're having a swing for it.
Yeah, bad effort for a 000.
803 with an 8 at 79 miles per hour for Riley Ito there. So just half a breath on the next round, and he'll be on the money all day today. So great to see. Moving on to Speedflow Products Junior Dragster, we've got Liam O'Neill. Motorsports Europlow lane. Solution, of course, on board with Liam, and we have Alexis Attard. Might get high on those in the rocket lane. He was giving the international indication for shape the steering wheel.
Oh, was that right? Yeah, right. That's how he wanted it.
He wanted to try and rock in, but just didn't really want to get there. But really helpful down there.
Pick up some bits and
there is some shrapnel that he picked up from
right, okay.
From the back of that a rare sight.
Catastrophic. I was going to say an explosion. They must have some compression in them.
Well, absolutely.
So
that and some spicy fuel.
Yes, it's getting akin to some of the stuff that's available for human consumption. But we hope it's nothing too bad, so we can see back on the track.
Is that a chain that Dad's got in his hands down there? Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
is it? Yeah, that's it.
Good deal.
Yeah,
All right.
look at that.
You guys will get back and get it all turned around. So we've
Yeah.
got faith in the Attard family racing crew. They'll be back in no time, but luckily enough, there's no spillage on the track. So
Yeah.
the rest of the crew can keep running. We've got Jeffrey McNiff in the Europlow lane. Here next up, St Mary's Engines on board with SCG Racing Parts and Platinum Powder Coating. And then Joshua Maggs, Road Warrior Trailers, Speedflow, Atlantic Oils, DJ and SJ Lake as part of the program.
Yes, well, the mag's name is synonymous with Victoria in that if it's the same family, and I'm sure it is.
Coming from Wallen, Victoria, I did think you're onto something.
Yeah, could be. Not many giveaways. No prompting.
No?
Yes, Jason Maggs, I remember he used to be he was really sharp and drove like I wouldn't want to say a fuel altered, but was an altered of sorts. And from Wallen, that's just as you get out towards Violet Town.
Yep.
It's one of the last two suburbs in the metropolitan area of Melbourne.
Right, well, we've got both of these races in the AA class, so let's see if we can reel off for the first of the day. No 19 red for Joshua May, for 150 for McNiff. Pretty close together. The deep end. So
Gee, look
there
at
you go.
that.
Pretty close.
1,000.
767 with a 6 to a 767 with a 7 at 84 miles per hour versus 85. So that'll be a good pairing later on today.
Well, that's
See those two lines together.
yeah.
Absolutely. It would have been full though if it was
Yeah,
the same
same
as
as
red
that.
reaction time for Josh May.
Yeah, we don't want red lights in elimination.
No. Right, so this will be, I believe, our last solo pass and the leaf down there. Speedflow price before we jump into Junior Dragway, which is good to see. We've got 4 races today, I believe, in Junior Dragway.
Oh, yes. Yeah, well, Emma Lifting from the Speedflow family there, and when things are said and done, they're not a bad product either. It's not a bad product, the Speedflow
No,
product.
it certainly is not. Quite good. So we've got up first, I believe that's Anastasia Lucky down there, and Lincoln Delios, who took home the trophy last round.
I'll tell you what, these when the first round 1, round 2 was terrific. They seem to have just sort of run another cylinder, so to speak. They really got going.
Yeah, they're all building confidence. A couple of seasons in now, these young racers. So it's good to see. Anastasia certainly, being the runner-up for the 2024 championship, she's certainly built a lot of confidence. You can see the difference in her launches now, which is great to see. Lincoln, of course, he took home the trophy last round, so we know that he's getting right into it.
Gee, look at Anastasia. The bike seems to be powering away. Oh, one's a B junior, Lincoln's a B, and Anastasia's an A.
Yeah, definitely a bit of capacity difference
Yes.
between the two there. We've got a 125 to a 300, which is all good. Next up, we'll see Chris Davidson down there, Albie Davidson's son, so representing Team Digger Motorsport.
That's
Of course, this, I believe, is his last licensing pass before he will be licensed to race from Q2. From what I understand, speaking to Albie earlier in the week. So Chris has certainly got a bit of an eye for it. As he hops the front wheel off the ground there with a strong clutch dump, but nice and smooth through the gears as he gets on down there.
Gee whiz.
978 with a 7 at 68.95 miles per hour.
Wow.
What do you reckon, Albie? Does he pass?
Yeah.
Good deal. Mum and Dad down there. Yeah. Good stuff. We'll let him come back again, eh? All right. So that is the end of Speedflow Performance Junior Drag Bike. We've got word that Adam Jordan, who will be competing today, will be probably here in Q2.
Oh, okay.
Today, so
yeah, he seems to be not here. Well, there's a vacant spot there in the Europlow lane.
Absolutely.
For that run. But that, and our thanks to Speedflow products for their support for the for both the junior dragsters and the junior drag bikes.
Absolutely. And as we just remove those safety measures for the junior category, we might just duck quickly off to a set of ads from our wonderful track sponsors, and we'll be right back here with more of round 3 of the 2025 New South Wales Track Championship Series.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car, it's my ambition about you to win. As soon as I think it goes on, that's it. I'm obviously a sprint car now.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Just about.
Are you a motoring enthusiast?
Yeah, there we go. It's just like the football down in Victoria. They've got a little red light on and
the 2026
they
Goodwood
can't
Festival
bounce the
Speed.
ball. Super Sedan, brought to us by Go Logistics. Wayne Burke, that little TE Cortina with a Clevo at 408. Left before the third amber, but still a 917 at 145. And from Jason Field in Rocket Loan, an 896.
Yes, the Phantom as it's named, the 2-wheel Telstar.
That's it.
Yep, we've actually got a 4-wheel Telstar here today as well. I noticed in the
Is
in
it?
the pits. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not sure what category it's in, but I walked past and I went, "Is that a Telstar?"
Yeah. Well, that'd be a sort of like a legitimate 4-door, but because they only came in 4-doors. But when Mick Sutton, before he sold it to Jason, converted it to a 2-door, and he came up to us at Canberra International and said it's the world's only 2-door Telstar. So proud.
Rex Webster down there in the Austin A40U, no 5-1 on the tree. Great start for Rex. It seemed like the car sort of faded a little bit down the track there, but no such issues for Emma Attard, who is all in with that little LC Tirana, an 887 with a 2 at 151 miles per hour.
She's a tough little racer too.
Absolutely, and certainly unassuming as well. I should preface that by saying that I haven't personally met Emma, but I'm certain that I saw her moving the car out of the trailer and under the covers this morning in the pits, and you wouldn't guess that she was about to run an 887 at 150 miles per hour. So awesome to see.
Fast gal.
Yeah, definitely. I can only hope my little Georgie at home will maybe end up the same way. Might cost me a bit of money to get her there, but
irrelevant.
Irrelevant. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I can only hope that she ends up like a lot of the amazing young girl racers out here.
Yeah.
At Sydney Dragway. All right, we've got Simon Bonello in that beautiful XW Falcon. Got a bit of a wiggle off the line there. Jim Denaro, no such issues. 003 on the light from Jim this morning. That Denaro chassis Cortina working wonderfully at 930 with a 4 at 144 per hour. 1172 at 115 for Vanello for the XW. Something not 100% right there because that car is a bit on song.
Yes, well, you can see even in the 60 footers, see a 1.6 against a 1.3, a 5.1 against a 3.8.
Yep.
So, yeah, Jim Denaro, Storm. There's a couple of barnstormers down on the start line right now, Pat.
Absolutely. Sean Maher from St Mary's Engines with the little HB Tirana, 414 cubic inches of Chevy goodness. Right up against Michael Little with the LJ Tirana, 434 cubes of the General. M&T Little Plumbing, of course, with Michael Little, his business on board. Royal Ensigns for St Mary's Engines and Power Plus Racing Fuels. So we've got some St Mary's Engines power plants head-to-head here in Go Logistics Super Sedan.
Yeah.
Great launch. 010 reaction time from Maher to an 029 from Little. 921 with a 1 at 144 for Sean Maher. Up against a 935 with a 3 at 140 for Little.
Well, I guess that the difference at the end, herein lies the reaction time.
Absolutely. And 60 foot as well. Maher with that 128 60 foot. So for that black magic that anyone isn't aware, every 10th at the start line in the 60 foot tends to equal 2 at the other end. Not sure why.
Yeah.
It's magic. That's all I believe it to.
Yeah,
Big wheels up from Victor Satlagianis with a 001 on the tree as well. Vic had a couple of issues with, I think, the electrical system last round in the Tirana. They got to the line and then it didn't want to do something, and people were, messing around. The crew was messing around with the isolator switch in the back, and it didn't want. They had to withdraw, unfortunately. So missed out on some crucial track time, but he's back with a vengeance now. First pass off the trailer at 001.
001, yes,
Really nice. And then here's this is a super exciting pair-up, actually. Alf Axiak in that 13B RX2 up against Peter Villaris in that Go Logistics XT Falcon. Clutch shifted, manually shifted XT. This should be a wild pairing. Really excited to see it. Peter Villaris, of course, part of the Go Logistics crew. Our sponsor here at the track and for this category. The best career company in Sydney. 064 red, wheels up for Villaris. A little bit more restrained from Axiak down there, but Villaris growing gears and heads on through for a 966 with an 143 mile per hour and 996 with an 8 at 134 for Alf Axiak.
Yeah, and he left it, his reaction was a .59.
Yeah,
So,
bit of a snooze for Al.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, he can borrow my alarm clock.
Yeah.
I've got one in the car.
You've got one of those too?
Yeah.
Great. All right. He was the main man last round. Michael Milosevic, which I asked him to correct me because I was pronouncing it really weird and incorrect fashion last round. But when I handed him a trophy, I said, mate, can you tell me how you say your name? He said, Muller's Truck Repairs down there. So Michael Milosevic with that Ford Capri, beautifully presented Windsor 427 powered Ford Capri up from Craig Glen, Victoria. And Paul Papacosta with the Go Logistics Ford Capri 440. Bit of wheel hop and wheel spin out.
There's very, very rarely any sedan bodies with sort of other enclosed machines. They do allow hot rods to come in, provided they meet certain criteria. And it looks like Nathan there can't make it, and Kerry Stewart, she's doing the driver's seat assistant down there, twin sister, and young. When I came in, they were, parked in you drive past, then they were parked closest to the lane there, and they had stuff out looking at it, and perhaps it's something to do with, that may have been something to do with why it stopped.
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah.
I think from memory they had an mechanical issue last round as well.
Yeah.
I think something happened, but look, I mean, Nathan's a super dedicated racer. He's got a great crew down there with him as well, so I'm sure they'll get back and figure all that out. But nonetheless, we will move forward. We've got Trent Carberry from Jordan Springs with the Ford Falcon down there. It's St Mary's Engines Hour on board. And of course, David Gruber in the strip rat. He's got that Queanbeyan Engine Services LJ Tirana up at the line.
Yes, young Tim, his nephew, Tim Gruber at the performance place, Queanbeyan Engine Services in Queanbeyan, and it's a young bloke that's come up to leaps and bounds, races himself. Dave's left with an 082. He's probably the fastest bus driver around now. But he runs it through for a 998, Dave Gruber, at 141, and Trent Carberry there, a fine effort, a 918 at 146.
Yeah, that looked like a very well sorted XF Falcon, I think it is.
Yeah.
For Carberry there. I'm not familiar with his car so much.
No,
but,
I mean, especially the name, I've seen it before.
Yeah.
But, you know, I don't get to come up here a lot, which is a bit disappointing. But 300 kilometres away is, you know, it's a fair distance. I don't mind it. You know, sort of come up here for 4 hours and then turn around and go back home. Ain't a lot of fun.
No, not really. Okay, so we're back through still Super Sedan. By the looks of things, with Sean Sorbello and Lou Colombo coming up. Sean Sorbello, of course, in that Turbo LS VS Commodore.
Sleep out there.
Yep, and Lou Palumbo has got a little bit of nitrous assistance on that Tunner HX.
Yeah, that's right. It usually sort of like a little whistle blow and steam coming out of it.
Excellent. Bit of Rexona spray.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen him purge it, so I don't know. He's not always running.
No, I think
There it is. There it is.
yeah, he's got it now. So,
Get that bottle.
we alerted him.
Yeah,
that
we
he's got it.
reminded him.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, wheels up for Lou, so it's all working. 065. He was a fierce competitor last round out as well. I thought he was going to go all the way
Yes.
to the pointy end, but yeah, pipped with some fine racing. The 924 3 at 143 mile per hour for Palumbo, 999 with a 4 at 137 for Sorbello in the Europlow lane.
Yeah, sure. That would have been really good from Super Gas. That'll be that 994, but still, nonetheless, very good time for his Go Logistics sponsored bracket in Super Sedan theirs. And Paul Hughes, these Victorians, there's a bit of a move.
It's an invasion. It's a Mexican invasion.
Yeah, well, it is. I saw all these Department of Immigration going down the border.
Well, you know, I'm glad he came because that delivery, that Ford long roof that he's got down there is one of the best looking cars that I've seen here at Sydney Dragway, and it's no slouch. A 907 with a 6 and 146 mile per hour. Jim Raptus, of course, Johnny on the tree, 012.
Yes.
Go Logistics, of course, is our track and bracket sponsor.
Yeah.
1084.23 for Jim Raptus down there. But yeah, Paul Hughes, that's nice. That delivery wagon is a great looking thing. So really, really nice. And that, we mentioned them earlier on. It brings us into the Super Gas category.
And as you mentioned, it's his first cab off the rank.
Yep,
as well.
It's the Calibra.
Yeah.
That's down there, the Calibre. There was an Opal, I think, wasn't it?
Opal, yeah, Opal Calibra. You could get them in all-wheel drive as well.
Yes. They were
But that was
bit
in
of a fancy
Europe.
thing.
Yeah, they were. But
Bit
the,
of a fancy.
the thing is, you know, like engine parts, like even a valve, or just one valve was worth about $115.
Yeah, just one in 1994 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
When it came out. But, breakout for both there. 976 with an 8 to a 986 with a 7 for Roy Romeo in the Commodore. So that's a bit out of the ordinary for Super Gas. First off, yeah,
it is,
double red.
isn't it? Yeah.
But everyone's got to get their tune up working for the weather of the day and the way that the track's set. So
Particularly if it's, as you said, if the track is extra grippy.
yeah.
And it does make it. I saw the guy there when the little mighty boy was there.
Yep.
He had to physically lift his
Pull
foot.
his shoe off.
Oh, he had to lift his foot,
Yep.
his leg up to get unstuck. He wasn't standing.
JB Johnson Morris out to JB a bit of a shout out because he's regularly up here commentating with us because he's not racing. But Luke Romeo is on the money early, 9.91 with an O and an 0.29 reaction time. But great to see JB down there in the little Anglia. Cortina.
I like watching John race because I know that it's a 4-speed and he doesn't have a throttle stop or anything.
Yeah.
And it's just flat out racing to 990.
It's pretty cool. Yeah, he's a bit stubborn like that.
Yeah. Brick wall.
All right, next pairing, we've got Vince Panetta, of course, in the LX Tirana with A Civil on board, and Joe Catanzariti, our 2024 Supergas champion, in that not so, but looks enormous Pontiac Fireball.
Yeah, it looks like Godzilla or someone's got crunch on the top, and it's wide. It's very
Great.
Oh, this will be good.
Yeah, it's a pretty close one. Hopefully forward to an 0.24, but Panetta's back on it early. Looks like Catanzariti's chasing. Breakout from Panetta by 2,000. 9.89 with an 8 to a 9.94. So safe to say it'll be pretty tightly contested.
Yes.
Today. So we have Darryl Stephen in Europlow lane. That's the 4-door Tesla.
Yes.
It's a TX5. Well.
TX5. Oh,
Not that they came with 427 Windsors from the factory.
No. Far from it.
Nonetheless, we've got Joe Polito in the Rocket Lane Motorsports Parts and Services Ford Probe.
Very sensational looking car too, the Ford Probe. It had the blackout at the back, as if the roof was sort of cantilevered from the back. From the front. Sharp.
So a close one. We've got very identical reaction times, 0.97. A breakout from Stephen there, but a 9.90 with a 4 for Polito. First cab off of the rank.
Yes, that's dining at the head of the table so far.
Yeah, I believe even from here I can see the bullseye on the back of the car. So he's got the target on. Yep. Yeah. Very good. All right, and that will bring us across into bikereview.com.au, modified bike. Q1 down there we have Jimmy Jock Stewart, who took home the trophy last round.
Right.
And then Mark Davies, of course, from Belmont, New South Wales, on the GSXR in the Rocket Lane.
Races both. There's gentleman here, Jimmy Joshua, one of the competitors. And Mark Davis gets out with red on there, but runs a 9.29 on Jimmy Josh in the Aero the 9.93 at 146.
Very impressive reaction times. You know, bike's not the easiest thing to get the fastest reaction time because usually you've got the hand actuated clutch to get the thing going. So yeah, an 0.20 on the green side, really impressive from Jimmy Jock. He's got the right bike there as well, man. Kawasaki ZX14, that's a good one.
Gee, I think I haven't seen many up, but I think I might know someone that's got one very similar.
He must be a legend.
Yes.
No, look, I mean, they're all amazing machines that we've got down there.
Yeah.
Everyone can have their little allegiance, but truth be known, when I bought my bike, it was between the Kawasaki or the Suzuki Hayabusa, and I was just too fat for the Hayabusa. So.
Well, I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, Pat's up front.
Yeah.
So
not backwards and coming
what you
forwards,
see is what you get.
Exactly. All right, next pairing, we've got Gareth Wilcox, of course, another Team Digger member down there. So you can check out his YouTube channel, Gareth Wilcox 7964. He's aboard the Spook. We've got, of course, Gareth down there looking at the Team Digger. And then Jesse Barnes, an 0.56 reaction time in that Pro Tunes motorcycle GSX 1300 Hayabusa. So it looks like Gareth gets the ET and the mile per hour, but Jesse Barnes will be hard to beat by 0.56. Reaction time if he keeps that up today.
Yeah, well, Gareth there on the ZX. I shouldn't say that. I'm getting ready to go to America. I'm not there yet. So it's ZX. Wow, gee, it's not very often that you see, that sort of result. Yep.
Riches, of course, back out again. He's the runner-up for previous championship series. 985 with a 6 at 136, and then Lucas Nago 965 with a 0 at 143.
Gee, look at him.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, they're pretty popular.
Yeah. Well, a mate of mine, he was in the police force, and he was the one at the back, and if he passed you, you failed.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
but he took me out for a ride on the back of his ZX one. I did over 100 kilometres an hour in first gear.
Yep. They're not short on performance, that's for sure. Sean Ricketts out. He's got a red 007 there. Of course, in the 2024 championship winner. Runs through for a 930 with a 3 at 143 to Jeff Vogel with the ZX14 and 1022 with 1 at 140 mile per hour.
Oh, right. I didn't realise that Sean had a Kawasaki, or as a mate of mine calls them Kawasaki.
It hurts my brain when you say that. All right, Angie Phipps down there, part of the Sydney Dragway family, on the GSXR 1000 in the Aeroflow lane. And we've got Ron Adams, Ron Cart Builder Supplies, Harley Destroyer.
Yeah, well, that's Purpose Built's drag bike.
Certainly is. Just tick the box from the factory and
And away you go.
take it out of the crate and off you go. Oh, he's just rolled through the beams as well there, unfortunately, Ron. So figure that out when they carry the wheel as well. The Destroyer not behaving today. And Angie with a nice 082 reaction time down there. Just faded a little bit, maybe a bit of clutch slip or something in the 60. But she goes through for an 1148 with a 3 at 137 miles per hour. Ron, no time because he was too early on the tree.
Too quick, yeah. So Peter Strudwick now from Kendall in New South Wales. The Harley Davidson V-Rod, loved them V-Rods. 1300, Ron Cutt, Builder Supplies Narella. And up against Rob Simmons. Well, we see Rob out a couple of meetings ago, or last meeting I think he was here, and that's Suzuki Hayabusa. 1CCs, he's in the Euro. Oh, an 066 for Rob Simmons, but Pete Strudwick there, 019 red, but they're free today, but Rob Simmons, I think he's rounded him up already, runs through for a 9.433 at 149 miles an hour, and for Peter Strudwick, a 9.57 at 136 in the Rocket Lane.
Pete had to ride that bike as well. He was hanging off the side of it in the deep end of the track. So didn't want to play ball. So
No, it's that's right. The bike's probably up to no. I'm in charge.
yeah, that's right. Let's go this way.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, Robert Gilb here
Gilby.
with the ZZR 1100 Wii Moto back out, and Colin Northcote back again on the Ducati Diablo. Great to see him back again. Great to see some different bikes here.
Yes.
Taking part. The sound of that Ducati is unreal. Great to see. But Gil will get there first at 10:22 with a 3 at 130, and Northcote on the Diablo a 10:31 with a 2 at 132 mile per hour.
Yeah, gee, not much difference across the line either.
No, not at all. So really good. The Diablo's it's a great street drag bike because it's got quite a bit of wheelbase.
Yep.
And it's a big 240 rear tyre on it from the factory.
Oh,
so
geez, that's big.
They managed that they're actually faster than the Panigale Superbike at the time, the quarter mile, because of the extra wheelbase. They didn't want to lift the front wheel as much. So it was really interesting, great thing, but a little bit exotic. So you're not going to see too many of them floating around as a cheap entry to drag racing.
No, well, I haven't seen any around on the street.
Yep, there's
personally.
a few of them. They're usually just parked out the front of cafes, mate. So.
Adrian Watson, a 005 over there in the Europlow lane, in the run that he's just gone down.
Very nice. Yes, we are into street bike, sponsored by Heavy Duty Magazine.
Yeah, the Mick Withers and Mick and Allison.
Andrew Riches just made his way down in the Rocket Lane there as well on the Indian. He took home the trophy last round.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Which was good. Ross Vanderhoek back out here on the Z900 in the Aeroflow lane. And John Puckridge with a little Triumph Street 675. Great little street bike. down there, a 12.07 at 114 mile per hour. Ross van der Hoek crosses through for a 17.87 at 62, which is a little bit off the boil for Ross. Look, Ross doesn't run in the 12s or anything like that ever, and that classic Z900, but he is super consistent.
Yeah.
So when it comes to elimination rounds and the dial-ins, don't count him.
No. Oh, there's something to watch out, to look out for. Jamie Birtles now, and we move now into Street Fighter.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it. So Jamie Birtles from Cessnock in the Holden Caprice. LS2, so it's the 6 litre, and a Pietro Tallarico.
Oh, I like the rolling of the R's there, Les. That was very, that's very south of the border for you. Sure you're not Victorian?
No, that's... I went to the George Danikian School of Elocution, not execution.
Execution. Very good. All right, Birtles gets there first. Nice reaction time, actually. 0.84, the Street Fighter. So Street Fighter is basically your everyday car that instead of driving to work, you've put the indicator on and turn left into Sydney Dragway.
Great. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So great to see.
Oh, okay.
Street Fighter category is wonderful. It's good to see. Anyone can basically come down and compete. So we've got Guy Greenland down there, which some regular viewers or long-time Sydney Dragway viewers might remember his LSA powered wagon. He's got the regular VZ V6 wagon out there today. William McNamara there has come out and he's borrowing Mum's car to compete in
rightio.
in Street Fighter, which is great to see. Thanks, Mum. Big thanks, Mum. Is down there. Mum, when are you going to have a drive? Next round. Kick Will out and, pull the helmet on, mate. We want to see you have a run. All right, so next pairing up, we've got Ashley Vincent in the VE Commodore in the Europlow lane, and then Cheryl Ogden, who is also in a VE Commodore in the Rocket lane.
Yeah, it's got a nice, that's 0.32 for reaction time for Cheryl in the Rocket lane. Yeah, it's close at the top end there. Cheryl in the Rocket lane goes through a 15.745 at 87 miles an hour and a 16.01 at 88 for Ashley Vincent.
Next up, we've got, of course, Michael Zara in the WH Commodore, but we have the Fine Line Motorsports Holden Tracks down there being piloted by Megan White in the Aeroflow lane. So good to see her down here, not just leaving it all up to Brett to do the racing here at Sydney Dragway. 001 red. Meg's going to be furious with herself there.
Oh, someone's head's on the chopping block.
Well, I got a feeling that Brett would have a smoke. Michael Zara also an 072 red, but consistent as always in the WH long wheelbase Statesman. 1586 for Zara in the Rocket lane to a 1783 for Megan White. This next pairing will give you a real idea of Street Fighter. Danny Stadelmeyer in the mighty AU Falcon up against Nicholas Varillas, who is here every single round and just about every Wednesday race for real in the FG. And I've given him a commentator's curse because he's left a 138 red on the tree, but these guys are probably some of the most consistent Street Fighter racers. They don't have to be the fastest cars in the world.
No.
1373 with a 4 at 99 for Stadelmeyer there in the manual AU Falcon, up against the 17.0 at 75 for Nicholas Varillas. But super consistent and great on the reaction time.
Yeah, next pairing out in the Street Fighter bracket, we do have in the Rocket lane, young Ben Roberts up against Christopher Varillas from Strathfield in the Ford Falcon G6. It's got the Barra 4 litre in it. It's not a G6E T, so I take it it's a non-turbo. Big top-end charge by Ben Roberts, but Ben Roberts doesn't have 0
All right, we've added a third bid to the proceedings here today. So Sean Gardner, of course, who you all know took home trophy last round in the little Hyundai i30, very consistent. Oh wait, no reaction time, great way to start. We've got great name. Street Neat paint panel down there in the Commodore Ute. He's got J Performance on board as well, so he's just got to dial in that reaction time a little bit. But great to see Patrick out here enjoying and obviously keeping his name alive on the track from here at Sydney Dragway.
There is 1648 Europlow. 83 and 15,
Yep. Absolutely. It's a little Fiat 595, Fiat 500, 595 and a half.
yes, it sits about that thrown out of the
Take a look at Jake going there. Wow, very aggressive launch control. Looks like a lot of axle tramp coming out of the front of the little Fiat Abarth down there. But good to see him back out again. We have seen that that little car here at the Dragway quite a few times. An 048 reaction time was pretty nice, but a 1494 at 94 miles per hour.
100 mile an hour, the slower cars to reach for, but you do need everything to go right. As in any category, you have to look at the next category down.
Super 2,
and 2 and 3. No, he's all wired up.
Bushy's pushing buttons for us up here this week, but we'll get him on the mic a little bit later on. We've got Adam down there with the roving camera. You'll be able to see Chelsea Smith and Steve Hersler, and that of course means that we have moved into platinum powder coating modified for their first Q1. Chelsea Smith was deadly last round out here. Great reaction times. I think I cursed her once or twice when we were at the line, but stop slow traffic, APM, liquid clothing and Lucas oil on board with that combination. Then we've got Steve Hersler, of course, in the little Dragster.
Wow. Oh, Steve, Tim, it's great to see him. And then he was racing a really nice Holden Ute in Street Fighter. But Steve's a Canberra International Dragway
Veteran.
A real veteran, and works for the NRMA. He's road service. Is this the same Chelsea Smith that was junior drag? Here we go.
Yeah, 055 reaction time and 019 for Steve Hersler in Rocket Lane, so that's pretty spicy. A 1:260 for Chelsea Smith in that Dragster. Really nice. 758 with a one at 177 miles per hour. Yes, a little bit of a... She's gone from 750s in the 8th mile to 750s in the quarter mile, so a bit of a step up there, but 11:02 for Hersler in the Rocket Lane.
Oh, good. That's... God, next time I see Steve, well, that might come sooner, because one of my cars breaks down a lot. And he often turns up, so...
There you go.
Yeah, so I can have a chat to him. Yeah, extremely nice fellow. We had a raffle at the Canberra International Dragway, the Canberra Drag Races Club, called Trip to America, and of course the winner was Steve Hersler.
There you go.
And then Steve Hersler bought Rick Chilton's little Mazda RX-3, I think it is. Yeah, little RX-3, and then he stopped racing when the track closed down, and here he is now.
Beautiful.
That's great.
Excellent. All right, Jess Turner here in the Aeroflow lane, ETS Race Fuels Dragster. She, of course, took home trophy in the last round, so really, really good racing from her. And Peter Brown, as always, the danger at the line. 004 red for Pete, so he's chasing after it today. 035 reaction time from Jess, so she's not too far off. We get a 762 the 2 at 179 mile per hour for Pete Brown to 774 at 167 for Turner in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, well, Pete Brown did get the, well, at 004 red, so he had the opportunity and they're first, just there. But it's only qualifying, but gee, both pilots there just turned a 035. Peter Brown at 004, well, we can't sort of like procrastinate and say he would have done this and would have done that. No, he didn't do it.
No, that's right.
Okay, we've got Greg Hannaford in the Rocket Lane from Greystanes, Fiat Topolino, Holden 179, 6-cylinder. George Buccarecchio from Bass Hill in the front engine Dragster, LS 365 tubes. So George, gone close to, well, he probably won the modified last week.
Runner-up.
Runner-up,
Yep.
yeah.
Runner-up to Jess Turner.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, that's good. That's right. 019 to 114, we see George there, and that's, he always strives to be top of the crew. Runs it through for a 790 at 169 and a 1280 in the Rocket Lane at 107 miles. We hope it's not
But good to see a Topolino back out at Sydney Dragway.
yeah, a little while. Oh, yes, that's right. And a little past 6 on. Yep.
Absolutely. Right, Daniel McCaskill down to Mark 1 Welding NSW Dragster. We've got Peter Carlton in Swell Industries front end Dragster in the Rocket Lane. I have to ask, Danny, I saw Zach and Danny earlier in the kids, I keep forgetting to ask the story behind the little mini turtle.
Oh,
That
right.
the crew members always got down there on the line.
Right.
She never takes the line with her. I'm not sure if it's Montreal or someone else. But one of the mixed turtles getting into the stage. So right, 015 to a triple O. Pete Carlton, the first triple O of the day.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
He's nailed it. 895 with a 2 at 147 from Carlton, a 731 with a 4 at 181.9 mile per hour for Danny Pascal in the Europlow lane there. So really nice pass, great reaction time, but yeah, triple O for Carlton down there.
Yes, yeah. My spreadsheet at home, I don't do it. I have to witness.
Yep.
It's, some Dave Gruber did it, probably 2 000s in a row.
Yep. And we had a stack in the juniors last round as well.
Yeah.
So you almost run out of room on your page.
Yeah.
So you don't record them if you're not seeing it yourself, if you're not calling it yourself.
If I'm not physically in the seat calling, I don't. It's
Right. It didn't happen.
So I'll have to, when I go down and...
I'll let everyone know that's run a triple O.
Yeah, if you
When
see
you're
me
not
coming
here.
down, I go down the...
All right, Paul Lynette down here, the T-Bucket in the Aeroflows lane, up against Brooke Rapasada in the BC Racing Fuels front engine Dragster. So a couple of different ways of going about things. We've got the T-Bucket in the Aeroflow lane, the front engine Dragster, the Rocket lane.
Yes, so and that's the great thing about all those combinations. Very, very good. Boltons and drags and such. 086 from Paul Lynette in the Europlow lane gets there first. Runs it through for a 751 at 174 miles an hour. Brooke Rapasada, that 007 red light, and 814 at 166.
As you're speaking about the diversity of vehicles, this is a great example of this next pairing up.
Yes,
We've got Gary Durrington in that Holden 202 6-cylinder powered front engine Dragster up against Harrison Fletcher there in the 27 Ford Roadster, which is 383 V8 in front of it. So
another run from, they've got some crazy names here.
I'm going to say Halpa.
Halpa Inlet. They got Nana Goon and Tuli Buck. Oh, Harrison Fletcher down the rock lane at 003 green, and Gary Durrington at 015. Reaction time. No. And in the Rocket Lane. Harrison Fletcher runs it through from 887 at 146. And Durrington in the Aeroflow lane, sorry, at 988 with 730 miles per hour.
Mark Bull down here in the Sydney Dragway. You'll see Bull mentioned a few times today. We've got obviously Anthony Bull and Anthony in the boosted Outlaws BA Falcon. Mark Bull is out here now, and run away from him. Saw him run earlier in the XE Falcon. In Super Streets. Blaine, that's right. Thank you. Bushy called it first while I was still looking. It's making me look bad as always, Bushy. Thanks, mate.
Oh, he's a seasoned one of them.
There, Mark Bulls left the tree with an 0.35 reaction time. Mark Tanswell down there in the front engine dragster as well, 105. 782 with a 9 at 166. Mark Bulls with 946 with a 6 at 137.
Yes, that's a sharpened front engine dragster of Mark Tanswell. I've really come to appreciate front engines.
Of the top sportsman, Josh Boscovich, in that Wild Ink Motorsport merch. It's a coupe, Montana, powered, manually shifted, clutch car.
Yeah, it's pretty beautiful looking engine. That's really actually look better. From Mulligan's Creek in the Holden Run around 400. Other top sports still in top sports, but yep. Josh Boscovich down there from Montana.
Yeah, he's right, actually. It's a privilege for him to drive that car on Chris's behalf, and yeah, hopefully they've got it turned down a little bit this round as well. It was pointing to 12 o'clock quite often last round, so see there's some wheelie bar marks behind the car, so there'll be a good tune up there. But certainly, I mean, we've only got one camera down on the line, but you're going to get some excitement from either lane you're looking at here.
Yes.
Boscovich, of course, running dry hot. Oh, Stu Bennett has rolled through the lights, unfortunately, but Bosco gets away cleanly and starts rolling those gears. He's got an 019 red on the tree. Crosses through for an 800 with a 1 at 168 mile per hour. They ran a PB last time out, I believe.
Yes.
Seventh in the sevens.
Yeah,
But first cab off the rank is an 800 with a 1, so they're knocking on that door again. Shame for Stu Bennett. Not sure what happened there. Maybe the trans brake didn't hold, or might have had some butterfingers and not been on it properly. But it's Q1, so they can get back around and get that sorted again. Next pairing, Joe Gattalari in the Cos Construction VL Commodore. He was the winner of Top Sportsman 2024 Championship. So let's see the Gattalari crew get back out there. They have got him lined up, pointing towards the outside wall there in the Europlow lane. So I hope that's going to correct itself. Scott Cousins down there in everyone's favourite Datsun 1200 coupe. Yeah, 2J powered combo. Together by Gas Motorsports, the giant turbocharger on the bonnet. The turbo in that thing is just as wide as the cylinder bit.
It's a wonderful turbocharger.
So clean launch from Gattalari, 001 on the tree, but look at the mile per hour of Cousins on the way down there at 762 at 183 miles per hour to the 851 at 160. Gattalari got there first, of course. Big difference in the reaction time.
Oh, yeah, nearly a second.
Scotty was having a bit of a snooze.
Yeah. Yeah.
So great start for the Gadolari crew down there in Top Sportsman.
Yes, gee, that was sensation. Big top end charge. It was like 160 miles an hour up against 180. Yeah. 3 miles an hour. Tony Heisman's from the Spring Hill. Nice little somewhere outside of Orange there. He's in the rocket, mate. They should be around 632. Bunch of them up against John Beckingham. Who's out the back. Ford XY Ute. Precise automatics and backers. Detailing. Auto records.
Big steer job for Beckingham.
Yeah,
Had a
look at
really
that.
good close look at the centre line there after a 002 reaction time, so he was on the money. Heisman's a little behind on the reaction, but 809 with a 2 at 168 miles per hour to the 853 at 157. Beckingham, I think, just drove 412 metres instead of 400
Yes.
in the quarter mile, so had a bit of a steer job off the line there.
Certainly did. Owen James.
Big O.
The big O from Thurlmere. 4 foot infamous 7-side oil. Leo Georges, he was the second fastest bus driver. He was the fastest bus driver when he was retired. Long Beach, I nearly said California. Long Beach, New South Wales.
Roll dream.
Yeah, that's right. And sponsored by Rob. So it gets out with an 058 and an 088 for Owen James in the Europlow lane. Close.
Very close. Nice pass from Owen James there. 862, 155. They've really been dialing in that car since it's been back out here at Sydney Dragway. But Leo George, so 5'8" on the tree.
Yeah.
Flying Carrot will not be an easy one to push over.
No, he's he wasn't here at meeting number 2.
No.
The round number 2. So good to see Leo. Great family that is too. The George's family. Perry, his brother, is up in races at Willowbank. Left Canberra in the late 80s and never looked back. No, well, we're pushing that to
Unfortunately for Commodore, the engine was he tried to clear it and just popped it. So better to take it back and figure out what's happening there. But we can see this really well presented little Holden Gemini from Nathan Cooper. That 372 small block Chevy. 1.4 reaction time.
Storms on through at the half track, 5.4. Run top end of 5.8, 5.24. Holden Gemini, small block Chev 370.
Very nice. All right, we've got Joe Sorbello down here in the Nissan 180 SX, which is yet another vehicle from the Sorbello stable. Up against Lisa Sargent in that Jerry Bickle Camaro. That's a cube Dart engine. Great combination that Lisa's got in that Camaro. I'm not so familiar with this 180 SX.
No, not this one, because we're used to his original car in Richmond, the Skyline, the LS motor, being supercharged. And this guy has done more laps than anyone else in the world.
Sure. Bit of a steer to the left for Lisa Sargent in the Rocket Lane there, an 0.24 reaction time. But she's gathered up nicely across for a 797 with an O at 170 mile per hour. 856 with an 8 at 156 mile per hour for Joe Sorbello in Europlow Lane.
Oh, wow. Yes, well, Joe got the big cubes of the Sargent tube there. Yeah. And Lisa just got a home at the end. An 0.24 reaction time for Lisa in the Rocket Lane. And it was like 0.38 to go. But it's a pretty sharp little car that is. I've never seen it before.
Yeah, I can't say I'm familiar with it, but she's got the Skyline, as you said. She's also got that white VS Commodore. four-door that I've seen pilot a couple of times.
Yeah.
Another 180 as well. Must be bored.
Yeah.
It's been retired for too long.
Yeah,
It's got all this time to build these
another car.
cars.
Yeah. Oh, one of my favourite cars, and I like the racing as well. Greg Fowler and Morrison, Fowler Freight Management, Beretta. Ford Mustang with a nice
Bit of wheel hop for Fowler there off the hip, but gathered itself up. You can actually see the separation at the back end of the little Beretta there. Very nice. 769 with a 9 and 1 at 81. Greg Fowler to an 852. 146 for Jason Barnes. 022 on the reaction time.
Yeah, Thomas Leake. Thomas. And I see Dad there. Bruce, who's been racing this car for a while, is about to some testing and licensing in Dad's pro stock. So some upcoming events, i.e. Sorry, yeah, I was just looking at the other Steve Fowl coming back with there. Yeah, so Thomas has got his license. Steve Fowl, it's good to see the family back and see Anne in the pickup vehicle. It's not a pickup per se, but it's the one that she wants the cars and I don't know how she's going to George back. But anyway,
they'll make it work.
Yeah, they usually do. They're in freight management, so they'll know what to do. Steve Fowler there, Steve was not call him, his name Stuart. Thomas, I should say. Thomas there, patiently waiting for Google in New South Wales. And just down the road from us, just for acreage, just virtually between Rick Children, who we bought that car from. And Rick bought it off Mike Edwards. That car was Castrol sponsored car.
Seven for Fowler, so we've got a second James Bond green of the day. An 019 red for Leake. You're spot on there, mate. Steve Fowler, 691 with a 5 at 200.68 mile per hour to 793 with a 2 for Leake in Rocket Lane.
Yeah, well, Steve Fowler's been doing that. They've had a bit of a hiatus, so it's good to see that both Fowlers back. That's a unit as well. Darren Moody.
It's SCF race cars. So let's see Craig down there. Beautiful right there. Not sure I've ever said that before. Beautiful. That's the combination. But yeah, it looks like Craig down there. SCF race cars, of course, with the performance involved in the combination. JC Race stuff helping out. It's 582 cubic inch big block.
Yeah, I wonder if that's Thomas Lee's home, which he bought off.
Yeah, no, that was Penner's was a highlight.
Was it?
Yes.
Oh, yes, it was too. Yeah, because I used to call it the low lights.
Yeah.
Because it was low. So, yeah, Darren Moody.
Darren Moody.
Claire.
Just a bit keen to get towards stage. So to try and make the roll bar adjustment, the wheel bar adjustment back there. But I know what it's like. You get in the car, you've done your burnout, you want to get going. Let's go. Yeah. He's on a solo path today, so I'm not sure. It's just the luck of the draw, or
Oh, thanks. Yeah, it is.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd say.
Very good. Nothing untoward really there,
No,
Darren.
in full. Well, you'll have to do a sort of like a I think that's you get 3 shots at it, and it's the start line one, which was that one, which wasn't anything drastic, and then there's mid-track, and then there's a full track pass.
All right, so that will be the end of Mixed Metal Roofing Top Sportsman. So big thanks to Mixed Metal Roofing for being involved in that category. And we will be moving on to the iconic code, Outlaws. See Zach Palm down there. Auto repairs, parts, paint, supply, Aeroflex performance products, bowling, Dragster. Zach Palm is going to be through for the Europlow race shop. So good to see him out here today with the kit. And then of course previous round winner Anthony Bull. The VA Falcon. The giant killer, I guess we will say. 412 cube. Falcon.
Season racer and a great support.
Nicknamed Boogeyman, courtesy of Brignoli. We had our interview last round. We said, who's the one that gives you the heebie-jeebies when you pull up next to him? And it was Anthony Bull down there. So, and he came through with it by taking the win last round as well. So he got on everyone's nerves.
Yeah. Oh, there's that. Joe Sobel. Yes.
It's an S15 front one as well. So it's an S13 180 effect. But it's got the S15 200 plus.
And then is there 8?
No.
No.
All right, Bull there gets away cleanly. 0.14 reaction time first off the trailer. 1.10. 60 foot for the big Falcon. 7.45 with a 6 at 185 mile per hour. Unfortunately, it looks like Zach Palm's Dragster did not want to continue running.
Oh, yeah, didn't either.
They're going to have to take that back to the track, but that's how it goes sometimes. Unfortunately, I spoke to Zach earlier. He was they've been having a few fuel system sort of.
Oh, right.
Something weird happening with the fuel system. So, but I'm sure they'll get that figured out.
Yeah.
Next pairing we'll have, of course, is Jeff Sargent in this beautiful Anderson Camaro.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it?
It's a great-looking car. And then against another great-looking car, just a very different style, Chris Denny in the Denny Family Racing front-engine Dragster. Really well turned out combination. They took home a bit of silverware from the Day of the Drags as well.
Oh,
and,
yes.
And Chris was really competitive last round out too.
Yes, he was. Oh, remember that. It is a beautiful drag. It's a nice paint job. Traditional front engine Dragster style. It's the
There's some power underneath that Camaro.
Yeah,
you can
feel the rumble from here.
Float the gold. Fuel burn out there.
I like these. Compact, and it had a 350 on it, really good. I reckon they'd make a great street car, but you'll never see me. I'll drive a Pontiac, Buick, Cadillac,
right.
or Oldsmobile, yeah.
But not a Chevy.
No
Chevys. Fair enough. Well, nonetheless, Jeff Sargent. Yeah, so you tell me he wouldn't drive that car. So
Oh, I wouldn't drive it if it was a moped.
Yeah.
Not in this class. No way.
We've got Jeff Sargent full stage. Christine joins him. We're off. A couple of red lights on the tree there, but clean launches, so no problems being Q1. Nice 60 foots from both. And Jeff Sargent with a really clean pass, 724 with a 4, 180 mile per hour. Looks like the crew's pretty happy with that.
Yeah.
And Denny a 763, 171. So good deal from the Denny crew. Again.
Yeah, wasn't that far behind in the miles per.
No, not at all.
180 to 171. No, that's very respectable. Oh, that should be good later on in the program if they keep that up, and very consistent. But so is the rest of the field.
Yes.
They're always spectacular performers.
That's right. Curtis Reed back out again, the runner-up for the 2024 Boosted Outlaws Championship. AFT Plumbing Services, of course, on board with that Keith Black 500 Cube Dragster. And then Pete Byrne back down here. Big thanks to John Couchy for this combination in that Bantam Altered. Yeah, look at a great looking car. Really stealthy. Pete is no stranger to steering this Altered down the track here.
That's good.
No shortage on the ponies from that BAE 511 cube blown unit in Burns Altered.
That's a machine over there in the rocket lane. The Europlow is the Curtis Reed Meyer Dragster. And beautiful. Both cars are splendid. You get them working at their peak, and it's sometimes it's refreshing, sometimes it's not. But the Burn car doesn't have any stickers or anything over it. And so sometimes I like the Wild Willie Borsch, the guy that had one hand on the roll bar. And so he had a few stickers on his car, but some people like them clean, some people like them all stickered up. So it's sort of but these ones here, the stickers or no stickers, they sort of really hold the goods.
Yeah, they don't need the sticker performance.
No.
You know, they don't need the 20 horsepower stickers to go on it. Bit of clutch at the back. Big close look at the centre line for Curtis Reed in the Aeroflow lane, but a clean run from Pete Byrne. 647 with a 2 at 218 miles per hour.
Wow.
For Pete Byrne. Great effort down there. The crew's happy.
Yes.
Really good to see. 647 from Pete Byrne. Welcome back. Those brand new Goodyears were working for those guys on the back of the Altered.
Yeah.
Curtis Reed, geez, that was a close one.
What?
With the centre line, that was there's not a lot of steering lock on those dragsters, funnily enough.
No, that's right.
But he managed to keep it off the centre line, and of course backed out of it, so ran through for an 8+ second pass at 90 odd mile per hour, which is not reflective of the performance of that driver and combination.
Yep.
So
I think
looks like
both of them are stopped.
Yeah, I've got a feeling it happens sometimes in with the boosted Outlaws. They might button off a little early, or throw the chutes, and they just end up just running out of momentum.
Oh, right, okay.
Before they get to the end of the track, but we'll just make sure that the crews are all out there, making sure that everyone's okay. I dare say, when Curtis went through there at 90-something miles per hour, it'll stop before the end of the track. The chutes come out and whatnot, and probably a similar situation for Pete Byrne down there as well.
Yeah, geez, that's the quickest and the fastest car here today.
Yeah. Looks like
Byrne
Pete's
machine.
around the corner, but Curtis has just stopped. I think is that? No, that's Pete. That's Pete. Sorry. That's stopped in the rocket lane in the braking area there.
Oh yeah, we get the little quad come down, turn around.
Yep. Wes will go and rescue him. Get him on the way.
Oh, isn't it great that all the cameras that we've got here now?
Yeah.
Hey, beaut.
Absolutely. Bushy's feverishly pressing buttons and steering controllers and getting us a bit of information and a look on what's going on down there.
Oh, is that where they do kids that that's why they play all the machines and the games and things like that? Oh, it pays off.
Yeah,
Great on there.
He's a man of many talents.
Oh, that's it. Talk about multi-talent.
Here's this wild Camaro from Paul Wood. We saw that last round as well. Had there was a bit of figuring out, a bit of tuning, a bit of whatever else.
Yeah.
But they got there in the end. And then Tim Gruber, of course, in the Queanbeyan Engine Services Ford Courts in the Europlow lane.
Yes, young Tim there, drag racing. I heard of him before he sort of burst onto the scene in, I think he was running top sportsman there for a while.
Yep.
In the same car, but he's moved having a boost to the Outlaws with that Ford Court across shipping commands that. But I think those gunmetal grey cars, anything gunmetal is really
It's
tough.
pretty cool when it's a drag car,
Yeah.
especially, right?
and looks really aggressive.
Yep.
Black, I'm sure that run this time. It should be fine. I wouldn't say anger, but it's full of power. It's definitely a sight to watch.
Absolutely. You should get a good. They had a few laps last time. They managed to get a couple of clean ones towards the end of the day. So if they can pick up where they left off, and it looks like they did. Tim Gruber having a bit of a look at the centre line there, but both cars black tracking a really nice straight pass from Paul Wood. 023 on the tree, 696 with a 2 at 203 mile per hour. Really, really nice. Tim Gruber, 764 with a 1 at 179.
Gee,
He was an 021 reaction time as well. So great pass, actually.
Yeah, no, that was good run by both drivers there.
Yep.
And the mile an hour was big too. I didn't think Tim would go that high, but 179.3 miles an hour, that's a lot in that little...
Jamming a bit of boost in that 410
yeah,
box
I'll
engine.
say. Yeah, exactly.
So boost fixes everything, mate.
Yeah. Oh, does it? Yeah.
Right, so Paul Wood, really nice pass, actually. I'm really happy to see that they've sort of picked up right where they left off last round. So obviously got a lot of data the last few passes, and they put it to good use. So great work for the team down there. Next up, we've got Emilio Spinozzi in the 69 Chevy Chevelle door slammer. So of course getting some licks in before Nitro Champs here at Sydney Dragway in a couple of weeks' time.
Yes, that's the first weekend in May.
Yep.
So I think it's 2, 3, and 4, or 2 and 3. But that's always a sensational event. There's a lot of things going on at the Nitro Champs, a lot of the categories. Upper classes like fuel, and that might run a couple of funny, I'm not quite sure what the program is.
Yep, funny cars.
Funny cars, yeah, okay. They'll be there as well. And, oh, look at this.
There's a serious bit of key, this Spinozzi Chevelle. That is a sight to see.
Yeah,
Sydney Dragway.
Yeah.
So
Beautiful looking car.
absolutely. Terra Civil, Minto Marketplace, DMPE, Ours Race Glides, Race Techniques, Alki Pro, Smithfield Diff and Gear, Motorsport Database, Apollo Battery, Speedflow, Custom Bodyworks, and SCF Race Cars.
And that checkered flag.
The checkered flag drops down. We were talking about, I think it was George Turkalis earlier in the juniors that were run out of space. Well, they made it work here for the Spinozzi team.
Yes.
So yeah, we could fit 3 more digits in the space we've got on the computer here.
Gee, I've looked for a Chevelle. It almost looks like. See, I know that towards the rear, the little fins coming up fall back at the spoiler at the back there, but it looks like one of those back here. It's a hypercar or a supercar where the lights go up along up like a Cadillac.
Yeah,
those really old Cadillac.
It's got a bit of an AMC look to the back.
I was just thinking exactly the same. Went from where it goes down, where the light comes down to meet it, it's got that AMC. That's the second generation AMX. Javelin there.
Absolutely. But yeah, brilliant looking bit of kit. It's going to bring the noise here at Sydney Dragway. Give it a Spinozzi. Oh, whoa, bit of a sidestep to the left there, bit of extra wheel speed. But nonetheless, Emilio has buttoned off and he's making his way, like it is a solo pass, he's made his way far left into the Europlow lane so he can get out that early exit gate and get the car back around. So great thinking, great forward thinking from the driver there. Makes it easier for his crew to get the...
Well, even despite the fact that it was out of shape there, the pad just passed the 60. Still managed to point 922 to the 60 foot.
Yeah, 0.922 is
was
that means
it
business.
922 or 992?
I didn't see it.
Yeah, no, I think it might have been 992.
But great to see.
Oh, yeah.
Great to see.
0.9.
All right, that was Iconico boosted Outlaws. So big thanks again to Iconico for being involved in all sorts of surface treatments that are available, both building construction and property maintenance available there. Next category will be extreme bike. We can see David and Ryan Franks make their way to the burnout box. So we've got David Franks in the Aeroflow lane, as a party racing, GSF engineering, FBR on board, and then of course Ryan Franks, our 2024 championship winner, the extreme bike category.
Oh yeah, this is where these guys collectively should be in a mental institution.
Yeah.
My opinion.
But we mean that with all the best intentions.
Yeah, that's right. That's because I would never get them.
It certainly takes a certain mindset to sit on one of these extreme bikes, that's for sure. So a bit of a rough shift and a hop there from Ryan Franks, but either way, both have gotten down in the 740 range. 743 with an 8 at 188 miles per hour for David Franks, and a 746 with a 4 at 193 for Ryan in the Rocket Lane. Q1, of course, so data and tuning happening.
Is they getting a lot?
It's passes, yep.
Yeah, we're looking in the Rocket Lane at Brant Gilliver from South Windsor, Suzuki GSXR 1395cc. It's the one with the wheelie bars and a really big, fat rear tyre. Up against Matty Hunt from Pitt Town in the Kawasaki ZX-10R 998cc. Now, the way those cars are set up, it might look as if it's a bit awkward, but
Big wheel stand for Gilliver. Riding the wheelie bars.
Yeah. Big scratch on the ground. He runs it through for a 664.
Yep.
No, sorry, 799 with the one at 165 miles an hour. And Matty Hunt there, just something gone wrong with the machine at 1672 at 55 point. Well, we'll say 56 miles an hour. But yeah, well, I hope they do. It does get fixed for the next qualifying round. And next pairing up, we've got Darren Foley in the Rocket Lane and Dion as a party in the Europlow.
Dion's been basically just building the confidence and working himself towards going faster and faster on the bike. Of course, there's no shortage of knowledge down there in the crew. Of course, Dion and Leonard, matriarch of extreme bikes. In here in Australia.
Oh, for sure. Oh, Leonard, once he gets on that, well, and it's the same as young Paul.
Yep. it's a family affair, and their daughter Bianca down there, and Brandon Goswell, who's no stranger to fast things here at Sydney Dragway. So nice clean pass from Deanne down there, an 8:23 at 168, which is not bad at all. Darren Foley got out with a nice 60-foot, but yeah, the fire went away on the Hayabusa there before half track, so he's off early, but unless I'm sure he'll figure that out and get back around.
Now those bigger bikes there, Pat, and you've got one. How are they on chains? I see there'd be a lot of difference between your bike being,
Yes.
you know, on the street register. But the strain on the chain with these bikes, the power, do they stretch or do they just break?
Yeah, they wear. It's look. I mean, I'm not. You know, I'm not one to be an expert on the extreme bike category, of course, because I don't have any first-hand experience with those. But absolutely, every time you go to a longer swing arm, it's similar to a four-link when you're talking a car and a diff.
Yeah.
The longer the bars are, the angle changes, and you just have more drive to push that tyre down into the ground. So, of course, that puts more load on all of the rest of the drivetrain components. So to have that chain there, it's crucial. Like a street bike, chain maintenance is crucial because you get dirt, rubbish and road grime and whatnot into the chain, and it needs to go rings and the bearings. So, but the same with the extreme bike. You know, you have a few extras hanging on.
Yeah. Oh, rightio. Well, I must go and find out, because I'd imagine that they, you know, like they say, you know, tyres last for so long. Well, I'd say the chain would too, and they'd part of the routine maintenance, I guess, between runs, they'd look at the chain and check for tension and things like that.
Absolutely.
If they have to adjust it too much, you know, if you have to turn more than one or two turns of the bolt that locates it and then lock it in, because I've seen bikes with the chain at the bottom.
They're slapping around.
Oh,
and,
that's terrible.
Yeah, that's
There's
usually a bit of neglect happening there.
Yeah, exactly.
So we've gone from screaming bikes to back into screaming rotaries. We've got the pack racing crew down here in the Rocket Lane. They've got their Commodore body on the.
Is that what it is?
On the Mazda, yeah. Well, it's, I think. Oh, is it a Commodore or
I thought it was a
Corvette body? I think as well.
Is it?
Yeah, Corvette. Sorry.
Yeah.
So, but you know, this goes back to what we were talking about earlier about the aerodynamics starting to catch up with a lot of the horsepower side of things. You know, everyone's getting those modern bodies, getting that new aero design.
Yeah, well, that's
Loosely based on a Corvette with a rotor.
yeah.
Big two-step from Rodney down there. Looks like a bit of a cough on the shift. So, but I'm sure it would have been a planned shutdown early for that run for the guys from Pack, but you could see them out here making some licks ahead of Nitro Champs.
Yeah, I thought it might have been one of those, like the Nissan, the new GT, you know, the GTR.
Yeah,
that's what I thought. But if it's based loosely,
most of them, all the guys that have got those GTR bodies and whatnot, they've started with a BMW Camus or a Bickle or something that'll be a Corvette or a Camaro, and they're just a bit of glass work in the front, and a bit of wrapping and whatnot. Whatever headlights you need, put those stickers on the front, and then it's that car. But the core base obviously sort of comes around.
Well, they did the other Mazda Rotary was a Mopar, and then they called it a
Mazda 6, I think, was the last version. Well, they had an MX-6, of course, back in the day, and then 626, and then Mazda 6.
Right.
So there's no shortage of cars that the Raham boys have been through down at Pack Performance. All right, so that's obviously just an exhibition, but this should bring us back around into Power Plus Fuels Super Street. We've got Lachlan McCaskill down there, and I think that is Blaine Bull in the
one of the
Aeroflow
bulls.
lane.
Yeah,
I've got his name right this time.
Yeah, that's it was a long way. But Lockie McCaskill goes through there a 13.09 at 103 and a 10.99 at 120 for
uh,
Blaine Bull in that big fair lane.
All right, next pairing, Robert Gallotta, trackside automotive in the Holden Tirana. Had a bit of a wild burnout going on down there.
Is that what it was? Yeah.
Up against Elias Mata, a Civil Drill Tech Solutions VL Commodore. Let's see, last reaction time. Elias is to this package, I believe, 117.
Yeah.
This is actually a really close race all the way down the track. Gallotta gets there first at 10.68 at 126 to a 10.98 at 122.
Yep. Matter in the rocket lane there. Now the next pairing we got out here is now we're running in
Sammy Joe.
Yeah,
Power plus-
Sammy Joe in the power. Oh. Pardon me.
We've got
There
Sammy
we
Joe
go.
Johnson in the rocket lane and Christina Hunter, of course, in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, she's been. I talked to Kit last week, and just to find out a bit, because the last time I saw Christina, she was in a stroll.
Yeah.
She was barely one. So, but she's all grown up, and she wanted to race. She was at Kit and said, "No, I want to race. I want to race." So that's Kit's car, but he leads it to her, and that's the worst one I've seen.
Yep.
1.40 reaction time. She's really got a 0 in front of it.
We've got to stop talking her up, mate.
Yes.
Really curse.
Curse, that's right.
No, 6.3 red for Sammy Joe Johnson. Crosses through for 11.62, 115, so very consistent in ET and speed.
Yep.
11.15 with a 4 at 122 for Christina Hunter in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, 122 miles an hour is no slouch either. Oh, with super speed. Car's still registered, so, and for the rest of the competitors, there's a lot of street cars that are registered for the road use. That's just how they've come along. The old AMP and BMP cars back in the 70s and things like that. Tunnel ramps sticking out of the bonnet, and headers poking out the side. Yep.
A lot of pixel trend again for Ryan out of Singh down there, and something did come out of the back of that car as well. I saw it bounce across. He's on his way down to get it, but at least Brian's been able to make a full pass there. 11.26 with a 6 at 122 to a 12.28 at 114 for Adam Bowers in the rocket lane. Still on the tree, 051 for Bowers there.
Yeah, she's still got it. He may not have brought his HQ in, but
no, well, completely different combination as well. You've gone from that small block Chevy HQ, which is a lighter car, with a 4-link rear end in it, solid diff, to an IRS LS powered combination. So you can do the same thing, but the equipment around you is not going to work the same way. So then you've got that adjustment period to go, okay, well, normally I leave at this point, but now because everything else has got to have a think about it.
yeah.
I've got to leave earlier, and then
Well, it does, and they react differently. When I was doing the Horsepower Heroes at the Summernats when it was a real competition, the cars with the IRS would sort of, like, as soon as they revved it and to achieve maximum RPM and get horsepower, they used to really squat down like that. You could see the shafts were up here.
All right, Alan Stevenson in the rocket lane, Power Plus New South Wales on board their program, of course. 11.46 with a 2 at 120 to Rodney Balgow, and 0.65 reaction time, so nice. The cherry on the tree last time. Nice adjustment there for him. And then we're back around with Dennis Plessis in BH Racing XY Falcon, and Josh Clapp in that Steel and Stitch Garage Stingray.
Yeah, and the Potts Point is from Potts Point. When you go to King's Cross lately, it's either Potts Point, Potts Point or Point Piper or whatever it is. They don't. The sign says King's Cross, but everyone says Potts Point.
Yeah.
So that's
An association thing.
Yeah.
036 on the tree from Dennis Plessis, so still well in form. A 10.67 with a 4 at 127 miles per hour to a 10.908 for Josh Clapp there, 128 miles per hour. Very nice.
Yeah, well, let's just see young Daniel down there. Spent 3 years at Santa Pod.
Oh yeah,
Young
yes,
Daniel.
that's right, Daniel Melrose.
Yeah, he must have done it, made it, one hell of an impact because he's come back here and he's sort of meeting or associate meeting director and things like that. So good on him too.
So I've spent a little bit of time at the bend too.
Yes.
As well. So Dan's been around and obviously in high demand.
Yeah.
Pete Giddens just really struggling to hold that Cortina on the break beforehand, but Chris Zammett with a 007. That's our third James Bond of the day.
He's everywhere. He's everywhere.
Pete Giddens goes through from 1176 with an 8 at 121 to an 1188 with a 6 at 114.
Oh, right.
For Zammett.
Okay, in the Rocket Lane now we have Mark Elborn from Marimba, the Holden HQ, running at 253, and he reckons it's a genuine 253. So I won't say any more. If he says it's a 253, that's good enough for me.
No, it's he proudly wears that on his sleeve,
on his sleeve. Corey Stutchbury from Jordan Springs in the Aeroflow lane, the Holden Wax Commodore 5.7 litre. 0.27 for Corey in the Aeroflow lane reaction time. Mark there at 0.183, but Corey will get there first and runs a 10.96 with a 0 with 123 miles an hour and 12.65 with a 5.
They've got a real good community down there at in the pits. Further down, everyone's sort of come on board with the dialed-in racing crew and Top Fuel Street down the back there. It's you can see them all gathering up. They've all got the cars all next to each other. They've got their gazebos and everything all put up. So having a real great time down there. So really good to see those crews coming together. Aidan Stutchbury this time in the dialed-in racing VH Commodore gets an 033 on the light. Robert Spagnol a 001 red in Shorty's Performance Tirana. That is about as close as you'll get. 1044 with a 5 at 132 for the little Tirana, 1081 I believe it was for Stutchbury in the Rocket Lane.
And that little Tirana, was it
Spagnol,
Rob
Spagnol, Shorty's Performance.
And that was the first one that we were sort of...
That's right, I couldn't...
No details. So you were right.
It's back around there, which is good to see. Now we've got Mark Hopkins in the Hurricane Metal Roofing LX Tirana up against Con Uranios in the VE Commodore. Con's another one. He drives the car to the track. Passed him on the highway on the way here.
It's beautiful blue. It's a bit like that blueprint colour that the Fords when the VA first came out. To left before the third amber for Con in the Rocket Lane and a -121 for Mark Hopkins. He'll get it out of the way. Good to see Mark Hopkins in the Aeroflow lane runs at 1081 and 124 feet. 26.9 for Con Uranios at 150.6 miles per hour.
Absolutely. All right, next pairing up, we've got Luke Pelle in the HZ Ute. It's got a 6.2 litre, I believe it's an LSA. Down there, up against Chris Wood in the XC Falcon. So let's see, had a great launch last time out.
Yes, he did,
You'll see the little barrow, he's got it in pre-stage. You watch him bump in.
Look at that.
Big,
look at the cars.
Big hop in there, and then it's definitely got some boost on board. 097 reaction time for Wood. Bit of wheel spin after he left on the brake, but really close one.
He got there first.
1083 with a 7, 122 for Wood to an 11083 with 120 mile per hour for Pele in the Sandman Ute.
Okay, it's 1108 at 120 now. An LSX is a 6.2 litre supercharged.
LSA, 6.2
Oh, is it?
supercharged.
Yeah, rightio. Okay. And
I
then
believe it's an LSA in that.
Oh, right.
In
Okay.
that Ute, I could hear a bit of a whine when they were doing the burnout. 6.2 whine, it could be that, or it could be an LS3, which is a 6.2 litre, and then a supercharger on top. But it's some combination of those. So, Craig Warren back out in the Sydney Scrap Steel LJ Tirana, lifting that left wheel to the air. It's almost as tall as the wall, I think. 032 reaction time, and then we've got Haley Vella. We've got details now down in the R-Spec FG Falcon GT.
Ah, yes. There it is. FG Falcon. Oh, it's a 302.
Actually, that might be. I can't remember if the R-Spec was still the Boss 302, 302, 312. Nah,
No, it's
they didn't, because they did 290 in the original BA GTs.
Yeah.
Then they went to
Yeah, you got 260.
315.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, because when they and the 310 was the Barra, like in the Tornado.
Tornado, the Typhoon.
Yeah.
FPVs. And then the GTs went to the Coyote Supercharger, which was 335, and then the GS was a 315.
Yeah.
Because they did the GS units, but I can't quite remember what the R-Spec came out. I have to do some Googling.
Yeah.
All right, next pairing, Robert Matisic in the 67 Camaro up against Philip Armstrong. All right, Philip Armstrong had a pretty wild start to the day in Q1. He had a lot of axle tramp and a big steer towards the centre line from the Europlow lane. So
we can still see it from here.
yeah, that's right. He's fixed it by going to the rocket lane this time.
Yeah.
So let's see what happens. Yeah, a lot more tame on that launch from Philip Armstrong. So maybe pull a few RPM out of the launch.
Yeah, he drove around him as well. Runs a 10.24, does Phil Armstrong, with a 2.26 reaction time, a 10.241 at 131, and a 10.61 with a 9 at 126 for the Camaro over there in the Europlow lane. So, he had his, he reeled him in. I thought that big block was probably even at half track was a car length and a bit in front, but
that combination that Phil's got in that car is
pretty good.
Pretty spicy. 130 plus mile per hour from a naturally aspirated 355, I think.
Yeah. It's a 308 basically. Okay. Eden Abella from Kemps Creek, the Holden VYSSU, a beautiful red car over there. LS1 Turbo in the rocket lane up against Dennis Matesic.
Eden's been he's made some changes in that combination, because recently he started getting out of the hole a lot quicker.
Yeah.
And his reaction times have been a lot better as well. So I'm not sure if he's changed the gearbox or torque converter or something along those lines. But unfortunately, Dennis Matisic has bumped or rolled through the beams there, which is probably a bit of an epidemic of bumping through today. But Eden Abella 071 reaction time, a 10.16 with a 2 at 142 mile per hour. So the combination working well for him there. It's good to see.
Yeah, I like the Area 51 customer performance.
That's his business.
Yeah.
So very good. Eden was forever stuck in around that 2 second 60-foot time. The car just didn't want to go fast. I don't know if it was converter or box or whatever it was. But he's obviously figured something out, and the car's getting along a lot better now, which is good to see.
I think you touched on that at the last meeting. You said, he's doing something about it.
Yeah.
So, but at least it's going here.
That's right. All right, Richard Matasevic in the Modern Style Kitchens XY Ute, an 041 on the reaction time. Zig Zielkowski, 029 in the VE Commodore, so very nice. 10.58 with a 0 at 125 for Richard, and 11.68 with a 2 at 114 for Zielkowski.
All right, for Adams, sponsorship there, Enthroned Kennels and Bulldogs. Is it Bulldogs?
I believe it's Bulldogs, yes, plural, more than one.
Oh, jeez.
Well, otherwise you'd have a bunch of empty kennels.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, just because. That's good to be brought up to date. Now we move on to that does it there in.
That was our Power Plus Fuels Super Streets.
Yeah, that's correct. And now we go into. Well, what have we got down there, juniors?
I think I can see you like Pro Stock.
Yeah, there's a couple of beauties down here.
Yep.
So, John Commodore and it must be.
I think they might have slipped some Pro Stock or
Supercom.
Oh, Supercom maybe.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. We should have had Supercom after Extreme Bike.
Correct. Before the
Yep.
before the Super Streeters.
That's
but
okay.
Yeah, it's all right.
Bit of an adjustment there.
Yeah, nice Camaro. Nice Camaro, 67. Yeah, I sort of try and keep, even though I'm Mopar, I try and keep up, you know, about L34s and A9Xs and LHLEs, the differences between them. I haven't, the VY, U, X, Y, Z,
Yep.
whatever, I can't do them.
Well, VU
Yeah.
was basically the Ute when the sedans were VT and VX.
Right.
So VT and VX sedan Commodore
Yeah.
was out. At the start of VT, they still had the VS Ute.
Right.
I think from memory, it went to Series 2 VT when they started the LS1 engines. After the end of the Holden V8, that's when they introduced the VU Ute, which was VX basically.
Yeah, right.
And then when they went to VY and sedan, they carried that over to the Ute. and
Yeah,
whatnot.
right.
So yeah, Eden's car is a VY Ute.
Yeah.
The previous one with the rounded headlights in the Ute is a VU.
VU.
Yeah.
Oh, rightio. Okay. Yeah, because I've got a Monaro Series 2.
Yep.
CV2. It's a CV8.
CV8. Yep. Series 2. Yep.
Series 2. And then I thought VU. Then it goes UVWX, and I thought, well,
in the VIN.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then I thought, you know, they had the letters that at the end of the alphabet closer up to the to the V, and well, that's how Valiant's worked.
Yeah, sure.
And then I thought, you do. I think the only common thing is a VH Commodore and a VH Valiant.
Yeah, that's the only common denominator there.
Yeah.
But there's a VC Commodore and a VC Valiant too.
Valiant, yeah, that's right. Yeah, VC.
All right, so we've got Clint George here in the Aeroflow lane using that long jetty auto engineering Pontiac GXP. And then we have John Kabura from the JTS Towing Cavalier.
Oh, yeah, it's a sharp little. I remember those little things in when I was using them in Pro Stock.
I think that took over from the Beretta.
Beretta.
I think it was the Beretta first.
And then the Cavaliers,
and then GXP.
GXP, yeah.
So different, you can always spot a Pro Stock car, can't you?
Yeah, always.
It doesn't matter what generation it is. All right. 185 light for Kabura. Clint George 003 red, but he's aborted that pass. Kabura has gone 726 with a 9.
Way under the index, isn't it?
Yeah. The 1060 foot, so the thing got out like a bat out of hell.
Yeah. Seems that Clint George there got out with a 130, and Kabura there gets out with a 104. So it left the line very, very sharply.
I got a feeling maybe Clint's car left not when he was expecting it to.
Yeah.
The red light, and then everything else just doesn't really follow, right? Like 118 at half track, he was well out of it.
Well, one of the cars in the Aeroflow lane 2 or 3 runs previously had said LBA.
Yes.
Before but I looked down and the car was still there.
Yeah.
You know, it just got
just nudging
out.
through.
Yeah, it just got out of the.
That's
thing.
right. All right. Well, that was I think basically exhibition for a couple of Pro Stock tests, and then we'll get into Junior Dragster. But while we set up the safety measures for the junior category, we will duck off to some ads from our sponsors. So we'll be back here shortly at Sydney Dragway for round 3 of the 2025 New South Wales Championship Series.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and Outlaw car driver.
Underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 662.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories.
Be wary and be aware that some of those sponsors here may have something for particular use. Okay, so Speed Flow, our great sponsors for this, and all our other sponsors. We just had the Super Comp, but there was just 2 cars, but the Power Plus Fuels, they're sponsors of the Super Street. So now it's Speed Flow, and we do have on the starting line, and I wish to thank young Pat Elliott for his contribution, and I'm now joined by Steve Bush, one of our season regulars here, been around for a good while as well. Welcome, Stephen Bush.
Thank you very much, Les. How are you doing this morning?
Yeah, very well. I see you're multifaceted there, working all the little thing, and now we got Costa up there. It's all just falling into place.
Yeah, just trying to get a little bit of practice on the cameras with some of the new stuff we're using here. Of course, we've got the mobile camera down there. Adam driving that at the moment, which is providing a little bit more in-depth images for our viewers on the live stream, and of course those up in the stands that you can't necessarily see super close to the cars. They're a fair way away.
Yeah.
And obviously the roaming camera just sort of gives a little bit more detail there. So we're just trialling a couple of things, and of course it's been a pretty good event so far. And yeah, as I say, just trying to keep in practice for that too. So on the start line right now, Les, we have Tegan Smith in a stock slow traffic control car, also sponsored by Liquid Clothing and Lucas Oils, and that is young Robbie over there in the Rocket Lane.
Rustecki, from Queanbeyan.
CA Motorsports, Pinnacle Dragster.
Yeah, it's coming into the second round of qualifying. He's in position number 14 in the qualifying order with an 8.93. B Junior Dragster, so he's not up with the A Dragsters, so he's making his way through. It's based on age and experience.
Yeah, of course he's qualifying against his own personal index. 0.39 on the tree for Robbie to an 0.43 for Tegan Smith. In the Aeroflow lane, Smith will take it in the AA Junior, a 7.75 with a 6.82 mile an hour, and an 8.87 with a 6 there for Robbie. So he's gone quicker, and Smith marginally quicker, only 6 or 7 thousandths. So that's exactly what Smith would be looking for. Of course, looking for consistency, because these drivers have to pick a dial-in come first round of racing, and then that would set their handicap, of course, for that race. So they can change it between rounds, but the dial-in is often a very tricky thing to do. That you're taking into consideration how the car's going, the weather conditions, which I've just noticed
Yeah.
we're getting a little bit more cloud cover here right now. So for some cars that might not create too much of an issue, but Junior Dragster is very susceptible to weather changes because we are only talking fairly small capacities in these engines, and of course only single cylinder. So if that one cylinder is not working as well as the other ones, that's it.
Yeah.
It's not like a V8 or a multi-cylinder
Yeah,
engine
that's
where you might have one that's feeling a bit lazy and
Yeah.
the other 7 or so are working and making up for it. But not so here. We don't have that luxury. On the start line now, we have Charlotte Leifting in the Aeroflow car, was racing for Speed Flow products in the McGee Power Junior, taking on Savannah Condello over there in the Fine Line Motorsports Junior Dragster. Savannah is left with an 033 red light. A lot of laps in this car of late, an 8:05 with a 582 miles an hour. She slowed ever so slightly on her first qualifying pass, and in the other lane, Leifting's picked up.
Yeah, ran an 820 at with a 78.10. She's our number 11 qualifier in our seeding system at Sydney Dragway for the Junior Dragsters. Then we've got a Junior Dragster, and then we've got double A Junior Dragsters, which allows the double A to, I think they're capped at 7.5 or 7.6? 7.6. So that's the rules and regs for Junior Dragster, and the other ones, B Junior Dragster, I think it's 860.
Yeah. So and then 12-0 for the C.
Yeah, and they're the real youngsters, and you know they're in control of. You know they do get up. The mile an hour does get up there, and we give it in mile an hour. But as you know, there's a substantial difference between miles an hour and kilometres.
Playing along at home and want a simple calculation, 1.6 times the speed that Les and I will read out and give you the kilometres.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Jaden.
There is a few more. Sorry, there's a few more decimal points. They're keeping a simple 1.6.
There, Jaden Vanessa from Granville gets out the 04 to red in a rock lane. Runs at 12.56 and 50 miles an hour. And Edith Maggs in C Junior Road from Wallen in Victoria. Out of 14 qualified thus far. Ran a 12.27, which is quicker than the previous 12.401 at 54. We get all that, and that exceeds them all. We'll notify you when there's the double A dragster, so you can see the when the speed and the time comes up. We'll say, oh well, I thought they were only supposed to go to maximum of 790, but the double A dragster has to 760 maximum.
Of course, double A, a category that was introduced to IHRA Australia probably around 6 to 9 months ago, I guess, because a number of the quicker A junior cars were being weighted down and restricted through gearing and that sort of thing, just to try and keep the car to that 8.0 mark. And of course, as technology improves, things get quicker.
Yep.
And the cars were being restricted quite a bit. Of course, the cars are very safe. The drivers wear a multi-layer fire suit, balaclava, helmet, neck brace, full gloves, racing boots, the whole box of guys. They've got a 5-point harness in the car, they've got the 6-point roll cage. Very safe car to be in.
Yeah, well, that's good. We've got to protect those kids, and I'm sure that the authorities enforce the rules stringently as they do. And some people may want to look at that Benjamin Eddard over in Europlow.
He is very, very sharp on the tree, this young man. 003, so 3,000ths of a second after that green light comes on. Runs on down the racetrack with a 7.93 with an 880 miles an hour. Leifting only marginally behind with an 013 red light on the tree. Runs through for an 802 with a 6. The margin across the finish line, 700ths of a second.
Yeah, between those two over the finish line. So great competition there. Georgia did leave a little bit early, get the red light out of the way. Then, red lights in
So it's an instant disqualification.
Yep.
And that's usually 99.9999% of the time that's the end of your race.
Yeah. Yes, unless your opponent crosses the centre line or tags the ball, that's a safety infraction, and that is above all. That's the maximum penalty. It's a safety infraction. It rules out. It overrules everything. Like a break out or red light. So
Next pair on the start line there. Jacob Longo in the Aeroflow lane, running for Trackside Automotive. And inside George Takalis. We talked about George before with all his sponsors.
yes,
And he's already added a couple of trophies to his collection. So hopefully he'll be sure in the hunt for another one today. 067 on the tree for Longo and an 092 for Takalis off the start line. 694. Sorry,
769.
Thank you, Les.
With the 4 at 84.20. That's all right.
I'm
mate.
only reading numbers, aren't I?
Yeah, that's it. He's come off, ladies and gentlemen, he's come off watching. He's got 53 screens he's been looking at, so we can just give him a bit of allowance. Some of the figures may seem blurred after watching all those screens, but his eyes will they'll sharpen up very, very quickly.
Probably just Jacob. I'll get it right next time, I promise. All right, next up, Savannah Lucci in the Aeroflow lane. Running for Lucci Civil. Taking on Liam O'Neill in the Rocket lane. This should be a good race because there's two, actually Liam has got two B junior. Yeah, must have only been a very recent change for him, which obviously means he'll be able to go a little bit quicker. Running for Rusty Media Solutions and Princey Motorsports.
Rusty's everything. Yeah, he's even still here. Well, if he's gone and sponsored some young stuff, terrific jobs there.
Both parties gained very good confidence. I really think that's what a little bit of sponsorship is all about. Hopefully getting your name out there, of course, not only to the people that are at the venue where they're racing, but most races are being able to live stream via YouTube and Facebook like we are. So you are reaching a audience nationally or even worldwide in many cases. So young Liam out in front with a 105 light, and he'll run through from 854 with a 4 instead of the 4 miles an hour. And Savannah Lucci in the Aeroflow lane, 12:02 at 53. So right on that 12 flat that she's looking for.
Yes. Well, I see young Pat and I were discussing earlier on in the program that about the speed of the miles per hour for the Civic. 84 miles an hour.
Yep, that's exactly right. They're certainly getting up there. And of course, now that they're not carrying extra weight or throttle stop or whatever it might be, that it does open the door for that horsepower to show through. And of course, we both know that the speed is usually a good tell sign of horsepower. The ET is important, but the speed is a good indicator of, of the horsepower that's being produced. Unfortunately, on the start line, Jake McNamara being pushed back. He will be disappointed with that.
I'll say.
I know that Jake and the team have been fighting a couple of mechanical problems of late, and maybe that's a bit in there. So hopefully the team can get it back on track with it. Of course, the third qualifier, which shouldn't be too far away. Meanwhile, Emma Leafding runs on through for a 12:33 with a 5, 51 miles an hour.
Yeah, Emma, she's the lead that's still in the running C junior drag. She's the driver. Yes. Yeah, Emma. There's another family stage in major before.
Yes, well, I mean, I think Aeroflow being associated, Speedflow has been associated with junior Dragster very, very well in recent times. It's sponsoring up to 5 cars at one event that we saw recently. So it's fantastic for Speedflow to get on board as bracket wants it for the juniors this season. So kudos to you, and I hope that you guys get the recognition out of that. Meanwhile, on the start line, we've got Alex Ruffalo and Riley Ito. Ito in the rocket lane for Murphy's Finance Solutions, ITF Hire, Pro Tilt Towing, and of course Low Fabrications. Riley from Greystanes, qualified 6th so far.
That's not bad. That's not bad. And young Alex Ruffalo, Vineyard, in the Europlow lane, running double A. Number 11 qualified as a starter. That's left scene. Both crew members. Both races there, Alex.
Alex was trying a few, 002 on the tree for Alex. Nice lead for him. Out in front at the moment, but very, very close. Just gets there by 200ths of a second. 8:09 with a 3, 81 mile an hour for Ruffalo. Ito in the rocket lane goes 8:01 with a 1, 80.08 mile an hour. Wow, that was a good pass. They would have been watching each other the whole way down.
Yeah, yes, it would have been eyes cross-eyed and things like that. The next pairing, we've got Joshua Maggs up from Wallen in Victoria in the rocket lane, the AA Junior Dragster Road Warrior trailers there. Speedflow Performance Products, well, they're on board with them as well. Atlantic Oils, BJ and SJ Lake. Up against Alexis Attard. Alexis over there in the Europlow lane, racing for Low Fabrications and Pro Towing. Alexis in the Europlow lane, running B Junior Dragster. Josh Maggs running double A. Double A's could go to 760.
Feels like Josh has been running this car for such a long time now.
Yeah.
He started when he was 8. Not entirely sure how old he is now. 8:015 on the tree for Josh in the rocket lane. He'll run on through first with a 7:69 with an 8:85 mile an hour there, Les. So certainly up there in the speed.
Yeah.
And an 8:77 with a 4 with 72 mile an hour for Alexis in the Europlow lane.
Gee whiz. That's good. Okay, Kate Fowler. Cody Vale running the A Junior Dragster in the rocket lane. Running for Fowler Transport, Jeffrey McNiff, Jeff from Merrington Downs. Running for St Mary's Engines and also SCG Racing Parts, Platinum Powder Coating as well. So young Jeff there, he's our number 2 qualifier thus far. And Kate Fowler in the rocket lane from the racing family, Fowler family. Fowler Transport, our number 9 qualifier. So single digit places in up the start line at the moment. A Junior Dragster for Cade in the rocket lane, and double A Junior Dragster. Over the lane.
I know that they've got plans to move into another car in the future. 7:67 with a 2, 83 mile an hour for McNiff in the Europlow lane. To an 8:21 with a 3, 78 mile an hour there for Fowler.
Yes, and Cade just a bit early. No 80 red, but you get them out of the way. Another red to go. So hopefully they'll get rid of all those background red digits. junior drag bike, and it's speed flow for us. Great range of products they have too. We're based in, well, they may be still based in Taree, but the other addresses that they've got here, some Island. But anyway, they're around that area. Speed flow is what you need to be looking for when you're scrolling through for them online. Nice and easy there. Aubrey mags now. B junior mags gets out there with a 0.06 reaction time. Aubrey runs it through for an 8:58 with a 1 at 75.52 miles an hour in the B Junior Dragster. So that's just about right on.
And I think that concludes the
Yes.
second round of qualifying for Junior Drag. So we're now moving into a Junior Drag bike, Les.
Yes.
And Junior Drag bike, of course, a very recent introduction to IHRA racing across the country.
Good little category too.
Yes, it's growing in popularity.
Yeah.
We've got a couple of extra races here today, which is fantastic. But you know, the fields are growing nationally as well, which is fantastic. And it looks like we have Anastasia Lucky down there in the Europlow lane. The 666 race and custom. She was our runner-up in last year's championship, taking on Lincoln Delios in the Rocket Lane. Now Lincoln on one of the only Honda in the field. I think most of the riders choose the Kawasaki Ninja as their weapon of choice, but Lincoln doing something a little bit different, jumping on board the Honda. Certainly giving that Revlin a bit of a workout on the two-step on the start line. But Anastasia away with a 177 light. She's going to take the win here. 10.01 with a 9, 73 miles an hour. And Lincoln in the Rocket Lane. 12.17 with a 4.
Yeah. At 52.85 miles an hour. So getting the hang of these junior drag bikes. See Adam Jordan down here. He's courage on in the little Kawasaki Ninja.
Yep, certainly giving that rear tyre a workout like he does every time now. He's sort of taken over Josh Birchall's shoes and filling them quite well, I think. But young Adam actually worked with Adam's father. And this young man is always doing something, whether he's running up and down a racetrack or whether he's going around a circuit somewhere in Australia. He's missed this morning's qualifying to do something with his agricultural interests down at the Easter Show, so that was pretty cool.
Oh, yeah.
9.27 with a 4, 74 miles an hour for young Adam on that particular pass. So unfortunately, he's only got 2 qualifying runs now. So, but he does race quite regularly, and I'm sure he and the team will be able to pick a dial in for the first round of racing a little bit later on.
Yeah, especially when these ones that have got like in a controlled class like we've got here. Oh, little tiny wheel stand.
Yeah, he lifted the wheel on the first run. Was young Christopher Davidson in the Aeroflow lane there, running on through for a 9.71, 72 mile an hour.
Yes, he does. So it's 72.
So he picked up 7 or 8 hundredths of a second there, I think.
All right. Okay, we're having a, while we remove all the equipment down the bottom end down there. So, and then we'll be into, looks like we've got, is it Street Fighter? No, I can't see. It might be. They look fairly stock. No.
Les, what we might do is throw to a couple of ads from some of our sponsors, and you and I will be back on the mic in a few moments once the finish line has packed up their safety apparatus, and we'll be back with you very, very shortly.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
I've chosen to use VP Racing Fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP Racing Fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP Racing Fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, into round number 2, qualifying for Super Sedan, and we have Andrew Little on the start line in the Bush Rat Chevy Camaro. He's the runner-up in last year's Track Championship Series, taking on Simon Bonello over there in the Rocket Lane. Bonello in this absolutely gorgeous Pro Street Fabrication XW Falcon.
Sharp, very quick. Andrew Little there. But, last meeting went very well as well. And got up towards the end of the field. Oh, good to see Nathan Cowley's next pairing as they both an 0.24 for Andrew Little in the Aeroflow lane and a 0.65 for Simon Bonello. It looks like Simon will get there first. He runs it through for a 9.50 with a 5 at 142 and a 9.73 with a 5 at 137 for Andrew Little. These guys are, we don't get their positions in the qualifying order because they're going on reaction times, which is sharpens everybody up. At least Nathan Cowie does make it out for the second round of qualifying in the Rocket Lane up against Rex Webster in the Aeroflow.
It's a battle of the small utilities.
Yeah.
Webster's a little bit bigger because stretch the wheelbase. Cowie hasn't had that luxury, but Cowie's out in front at the moment, and I don't think that big box is going to come around him from there. Certainly not. 9.12 with an 8 across the finish line. 146 miles an hour to a 9.66 at 140 mile an hour for Webster in the utility. Our next pair up, Les.
Yes, they've got Jim Raptus has ditched the big Jeep in favour of this Tirana. It's his 69 Dodge Dart, but it's nowhere near it.
Well, no, definitely not. I mean, Jim's lucky he's got... He's worked very hard, I should say. Yeah. He's worked very hard in the business, Go Logistics, and has built himself a little bit of a car collection. And he's not too shy to bring any of them out here, I don't think. But it looks like Ross Bilby's going to take the win on this pass. Les with an 8.16 to the 1,000 and a 9.81 with an 135 mile an hour across the finish line. Raptors with a 10.91 at 122, I think it was.
Yep, 122.
And of course, Super Sedan brought to us by Go Logistics.
Go Logistics, they're a great company, and glad to have them as sponsors of the Super Sedan bracket, which now appears our number 1, Sean Maher, in the Rocket Lane, up in that little hole HB Tirana with running a Chevy 414 up against Paul Papacosta, ride in the Ford Capri, running a Windsor 440. So that's this should be a pretty tough race. Sean Maher's just featured here, not only here, over at the bend. Yeah, that's he usually is at the pointy end of the field. Look at this car, Papacosta. Costas.
It's a very pretty car and a very quick one. However, Ma will take the finish line here with a 9.24 at 142 miles an hour. Papa Costa about a tenth of a second behind with a 9.26 at 148. So carrying a little bit more speed, but just probably a little bit slower out to the 60 foot there.
Okay, next pair out in your lane there, Steve. In the Aeroflow lane, Michael Little from Forbes, the Holden LJ Tirana, Chevy 434 up against Michael Milizowicz, Craigie Byrne of Victoria. A lot of Victorians here today, we welcome them. Glad to see them up here. It's carrying on the rivalry, running for Mullis Truck Repairs. Wins are in.
Nice wheels up launch once again there for Little in the Tirana, but the Capri out in front. And will definitely take the win here. 8.72 with a 154 miles an hour. Shoots out across the finish line. A picture perfect pass.
Yeah, and a 9.38 at 140 for Mick Little, and that little Capri from Victoria, it cleaned up here at the last meeting. So congratulations to the driver there, Trent Carberry from Jordan Springs, the Ford Falcon, running a Clevo 351, sponsored by St Mary's Engines, up against Wayne Burke from Blue Haven. Ford TE Cortina with a Cleveland 408 in it. That's Wayne in the Aeroflow.
It's a pretty cool looking car. I don't think I've seen this one here at the Dragway before.
It's got some but so's that Trent Carberry there. Trent gets there first. 0.34 reaction time, runs a 9.23 with a 0 at 146 miles an hour for Wayne Burke in Aeroflow lane, a 9.13 at 148.14 miles per hour.
Next pairing out will be Victor Satligianis in the Holden Tirana down there in the Aeroflow lane. He had a big wheels up launch on the first pass, so I'm hoping for another one. No pressure whatsoever. And Kerry Stewart over there in the Rocket lane, of course, in the little Austin A40. Like Victor's car stayed fairly level on that pass.
Yes, got out with a 009.
And a 9.33 with a 5, 143 miles an hour across the finish line. And Kerry Stewart in the Rocket lane there, a 10.07 with a 9, 128 miles an hour across the finish line.
Yes, Kerry and the team have decided to bring Dad's old car out. It's still going, still running fine, and it's good to see them, all of the girls sharing the driving chores when that car appears at the track here. Okay, next pairing out, we've got Emma Ettard in the Attard, the Rocket lane, up against Dave Gruber. Dave Gruber's out with a 0.92 reaction time. He's usually a bit quicker than that, but gee, it's neck and neck. I think Emma will get there first. She gets there first. All eights, 8.88 with a 7 at 152 and a 9.29 with a 6 at 143 for Dave Gruber in the Aeroflow lane. Who have we got up next?
Lou Palumbo in the HX Holden in the Rocket lane, and Jimmy Gennaro over there in the Aeroflow lane in the Ford Cortina for Western Auto Picks. Gennaro race chassis. Jim, a very tough competitor.
Oh, very consistent, and same as Lou Palumbo in that HX with a Chevy 400 in it. Jim's decided to expand his Windsor out to 363 cubic inches. Lou gets up there with the front wheels up, an 0.39 for him and an 0.75 reaction time. I think Jim might be just in front at the moment. Runs it through for a 9.30 with a 1 at 146 and a 9.24 at 143 for Lou Palumbo. Wow, good reaction times too. Jim Denaro an 0.75, Lou Palumbo and a 0.39. So next pair in the Aeroflow lane we have Alf Axiak up against Peter Violaris in the Rocket.
Axiak in this NA 13B rotary. Listen to it scream on on the live stream, and of course if you hear it at the racetrack, this thing sings for its supper big time. And VLRs with a massive wheel stand. That is another car that is known for lifting the front end. That car working very well away from the start line. 973 with a 0-1, 36 miles an hour to a 10.002 at 132 mile an hour for the little 13B rotary there for Axiac.
Yeah, but what a wheels there.
Yeah.
You guys saw the bonnet, everything.
Yeah, we could only see the front of the bonnet, and that's how you know, that's how you know it's a good one, because you can see the whole bonnet plus a bit.
Okay, down. Oh, it's we've got Jason Field. We're supposed to have Paul Hughes, but from Wangaratta, but something may be wrong with. Oh, that's that beautiful, as Pat would say, the long roof, the station wagon. Beautiful car.
That's why the name's not familiar to me. I was just curious. That car went really, really well in the first round of qualifying.
Did it ever? So Jason Field. We've got Bill Collin. We've got Bill Collin. Ford Telstar, Ford 427. Nice run too. At 081 reaction time, runs it through for 929 with a 151 miles.
It seemed like he nearly left off the foot brake there. It didn't come upon the trans brake at all. He was purging the nitrous just coming into stage. And that concludes our Go Logistics Super Sedan qualifying session, round number 2. We're now going to move into Super Gas Eliminator. Their second round of qualifying.
Wow. Yeah, 2 seasoned competitors too. Great supporters of the track have been the Romeo family and also the Panetta family. So we see Roy Romeo in the Aeroflow lane down there with that 27 Ford Roadster. That's not it. Anyway, it must be one of the Romeos. Oh, I wasn't watching the car, I was watching the screen.
Yeah, I know they do switch cars occasionally, but the Roadster is in the car behind. I'm guessing that is Luke Romeo in the Commodore.
Yeah. Up against, we've got Anthony Panetta, right? I think, because there's another Panetta here.
Yes, well, that is the whole thing, right?
Yep. So, Holden Calibra, Chevy 434, and the Romeo Commodore there. It's got here Chev 350, so we'll stick with that. We'll get out an 032 reaction time for the Commodore. Anthony Panetta gets there first, 049 red, but runs a 9855 at 156. And for the Romeo machine, he runs 987, which is too quick as well, at 152.80 miles an hour. So they'll have to. Oh no, that's now we've got Luke Romeo.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think they had them.
They had probably they had the name right, but the car wrong.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, Vince Panetta now from Narrowena in that Holden Alexstrona up against Luke Romeo in the 27 Davis Roadster Small Chev 350.
It's a pretty cool looking car, this one. A little bit different for Supergas.
Like it.
Yeah, I'm definitely a fan of hot rods in general, but the Brody Roadster was not so popular now. Back in the day, they were very popular in the US.
In the US, yeah.
As a Supergas car, because they're light, they had the full tube chassis and quite aerodynamically efficient as well. Again, both cars going too quick.
Too quick. This is a fixed index class. We've got 4 attributes for Supergas, which is fixed index 990, heads up, pro tree, and no deep staging. So they're the attributes. You'll see there's 990 on the board. Well, we're experimenting with the green colours, and they seem to be very, very favoured by the racers. They've been giving us the feedback, which we hope they would. Up against, we've got Joe Catanzariti up against Johnny Somerange. Some orange. I'm not quite sure how he pronounces it after getting the Matoskoviches. That was Stewie brought it to our attention at the last sure. But anyway, JB knows who he is. So does these fellow racers. They're all in there.
Of course, the little Mark 1 Cortina got the 4-speed manual box in it. So John, not having the luxury of a throttle stop or anything, he's got to drive off the other car and hope that he ends up just in front. You can see the throttle stop there for Catanzarini. And here comes that small block Chev-powered Firebird across the finish line and goes too quick. Somrush with a 9.97 with a 131 mile an hour. So he'd be chuffed with that. And he's very close to this 9.9 index.
Yep. Yeah, we've got, I think the closest we've got today is a 9.91. So whoever's got that's the, might be Joe Paluto. Oh, 9.90 with a 4 now. Oh, yeah. I've got the, watch this. Oh, no, the other time I did that. Oh, Daryl Stephen. Haven't seen him for a while. Yeah, they've got
It's definitely the other way around. Daryl Stephen in the Ford Telstar for Maxima Performance Oils. 022 on the tree for Polito.
Oh, geez, it was close.
Yeah, 992 with an 8.
Yeah, so that's for Daryl Stephen and for Joe Polito, who runs a 10.02 with an 8 at 150 miles an hour. And Daryl Stephen runs a 9.92. Okay, so that's the end of, that brings to an end the second qualifier for Supergas. And when Steve comes back, I think I might get young Pat. What do we got in here? Oh, yeah, biker review, modified bike. Yeah. Okay. So we'll get that. So bikereview.com.au is the sponsor for this bracket, which just happens to be modified bike. Jeff Weigel over there in the rocket lane from Wallera Wing. Kawasaki gets out on the 062 up against Jesse Barnes, and looks like Weigel got there first. He runs a 10.151 at 140 and a 10.26 at 139 miles an hour for Jesse Barnes over there in the Europlow lane. Welcome back. Yes.
Thanks, mate.
Okay. Welcome back,
I thought
Pat.
I'd just jump in there. Bushy's just run over to race control just to let him know about that, getting Daryl Stevens from Joe Polito switched around. Yep. But I can take back over here with Mod Bike. We've got bikereview.com.au on board, of course. Robert Simmons down there has got out pretty cleanly. A red on the tree, but getting away quickly. Jimmy Jock Stewart has been on the money today with the reaction time, an 010 following an 020 earlier. It's really impressive. Jimmy Jock Stewart there, 10-0 on the ET, but great to see Jimmy staying in form. And next pairing up, we've got Michael Riches in the Aeroflow lane, Team Digger Motorsport, on board with the Hayabusa, and then Gareth Wilcox, another Team Digger competitor down there on the ZX14R. 008 for Gareth Wilcox. He will be chuffed with that one. Tuck down, Gareth. Get that head behind that screen. Stay out there. And he does. 9.44 with a 3 at 1.44. Gareth will be super happy about that.
If only they made the screens on these bikes a little bit bigger and make it so much easier.
Well, it's a trade-off, right? You can get a taller screen, and you'll get your head down, but then it's a taller screen for the wind to go over as well, right? Yes. So more this, more that, a bit of this, bit of that.
Just more horsepower solves everything.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. Albie Davidson from Team Digger Motorsport has his trophies going for top qualifier as well. I believe they've all decided to contribute to the pot down there at the moment. So it's good to see the bike guys getting behind themselves, putting a bit of skin in the game, as it were. You see Stephen Franks in the Aeroflow lane go through for a 10.22 and a 6.127, and Andy Phipps 10.83 with an 8 at 141. Should be a lot happier with that pass compared to the first one. And Stephen Franks will be a lot happier that his bike wasn't trying to ride the wheelie bars the first half of the track like it did earlier today.
I guess that's where you're grateful that you've got the wheelie bar there to lean on, as they say.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Lucas Nego down there on the Maltese Express in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Mark Davis in the Rocket lane. Davis way first and out in front at the moment. Will take the win across the finish line, 9:34 with a 5, 142 miles an hour. And Nego runs a 9:65 with a 0, 143 miles an hour.
So yeah, with just recapping on those little trophies that that Albie's done for mod bike top qualifier, the all the competitors have agreed to chip in $20 to their own little pot that they got down in the pit area there. So first time Albie put up the trophy and $100 cash. So Jeff Viegel took that. Second round, everyone was in with the $20, and then Sean Ricketts took home $340. Cold hard cash money. So everyone's pretty happy with that. They get themselves a nice little trophy that Albie's had made up, but he's going to ramp it up for the Nitro Champs. He was had a bit of admiration for the trophies that the NPRA, the No Prep guys, had with the 2200 DRA combination that we ran a couple of months or a month or so ago. So he's actually had the same company commission one for the bike classes. So he's commissioned to make 5. So they're going to do it for all the bike classes except for X bike, extreme bike, because it's they've made them an exhibition or something. So he's going to have little nameplates made up for junior drag bike, the mod bike, street bike, all those sorts of things, which is going to be really cool. So great initiative from Albie Davidson and Team Digger.
He's getting right behind the class that he races in, and anything with 2 wheels on it, really.
That's right,
which is fantastic. The camaraderie down there, I know, for Team Digger is pretty good, as we can see Albie down there behind Pete Studwick on that particular pass. And it's great to see that the sport of drag racing is not all about winning and losing. It's about having a bit of fun and building some friendships and camaraderie as well.
Definitely, and then convincing your family to do it as well. He's got his son Chris racing now in junior drag bike.
Well, I don't know if Chris needed much.
I probably didn't need
convincing. It was like, hey, Chris, do you want to do? Yes.
That's exactly right. So Chris is out there now. He's on Josh Burtonshaw's old bike, and he's not far behind. I've got to say, he ran a 9:52. Sorry, Josh, previously champion of junior drag bike here at Sydney Dragway, ran a 9:52 on that bike. Chris has just been licensed today, and he's run a 9:7.
So too much there, considering how many runs Josh had done on that bike, and Chris was just licensed. So be interesting to see how that story unfolds in the next 6 months or so.
Absolutely, it's great to see. So big shout out to all of those guys and all of our bike races out here as well.
And we've since moved in to street bike, Pratt. We've got Rob Gill down there on the start line on the Wimoto Kawasaki, taking on Adrian Watson in that screaming Yamaha R6 007. There's Mr. Bond again. He's appearing everywhere.
Absolutely.
How many's that we've seen? 4?
I think it might be 5.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I think it might be 5 007 reaction times today. It's either 4 or 5, but one of them was a red.
Oh, okay.
So it depends on whether or not you count it. I can't remember.
Bond just left early.
That's right. So, great to see that. And a big thanks to Heavy Duty Magazine for coming on board and sponsoring street bike category here at Sydney Dragway. Round 3 of the 2025 Championship Series. We've got John Puckridge there in the Street 675 Triumph and Colin Northcote on the Diavel.
I think I noticed with the Diavel, you sit quite upright on that bike.
Yeah, it is. It's more of an upright. A lot of people sort of called it a sports cruiser.
Yes.
Which anyone that owns a Diavel myself previously included, would take offence to.
Yes.
But it's not a cruiser, all right? It's not a cruiser. But yeah, definitely a lot more upright, not a traditional sports bike.
Well, you want to be able to walk when you get off it.
Yeah.
Is that what it's,
It helps.
about? Yeah.
It certainly helps. But a cool thing. So that was Street Bike, brought to you by Heavy Duty Magazine, and that will bring us back around into Street Fighter. Hadouken.
I don't know. Some of our
I
viewers
like it
might know
bushy.
I stole that from Matt Kavanagh, but
Yeah, well, that's fine.
I'll give him credit.
Why not?
I don't know if a lot of our viewers will know what we're even talking about. Yeah,
Yeah, Street Fighter.
it was a very popular video game back in the 80s.
Extremely.
Yeah,
Well, it's still popular now if you're in that sort of scene.
yeah, if you like the retro stuff. Denny Stadelmeyer goes 001 on the tree, but on the red side.
Tanny. And we should reiterate that that's manually shifted AU Falcon, the mighty AU.
And a 13.90, 98 mile an hour across the finish line. Jamie Birtles in the other lane, a 13.86. Oh, okay, here we go. We've got auntie and nephew on the start line right now, just trying to family trees. Megan White on the start line in the Holden Tracks, running for Fine Line Motorsport. She went 001 red, I think it was on the last run.
Yep.
So taking on William McNamara.
Oh, she's crept through again.
Oh, big time that round.
Yep. But William went with her as well.
Yeah.
An 084. We've already said that Mum needs to be driving the car next round.
Well, I want to know when that's going to happen. Yeah. It's been talked about. And a 17.25 with an 8.81 mile an hour for Will. He'll get there first performance-wise. And a 17.91 with a 5 at 77 mile an hour for Megan in the Aeroflow lane. Now, I dare say, in good fun, I went down to Brett's pit after the last round, and the ribbing that poor Jake got for his reaction time in his first round of racing. I think he might have a little bit of ammunition back.
No
this
holds
time.
barred?
No,
Yeah,
that was
okay.
actually it's pretty brutal. But you know,
I was actually going to ask. I wonder
family
what happens down there when Meg gets back. Does Brett go, "Don't worry, darling, you did a great job," or does he just unleash and say, "I can't believe"?
Well,
because that's a pretty fine line, pardon the pun, to walk.
Yeah.
When it's your wife.
Well, no, I mean it's all banter, but you've got to be willing to get it when you give it. You know what I mean?
That's right.
That's
exactly right. Yeah, that's right. Next time Brett's racing, Meg might be able to say, "Well, what was that?"
I can see you laughing down there, Kelly. It's all right.
Good deal. All right, next pairing. We just had Jaden Melham and Christopher Rillis head down there. A pair of reds on the tree, but close racing nonetheless, a 14.71 to a 14.91. Next up, we've got Ben Roberts in the Ford Falcon in the Aeroflow lane, and Ashley Vincent in the VE Commodore in the Rocket lane. Ashley's out here very, very regularly in this VE.
From Marimba. Is
Yeah.
this up
That's up north, yep.
Just on the way up to
Towards
Gosford.
Newcastle. Yeah, Gosford, yeah. She's got away with a 104 reaction time down there. Ben Roberts a little bit too keen, 076.
I guess this is another class that's definitely growing in popularity as well, and it's fantastic we're seeing younger drivers coming here as well. Hopefully an offshoot from our off-street Wednesday night Aeroflow race for real nights that we have here.
That's right.
Doesn't matter how fast your car is, it's all about getting out here and having a bit of fun.
Well, Bushy, if you come to a Wednesday night and you're Johnny on the tree, and you get the reaction time, you run a perfect reaction time, you might get the jackpot, some cash, and that gives you some cash in your pocket to enter the track championships.
Yes.
And then you might get a trophy as well.
Correct.
So you're sort of winning on both sides.
It's all,
You know?
and then the track wins too, because
that's right. We've got more entries.
Yeah.
It's all working.
Swings and roundabouts. It's all good.
Exactly right. So come out, cut a good reaction time, enter the track championships, take home a trophy, and brag to all your mates.
Yep.
You know.
Exactly.
My daily driver won a championship and some cash.
Correct.
That's not a bad deal.
Well, I mean, case in point, we've got Guy Greenland down there on the start line in his Commodore long roof. This is not the quicker of the two.
No.
This one's the V6 model, I believe.
Yep.
And Sean Dartnell in the the Rocket Lane, leaves with an 066, that little I-30 manually shifted, runs 16:47 with a 1, 83 miles an hour. Greenland gets there first with the Commodore, 16:23 with a 2, 86 miles an hour.
That's right. And don't just disregard the ETs, because Sean still took home a trophy last round.
Yeah, he did.
He was the champion.
I reckon Greenland needs one of those some sort of whistle device, so we think it's the supercharger.
So we think it's the supercharger. Yeah. I did mean to try and spot him this morning when I got to the track, and I went for a bit of a walk just to have a look around. I did mean to spot him and ask him how, whether he's retired the other wagon or if he's just taking a break from Super Street or whatever it might be. But nonetheless, we'll have to check that out. Cheryl Ogden on the way down the Aeroflow lane there in the green VE Commodore up against Michael Zara in WH Statesman. Michael Zara, nice 0.83 reaction time for the big long wheelbase Statesman down there. 15:73 with a 6 at 87 to a 15:67 for Ogden in the Aeroflow lane.
Now, Patrick Giddens, we're talking.
Yep.
Now, he's in a Commodore.
Yep.
The Giddens are all Ford.
Yeah.
What's the GO there, Pat?
Not sure. Not sure.
Not saying, just saying.
Yep. No, let's not cross into that family contradiction, but maybe we can ask Pete or Wes.
Yes.
Whether or not he's still part of the family or if he's been banned. We'll have to figure it out. But either way, he's run a clean pass down there. He's left a cherry on the tree, but that's okay. He still gets away with it for the last time today. So Pat's going to have to tighten up a little bit. Glenn Featherstone a bit off the reaction time there with the VZ Commodore. He's usually pretty sharp.
Yeah, I mean, as racers get experience, typically we start to see their reaction times improve and their consistency improve and that sort of thing. But we are human, and occasionally we do make mistakes or not quite as good as what we expect. There might have been a small distraction. I don't know.
That's right. But if you're looking for some extra experience and a bit of extra track time, we're here today for the track championships. Yes. But tomorrow we're back again. Race for Real, the Sunday session. It's brought to you by Aeroflow Performance. We'll be here again tomorrow, the 13th of April, where you can get your cars back out. And you can come out and run what you brung.
Yes.
You can use it as a test session if you want. You can use it as just having a bit of fun. Sometimes it's not always easy to get to the track on a Wednesday night, depending on where you live and where you work and your hours and all that sort of thing. But most people are free on a Sunday.
Yep.
So big bonus. Aeroflow Performance products have gotten behind the Sunday sessions again this year.
Yep. Kicking off from around 10 a.m.
Yep.
And
through about 4:30.
Usually scheduled to finish at about 4.
Yep.
So plenty of opportunity there to get some runs in.
Yep.
And of course, if you like burnouts, Patrick.
Oh yes.
Now,
I'm a fan of a burnout.
One of our biggest burnout shows of the year is Good Friday burnouts here at Sydney Dragway, and that will be, of course, Good Friday, which is only less than a week away now.
That's right. Yep. It's only a few days away, and one of our biggest, I think, if not the biggest, maybe for the exception of something like Nitro Champs, but Good Friday gets a massive turnout.
Yes.
Absolutely huge. Massive pro burnout cars. There's also, your entry-level guys as well that get a run there, but there's a ton of, I think there's more blowers that turn up to Good Friday than to in one of our track championship combinations.
Yes.
So no shortage on excitement there. We've got a huge following in the burnout community, and it'll be great to see Good Friday back out at the pit at Sydney Dragway.
Following that, I believe our next event is a test and tune here on the 26th of April. Of course, that is for all teched cars and license holders, the test and tune. And they typically run from around 10 till 4, I think. But of course, check out the track's website for more detail on that. I believe entry is probably closing pretty soon. If you do want to get your car out and have a run at that event, you'd have to get your entry in so that we can secure your spot.
And keep your eye out as well if you are interested in test and tune. Sydney Dragway have actually just started to run the premium test and tune, which is a smaller field, smaller entry list. So you're pretty well guaranteed more time on track.
Yep.
For those, it does have a little bit of a premium cost involved, but you're buying the track time.
Yes.
So great idea to keep it out. But for absolutely everyone that's interested in getting some extra laps down, test and tune on the 26th of April. So 2 weeks.
Yes. And of course that would be leading into our Nitro Champs here, which will be from the 2nd to the 4th of May at Sydney Dragway. If you like your nitro fueled machines, that is the event for you. We will see top fuel and of course Nitro Funny Car. There'll be Pro Slammer there. There'll be also Top Bike, of course, those crazy people that get on board these slow 6-second motorcycles.
Damien Muscat
yes.
on Nitro Phoenix just recently joined the 5-second club. Second person in Australia ever to run a 5-second pass. Obviously after Chris Matheson, Nitro Voodoo. Damo's obviously had a little bit of help, bit of work to progress there, and they managed to run that number down at the Bend, I believe, last weekend.
Okay, well, so it should be a fantastic show, and let's hope that Damien can repeat that performance here at Sydney Dragway.
And let's not forget the other pro categories as well. So Pro Stock, of course, Pro Alcohol, Pro Mod, Pro Stock Motorcycle, also joining the Aeroflow Sportsman series. So a lot of our competitors that you'll see here today for the track champs will be running it.
Yeah, and
Nitro Champs.
An absolutely fantastic event. Get your tickets. They'll be online through the track's website, and we hope to see each and every one of you here at Sydney Dragway.
And then, of course, we cannot forget the Sydney Euro Motor Festival, which has been rescheduled.
Yes.
So very unfortunately, we got a bit of a weather delay, shall we call it? We had to postpone the event from a couple of weeks ago, but Sydney Euro Motor Festival has been rescheduled to the 28th of June. It's being brought to you by Precision Racing, and XPEL is supporting the show and shine. So there's going to be roll racing, drag racing, show and shine, trade stands, corporate facilities, and food trucks. There's a heap of sponsors on board that have gotten involved in that. Obviously, the popularity and the tunability of European vehicles now has led to them being so common in the marketplace. So we've got Sydney Euro Motor Festival. They've come along and they're going to put on this amazing event here at Sydney Dragway. So make sure you stay tuned for that. Tickets are available online, and you can still enter your car as well. So jump online. You can go to the Sydney Dragway website, or you can follow Sydney Euro Motor Festival on Instagram. So check that one out.
There's certainly plenty happening here in the next month or two at Sydney Dragway, as is always. And of course, we will also have the Aeroflow Race for Real every Wednesday night if you want to come out and have a crack at the Christmas tree for the jackpot that Pat mentioned.
Yep.
Goes up $300 every Wednesday.
Yeah, did we have a jackpot winner on?
No, we did not. No. So next week will be $1,200. Nice little kick along to your racing budget.
$1,200. That's like 4 weekends of track champs for a street fighter.
Yes,
I would say so. Or
I like how you're working in that commodity. That's
you've got to think. Well, it's everything's expensive these days, right, Bushy? So
so there could be a set of tyres and
fuel, all those things. Well, that's what like when we were talking about Albie and Team Digger doing the trophies for Mod Bike.
Yeah.
There's some guys that travel quite a long way.
Yes. Yep.
So if everyone's chipped in $20 and it equals $300, that might be your fuel to get here and back for the weekend, which again is no cheap expense.
No, and I mean, the $20 is $20, but it certainly adds up when the more people obviously throwing into the pot makes it a worthwhile thing to win in terms of money.
Absolutely.
And if there's only 2 of you, it's you know what I mean. Yeah.
But getting back to those, the cash that you can win. Obviously, there's the reaction time. But we also had the Odyssey Batteries gift voucher for best overall performing and presented V8 on the V8 theme night.
Yeah, so usually on a theme night there's an extra little gift, and we had an additional thing for free entry into next week.
Yes,
which was won by the 69
Corvette, Josh Cap.
Corvette. Yeah, so if you'd won all 3, there's a pretty little prize pool to walk away with for a Wednesday night.
That's
beats working for a Wednesday. That's for sure.
Absolutely.
I don't know about you, Pat, but for me.
You know what they say, Bushy. An average day at the track is better than a good day at work. So, hope my boss isn't listening. Well, yes, as you mentioned, Bushy, there is a ton going on here at Sydney Dragway. There are so many weekends that are locked down with events going forward throughout the year, and more getting worked on as we speak. But currently we are here for round 3 of the New South Wales Track Championships here for 2025. We're about to get into Boosted Outlaws.
No, modified eliminator.
No, sorry.
That's
I
all
got mistaken because I saw Zach Palm walking around kicking the track down there earlier on, and I just made an assumption that it was Boosted Outlaws.
It's okay. It's all good. The segue was perfect. It was
that was
awesome timing.
It was all right, just failed again.
It's not a failure if you try and get.
Yeah, well, there you go. You might know, Bushy. I said to Les, I've got to try and get down and speak to Danielle McCaskill and find out what the story is with Raphael, the Ninja Turtle, that her crew member is always carrying.
The debris stopper that goes in the scoop.
Yep. Is that what it's used for?
Well, I'm thinking I've seen them used before for that.
Yeah.
There might be some other meaning that I've just completely destroyed.
Yeah. Well,
by saying that I use it to
just shove it in a scoop. I have to go down and find it.
I'm sorry, Danielle.
Yeah.
Pat will go and ask the question.
I will, yeah. When I get the opportunity to leave this box at some time today, I'll ask the question and find out. So
now I can see that we've just had a little bit of a track prep, and of course there is some scattered cloud here at Sydney Dragway. So the track temp fluctuating a fraction,
changing around.
Yeah, because there was a couple of runs in some of our categories before where the track was in full shade.
Yep.
Where now it's just sort of marked, I guess you could say, from the clouds.
Yeah, well, like prior to the 60, there's a bit of shade.
Yeah.
But it's moving right now, so it's coming back towards the tower. And it's not full shade either. It's just partial. So that's and that type of change in weather is going to change the air a little bit as well, I guess. So possibly. But there's plenty of people here that have got plenty of laps under their belt, plenty of experience tuning and adjusting for changing weather conditions. So let's see what Chelsea Smith and Daniel McCaskill can lay down here.
Barrett Peacock, Chev Power, rear engine Dragsters on the start line. The tree will count down. McCaskill away first fractionally with an 0.42, light to a 5.42 there for Smith. And McCaskill will take the W across the finish line, 7.31 with a 5, 181 miles an hour to a 7.53 with a 4 at 178.
Actually ever so close to that sub 1 second 60 as well. McCaskill 105 in the 60 for the Dragster there. I believe earlier was 107. So working up on the short track tune.
How would you do that, Pat? Just a little bit more in the two-step?
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a few different ways that you can go about it. Depending on the track conditions, you can work with tyre pressures even, because there's a certain amount of wheel speed that you want to get when you let go of the button.
Yeah.
Because you don't necessarily want those big tyres to dead hook. So balancing that out. But yes, two-step RPM. You can bump that up maybe 100 RPM depending on the way that the vehicle reacts to it. You know, in the case of an auto car, obviously converter, and you can restrict how much you can bring it up. Can be tune-up, can be timing around that sort of area that can just give the car a little bit more torque or power low down. So definitely a few different ways you can work around it. We've seen Mark Bull get out with a really nice light there, an 014 in the rocket lane, across for a 782 at 166. And Brooke Ravisada 818 with a 2 at 166 mile per hour, also in the Aeroflow lane.
Nice pass from both races there. Now our next pair up will be Jess Turner in the ETS Race Fuels. Higgins heads back, rear engine Dragster taking on Paul Lynette over there in the rocket lane from Warragul. 434 on board Paul.
I spoke to briefly when I ducked up to grab a coffee
Yes.
years ago from.
See, we do
from-
let you out.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, from Denise and going up to donuts.
To buy donuts and
Yeah,
coffee.
the donuts and coffee. That's what's most important. Spoke to Jess and a dad up there, and I asked about nitrous
Yes.
on that combination. So they used to run, and then they went away from it a little bit. And they said they do have the nitrous engine ready to go, the 440 from memory, Cuba, and then possibly a second option that they may well run for Nitro Champs.
Okay.
But they've decided that for the Track Champ series, the 350 is working pretty well because they're going to run in that 770 range as they have done. And it has proven last time out, Jess was able to win without the nitrous.
Yes.
So,
Well, I mean, the car's certainly no slouch without that. We saw it dip into the sixes with it.
Yep.
But of course, it's a completely different launch. The way the car handles with that extra horsepower, obviously. The car's certainly capable of holding it, but, you know, it's just one of those things that 7/10 of a second difference is fairly
significant.
significant.
And you also it brings the reliance on your reaction time and your dialing back to the driver.
Yes.
I guess when you don't have that horsepower to sort of go, well, I think maybe they're going to come around me, but not really. So you can't rely on the engine to save the bacon, as it were. But yeah, keen to see what comes from the crew next time out. For now, let's have a look at Steve Hersler and Alison Stewart down on track.
308 in the Dragster. Haven't called one of them for a long time in a Dragster. They're all double that now.
Yep.
And some.
That's right.
Most of them. But we've got a Ford power plant over there for Alison Stewart, 440 cubic inches of Ford in the LA lubricants screen Dragster of Alison Stewart, who's left 19 thousandths too soon. 026 on the tree for Hersler. That's not too bad, but a little bit of fume out of the car at half track. And
bit of smoke for Hersler down there as well in the Aeroflow lane, and yeah, it wasn't bad on the reaction time, but the car didn't seem to get away very cleanly either. The short track there.
it's a white fume now, but it looked blue to me as he made his way down the racing track. So our track crew just checking that out. Of course, the last thing we want on any drag strip is any sort of fluid or debris, and of course our track officials are just doing this Sydney Dragway shuffle where they drag their feet across the racing line of the racetrack, or wall to centre line, of course, but obviously focusing on where the car was positioned in the lane, and if you see that they bend over and then drag their hand, they just want a little bit more technical advice from the body, a bit of feedback, a bit better feedback.
Yeah.
So
absolutely, and it's because it's tricky. You don't always know. You can't just look at the surface because it might look shiny because of the prep and the way that's been scrubbed and all that sort of thing. And you've really got to feel and see if there is something more than just moisture or if it's oil or whatever it is. But Sydney Dragway crew are one of the best around. You can see Greg Hannaford down here in the little Fiat Topolino, Bushy. I'm not super familiar with this car. Have you seen it before?
I've seen it before. Greg's been racing it for a little while now. Only a little 179 Holden power plant on, but definitely built period correct with the Holden 6 in what I assume is a very lightweight car. Looking at, hasn't got big tyres, hasn't got the open body, obviously fiberglass Fiat Topolino, a very, very popular body style from the 60s and 70s.
Yep.
I am collecting the Fiat Topolino scale models of the time too, slowly as I can find them.
Adding them together,
So I'm a bit of a fan of the Fiat, I'm not going to lie. But definitely when they're like that, almost like a standard wheelbase, just sort of stretched a little bit.
Yep.
And Greg's out there running a category that he can afford to race, not only monetary wise, but also time wise to service it and whatnot. And yeah, I'm a bit of a fan of the paintwork on it as well. But as I say, it all
like
sort of ties together to the build of the car.
And I think even the paint type that they've used is a bit more period correct as well, right? Like it does, and this is in no way, I don't mean that in any way negatively. I mean that back when you would have built that car, when say originally, there wasn't, people weren't using 2-pack and glitter flake and all that sort of maybe a bit of glitter flake, but it was more acrylics. It was more, so it's really, really period correct. You nailed it with that one.
But I've sort of noticed recently, correct me if I'm wrong here, Pat, but to me, the nostalgia movement seems very strong in modified eliminator of late. As we can see Adam down there giving the roaming cam live shots up to our live stream and the big screen here at the racetrack. There is another front engine car down there of Mark Tanswell. Another Holden powered car as well. So not always is the V8 the best way. Like you look at Mark's car, it would be a lot lighter than the car, say, of Brooke Rapazada or something like that with a V8 in it. But we see, the Holden 6 was a fairly popular choice back in the day because they were plentiful.
There were so many of them.
It's like the Ecotech V6 of now, with the burnout pads trying their best to limit that supply. But certainly the Holden 6 power plant was a popular option back in the day.
Yeah, and so well supported as well. I mean, you got obviously the Johnny Z with the cylinder heads, Phil Irving heads. Back in the day.
There were, it's almost like the LS of the 70s in the sense of.
Again, they were as readily available as in the sort of the 2010s mark, right? And V8s were rare.
Well,
at the time,
and expensive. You know, like if you had a small block Chev back in the day, you were the bee's knees because it was an import. It wasn't something that came out of an Australian built car.
Exactly.
And I think that keeping that movement alive is pretty cool, and certainly modified eliminator, one of those ones that you can compete still running the traditional power plants of the day as well. Because it is a dial your own class. I'm sure running against a 6-second rear engine car coming past you is not easy. No. But you can still take the win. That's the point that I'm making. There we go. I was right.
There you go.
Yep.
The Ninja Turtle does go in the scoop. All right.
Which one is that though? There was 4.
It's Raphael.
It is
because he's got size.
Okay.
I said earlier today I wasn't sure if it was Raphael or Michelangelo, but I saw the size. I'm a nerd, and
you've obviously got a lot better memory than me too.
Yeah.
Or you've got kids, either.
Well, I don't know. I've got a 3-year-old that would have no idea what Ninja Turtles is. But see, Jess Turner's got a wombat.
Oh, does she?
I just saw her come back down there. She's got a wombat in her air scoop. Danny McCaskill has a Ninja Turtle, so there you go.
Is the wombat head first or?
No, he's on the way out of the, on the way out of the wombat hole. I don't know, but at least we've got cars fired up and we're about to go racing again.
I thought it was a little bit. Or was it a cringe laugh?
No. I never cringe at you, Bushy. All right, so it looks like Greg Hannaford is going to make a solo pass. Mark Tanswell, they're turning his car around and taking it back in, so obviously found something that wasn't quite right. I did see the crew looking at something at the front of the engine, which is a shame for them. Is that Brooke Rapazada's front engine dragster? That is a beautiful looking LED. All right, here goes Gregory Hannaford in the Topolino. 178.64. Topolino.
And runs on through for a 12.51 with a 7, 108 miles an hour across the finish line.
Nothing to be sneezed at. 12.51 at 179. up, we have Matt Welsh.
Another pair of front engine cars.
Yeah, and Gary Durrington, that's right. So, yeah, bit of a difference in power plant though. We've got the 406 Cube Chevy in the Mountainside Meets. Welsh Racing, Bio Race Fuel, Southern Engine Reconditioning, City Science Space. Sponsored Dragster against Gary Durrington with the 202 Holden. Gary's car has been a bit of a mixed bag recently. It's been performing really well, and then just thrown like these weird big dodges to the left every now and again.
Oh, handling wise.
Yeah, handling wise.
Maybe he's up the performance a little bit, just trying to work out where the chassis is at, perhaps.
That Welsh, really great 0.15 reaction time there. Crosses through for an 8.58 with a 9 at 1.51.
That'd be one of his quickest passes, I think. 8.58 with a 9. He was running 60s, I think, last time around.
Very good. Yeah, I can see crew member down there, some fist bumps. So that's a good deal. Move across here with Peter Brown back out again, Sims Integrated Solutions. Denaro Dragster up against George Bukarushliev in the Race Match Direct, APD Carbs front engine Dragster. Of course, that sweet little dragster that George put together himself in his garage, I believe.
Has this got the new code?
I'm not sure if it's the new one.
Because he has one
Yes.
on Marketplace for sale, and it's got a photo of the dragster, so I'm assuming it's
This could be the new one. Yeah. The new one. Or he's using it until he sells it.
just keeping everything
Still in vehicle.
yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, let's face it, you can have it out in half an hour.
That's right. Yeah. Available after Saturday. All right, great light from Pete Brown there, 002, 035 from George.
Pete Brown out in front across the finish line, 7.58 with an 8, 179 miles an hour to a 7.89 with a 7 at 170 mile an hour. So that little LS power car not too far
I
behind.
think that might be the new one, right? 170 miles per hour. And a naturally aspirated 365 Cube LS. Got a feeling that might be the new one. It's a bit more mile per hour than George normally runs. Could be wrong. Could be wrong. It's happened lots of times. All right, Harrison Fletcher back out again. He had a really good reaction time earlier today. Also up against Peter Carlton in that Swale Industries Dragster. Maxville Mower and Auto Centre on board in the program.
Maxwell's like
It's up
the
north.
opposite.
Yeah, it's got the inland bit.
006, nice light there for Carlton. I think he went really well in the first round. For him too.
010 for Fletcher as well, so both very competitive. 887 with a 7 at 146 to a 906 with a 6 at 146 per hour. So interesting combination through.
Yeah, I think that's the last pair of modified eliminator. We're now moving into Top Sportsman, and they are about to run down their third round of qualifying.
Yep, absolutely. It's Q3? Q2? It's Q2.
Q2.
Yeah, Q2, because you just had track prep, right?
Yep. And of course, Mix Metal Roofing, the proud sponsors of Top Sportsman here for the Track Championship Series this year.
Absolutely, and we should say also, as Modified ends, a big thanks to Platinum Powder Coating for their support on the Modified Classic. But yeah, great to see Mixed Metal Roofing on board again with Top Sportsman, which has a good field here today. Great field, well supported.
I'm guessing they're all going to be doing a little bit of prep for the Nitro Champs. Of course, Top Sportsman is a very exciting category, but there was a time when the numbers weren't as fantastic as they had been. But of course, you know, these cars aren't cheap to run, and of course, you know, the time constraints as well.
20 odd entries today.
Yeah, wow, it's a very strong field in Top Sportsman. Nice wheels up launch from the Escort van 004.
005 red from Greg Fowler in the rocket lane. But, yeah, that little Beretta is still motoring on down the track. 759 with a 9 at 181. So yeah, that's what happens when you put a 632 in a Beretta. Good to see, but yeah, the Flying Carrot is dialed in today. 004 reaction time for Leo Georges is quite impressive. I remember a couple of rounds ago, or maybe towards the end of last year, they were having a few gremlins with that car, like getting it to come off the line cleanly and stage nicely.
Which, the Escort? Or
The panel van. Yeah. But that's obviously all been sorted out.
Well, I think with some of these things too, Kate, as a racer, you get to a point where you sort your combination, and then you turn around and go, you know what, I want to run.
Yeah.
And then that brings about a different procedure, more RPM, and then you go work out, now the chassis is not happy, so how do I fix that? Have they got to go to new tyres?
Yep. Perceivably...
So you start the sequence again to get back to the consistency.
Perceivably better parts don't always equal an instant improvement.
Yes.
In inverted commas, we said better parts.
Just ask any driver.
Yeah.
Spending $1,000,000 on parts.
That's right, then take a step back. Yeah, or go slower until you figure out what that new combination needs, and off you go. But we've got James Barnes out there in the MK Trails and VG Mustang company, Stephen Fowler in the Fowler Freight Manager of GXP. 001 reaction time for Fowler and minus 016 for Barnes in the Europlow lane. 104.60 for Fowler. Crosses for a 693 and 201 miles per hour. That's 762 cubic inch Chevy. Is all in the mail out there. Stout burnout for Nathan Cooper in the All Vehicle Services Holden Gemini. He's got a 370 cubic inch small block Chevy there.
I quite like this car, Pat. It just sits really nice.
The Chevy?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's good set of tyres on it, shiny wheels. You both know what shiny.
Yeah, shiny.
A little bit of a different colour too.
Yep.
Yep. It's not a black or a white or whatever it might be. So
Yep.
Suits the race car. It suits the shape, I think, and it's a strong little runner.
Yeah, and Nathan seems to be getting, Nathan and his crew seem to be getting their heads around the whole setup as well. So it's interesting. It's got the little wheelie bar, just the single wheelie bar on the back of that, which is not exactly sure the theory behind it.
Is this model Gemini?
Oh yeah, it's true.
Any Gemini? When was the last time you saw a Gemini on the road?
Not me. I saw one of the later ones. The
TF square ones.
Yeah, I saw one of those the other day, and actually, at first, I went, "What is that?" And I went, "Oh yeah, I remember those." So 018 reaction time for Cooper, getting away really cleanly in that Gemini. Stu Bennett having a bit more success this time, not bumping through the lights, not heading towards the sky, the front end of the car as well. So great to see a clean pass from Stu Bennett. But obviously they're just taking things a little bit easy to make sure that that car gets down the track. 11.0108 is not indicative of the performance inside that run. Okay, and everyone's favourite 1200 down there again with the 2J on board. Massive mile per hour.
Which means
big horsepower, that's right. Yep. That turbo life, big turbo life for Scott Cousins down there, and Brett O'Connor. So looks like the car is a little bit happier this time round.
Yeah, he had. I was doing the camera, so I was only listening to the car. It's rev up.
Yeah, he came back. He did a bit of a burnout, and then he came back there back to back, and I think he tried to clear it out. And it was like it had a limiter at 3,000 RPM or something. So it wasn't real happy, and the voice was told to cut it off. But certainly seems a bit happier there. We saw the nitrous purge to bottle pressure where it needs to be, and that 636 cubic inch big block happy to breathe in all of the nitrous. We have seen some mega mile per hour out of Brett's car previously, so let's see where we can go on this one. Whoa, big hit. Still not happy. Looked like a couple of nitrous backfires there from Brett's car, but Scott Cousins runs on through for a 766 with 184 mile per hour. That's a 1200 coupe. I'll just remind everyone, 184 mile per hour in a Datsun coupe.
At about what, 94 inch basis?
Yeah, that's right. With a 3-litre engine in it too. So really impressive. real shame for the O'Connor guys, Jay's Custom Fabrications, Creative Displays and Joinery, and Jenkins Performance Engines on board. It just doesn't seem to be going their way this morning.
Well, I mean, the car has been fairly flawless up until recently.
It's one of my favourite cars, honestly. I love the thing. As you know, Bushy, I'm sort of a turbo guy, but
yes.
Big block with a whole heap of nitrous is hard to go past.
I think that's the beauty of drag racing, Pat, and we're lucky that we get to see all the cars up here, from our commentary position, and we have our things that we really, really like, but we can look at something and go, you know what, that's cool. And it might not be the car that we want to own, but we can look at something and go, that's an awesome setup.
For sure. On the flip side of that, though, it means that we get a little bit, like, oh, maybe I should get one of those.
Yes.
Oh, maybe I should get one of these.
Yeah,
maybe we get one of those. Yeah. Exactly. Well, looks like everything is going to be okay in the deep end of the track. I can't see Brett's car stuck down there anywhere, so we should be back underway shortly once everyone's moved out of the way and everyone's safe. And then we'll continue on down here. Big shout out to everyone, of course, on the live stream out there, all the YouTube crew, the user guys, Palvan Man, Scott, Wilcox, who else is out there? Gypsy, Spillman, how you doing? Good to see you. Shane Beekman is on there as well. We had Mark, I think, Mike from Knoxville, Tennessee, earlier on. Mike Simpson. So plenty of people tuning in all around the world to see our wonderful track championship races here at Sydney Dragway. And moving on in Top Sportsman, we've got Lisa Sargent in Sargent's Roofing, Camaro, and Josh Boshkovich, Wilding Motorsport Merch, XA Coupe.
Boskowicz went into the 7-second zone last meeting.
Yep.
So, and also
ran 8001 earlier today.
Yeah. So depending on weather conditions, I guess we'll see if he can repeat the 7-second time slip.
Yep.
I'm sure he would like to.
Yep. Well, everyone seemed very happy down on the start line when he went 8001, which is obviously working in the right direction. So he's got that big nitrous purge. And the dry hop. Here it comes. There she goes. Gotta love it. We love to see it.
I used to think pro stock back in the 70s, you do 4 of them before you go. The clutch must have been like red hot by the time.
Yeah.
That's after 2 burnouts.
Yeah.
Well, they did one for the tyre and then they put the VHT on it. Well, Boskowicz moving around and lifting that left front. The chassis working overtime, as is Josh on the wheel. Sargent through
799.
There you go.
I was pretty keen to announce that. Sorry, Bushy. I was very excited. Good to see from Josh. He's got his hands full down there, and even less time to sort it all out with the current tune-up. So good to see. Lisa Sargent, unfortunately, left before the third amber down there, but ran 856 to 170. It is still qualifying for this category, so get away with it.
We see there was 7 mile an hour more for Sargent on an 850.
I think I noticed there was a bit of a bobble for Lisa after she let go. She went through with that red. I think she might have hesitated on the throttle possibly. But nonetheless, we've got Joe Gattalari back out here in the Aeroflow lane. Our 2024 winner started off the day really well with a 0001 on the tree. Tony Heisman's not far behind there in the Auto 1 orange Chevy Camaro. Also got Great Western Auto Wreckers on board. Wild kit down there, and this VL Commodore from the Gattalari camp. It's done some laps here at Sydney Dragway.
Sure has. 8.16. Red on the tree for Heisman. Got a 004 green for Gadalari in the Aeroflow lane. Heisman will get there first. 8.04 with a 5. 167 miles an hour to an 8.54 with an 8. At 160 for Gadalari in the VL.
Carried almost the same difference in mile per hour from the 8th to the quarter between Heisman and Gadalari. 129, 136, 160, 167.
We were talking, or Stewie was talking to Ali out of back down.
Oh,
the Lancer on Wednesday.
There you go, yep.
Do you know that thing puts 50 mile an hour on a top end?
It's a lot of
It's
boosting.
That's ridiculous. Well, he said if he got a 1.560, he was going to go to 85 pound boost. So I want to know what he's running on now. Back in the day, a fuel car went 50 mile an hour top from the second up.
Yeah. It's pretty wild. It's pretty wild what they've been doing with those 4G engines and Evos and turbo technology and whatnot. 037 light from Joe Sorbello. John Beckingham again looking towards the centre line. That thing's been a bit of a handful off the line today. At 850 with a 1 at 157 for Beckingham and 876 at 156 for Sorbello. Have you seen that 180 SX?
Yes.
Before?
Yeah. He runs it quite a bit on Wednesday nights.
Yeah, okay, Wednesday nights. That's what. See, I'm missing out on Wednesday nights, Bushy.
You should be watching the live stream, mate.
I might have to come back.
There's no excuse.
I might have to come back for Wednesday nights.
Do a remote commentary. The delay is going to be a problem.
Yeah, it might be like, wow, that was a great pass. And then meanwhile, the next guy's doing a burnout.
It was 30 seconds ago.
Good deal. All right, we've got the Big O back out here. He's on a solo. Owen James in the OAC Engineering Ford Cortina. This is, I'm going to get it wrong. This is next Jim Denaro. Polito.
Yes.
Sorry. Yep. Yes. A name that everyone knew that I was going to get wrong. Yeah. Shot at Owen James at 9.07 with a 6 at 146 miles per hour. Left a bit early on that one as well, so something not 100% correct with that combination. But good to see this Rodeo back out again of Darren Moody.
Now, I think Darren must have a thing for utes.
Yeah.
Because he's had this car. He also ran I believe, was an FJ ute that he had for a while as well. And I think I saw Darren Moody plumbing on something else.
Yeah, okay.
And it was a ute.
Well, mate, you know, it's just, utes are just two-door coupes with big boots. So, you know.
True. I do like the red on this Rodeo. The car looks absolutely fantastic. But coming out of the SCF race cars, you wouldn't expect anything less.
No, that's true.
And West End Performance prepped a 582 cube big block Chev, which tells us that there's a lot of potential in this car and to run in Top Sportsman. Actually, it's actually AA, so I'm wondering what's going on there.
Could it be Pro Charged?
Doesn't sound like it.
Doesn't sound like it's Pro Charged. Maybe, well, I don't know, nitrogen should have a big sticker on the back of it.
I haven't seen it put, but perhaps it's aiming to do that later.
It could be, yeah, it could be something, because it's just licensing with the car, so.
All right, and a 990 with a 7. Good super gas time. He only went 108 mile an hour though, so.
Can you jump categories halfway through the
meeting director's discretion.
There you go. All right. Good to see. So, we had.
I think we've got the supercharged Outlaws cars towing through now. We
Boosted
can see.
Outlaws,
Sorry, yes, boosted Outlaws. We've got Tim Gruber there, and we can see the Sergeant car towards the back of the lanes.
Absolutely.
And they're in front of the yellow cone, so that tells us that they're on their way through the tunnel.
Definitely. So that was Mixed Metal Roofing Top Sportsman, Q2, which is all done. And we should move into the Iconico Boosted Outlaws. And we have Anthony Ball down there in the lanes, and Chris Denny, Denny Family Racing front engine dragster.
Hasn't Denny come ahead leaps and bounds?
Certainly has. Been killing it on the tree. The whole family is right behind it. So let's have a listen to the Boosted Outlaws in action. Right, Bull is moving into stage. Denny joins him. Edging forward here. All right, both into stage now. Up on Tuesday. Big hit. 0-2-1 reaction time for Bull. 0-4-0 for Denny. They're both into it the whole way down. Clean passes. 7.47 with an 8 at 185 mile per hour for Bull. A 7.65 with a 6 at 172 for Chris Denny. Really clean passes, great effort from both crews down there.
You can see the Denny crew down there clapping hands. So was
absolutely.
that a PB, guys, or
no PB?
but just a really clean pass?
Okay,
That's good.
Chris did his job. Everyone's just happy he did his job. Yeah. All right, good deal. Next pairing will be Zach Palm in the bowling Dragster. So he couldn't get forward gear.
Oh, you need
last
that.
pass out. Yeah, generally. Maybe we could do it in reverse. Like just turn the Dragster
Turn it
around.
around.
Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure they don't have reverse cameras or reverse missions.
Just leave his backup
Yeah.
person at the front at the line. So go this way, go that way. But we'd have to stop the event for half an hour while they turn the Dragster around.
Yes.
Not exactly a quick operation there.
No.
Zach Palm and Curtis Reed, of course, in the Maya Dragster, who was our runner-up for the 2024 championship.
Yeah, well, looking at the times on the boards, it wasn't an ideal run for Reed either. Only an 8.
No, he had a
8:38.
very, very close look at the centre line on that pass. So around half track, he was pretty much just making sure that the timing cones were in their exact position. So that early.
Yeah, well, I mean, of course, Curtis would have been given plenty of tutorial from the 2 generations of racers that are above him in the family, but certainly in his own right, coming along leaps and bounds of the driver and just building that confidence, I think, is something that you can only gain by doing that.
Absolutely. There's, even most advanced sims or practice trees and all that sort of thing, it's not the same. You just never get it.
Well, is there a sim that can simulate G-force? Yeah. And if there was, it'd be cheaper to buy a house, another car, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I was going to say house.
Yeah.
Quite that expensive.
Looks like Zach's car is not playing the game today, so the crew will bring him back. So they've still got a bit of time to work around and get back into it. We are in Q2 Boosted Outlaws. But nonetheless, Curtis Reed is back from the burnout, getting up towards stage. So obviously they would have been doing a little bit of chassis tuning and whatnot earlier just to get the Dragster to behave itself. straight up out of the AFT Plumbing Services Dragster. Curtis Reed crossing down the quarter mile there, a 6:65 with a 9 at 209 miles per hour. Puts him in second place qualifying, right behind Pete Byrne.
Yeah, good clean pass there for Curtis, back to the time zone that he's used to.
Yep.
And let's see him build from there for the afternoon's racing.
Absolutely. And speaking of Pete Byrne, he's up next in that Bantam Altered. As always, I've got a big thanks to Joe Gauci for all of his help with that combination previously. The BAE 511 engine combo certainly providing plenty of horsepower. 218 mile per hour they ran earlier today.
Did have a couple of issues getting around the top end of the racetrack, but
yeah,
I think there was probably a little bit left in the car around 218.
Yeah. Still a big number to start with.
Yes.
But yeah, plenty more to come. Tim Gruber, of course, as Les mentioned earlier, 179 mile per hour, relatively little 410. Being shoved its way.
Yeah, well, I mean, let's face it, the Cortina not the most aero of cars, and you go and throw a big supercharger poking out the bottom, injector hat, that stuff. That doesn't aid your aero.
No.
But it aids horsepower.
It certainly does. Certainly does. Well, let's see what both drivers can come up with this time down the track. Tim Bruder, of course, premium engine service Tina. Very high, yeah.
Yeah, wow. Pro Street style.
Yeah.
Let's get that accommodate. Is that accommodating for the 14 twist, is it?
Yeah, quite possibly. Maybe Pete Gibbons will have to learn that.
Yeah.
I think every time I see Pete leaves the line, it's getting higher and higher in the left side. Let's see what we've got here. Iconico boosted Outlaws. Q2, here at round 3 of the 2025 Championship Series. Opening stage.
Oh, Byrne rolled start like that.
Oh, a bit of a wiggle from Gruber in the rocket lane, but Pete Byrne's finished off that pass. Yes, 7:04 at 2:16, a 7:68 at 180 miles per hour for Gruber.
It looked like Byrne's car just started to roll away from the start line.
Yeah, it did.
As the light was coming down. So unfortunately, maybe not the best of times there for him. Similar speed, but definitely the ET not there.
No, yeah, 7:0 versus a 6:47. Definitely, yeah, absolutely. So nonetheless, the crew will get back and figure out exactly what's happening there, and I'm sure Pete will be able to give him a bit of feedback on that one. This is an interesting combination of a next pairing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Jeff Sargent in that beautiful Camaro and Amelia Spinozzi in that wild Chevelle door slammer. This is one of the drivers that we know is getting a couple of extra laps in before Nitro Champs, taking advantage of great track time.
Fantastic list of sponsors on board for Spinozzi. I think there's only a couple of spaces left there. I don't know whether we'd get another word in the line.
No, I mentioned earlier, I read them out. I almost ran out of breath in one go.
That's right. In the kitty calendar.
Yeah. Almost ran out of breath. And yeah, I think we can fit 3 extra digits on there. So.
Working with Amelia to get this awesome 69 Chevelle down the racetrack.
Nice, short, sharp burnout as far as door slam is concerned.
Yeah.
With that one, but so that's a reflection of those changing track conditions and temperature out there that we spoke about earlier, Bushy.
that's something that you've really got to be mindful of. You're trying to get this much horsepower down to the ground, but as a driver, you can say, well, okay, the sun's on the track, like we've now got the track's in full sun, right? So for every minute that takes, that might add X degree of temperature to the racetrack. With experience, you might go, okay, I only now need to do a burnout to the 330, for example, not all the way to 400 feet.
Yep.
Because he knows that if he goes any further than that, it's going to overheat the tyre.
Correct.
And then therefore cause tyre shake or something similar.
That's right. Yeah. It's similar. We've mentioned plenty of times before for the street guys. On Wednesdays or Sundays, you've got a regular street tyre, it's massive burnout. You're actually hurting your ability to get the power down because it's just not designed to do that. So, clean launch from Jeff Sargent there, but a bit off the reaction time. Spinozzi obviously had a bit of a plan as far as what they wanted out of that car on that pass as well, not interested in the reaction time. Sargent crosses a 6.75 with a 6 at 204 mile per hour, so really nice pass from Jeff there. Well done to the crew. Spinozzi just obviously buttoning off and cruising on through with 883 at 90 miles per hour. I didn't catch the 60-foot time on Spinozzi's there.
983.
It was a 983. Beautiful. I think the last one was a 99.
Okay, so I've stepped in the right direction.
Yeah.
Did have a little bit of a wiggle there too, so that might have been whether they were planning to get off it or not, but the wiggle might have said, well, you know what?
That'll do it.
That'll do it.
Yep. Super aggressive two-step on that car as well. Like I know a door slammer effectively there's not going to be a gentle two-step, but that one's really, really on it. So maybe some extra ignition retard or something like that on the two-step. But either way, good to see. I think that will brings to the end of Boosted Outlaws, or I think the pack guys are obviously down there. Yeah. And then, of course, we've got Paul Wood in that beautiful Commodore, which, man, they ran a really nice pass. First one out today.
Into the sixes.
That's really nice. And as I was saying to Les, they had a few hiccups and a few big learning curve last time out. But they finished the day really strong and they've continued that. So really, really good to see.
Has Paul run anything?
I'm not aware of. Even the burnout this time for Paul is, a lot more confidence. He's just nicely balancing that throttle, keeping the car under control.
Chev, idle on back.
Okay, so just got a bit of information from Zach Palm from the Dragster. Throttle stop jammed. Jammed at this time. First time running a throttle stop, now in bid. So, fair enough. You got to try things. If they don't work, well, you don't try them. So that's fair enough. I've also just while we're to stage there, also been told that my daughter says hi and she must say hello back to me.
And how old is she? 3?
She's 3.
You're
yeah, that's right. All right, bit of a wiggle Paul Wood there, but stays into a great steer job. 0.24 reaction time as well. Paul Wood 7.14. 7 at 171 miles per hour.
I reckon he was out of that by the 1,000. There was a little bit of fume out of the car and it moved around. He went, you know what?
Yep.
Just roll out of the throttle.
No, that's right. But Paul's doing his job. 0.24 on the tree in a boosted outlaw car is no mean feat. So good to see. Okay, just as we get set up for our next category, which is Extreme Bike, we'll throw off to a couple of ads from our track sponsors, and we'll be right back here with more of round 3, the 2025 Championship Series at Sydney Dragway.
Shannon's is giving motoring enthusiasts the chance to win a trip to one of the world's greatest motoring events, the 2026 Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, 1 unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
We are back at Sydney Dragway. This is round 3 of the 2025 Championship Series, and we are about to start in Extreme Bike, qualifier 2 for the day. We've got Alex Borg in the Aeroflow lane and Dan Azzopardi in the Rocket lane. It's an all as a party affair when it comes down to it here. Absolute leaders in Extreme Bike in Australia. I think there's no doubt about that. Leonard and Deanne obviously doing everything they can to promote their little part of the sport and giving plenty of support to all of the races that come their way. Hear those 2 steps boost building on those turbocharged high versus Alex Baldwin, 0.18 reaction time, moving around but staying right into it. Throttle pinned all the way to the line at 686 with a 3 at 216 miles per hour. Deanne Azzopardi runs on through an 815 with a 3 at 171 mile per hour.
That was a picture perfect run there for Borg in the Aeroflow lane. Feet up straight on the pegs. The bike didn't try and throw him off it. Straight down the centre, and there's your result.
Absolutely. 216 miles per hour as well. That's pretty wild. Pretty wild. All right, Matthew Hunt back in the lanes here. He's in the Aeroflow lane. Had some sort of little mishap before. Also didn't realise, but that is a nitrous-assisted bike. Had a little bit of a purge there.
Yeah, Matt only recently fitting the nitrous to this machine.
It'd be good. It's sort of, I guess it's kind of required when you're back in that 998, that 1 litre capacity, as opposed to the 13 and 1400s of the larger bikes. Whoa, big hop and pop, and wow, Brent Gilliver is riding that thing the whole way down the rocket lane.
Top fuel style.
Holy moly, that was the way he stood up there. I think it took him by surprise. An 872 with a 4 at 165. One wild ride for Brent Gilliver down there. It was a 10-0 for Matt Hunt in the Aeroflow lane.
It's almost top fuel-esque the way he was all over that back tyre.
Yeah, exactly right. I don't know if he popped the clutch and maybe it was a little bit of wheel hop in the back because, or a cough from the engine. I'm not sure, but yeah, wanted to point towards the sky. That's for sure. Okay, so the Franks boys have swapped lanes from Q1. Ryan Franks in the Aeroflow lane, David Franks in the Rocket lane. Ryan Franks, of course, our 2024 championship winner. Hear those pops, the two-step, building up boost. A lot of wheel spin for Ryan. Looks like he might have hit a safety there, backed off, but pretty clean run for David Franks there, a 720 at 196.
Yeah, fair improvement there. Only 2.5 tenths there for David in the Rocket lane.
Yep. Really, all he has to do is just focus on the reaction time. That's where he's losing time to Ryan. That mile per hour is there, so yeah, just a little bit more on reaction time. And as you will be able to hear, that is George Raham in the Pack Mazda 6. 13B, is it 13B? Still, or is this a 20? I'm sorry for the rotary fans, I don't know for sure. That's a lot of RPM.
Yes. Yeah. That's a lot. But then I guess that's where rotaries come alive, isn't it? It's not down low.
No, that's what they're designed for. They substitute the capacity for RPM.
Just think of the spark plugs and stuff like that, but that sort of RPM, they're not sparking, it's just a constant.
It's like a glow plug, really.
Constant electrical storm happening in the combustion chamber.
That's right. A couple of fireballs going on down there. It's just a shame it's not evening. We'd be able to see it a bit nicer.
Yeah. But, I mean, how cool would it be if they could put a camera in the combustion chamber that would survive?
Wow. I don't know if you'd be able to process what was happening. It sort of just looks like a high speed, like slow-mo camera, maybe. I think I've seen someone do like on a conventional engine in first place.
Oh wow.
Or some sort of, clear combination. All right, George Ram is in pre-stage. You'll hear that rotary come up, start to build boost. He'll bump it into full stage. Bang, bang, here we go. Whoa, a lot of wheel speed on board for the Mazda down there, but George has buttoned off and gathered it up.
A lot of that left hand rear was shaking too, looking at the tyre mark there that's out of the groove in the Rocket lane.
A lot of shake actually from our vantage point. We can actually trace that right back to just after the line. It wasn't real happy not long after he's dropped the hammer. But yep, plenty of experience under George's belt, so he's managed to gather it up, and she lives to fight another day.
So we're moving into our next pair.
Pro stop. GXP, and we will have John Kabura in the Aeroflow lane, JTS Towing Cavalier. These cars are as pro stock, but we've got them running in super gas category. Sorry, super comp category today. So again, teams taking advantage of the track time before Nitro Champs here at Sydney Dragway, May 2nd to 4th. If you haven't already, take a look at the website, jump online and grab yourself some tickets. There's a huge amount of racing coming with the Nitro Champs. Of course, you've got the double header of top fuel Dragster and Nitro funny cars. Litres and litres and gallons, whatever,
Yeah.
whatever
Lots and
method,
lots.
whatever method of measurement you'd like to use for nitro getting just burnt and fired into the sky. 6 foot tall flames coming out of these pipes on these cars as they rocket down the quarter mile or 1,000 feet of competition track at Sydney Dragway here. But for now, let's look back at John Kabura and Clint George coming up to the line. Their next set of passes. Let's hear the outbound. 828, nice reaction time for Clint George, but something's not happy on the car. He's buttoned off that. Clean pass from Kabura, 104.60, 7.222 at 179 mile per hour for Kabura in the Aeroflow lane.
Seems like he shot it ever so slightly on the finish line, I think, but to me it sounded like George's car just dead hooked on the start line. But
yeah, maybe it shook it a bit and just decided to shut it down from there. But he's made it to the looks like under its own power. It's made it through the early exit gate, just past the finish line. Okay, next up we'll have Daniel Grimer from Wedderburn. It's got a 2012 Camaro.
I haven't seen it. Ooh.
Yeah, this was I saw it down in the pits, but I wasn't familiar with the car. It's quite an impressive looking bit of equipment down there. So
Yeah, last time I saw Daniel, because I used to race with Daniel and his brother Damien. Daniel was driving a Celica, I think it was, that mid-blue Toyota Celica in, I think it was one of the gas classes.
Well, he's certainly not afraid of a burnout.
No, that's that doesn't look like that's the first time he's done it in that car either.
So very good. So he's certainly entered a long way to the left in that lane, so crew's going to get him backed up, put him in a groove. So a few adjustments at the back end of the car, a little bit of a roll bar adjustment perhaps there. They've still got Daniel pointing to the left quite prominently, so I'm not sure if the crew, the crew are identifying that he's got to put it hard to the right once they make these wheelie bar adjustments in the back there. Great looking car. They are trying to get him straightened up. There we go.
Only just left enough time, enough space to straighten out.
Yeah, that's right. They're right on the staging beams. It's all right. Something they can work on going forward as they get their start line procedure all sorted. As Daniel brings it into pre-stage, he's going to edge the Camaro forwards into full stage. Here we are. Bring the RPM up when he's ready. 102.64.
Yeah, wow.
Clean launch.
Again, wanting to move to that wall, just pulling the chutes and rolling on through, Pat.
Yeah,
nice
741. Very nice considering he's out of it just after 1,000, I'd say.
Yeah.
Thereabouts, so not too bad at all, but good, clean, safe pass.
Yes.
No, uneventful, which is what we need to, see. That will be the end of Supercom. All right, and as we're about to start Q3 for Power Plus Fuels New South Wales Super Street, I'm going to hand back over to Les Binkelhorst, and he will soothe you with his dulcet tones.
Thank you very much, Pat Elliott. A fantastic second round of qualifying for all our competitors here today. Of course, we are going to move into Q3, as Pat just said. This is the final shot at qualifying. The racers wanting to cement their times and hopefully pick you get a run that allows them to pick a dial in for the next time out, because that will be eliminations from there on. On the start line, we have Blaine Bull and Christopher Zammit down there on the start line. Bull in the XD Falcon and Zammit in the VT.
Yes, thanks very much to Pat there, Pat Elliott, and one of the esteemed, one of the three of us here. And Blaine Bull gets out with a 2.73 reaction time, goes over the line 11.02 at 120, and for Chris Zammit there, 0.185 reaction time, 11.81 at 78.44 miles per hour.
All right, Lockie McCaskill leaves the start line with an 0.23 light in the supercharged V6 Commodore powered ute, taking on Elias Matter this time around. Elias down there in the rocket lane runs on through for a 10.95 with a 123 miles an hour, and a 13.13 with a 5 at 103 for McCaskill.
Yeah, Lachlan McCaskill there, the young fellow out of junior dragsters for a little while now, but very, very consistent. Not that fast, but boy, an 0.23 reaction time will suit him well for performance like that when we come to eliminations. Adam Bowers now in the Europlow lane from South Wendy. He's got it with an 0.78 reaction time. Then Hayley Bella in the opposite lane there. She's got out with a 0.53, but Adam Bowers gets there first. A 12.28 with a 9 at 115 and a 12.51 for the young lady over there in the rocket lane. So next pairing out, we've got Rodney Balgowan in the rocket lane in that Holden V Commodore LS 6 litre. 0.27 red. Someone's not getting much traction. It's probably that Mustang, I'd say. But that's Peter Willis, the Ford Mustang 5 litre. Rodney Balgowan gets there first, runs an 11.98 with a 1 at 115, and Peter Varillis 0.02 reaction time at 12.56 at 110.
Yeah,
that's pretty sharp.
I think at the moment Varillis is probably
competitors in this bracket to establish their position in the pecking order when we come to eliminations very shortly after we go through everybody else. Christina Hunter from Benothon in the ACT, Holden VT Calais, Chevy LS3, tuned by a very, very knowledgeable dad at Profection Performance in Hume in ACT, up against Brian Addising. Brian's had a bit of losing a bit of time on his reaction times. Christine Hunter at an 0.60 reaction time. Brian Addising at 3.55. Christina gets there first in the Aeroflow lane. 11.22 with a 7 at 121. And an 11.192 at 121 also. 121.78 against 127.98.
I want to know how long the motor in Christina's car remained stock, Les. Probably about 30 seconds after it rolled into the shed. It was not.
Yeah, well, it's her dad's car, but
yes.
But she's driving it.
Even so,
apparently,
it still stayed stock for about 30 seconds.
Yeah. There we go, and then we've got Luke Pellet in the Holden HZ Ute, the LS6 2-litre. That's him in the Aeroflow up against Sammy Joe Johnson. Sammy Joe runs it through from 11.62 with an 8 at 115 and an 11.03. 120.5 miles an hour for Luke Pellet from Landilo. So, Oh, a 001. Oh,
Yeah.
Sammy Joe.
Just on the red side.
Yeah.
Sammy Joe.
Yeah.
Next up, we've got Pete Giddens in the Gold Cortina, running for Shorty's Race Engines and Street Neat Patent Panel, taking on Mark Elborn in another one of the Power Plus Race Fuels car, running with Dialed In Racing and Top Fuels Street. 088 on the tree for Giddens to an 049 for Elborn. Giddens with performance here though, 11.121 mile an hour to a 12.70 for Elborn.
There's no 88, no 49. Elborn getting the better at the on the tree there. Mark Hopkins now in the rocket lane in that neat little Holden LX Tirana. Only 312 cubic inch, so it must be about a 40th hour or 60th hour over 308 if that's what he uses as a basis. He went 025 red. Corey Stutchbury, tough racer he is as well in this Super Street, and an 021 reaction time. Mark Hopkins gets there first at 10.83 with a 9 at 123 and an 11.034 at 120 miles an hour for Corey Stutchbury. So that's their qualifying rounds done and dusted.
Next up, we have Aidan Stutchbury down there, also from Jordan Springs, racing for Dialed In Racing and Shorty's Performance, taking on Richard Matasevic in the Modern Style Kitchens XY Utility from Bringelly. Another one of these cars has done plenty of passes down Sydney Dragway.
A lot, yeah.
Just lifting the front wheels for the utility, both on red. Looks like you just out in front of the fin end. And runs it through for a 124 miles an hour to a 1082 with a 4 at 125 for Stutchbury.
Yes, an 043 and an 061 red for both. So the one that went 061 would have got that. Lucky we've got electronic timers here. I couldn't tell the difference. But the electric timers seldomly, and I mean seldomly, lie. So we rely on them, and so does everybody else. There's that Falcon. That Falcon with the Barra in it. That little Tirana's gone from St Clair. Rob Spagnol. He's finished. He's gone through. Oh, I didn't record the time.
Yeah, the activated there, so I think. But that is a very quick little car, and a pretty cool little car too.
Yeah.
I think the number plate's Grandpa spec or something or other. It's definitely with the Venetians and the white roof.
Oh, yeah.
It certainly doesn't give indication of its performance, that's for sure.
No, dead set. People think that it's a very slow and passive sort of car, but not at this track it ain't.
Dave Matasevic now in the Cortina, running for DCM Consulting. There for the 004 light. Out in front of Josh Clapp in the Stingray Corvette. And Matasevic will take him in 10.56 with a 6, 127 miles an hour to 10.96 with a 5 at 128 for the Corvette. That little Windsor works well in that Cortina, doesn't
Oh, it does it ever. I mean, like if it's a street registered car as well.
Yes.
And that Corvette, it's been a long time since I've seen a street Corvette do 10s, let alone anything else at the track here. That's it's certainly caught my eye. Conoranios from Holsworthy in New South Wales, a Holden Commodore running a Chevy 6 litre. That's Con in the Aeroflow lane. Up against Craig Warren. Craig's got that tough little Tirana. Holden LJ running a Chevy 400. 001.
Another one. That's two we've seen in this round of qualifying alone.
Yeah, and it missed out by 1/1000th of a second. So, but if you miss out by 1/1000th of a second, well, you might as well miss out by a million. You still come second place, but good effort. It's they're here to attack the tree, and that's part of where we get good reaction times from. And people just got to have a stab at matching the tree, and then away they go. So Rob Matesic from Shell Harbour in the '67 Chevy Camaro, big block it is. It runs hard too, red light, lead, but get them out of the way because next time they come out, you won't be able to do that and come around in the second round. Oh, this is going to be close, but Eden, Billy gets there first. It runs a 10.15 with a 0 at 141 and a 10.57 with a 6 at 126 for Rob Matesic. Well, flicking through them, we've got a great array of cars here in Super Street, which is really, really good Super Street. So we're getting through the program now. Dennis Matesic, I was going to say, I bet he's got a Chevy Camaro, and he has. Also a 67, I think, Chevy 434 cubes, up against Robert Gallotta from Gilleby Track Automotive, Holden Tirana, 5 litre. So we've got Matesic in the Europlow lane and Gallotta over there in the Rocket lane. Both cars clean green. 021 for Dennis Matesic and an 043 for Robert Gallotta. Gallotta out there just managed to stick his nose out in front, gets across the line first, runs a 10.67 with a 90, that's quick at 126, and a 10.89 with a 6 at 125. Matesic. Guys heating the hides up here in the final round of qualifying. Phil Armstrong there coming out with that big burnout in the Holden Commodore, running a Holden 355. KAP Racing and Racing Engine Development on board helping Phil knock off a couple of the other of his competitors. He stretches that lead he's got there, but it's only qualifying. Runs a 10.18 at 132 and an 11.64 at 116 for Zielkowski in the Europlow lane. 0.74 for Zig and a 1.67 for Phil Armstrong. So he'll be looking to better his reaction time for sure. He's a pretty tough competitor. He knows what drag racing is all about. Try and get the upper hand over his opponent like everybody else. So I think that brings to for our super street cars, and
looks like our next category will be Junior Dragster. As we can see them rolling in under the tunnel, of course. Brought to us by Speedflow Products.
Yes.
And of course, Super Street was supported by Power Plus Race Fuels.
Yes, yeah, Power Plus Race Fuels. So, as I said before, if you're thinking about or if you're in a position to need some parts for your car, just glance across what we say about the sponsors, and by helping them, you help. It'll help you. And it'll help the spectators and that as well. So very glad to have all those sponsors on board.
Speaking of sponsors, Les, we might just throw to our big screen for a couple of quick words for some of those sponsors, and we'll be back with the third round of qualifying for Speedflow Junior Dragster. We'll be back with you very, very shortly.
Drag racing is not just about the horsepower. There is also some cool science at play right here on the racetrack. These drag strips aren't just regular concrete. We treat it with a special kind of glue often referred to as traction compound. I usually twist my foot and it's This is designed to ramp up the traction of the track's surface. It's getting worse by the minute for us racers to go straight and fast. In drag racing, every millisecond counts. That's why the teams adjust the car's setup to suit the track conditions. Teams can assess the traction on the track by using this interesting device called a traction meter gauge. The bottom of the device has a rubber pad that mimics a racing slick. To measure the track's grip value, the user stands on the base, ensuring the rubber pad bonds with the racing surface. Turning the torque arm on the top of the device will rotate the rubber pad. When the bond breaks, the user will see a number on the dial. Teams can then use this number to help create baselines for grip within their respective setup.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles.
All right, back into our third round of qualifying for Junior Dragster. Of course, brought to us by Speedflow Products on the track. Now we have Zane Condello, our current Australian #1 in the A Junior Dragster for Fine Line Motorsports, taking on Robbie Risteski now in the Rocket Lane. These two racing for the last time. So young Zane went to the Riverbend Nationals last weekend, took home the W Trophy down there too.
Oh, did
the bend has certainly been a happy hunting ground for Zane and the team.
Yeah.
He's taken silverware pretty much every time he's raced down there. So again, another strong showing against Nixon. Really it was. Nixon runner-up and Zane the winning trophy.
Yep. Oh, wow. They have a lot of nationals down there.
Yes, they do.
It must be like the NHRA, have some sort of
072 on the treat for Zane, 019 red for Brzezinski, and an 800 with a 0, backing up his 800 with a 1, and his 801 with a 9. That driver and crew are on fire right now. Brzezinski went an 889 with a 7, I think it was, in the Rocket Lane.
Yeah. Oh, gee. Perhaps that's why he's got #1 on his just Condello.
Yeah.
So, yeah, what a sharp racer. Okay, Piper Bennett in the Europlow lane. Junior Dragster, the McCaw 3.75. Our #10 qualifier with an 8053. That's Piper in the Europlow lane up against Tegan Smith, so it's an all ladies affair. Double A Junior Dragster and Piper Bennett in the Europlow lane. A Junior Dragster, so she's permitted to go as quick as 7 seconds, but Tegan Smith can go a little bit lower than that. So it's 7 seconds.
Yeah, so we said that Piper's 10 qualifier, but Tegan is 11th at the moment. Fairly even off the lights for these two. Tegan slightly better in the Rocket Lane, and a 776 with a 6. Backs up a 775 with a 6. 83 mile an hour to take the win, and an 801 with a 7, backing up an 805 with a 3. Bennett, so she's gone a little bit quicker on that pass.
Yeah, that just got to relax a bit as well. Watch out at the start line because we're having a lot of red lights. Maybe because the track has been interesting. There's a lot of ripping earlier on. Some of the races will have, they'll move to near close to the centre lane where there's still traction, but no one's sort of used it yet. There yet. There should be some marbles in there, but it looks like Benjamin Hatter is in the Europlow lane. The young fella, our #1 qualifier with 7938, and our 19th qualifier, Alex Rafalo. That's Alex in the Rocket Lane. Qualifier with 8093, so you can see the differences between the times. The ETs aren't very much, but in terms of how many are in between that, it's sometimes you might get 10 or even goes an 8.11 at 81 miles an hour in the rocket lane. And for Benjamin Addo, an 8.10 with an 8 at 79 miles an hour. Next pair up in the Europlow lane, Georgia leading, and in the rocket lane, Savannah.
Savannah running for Fine Line Motorsports. Speedflow products on board for her junior dragster, both A category cars, so this should be a pretty close race. They qualified 8th and 9th respectively. Savannah is 39 thousandths over that 8.000. Georgia 22 thousandths over that 8.00.
Yeah, so it's very, very close. A junior both A junior dragsters. So can only go as quick as 7 seconds flat in qualifying in eliminations. No, that's not right.
That's 8.
Yeah. Hands on the start shortly. And 8 seconds flat of 7 matches. Competition.
028 on the treat for Savannah. She's away clean. 044 red for Leafting. Good side-by-side race as we hinted. 805 with an 8 for Condello, 82 miles an hour, but an 801 with a 2 for Leafting. I wonder if that will move her up the order just a fraction, Les.
We'll have to look for that on the next screen when it comes time for elimination. Even Mags in the Europlow lane is position number 16 in the qualifying order with a 5.77 with a 3 being the junior dragster can only go as quick as 12 flat. George Tukalis. Oh yeah, it is too. It's the angle I'm looking at. The young fella is number 15 qualified with a 12.229, also in the C Junior Dragster. So these are well, a C Junior Dragster usually starts off, I think it's 8 years of age, and that's why the time's down and the speed's down. Sometimes, well, it's been considered that young kids riding motorbikes and being on the motorbikes that are only 5 and 6 years old. This isn't a problem. Rules and regulations to run by. Kids racing
Yeah, it's all about building skill as well. You don't want to throw somebody in a car that's capable of doing 20 k's an hour and say, go.
Yeah,
that's not what we're about. So a 12, 2, and 9 with an 8 for Mags. In the Aeroflow lane, got there first over Tukalis, who went 12, 3, 6 with a 9 on that pass. The next pair to face the starter will be Riley Ito in the Aeroflow lane, running for ITF Hire, Pro Tilt Towing and Low Fabrications. Charlotte Leafting from Oxley Island for Speedflow products in the rocket lane. She's our current number 12 qualifier in the field. She'll be hoping for something with an 8.2.
Yes, and young Riley even there now. 6 qualifier with an 8.011 in his age junior, so 8.011's not a bad idea.
Well, I think Leafting will now move up to 7th based on that, because Ito's an 8.01 with a 1.
That's right.
And
Charlotte's there.
Was 1,000 behind. So.
Yeah.
Ito goes 017 red on the start line. 031 green for Leafting. Ito goes 8.03 with a 179 mile an hour through the finish line to an 8.22 with a 4.
Yeah, well, they're pretty close, but young Ito there, he was sort of closer to his previous run, or his quickest run for the day, and not much between it. So that should augur well for him come eliminations the next time you see them out. Kate Fowler now from Arcadia Vale. Our number 13 qualifier with an 8.21, 8.21 with a 3. Up against Jeffrey McNiff. Jeffrey there in the rocket lane. Our number 3 qualifier with a pretty stout 7.672. So that's got to be a double A junior dragster.
Yes, the car's been really consistent. But the two passes are showing too fast here, which is weird. 028 on the minus.
Yeah, well, that's right. And it's if that once you go to Supergas, if that's the case, this is red. There we go. Kate Fowler gets out with a 139. Got the start line advantage there, but it's only qualifying up against the 194. So Jeffrey McNeef gets there first, runs a 767 on his previous 767 with a 2.
Yes.
He's running with a 5.
3,000s,
So
wow.
3,000, that's pretty good. 84.39. I did say, someone's gone 85.01 miles an hour and an 817 at 78.23 miles per hour. That's still, that's over, that's probably 115 k's. Alexis Attard from Greystones now in the Europlow lane up against Savannah Lucci in the rocket lane. So Alexis in the Europlow lane, our number 10 qualifier. In the rocket lane, Savannah Lucci, our number 7 qualifier, 12.020. That's a C junior dragster for Savannah, and Alexis is a B junior dragster. So they're not as quick as the A's. But they'll be just out here trying to hone up their skills at the start line, i.e. get a good reaction time and just don't do anything wrong, I guess. That's reaction times. When you go like this for the slower cars, 136. One of my cars can't even do that fast. Steve's got the calculator there, 1.6. Multiply. Get miles per hour. Now we come with the tree. Oh, I thought that was a 0 then.
It's easy done, Les. When you plant something, it's easy done. An 8 and 0 always looks very similar.
Yeah. Well, it looks like Alexis, and she gets there first, got out with a 2.23 reaction time, runs an 8.81 and 73, and for Savannah Lucci, a 0.80 reaction time, a 12.02 with a 3 at 53. So 53, just 20 miles an hour difference between the two. That's between a B over this side and a C over that side. So you can see these kids are they've got to be sort of fairly skillful. I was pedalling around in pedal cars at their age. I didn't have anything motorised, that's for sure. Okay, Joshua Maggs in Europlow lane, up against Emma Leaf. Oh, they're not against each other, they're both qualified, so it's not fair to say that you'll get the C Junior Dragster, which Emma Leaf is at the moment, up against Josh Maggs. So, as opposed to Josh being in the Europlow lane, these are just qualifiers. We've got our number 4 qualifier, Josh Maggs, up against Emma Leaf, which is our number 16 qualifier.
Max left the start line with a red light and will run on through for a 7.69 with a 7, 85 mile an hour, 85.5 mile an hour through the finish line, and Leafting a 12.42 with a 6, 51.3 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's pretty good for a C junior dragster. Uncles, fathers, grandfathers, all the Leaftings. There's plenty of them here at this track, let me tell you. Just a great supporters of the track as well. Now they've become bracket sponsor for junior dragster and the junior drag bike class. So very, very happy to have them on board. It gives the kids when we announced them or introduced them over the air, and when they're on the racing surface, it gives them a sense of pride as well, knowing that there's someone sponsoring the bracket. And it just, well, to me, I'm not a sort of like a big-time business sense people, but all of a sudden, we've got nearly every bracket covered. Drag racing, Sydney Drag, sponsorship.
It's fantastic to see.
Yeah.
And on that particular run there, we've got Aubrey Maggs went 125 on the tree, ran on through with an 857. Got there first over Jaden Bunazev. Runs a 12.56 with an 8. Backs up his 12.56 with a 6. Wow. I know there's a little bit of difference in those ETs, but when you look at the consistency of some of these cars, we're talking thousandths of a second here.
Yeah.
You know, so
yeah, that's
the difference, if you were to convert that to a distance, would be 20 or 30 mil tops. You know, so to get those cars to run these times within a few thousandths of a second is impressive, nonetheless, and it just makes the job so much easier when you're picking the dial in for whatever round of racing you're going into.
Yeah, that's. I'm so glad that it's it's all electronically. Gee, I reckon that I wouldn't be alive if if we didn't have electronics. I'd call it as I saw it.
We'd be getting a lot wrong, wouldn't we? Certainly from up here.
Yeah.
Right, so our next pair will be Liam O'Neill for Princey Motorsports and Rusty Media Solutions, now in B Junior Dragster, taking on Jake McNamara for Fine Line Motorsports. McNamara away with an 0.97 light, but again having some issues on the head of the throttle. The car, I think, has stopped and is now rolling on through. O'Neill, an 8.53 with a 6, 74 miles an hour for him. But McNamara's woes continue.
Yeah, not sure. It didn't seem as if he was. I would imagine he would. It didn't seem as if he was getting pure. There could have been something, but the engine wasn't ready. There's nothing slipping.
No, well, as I said, from up here it looked like it went dead on the hit. So it's 2 runs in a row. That car normally very reliable mechanically.
Yep.
And also as a driver as well. So let's hope they can get that sorted. We're moving into a junior drag bike, of course, brought to us by Speedflow Products, and we have on the start line now Lincoln Delios on the Honda, taking on Adam Jordan on the Kawasaki Ninja.
Yeah, there's 2 young fellas there. They're going. This junior drag bike's coming along in leaps and bounds lately. Before they used to just crawl on this line. It's a snail, but gee, they get a bit of a honk up now. They're up to 74 miles an hour for Adam Jordan on 0.69 reaction. I'm running through 9.28.
Adam pretty consistent there. Nice light as well, 0.69 on the tree.
There's beaut.
Just been told that Chris Davidson down in the Aeroflow lane has achieved his license today and now will be in competition. So he will be able to mix it amongst the rest of the competitors in Junior Drag Bike here this afternoon. Running for All Care Car Services and Team Digger Motorsports.
Yeah.
Welcome to the bracket, Christopher. And this particular race he's taking on Anastasia Lucky, who's left with an 0.74 light on her Kawasaki Ninja. Anastasia will take the finish line with a 9.74, 73 miles an hour, and a 10.00 on the boards for Davidson on that path, 68 mile an hour.
Yeah, let's see, 73 miles an hour, and they're both A junior drag bikes. So you'll see that they're categorised and sort of the riders' ages are commensurate as well.
Well, I think their times are limited and age is a little bit different to, to the cars, but certainly the principle is still the same. As you get older, you can go quicker. Yeah, and that's purely just, again, a safety thing for our competitors to let them gain experience, because, you know, although they might look fairly straightforward, but we see some of the bikes lifting the wheel occasionally, and the last thing you want is an inexperienced rider to pop a wheelie and end up off the back of it.
Yes, and hopefully we'll see those guys in street bike and then modified bike and things like that, if they decide to stay on two wheels. But they've got the bug already.
Yes, yeah, that's exactly right. As I said, Adam Jordan is doing a little bit of circuit racing as well, on top of the drag racing that he's doing.
Yep.
They're busy every weekend, just about, so it seems. But he's been offered a pretty cool opportunity, I believe, and he's trying to take advantage of that while he can. So looks like we're about to move into Super Sedan now, Les, and that is, of course, brought to us by Go Logistics. Yes. Of course, they are a bracket sponsor of Super Sedan and also a track sponsorship partner here as well. We're in a couriering business all the way from Sydney Metro and up into the mountains. If you need a parcel delivered reliably and quickly, give Go Logistics a call.
Yes, they're another one of our fine sponsors. Yeah, it's very, very pleasing, even from a commentator's point of view. I really do value the opportunity to present bracket sponsors' names to and be fairly consistent with them, because they're for all those online. And thanks for staying with us, all you great people out there. I guess it's YouTube and Facebook land that are receiving the broadcast by one of those mediums. Down there is getting the guys going. It's Pit Dave Gruber now in the Europlow lane from Gilmore and the ACT. Holmdale J Tirana running a Chevy 383 up against Nathan Cowie. He's the, well, I guess the pilot might not be. He's the astronaut in this little Suzuki Mighty Boy with 400 kilos. I can't understand why that thing doesn't get priced up there, but lately, for the last year or two, it's gun barrel straight when it runs. Gruber probably get there first. No.
Oh, did 700s across the finish line. Looked like he was in front from up here. But the vanishing point of the Mighty Boy maybe being a little bit further away, I'm not sure. But Cowie hasn't, that's his second run. The first run, I think he got pushed back.
Yes, he did, yeah. Something went awry at the start line.
Next up, we will see Jimmy Raptus and Emma Attard on the start line. Attard running for All In Aussie Plumbing and Galaxy City Finance. Raptors running for Go Logistics, which of course, as I say, bracket sponsor and track sponsor. The Tirana of Raptors, looked like he was spinning the wheel there on the start line quite viciously. And he's given up the ghost on that run. Attard has gone 8:88 with a 9. I'm pretty sure I saw her run that time earlier as well.
Very close. Very close.
Next up, we will see Sean Maher in the HB Tirana, running for St Mary's Engines, our current Australian champion in Super Sedan, taking on Wayne Burke from Blue Haven for A1 towing of the TE Cortina. 408 cubic inch Cleveland sitting in the chassis rails in the Kermit Green Cortina.
Beautiful colour green it is. It looks like a bit like March the 17th, but March the 17th is a GM colour, so I doubt if they'd spray it on the Ford and vice versa. Never can tell though. Sean Maher, another seasoned campaigner, number 1 here at the track in Super Sedan. Tough.
Nice wheels up launch from the Cortina. 015 to a 003. Just when you think you've got a good light, someone comes in and cuts you down. The Cortina got there first. Again, 700s across the finish line. It's a pretty common number here in qualifying. A 913 with a 7:1:47 mile an hour for the Cortina, and a 922 with a 4 at 144 in the Tirana.
Look at that. I'll give the thing a tap just to make sure that
They're resetting, yeah.
The figures on everyone comes up by the same winning margin.
Just be gentle. You don't want to break it, right?
Yeah, no.
So the margins are tight here in Sedan. Sattler Giannis just carrying the front end, goes 005 on the tree, 020 for Andrew Little at the Bush Rat. 934 with a 2, 143 mile an hour for Sattler Giannis in the Rocket Lane, and a 971 with a 2, I beg your pardon, 137 mile an hour for Andrew Little in the Camaro. Now, pair of Fords on the start line. No disrespect to Ross Bilby, but I know which Falcon I'm going to be watching, and it's the one in the Aeroflow lane. I suggest all of our viewers watch it as well, because last time the wheels were well up and truly into the air. And that is Peter Villaris for Go Logistics from Oatlands in the XT. The 363 cubed Windsor on board in this car. Bilby with 434 cubes of also with Windsor. Wheels not up quite so high, but Villaris over nearish the centre line on that run. And runs up through for a 940, 144 to a 979 with a 2, 136 for Bilby in the Rocket.
Okay, Trent Carberry in the Aeroflow lane in that Ford Falcon running Clivo 351 up against, in the other lane is Michael Little from Forbes in the Holden LJ Toronto with a Chev 434 in it. These are 2 season campaigners. Well, I know Mick Little is there. He said he was going to have a bit of a break. I think that was last season, and just came to a few rounds. He's come back this season, and he's all charged up again. Looks like Carberry will be there first. Yeah, he'll get there first. A 931 with a 7 at 145, and for Michael Little a 938 at 140 in the Rocket lane there in the over on the right hand side from us. Okay, still in Super Sedan, Simon Bonello in the Aeroflow lane, the Ford NSW Falcon Clivo, 428.
It's a bit of odd capacity, isn't it, for a Cleveland?
Yeah, for a Clivo it is, yeah, because you get a 428 copper jet, which is, that's just standard. And Lou Palumbo from Hinchinbrook, the Holden HX Chevy 400 in the Rocket lane. Super consistent, thanks Lou. Red white.
003 red for Palumbo, 030 green for Bonello. The 1 tonner out in front, and I think will stay that way. 925 with the 4, 143 miles an hour to a 950 at 142 for Bonello.
Yeah, it's, there was a bit of a difference in the ET, but in the speed, there wasn't much at all. Michael Belazowicz from Craigburn in Victoria, the Ford Capri running a Windsor 427, very successful at round 2. Up against Jim Denaro. Well, here we go. Super Sedan Racing's gentleman there, Jim Denaro, from Denaro Chassis. His opponent sort of got away fairly quickly, and looks like he's charging on down there. Runs an 872 with an 8 at 154 and a 933 at 145 for Jim Denaro over there in the Rocket lane. An 015 reaction time for Denaro and an 026 for his opponent. Aeroflow lane. Here it is. It's out again.
This is a very cool little all-Ford battle sitting down on the start line. All Ford power plants too. Paul Papacosta in the Ford Capri for Go Logistics from Bride in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Paul Hughes from Wangaratta in Victoria for PDH Precision Engineering. Small block Ford 445 cubic inch power plant in the 65 Ford Sedan. Or the Sedan over towards the wall, a little bit of a correction required. Left with a red, but he's back into the throttle and will lead the Capri to the finish line. 912 with an 8, 147 miles an hour. Pavacosta is 919 with a 3, 148. Good to see the long roof back, Les, after the mishap that he had in the first round, whatever it was, second round of qualifying. At least it looks like they've got that fixed.
Well, yeah, it was a great tussle there, even though they're just trying to qualify. But as always, you know, they're into it to get the best out of it, so to speak. This is a very unusual pairing because you never see two similar cars next to each other like we have here on a qualifying or a racing competitions. It's very, very good to have them there side by side. It looks like Kerry Stewart will get there. No.
The big block came around at the top end, I think, Les. 963 with a 0, 141 for Webster to a 10.07 there for Stewart in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, she's got that. It's Kerry and not Ali. Ali's doing driving duties in the. Oh, I think is she racing today?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I haven't called her. Yeah.
Sean Sabella leaving the start line in his 96 Holden Commodore. The LS power plant on board.
Yeah.
A 10.05 with a 6, 134 mile an hour.
10.05. Oh, that's good. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, well, that brings to a Go Logistics final qualifying round for the day. Next time they come out, it'll be in competition. So that was Super Sedan there. Now we should have Super Gas.
All right, Les, I'm going to hand the microphone back to Pat Elliott, who's lent his expertise with you, and I'll be back a little bit later on.
Oh, thanks very much, Steve. Yeah. That's great. But all the commentators are doing a bit of a rotation today. Excellent. Good work, good motion. Okay, now we're into Supergas. We'll give Supergas a bit of a tune-up. And Anthony Panetta now in the Holden Calibra in the Aeroflow lane. He's our number 8 qualified. Didn't know there were that many cars, but he's our, must have four pairs. So that's good. And they'll be working on either a Chicago shootout or a round robin, using the Chicago shootout. Up against Daryl Stevens, with Daryl Stevens in the Rocket Lane. And this will be their last qualifier for the event. Next time you see them, it'll be in eliminations.
Did you say Calibra? Did I hear Calibra?
Calibra, yes, Holden Calibra.
028 trade coefficient.
028. I thought it was 027, but it was 0. But yeah, no, it wasn't 8.
003 reaction time for Daryl Stevens. Got to keep it guessing.
Yeah.
019 for Panetta. Stevens looks
look
like
at this.
Panetta's gone around but gone too fast. 986 with a 5 and 991 with a 5 for Stephen there. So nice pass for Daryl.
Yeah, it's got a couple of minuses in front of us like Vince Panetta. So it might be if they've gone under the 990 fixed index.
Yes, indeed.
And Joe Catanzariti in that really neat. I thought it was someone had a Pontiac Firebird. Who was it? Those kids. They were in junior dragsters. He had 3 kids in junior dragsters at the time. But it had a huge 500 or 600 cubic inch engine, but it looked very much like this one.
Right.
I was looking at here. It's only 376 cubes.
Yep, so Joe Catanzariti, 2024 Supergas champion, up against Panetta. 034 for Panetta, 029 for Catanzariti. Panetta's back on it early. He's going to try and keep the nose ahead. Contenders really comes around. Double breakout. A 9.883 to a 9.889. So Panetta getting there first. But yeah, Supergas boys are right on the fine point.
Yeah, that's. Maybe we should drop it to 980.
Yeah. Well, they ran a couple of them ran sort of I say unrestricted at the day of the drags.
Did they?
Yeah, and they were down well into the 8s.
Were they?
Yeah. So it was pretty cool to see that those cars that are like, I mean, a lot of these Supergas cars are exposed to basically or pro stock style.
Yes.
Chassis. So
yeah, they're right. The old model pro stock still is. I couldn't see the point of putting a 572 or 600.
No, just to run a 990. 987 with a 6. Big breakout for Joe Paletto there. And Romeo in the other lane. I missed his pass, but yeah, it's been quite a few reds in Supergas today.
Yeah, and some of them have gone, like 3 qualifiers there. Got the little minus in front of them. So each time.
All right, next pair we've got JB, John Smorach down there in the Cortina, and Luke Romeo in the 27 Roadster in the Rocket Lane. We've mentioned a couple of times today, John Smorach rowing the gears manually down there.
Yes, it is. It's a top. I think it's a top loader in that thing.
Don't think so.
Isn't it?
I think it is. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, no.
Double red. Keen, the left foot was a bit jumpy for JB on that one.
Yes.
-213. Let's see what ETs they run out. Yeah, a bit of a breakout for JB.
Yeah.
993 with an 8 for Romeo, which is nice and safe. But JB not using a throttle stop or anything like that means he's sort of working off judging how far ahead of the other car he is, and he's got to keep the nose ahead, but not break out at the same time.
At the same time, yeah.
That sounds like a very confusing way of going about things.
Well,
I don't know if I don't have the bandwidth in my brain to process it all.
Oh, you do, but it's just the time of the day.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely.
Might be a bit sunburned.
Yes. All right, back through into Mod Bike.
Yes.
This is bike.com.au. We are back on here. We've got Jimmy Jock Stewart, who has been the man on the tree today. It's been pretty impressive. He's carrying over some great form from last round. Jesse Barnes, always a very fierce competitor down there in Mod Bike. So let's see what this class brings up. 0.15, but a big jump into the air for Jesse Barnes. An 0.28 for Jimmy Jock, so he's still in the margins. Crosses through for a 10.13 at 144. So it's 14. Jesse Barnes at 13.45, 143, not exactly representative because of a bit of a hiccup.
Bike must have come up very quickly because he sort of like stopped dead. Some of them, they land and then they just keep going. But he landed and then went a little bit and then kept going.
Absolutely.
So it frightened me too.
Yeah, absolutely. Jeff Eagle down there in the Aeroflow lane, and Michael Richards dig out, represented.
Race this. Richards is sharp on that bike, but I think Jeff Eagle is. Oh no!
Richards gets there first. Yeah, 991 with an O at 135 to a 995 with a 4 at 141.
Yeah, it's 100th difference at the reaction time. It doesn't. It sounds very minute, but gee, like 100th of a second in drag racing. Yeah,
it seems to make a big difference at the big end, doesn't it?
Yeah. Here we go, tenths, hundreds, and then thousands, and then 10,000s, which is 4 decimals. So Angela Phipps. Oh, no wonder the assistant starter for the day, young Greg down there, Greg Spellman, and whispering, sort of wishing her the best for the run up against Ronnie Adams.
That's it, full gas, Angie. So Ron Adams, he had a bit of a wild ride on that destroyer earlier on today.
Yeah.
He wasn't really behaving.
No.
For him, but I'm sure he's been getting around it.
Oh,
no.
Off the bike. There's something down there. The selector.
Yeah, maybe something's not doesn't want to go into gear.
Yep.
Back on.
Back on. Well, I hope he gets a full run in it after that. But thanks to Angela, she's very, very patient.
Very patient, yeah. Absolutely. Let's see if we can get Angie down the strip. Roll through again. Got a nightmare there. Another 2.5 is a nice reaction time for Angie. For 60.
Very good.
Need a little bit of work with the 60, but the reaction time's been really good today for Angie. So she crosses through for a 10.43 with an 8. And I think we've got a bit of a spider in the timing beacon down there. Showing us 700 odd miles per hour.
Yeah.
No, Angie's fast, but not that fast.
Yeah, well, the spider can, the word will get around amongst all the others.
Exactly, yeah, big shame for Ron there as well.
Yeah, it's I was the head architect on a job I was working on. And this was for the government. His name was Ron Adams, but he was nowhere near a drag racer,
Yeah.
He had a little Fiat 124 and a neat little car and everything, but it just wasn't. He just wasn't into drag racing. So, no, that's right. Yeah, give him a flick.
All right, Mark Davies here on the GSXR 1000 in the Europlow lane and finish real quick on the B-Rod. There, nice and early. Keep it in stage B. There she goes.
And we haven't seen his other half at the track for a while. And she was a good racer too, coming up through the woods. But that was a while ago. Now it was Steve Frex.
Two-step for a long time as well. Big pop there as he lets go. An 0.11 on the tree for Simmons. Very, very nice. 0.52 is not far off for Franks, but 9.28 at 149 mile per hour to a 10.17 with a 5 at 124 for Franks in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, it was just, Rob Simmons there. He was an all-conqueror at the track many years ago. Up him and Sean Ricketts between the two of them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they were just, you could see them hammering each other when they go.
Throwing rocks at each other on the way down the track.
Yeah.
Lucas Nago in the Aeroflow lane. He's coming from Stanhope in Victoria. It's the Maltese Express. Up against Sean Ricketts. Magazine. He's our 2024 track championship winner. Mod bike. I don't think he's ever not on form, to be honest.
No, well, no, it's very rare that I see that he's always on the. I got to know him. I could tell you how many pimples he had on his face, or what time he had a shave, if he had a shave on it. He was that. It's the kind of guy you always sort of present trophies to.
Yep.
It's first, second.
03. Absolutely, Gareth Wilcox making his way down the track there. Not quite as sharp on the reaction time as earlier, but being a solo pass, no major issues there. Just making his way on down on the spook.
Yeah, well, I notice ever since a lot of the brackets have changed for their qualifying, how they qualify. You hardly see a 0.1 or something anymore.
That's right.
You see a lot of zeros in front of the thing, which is fantastic.
Everyone's focused on it. Yeah, that's right. All right,
good to watch too.
Yes, absolutely. That's what we're here for. So that was bikereview.com.au mod bike Q3, qualifier 3. We're now into heavy duty magazine street bike for Q3. Andrew Riches out there on the Riches Racing Team Digger Indian Scout up against Adrian Watson, that banshee of a Yamaha R6. Absolutely
screams, doesn't it? It's screaming already.
All of the RPM. brings 056 reaction time for Watson to an 062 for Riches. 10.66 with an 8 at 130 miles per hour to a 13.04 with a 3 at 102.
Wow.
Right.
There's your Ducati.
Yes, I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Geez, look at that tyre is fat at the back,
Yeah,
isn't it?
240 section from the factory, those things, yeah. Yeah, pretty wild. Colin Northcutt there on the Ducati Diavel. And Ross Vanderhoek on the Kawasaki Z900. That is an original Z900 as well, not the ones that they still produce these days.
No,
A very different looking bike to what you might find at the dealership.
For sure, it looks like it's rolling on a 20-cent coin.
Yeah. Little tyres. Yeah. 136 reaction time to 164 for Northcutt. Northcutt makes a 10.34 with a 432 Duke and a 13.37 at 101. That's more like it for Ross Vanderhoek, as opposed to I think Q1 he ran a 17 or something wasn't right with that bike.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, we'll move on to our next pairing. John Puckeridge on the Triumph Street 675 and Robert Gill on the Wemoto Kawasaki ZZR 1100.
Yeah, Robbie's at ex-Canberra and moved down to Wandandine several years ago now, but he's always been a bike rider, and you know, he's did well at Canberra International and over the back here when they were racing back in the 90s.
Yep.
But he's always, he could have either been, well, he's auto electrician, he could have been a jockey and got away. He's only a little fella.
Fair enough. Robert Gill, 10.34 with an 8 at 129 to John Puckeridge, 12.004 miles per hour. That wraps up Heavy Duty Magazine Street Bike.
Yep.
And that brings us back across to Street Fighter with the four-wheeled competitors.
Yep.
First pairing will be Christopher Varillas up against Jamie Birtles. We've got Ford versus Holden.
Yeah, it's a bit of a stoush here.
Yeah, 043, a 005 red for Birtles. He's been chasing it today, that's for sure, but 043 for Varillas. Which was always in the hunt in this category.
Oh, yeah, 6 litre there, and the Birtles in the Rocket Lane gets there first, 13.74 with the 3 at 102. And just not quick enough for that left hand lane in the Aeroflow lane.
Right, Nicholas Varillas in the XR6 in the Aeroflow lane up against Guy Greenland with the Scrapyard SVZ wagon. Okay, Varillas gets there at 14.91 with a 1 at 95 to a 16.25 at 86 miles per hour.
Well, I hope Guy Greenland's working on his car and he's going to bring it back. I missed the scream of the
whine of the
supercharger. I love that sound.
Yeah, you definitely had a bit of an underdrive and an overdrive combination going on there.
Yeah.
Sean Dartnell back in the Aeroflow lane in the I-30. And Ashley Vincent, nice reaction time for Ashley there, 050. Very good. Sean will be a bit dirty on himself with a 204.
Yeah, he'll, if he gives himself an uppercut, well, I hope it's not too. Oh, gee, he's still got Ashley. Vincent got there first, 16.63 at 84 miles an hour for Ashley. Sean Dartnell, he got there second.
Yeah. We're rolling through these times quick today.
Yeah, they're flicking over, aren't they?
The timing crew don't have any time for us waffling on.
No.
So Glenn Featherstone in the Aeroflow lane up against Cheryl Ogden in the Rocket lane. VZ V6 Commodore with Fenwick's Marina on board for Featherstone. 023 reaction time. That's where Glenn's normally hanging around. He's pretty keen on the reaction time.
Yep.
Slight red for Cheryl, 019.
Yeah, runs it through for 15.64 with an 8 at 87 miles an hour for Cheryl Ogden in that atomic green Holden there, VE Commodore.
15.181 for Featherstone in the Aeroflow lane. Back up to the line, we've got Pietro Tallarico, NV Customs VF Commodore Utes, and Ben Roberts in the Rocket Lane with the Falcon. Roberts has left an 058 red on the tree. Tallarico 073.
Pretty close with Tallarico.
Yep.
Runs us at 14.77 with a 4 at 95 miles an hour and a 15.04 seconds at 93 miles an hour in the Rocket Lane.
Beautiful. William McNamara back out in his mum's car. Up against Daddy Stadelmeyer.
Go the Stadelmeyer. Oh, I shouldn't say that, but he's such a neat guy.
He's a pretty humble but fierce racer.
Yes.
So a great reaction time from William there, 047.
Very good.
In the all-wheel drive Subaru down there. It's not his fault he's up against a mighty AU Falcon. So 1.860 foot from Danny Stadelmeyer in that.
Look at that in a street car.
That's pretty good. So 13.92 with a 6 at 98 for Stadelmeyer and a 17.26 with a 3 at 81 for McNamara. Mum's car's hanging on down there, Mum. It's still doing laps. It's a good deal. All right, Michael Zara back up against Megan White. We've got the WH Statesman up against the Tracks. Hey, Megan White's got a green number on her reaction time here in 044. She's going to get Brett off her back about the previous one, so that's a good deal. We've got Zara out in front, 15.68 with a 6 at 87 to an 18.124 at 76 miles per hour for Megan White. So good to see.
Yeah, she's
nailed that light.
Having a go, yeah. Patrick Giddens now from Campbelltown and I hold the Commodore with him. The Rocket Lane and
Jaden Mel.
Mel, yeah, you're right. Yeah,
yep.
Good one. Granville, that's a pretty quick little car, I didn't realise, but it's not an 850 or anything like the old ones.
No, 1.4 turbo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Turbo and all.
Yep.
Okay, so 1491 with 4 at 94 miles an hour is pretty good for him. And for Patrick Giddens over there, 085 reaction time, 15.11 90.
Yeah, those little Outlaws are they're definitely a bit of a surprise package, I suppose, on the street. You know, I mean, the 14 is not the full story of what that car is. I guess when you're talking, it's not necessarily a drag car, so to speak, but yeah, zippy little car on the street, great handling, all of that sort of thing.
What's in that Hyundai?
Yep.
It's not.
It's just a 1.4 naturally aspirated.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's not an N or anything. It goes quick.
Yeah.
But I mean, I've driven my wife, so it's a Kia. Oh, it's a Kia Strata.
Okay. Yep.
And it's not as quick as that.
Well, let's find out, Les. You'll have to enter next time and we'll line you up against Sean.
Done deal.
That's it. Kia vs Hyundai.
He'll wipe the track with me.
I don't know. Maybe you lull him into a false sense of security. Say, oh, you know, I'm not as fast as I used to be, mate. You know,
Keep
take it easy.
I'm all ears. Getting coaching lessons from young Pat.
Oh, you just got to take advantage of the situation, you know.
I'll do that. I'll grab the bull by the
innocent older gentleman, you know. I mean, you've got to take some pity on me, Sean. I'm here. It's my time, you know.
Oh, geez, wouldn't I love to pull it? Well, it's like golf and in the holy mind. I played golf. I had the opportunity I had to decide whether I wanted to be a golf professional or a would-be car designer. I took the car designer and missed out on the course. But I don't know. It's all right to play golf, but when I look at the guys, these young kids coming through today, the younger blokes, they're so professional. Not to say that there was anything different for the people, the golfers beforehand, but they just seem to, and there's plenty of them.
Yeah.
You know, they're always coming through. There's always, have a look at the US Masters and things like that. It's not the same winner like they were in the old days.
Yeah, no, that's right.
Anyway, we're moving into, well, that was true. This is platinum powder coating modified eliminator bracket that we're running now. And we're just getting through the program here. This pen's running out of whatever makes it go.
Yeah, it's run out of juice.
Yeah.
All right. So while we're waiting for platinum powder coating modified to begin again, the track crew are just fixing up the 3:30 timing markers, and they'll do a reset. So I think, Les, in the meantime, we might throw to a couple of ads.
A good idea.
And we'll be back here. So give us 2 seconds. We're going to have a few words from our track sponsors, and then we'll be back with round 3 of the 2025 Championship Series here at Sydney Dragway.
BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
This incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
It's good to see the gentleman from Knoxville. We're 25 miles due south of Sydney. We're got a place in Seville.
I was about to say, we're a little bit further than 25 miles south of Knoxville.
25,000.
As Pete Brown has been on the tree all day today, 010 reaction time to an 018. George there at 762 with a 2 at 179 to a 790.
Yeah, that would have been a great race.
It was a very close race.
Oh, depending on what their diamond was.
Yep. But Q3, we'll find out next time they come around what their dial-ins are. But Paul Lynette is back up in the T-Bucket altered, up against Gregory Hannaford in that little Holden 179 powered Fiat Topolino.
Yes, I thought it might be Jenny Petrie's old car. It doesn't appear to be.
It's a very period correct build.
Yeah.
Bushy and I were commenting on it with the last round when it came out.
Right.
The paint style, but just the actual the paint job and the way that it's been. The paint's, what am I trying to say? The method that it's been painted and whatnot even seems very period correct.
Yeah.
It's not 2-pack and super glossy and all that sort of thing. So very accurate.
When it's because the people back in the day, they used to say, oh, I'm going to polish the Duco.
Yeah.
Duco nitro is a product name. It's, you know,
Yep.
and it's nitrocellulose.
Yep.
Lacquer. And my father was a painter, but a house painter. He
Yes.
was like a spray painter. He was Dutch, but he had 2 ears. He didn't come on off.
It's a Van Gogh joke for everyone else out there. That's
no one. Yeah, good on you, mate. You're an educationer as well. And but he that nitrocellulose, I had to polish the cat because it blushed like a grape.
Yep.
You know when you see a grape in the supermarket, so it blushed. So every weekend I had to sort of
Polish.
my
Yeah.
and it was a 1967 Dodge Charger. It wasn't.
Yeah, okay, it wasn't a small car.
No, plenty of metal.
That's it. All right. Not so much metal down here. Harrison Fletcher in the 27 Ford Roadster in that little Roadster body. Up against Daniel McCaskill, the NSW Dragster. So both in a full stage here. Okay, an 051 for Fletcher. 003 on the light for Danielle, so she's chasing after it there. She's in good form today, which is great to see. 730 with a 7 at 182 mile per hour. Nice mile per hour out of that 555 Cube Chevy.
Yeah.
Harrison Fletcher with an 885 with a 5. 37 miles per hour.
Yeah, I see the with Danielle the sponsorship from the Torquay Hotel.
Yep.
Now that there was one of the young racers was Russell Mills's daughter, Holly.
Yes.
And she was in junior Dragster and she was sponsored by the Torquay Hotel.
They must just love drag racing.
Yeah, it must be. So, you know, like it's, I thought, oh, gee, it's gone from one lady, you know, one girl to another one. So, but it was good.
Cold beer, good food, fast drag racing.
Mate, what else?
That's
you
the
just described heaven on earth, mate. Where is this place?
Sounds good. Well, it's the Torquay Hotel.
Yeah,
Let's
well,
get on down there. All right, next pairing we've got Brooke Rapasada, the VP Racing Fuels front engine dragster, up against Jess Turner with the ETS Race Fuels dragster. So that's fuel on fuel, dragster on dragster, racer on racer.
yeah, very tough competitor too. It's out there.
Red. And Brooke not far off with the 060 reaction time. That's a bit better for her today, so good to see. But 773 with a 2 at 167 for Jess Turner, and an 816 with an 8 at 166 for Brooke Rapasada there.
Yeah, very quick. Oh, let's now we've got Mark Bull in that rear engine dragster from Bangor in New South Wales, and Chelsea Smith, Albion Park, over there in the Rocket Lane. And Mark, all the Bull family out here racing today in different categories, of course. But Mark must be the black sheep family because he's running a small block shed. They're usually, you know, Ford Mad and stuff like that. So
surely it wouldn't be too hard to change a mount in a dragster to run a Ford. Yeah.
It'd be, you know, yeah, what's half and up?
Yeah. That's everything. All right, Mark Bull in the Aeroflow lane. Chelsea Smith, Rocket Lane. This is Q3, boosted Outlaws. Excuse me, for modified. I made a mistake twice today. 088 on the reaction time, 016 for Chelsea Smith. 755 with a 3 at 178 for Smith in Rocket Lane. 777 with a 5 at 168. Yeah,
A lot of sevens and fives.
Lots of
there.
sevens.
Yeah, aren't you?
Working on it.
Yeah,
Working on
no,
it.
you're doing fine, mate.
Next one, next pairing, we've got Peter Carlton in Swale Industries front engine dragster up against Mark Tanswell. Good to see Mark back out again.
Yeah. So, 2 little FEDs. Yep. One of the 816.
Mark, they turned the car around before he could present to the line last round.
Oh, right. Oh,
Qualifying.
okay.
They found a bit of an issue at the front of the
right.
front of the engine, I believe, and they decided to take the car back to the pits. But yeah, good to see him back up at the line.
Yeah, beautiful.
See if we can't get a good qualifier.
Yeah, just a little hold to show the difference. Gee, I tell you what, not by much.
No.
Look at that.
It's not bad at all. 9.13 with a 9 at 146 to a 9.53 with a 5 at 136.
4/10 difference between the two. I thought it would be more than that.
4/10 and 140 odd cubes.
Yeah.
So, not bad.
That's fantastic.
Very good. All right, next pairing, we've got Alison Stewart in the LA Lubricants, Jeff's Racing Dragster, and Matthew Welsh, Mountainside Meats Front Engine Dragster.
Yep, talking to the meeting director here today, which is one of the members of the Welsh family.
Yes.
And they were hoping to go at least a 10th quicker.
Yep.
So than their than what they usually run, because the driver did a stint here, then had a little break, and then he's taking up driving chores for the family car. So Alison Stewart from Queanbeyan in New South Wales, she's in the Europlow lane, and she's running for LA Lubricants. She's racing race where Canara, she's in
003 on the tree for Alison there. So
pretty sharp.
great reaction time. Matthew Welsh 070, not bad at all. Stewart goes through for 778 with a 7 at 163, 854 with a 5.
That's what they were aiming for. They went from 6s to 5s.
There you go.
So they've accomplished that.
Big congratulations to the Welsh family for that new PB. So great to see, guys.
Yep.
Okay, we've got Gary Darrington back out again in the little Holden 202 powered front engine dragster. Will be a solo pass by the looks of things.
I really like this little. I like that other little front engine, 6-cylinder front engine dragster too.
It's got a great sound, this one, from Gary's. It's very unique, the Holden 6-cylinder sound.
Yeah. It's a pity that, well, I don't know if they need it. Well, they got one later on,
023 red on the tree for Gary, but 1464 is working all right for those little baggy tyres that the FED runs. 993 with a 2 at 130 miles per hour.
Oh, that's pretty.
It's pretty healthy mile per hour, isn't it,
I'll say.
for a 200 cube 6-cylinder?
Yeah. And just 202, it's not as if it's like a 271 or something like that. So it's just a little. Yeah,
very, very good.
Took a while for owning MB modified dragster. Drew had the Hemi 6-cylinder in it, and it took a while to eclipse that, but it did happen. So.
All right, so that was the end of Platinum Powder Coating Modified, and that will bring us into Mixed Metal Roofing Top Sportsman.
Yes, another great bracket.
Qualifier 3 for them. We've got Leo Georges in the Aeroflow lane and Greg Fowler in the Rocket lane.
Yes, the Greg, he's still pretty good at the tree, still racing. I guess he's a bit younger than me, but he doesn't seem to be that much younger. But gee, he can still pedal a car.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's really good at it.
No, he's not afraid of it, and and that Beretta's got plenty of mile per hour under it as well. 632 cubic inch, big block.
Steve is, well, he's only young bloke, but he's a good peddler as well, so they're just naturals for Greg.
There's something in the water down there, eh?
That's what it must be.
Or up there, I should say. Or is it?
Yeah. Nice part of New South Wales too.
Yeah.
It's like the rest of New South Wales. Right? Yeah, it's crowded.
It's crowded.
It's crowded there.
That's right. Ooh, 002 red for Greg on the tree down there. Very nice pass though, straight as an arrow, 112.60. Across to a 758 with a 2 at 181 miles per hour.
Yeah.
Leo Georges at 908 with a 9 at 150 miles per hour in the Aeroflow.
Yeah, there is a lot of difference there. And, 002, gee, you'd be lucky to get there. I'm glad that he got rid of it in the last call.
Yep. All right, Stephen Fowler now. Fowler Freight Management, Pontiac GXP. Definitely didn't want to get shown up by Josh Boschkovich in the burnout stakes there.
No, he was on fire then.
Yeah.
But it's now at the moment. Is the quickest machine here today a motorbike in the miles per hour?
No,
Alex Moore, 214 or something?
No, Pete Byrne, I think, has gone to 16.
Ah, right, okay.
In the Alton.
Yeah, right.
Yep. But there's not much in it.
No,
Not much in it. But there is a lot in the capacity of those two engines.
Yeah.
You got a 1.4 litre
right.
with a turbo on it,
Yeah.
and then a 560 cube, I think Pete's engine is.
It just goes to
With a
show
big
you
old blower.
what it takes, to go that extra miles an hour and things like that. Plug say, oh, I've got a 200 mile an hour car. This car does 200 miles an hour.
Maybe after about 5 kilometres of straight road, it'll get there.
Yeah, that's right.
But not in 400 metres.
No.
All right, next pairing, Josh Boshkovich. Watch the big pop. Off it goes. Straight as an arrow for Stephen Fowler, though, in the Rocket Lane. Really nice 023. 004 for Bosco. He's gone 799 again with a 0. At 166. So he's backing up the 799 with a 799.
That's quick to 166 for that big, huge car.
Absolutely.
Nice bloody cousins, yeah. There was a bloke in, I used to do the Dubbo City Car Club, and they had their drag races at a place called Bodangra, which is Wellington.
Yep.
And you go 11 k's out, there's the prison, the jail that they built there, and across the road is the airstrip where they land all the dignitaries come.
Sure.
What, they're visiting the jail, they're not going into jail.
Yep.
And but there was a cousin's there, he had a little Gemini, a little gold one. Why did he go?
There's no shortage of horsepower in this one. Little 1200 coupe. It's got 2JZ screwed together by Gas Racing. Gas Motorsport, I should say. Tony Heisman's in the Rocket Lane, 009 on the tree. He's going to lead the way home. Cousins is fighting back, though. I think he's going to go around him. Just misses out. But 783 ET to an 805, 185 mile per hour to 166. So, and Tony Heisman's not shy on cubes either. That's a 632 cubic inch motor.
And his reaction time,
Yes.
009.
Yep, absolutely.
There's another guy here too that races. He used to race here, Gary Halbert.
Yep.
He had the same sort of car, and then I think he ended up putting one of those Japanese.
It was a red one, wasn't it, Gary Halbert?
Oh, well, it might have been, but I always remembered it was a puke green when he first started.
Yep,
It
sure.
was a puke green, and then he might have resprayed it. But, there's Brett O'Connor. Well, it's good to see him out on track.
Yeah, back out again. Nitro system is functional, which is very nice. And Stuart Bennett, of course.
Yeah.
Back in the little 400 cube Tirana.
Bearing, but this thing, Brett O'Connor's, it's got, 636.
Yes, no shortage of planes there, so that's going to get away. It's still carrying on. Just doesn't want to agree with the crew today, which is must be really frustrating. Stuart Bennett, though, no such issues. Just cruises on through 11:44 at 86. Something tells me that they don't have nitrous active on Stuart's Tirana, Chris's Tirana, I should say.
Yeah, right.
Because it's just not. Like, I mean, it's getting out of the hole okay.
Yeah.
But it's not running the times that Top Sportsman does.
I was going to say that, I mean, even that run there, it's only 86 miles an hour. Okay, yes, something did go wrong. Yes, he buttoned off, but it just to go through and to the point of where it stopped accelerating, it was a fair way down the track.
Yeah.
So, to make up that extra, if there was a stutter or something, it must be, and for Brett, like you've got all that 636 cubes or something like that, and with nitrous, and then the car next to you takes off after you, and then you go like that, and then they sail past, but there's something wrong with the car as well. So I don't know, and they're both nitrous cars.
Yeah, it's a cruel mistress as far as power adders are concerned. Nitrous, it's not very forgiving.
No, I was thinking of adding that to my car.
The Kia.
No. Soap and water. Bring the soap and water for this guy.
Joe Catalaria red 069, very out of character for him.
Yeah, it is.
Owen James, not sure what's gone on with Big O's car there. Right, 257, 60 foot after a 650 reaction time.
Yeah.
Something not 100% right, but seemed to gather it up after that. 1076 and 145.
Yeah, he come along. Gangbusters, all right. So, the difference between 1,000 and 1320 was more representative, but it was probably still accelerated. So it was another couple here, Nathan Cooper and James Barnes. James Barnes, the Ford Mustang cost 440. Nathan Cooper from Wingham, South Wales, Holden Gemini, running small block ships, 370.
Yeah, great little car. This is Bushy's new favourite car.
Is it? Yeah.
Gemini.
Yeah.
It's down here, no Cooper.
Yeah, it's a nice little shape.
You said you liked it, that means it's your favourite.
Even with the Chevy.
Same. All right, James Barnes out 041 reaction time. Nathan Cooper had a bit of a snooze on that one, but close at the big end though. 855 with a 5 to an 850 with a 5. 156 mile per hour, 158. That's a good pairing if we can get them out at the same time.
Yep.
Again, moving on, top sportsman Lisa Sargent in the Aeroflow lane. Sargent's Roofing Camaro up against Joe Sorbello in Osmond's Racing 180SX.
Yeah, that's what I meant, a 180 SX.
Yep.
SX. I thought there was one really. But that little Nissan Gazelle that was here, is it Frank Nicastro?
Yeah.
He was that. I like those little cars. Now there was a bloke in the Street Machine magazine who put a Windsor in.
Yep.
And you know, it looked just like a normal little Gazelle, but had a Windsor in it.
Yep.
So yeah, ran really well.
Well, yeah, not a bad package at all, really. Small car, big engine.
Big engine.
Always good combination.
Oh, I think those Ford engine, the small block Fords are 289, 302.
042 on the tree for Joe Sorbello. Got out really cleanly with the 180SX, but he's definitely got to compete with that 600 cube motor in the Camaro. And Lisa Sargent, 800 with a 7. 172 to an 858 with a 5 for Sorbello in the Rocket Lane.
They must have had her and a partner. They must have had. If one of them says, "Oh, I'm getting a new car," and so, "Oh, I might as well get one too." So that, but she's taken that. She's taken to that car like a duck to water.
Yeah, absolutely. So she's been running really well.
Great control. Yeah, she's good to watch.
Excellent. John Beckingham back out in the XY Ute. Let's have a look. He's had a bit of a fight on his hands with this car off the line today. It's been sort of wanting to hunt the centre line, but he's run twice in the Aeroflow lane. He's now in the Rocket lane, so we'll see. Yeah, see what the chassis wants to do over here. See if he can't get marks. Two-step. He still wants to go right a little bit. Yeah. 004 red on the tree. So John will be looking to fix that up for the next pass. He crosses down there for an 8.555, which is exactly the same time as it wasn't Lisa Sargent. It was the car before that. I'm sorry, I've forgotten, but nonetheless, Bex will have a little bit to work on there.
Yep. Just got to stop it just momentarily.
Just pull it up a little bit, you think? All right, Darren Moody is back out in the Rodeo. See Craig Burns down there from SCF.
Oh, yes. Ah, okay.
He's got chassis magic happening on the Rodeo.
There's some, when you have a look at all these, these places and race cars and chassis and stuff like that, there's a lot going on in Sydney.
Yeah.
But then you do have 5.5 million people.
There's a few people to choose from, yeah.
So
that's right. So good, and
geez, I wish they'd
all
come
of them
out here.
are flat out.
Are they?
Oh, I haven't been to a race shop that's sitting around and twiddling their thumbs, really. It's there's plenty of demand.
Oh well, it's
but it's not a 2-minute job either.
No, that's right.
you can't. Rome wasn't built in a day, and neither was a top sportsman chassis.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just about right. Good comparison, but they're but I see we should the chassis. Talking about being so precise. That's what
Absolutely. A pretty clean pass there for Darren Moody. It's a licensing pass, I believe. 037 on the tree. 12760, which is heading in the right direction.
Yep.
It's nice and straight. So yeah, crosses through for an 883 at 158 mile per hour.
Well, I guess that was nearly a full pass. So if that was the third pass that the officials are waiting for, I think they're probably discussing it at the moment. But to me, it seemed he did everything right.
That's right.
It wasn't squirrely or.
Yep. He's done his first pass, which was the launch. The second pass, which is
mid-track.
Yep.
And then
660.
Yeah.
And then that one is out the back door.
Yeah. Well, you've got to do a pass representative of the class.
Yep.
And very good.
Excellent. All right, so that was the end of mixed metal roofing top sportsman qualifier 3. We will be heading into a bit of track prep down here at Sydney Dragway. So, given the opportunity, we will pause for a minute and we'll throw to some ads, and then we'll come back and we'll run through a few of the upcoming events before we get back into racing with looks like Boosted Outlaws down there in the lanes.
Yes.
So we'll be right back here at Sydney Dragway for round 3 of the 2025 Championship Series.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, 1 unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
Drag racing is not just about the horsepower. There is also some cool science at play right here on the racetrack. These drag strips aren't just regular concrete. We treat it with a special kind of glue often referred to as traction compound. I usually twist my foot and it's all... This is designed to ramp up the traction of the track's surface. It's getting worse by the minute for us racers to go straight and fast. In drag racing, every millisecond counts. That's why the teams adjust the car's setup to suit the track conditions. Teams can assess the traction on the track by using this interesting device called a traction meter gauge. The bottom of the device has a rubber pad that mimics a racing slick. To measure the track's grip value, the user stands on the base, ensuring the rubber pad bonds with the racing surface. Turning the torque arm on the top of the device will rotate the rubber pad. When the bond breaks, the user will see a number on the dial. Teams can then use this number to help create baselines for grip within their respective setup.
Bikereview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. Bikereview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. Bikereview.com.au.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
That is the sound of Boosted Outlaws back on track here at Sydney Dragway. This is round 3 of the 2025 New South Wales Championship Series, and we are here for the iconic Boosted Outlaws.
Yes.
Chicago Shootout, round 1 of 3, Les.
Oh yeah, 1 of 3. Check it out.
I just thought I'd let Anthony Bull and Curtis Reed get their burnouts out of the way before no one could hear it. So.
Yeah, oh well, it was too. Yeah, that's Chicago Shootout. It works on a point system, and then at the completion, they get the 2 cars with the highest points. Get so many points for speed, ET, low ET. Then you get first across the line with the winner and things like that. So although you might see a car that goes across the finish line and wins, say, all 3 rounds, you've got to be mindful of the fact that the other person and that car doesn't appear in the final. You think, hey, something's wrong here. But having, for the top speed, low ET, they're extra points, and it's a bit like NASCAR because they get points for going around all the time, and then how many times how long you've led, all those sorts of things. You see Anthony Bull over in the rocket lane up against Curtis Reed in the Europlow lane. I don't think Curtis he's struck a problem, I'd say.
Yeah, well, he's dropped an 019 red on the tree there, which is...
Oh, that's a good... Yeah, well,
handed the win to Anthony Bull early on, which is a bit out of the ordinary for Curtis.
Yes.
But Anthony Bull doing his job pretty well there. 046 on the tree. He's run a 753 on a 42 dial-in at 184 miles per hour, so he'll take the points and move back on around. He's coming off a round win.
Yes.
Last round as well. So
well, he's got so far, unless that's the quickest anyone else in Boosted Outlaws goes, quicker than 753. So he's got points for that, and he's got 184 miles now. But that, if someone goes quicker and has a bigger top speed, well, they'll deduct that and he'll just get first across the line.
So Tim Gruber coming up next in the Queanbeyan Engine Service Cortina up against Chris Denny. Actually very close dialings between these two very different cars.
Yeah.
760 to a 764.
So 400's difference between the two.
Absolutely. Boss 410 blown combination in the Cortina for Gruber, and small block Chevy blown combo for the front engine dragster of Chris Denny.
Yes, that's Tim Gruber with the sort of doing some engine work on that Kipper cars in Corvette that I've got. And, so I'll get him to the bottom. He does a whole bunch of all sorts of cars, so that'll do me.
What engine is in that?
6G72.
Yeah.
It's twin turbo, all-wheel drive, so it's 3-litre 6-cylinder. Got really good heads and got Korea valves.
It's a 3000 GT, isn't it? Yeah, or a Mitsubishi GTO, depending on where you come from.
Correct, yeah. It's what they call a grey import. 3000 now, 3000 GT is brought in by MMA, Mitsubishi Motors Australia. 117 of them, mine's number 70.
There you go.
And yeah, they're pretty awesome car, but I think they let some deals.
And they're not the lightest.
1825 talk about a visit to bloody, what's his name?
Weight Watchers?
Weight Watchers, yeah. Or Jenny Craig.
Yeah.
It needs it.
All right, Tim Gruber up against Chris Denny. Let's see, this is Chicago Shootout round 1 for Boosted Outlaws. Denny in deep stage, holds it back, an 0.95 reaction time, gives him a big advantage over 341 for Gruber. He's going to get off there, he keeps the nose in front, he does. 769 for Denny on a 64 dial-in, a 62 for Gruber, so closer on the dial-in, but the reaction time is the whole
that's
story.
why he was chasing all the time.
Yep, absolutely. 181 mile per hour, so carrying a bit more mile per hour, but good. So big fist pump from the Denny crew down there. So big congrats. Always full of enthusiasm, Denny Family Racing. Great job, Tim Gruber. Did everything else right? Just a little bit of a nap on the start line.
Bit snoozy at the line.
That's all right. Let's talk about a bit of a contrast down here. We're about to have Zach Palm come out in his little bowling dragster. Which you know, Zach will tell you, it's not a mega budget combination that they got on down there. But in the rocket lane, we've got Emilio Spinozzi in a full-blown door slammer.
Yeah.
Yeah, intimidating maybe.
Yeah, and it is heads up too. So you know, there's no handicap start.
Yeah, 7.0 to 5.9.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
On that
there is a dial. You'll hear that thundering car of Spinozzi's.
Yep. Follows that all the time in the world.
Yeah, get that thing as red hot. So close.
Not that you want to do that to anyone.
No. We're not suggesting that he shouldn't.
No. Still happy after the burnout.
Oh, it's got the chalk line there.
Right, so obviously we mentioned before Terrell Civil, Emilio Spinozzi, Chevelle, Rocket Lane, out here getting some laps in before Nitro Champs. Door slammer. This car normally runs.
Well, Emilio has, in his qualifying runs, that car has really, it gets off the line really well. Okay, he may have buttoned off at some stage, but he should be, he has to do the chasing. So Zach Palmer will get the handicap start over here in Europlow lane. Emilio to do the chasing. So it's 5.9 seconds for Emilio and 7 seconds for Zach Palmer.
teetering for Emilio, but he's into it. So Palm 692 with a 7, so he's run a 690. So great job, guys, down there for Zach, but also 662 at 135, so a big lift for Spinozzi there. So great effort for everyone. 692 is a breakout for Zach, so not a win, but 196 mile per hour, and 692 is a pretty good deal for that crew down there. So, and considering the gremlins that he's had to deal with all day, I'm sure Zach will be a very happy boy when he jumps out at the big end there.
Yeah, well, the best part about, or one of the really good parts about a Chicago shootout is you get to see the cars come out 3 times.
Yep.
And each time they'll be pitted against a different competitor, so that sort of evens the score. So it's a. But when you get some of the shootouts that they have in the US, they might have 10 cars, and they've got 10 cars for a shootout, so you can't have all 10 of them out every time. So
that's right.
They usually go for the quickest, and they group them as they go, but then they group the quickest ones as they go. So they ended up with the 2 fastest cars there.
For sure. But no, really good result. I believe that's actually Zach's first 6 in that car. Full stop.
Well, I wouldn't doubt it either, because a 6.9, 692 with a 7 sounds as if they've been hanging around 7 flat, 701. I don't know, but what you say is totally possible. And if that's a PB or, like one of the best times they've recorded, well, he dialed in with a 7 and
that's right.
So that's it.
Got to be happy. A breakout. You're not happy with a breakout, but you're happy if a breakout's a PB. So And a big shout out to Zach's sponsors as well: Trim SE, Queensland, GM Auto Repairs, Hearts Paint Supplies, and Aeroflow Performance Products, of course. So a big thank you to those great companies for being a part of the program. And of course the crew down there that have been working their butts off. Daniel McCaskill, obviously Zach's partner.
Okay. Well, see, that's the disadvantage of living 300 kilometres away. You guys are sort of like right. If this is the racing people, and this is you're sort of like right there. Like I'm over there. It's like describing to people, a difference in ages, and I say to them, see, the edge of the cliff for me is just beyond the point down there. Yours is at the other end of the track,
No, very good, but we're happy to see a couple of those.
Well, if that's the PB that they've done, we were just part of history.
Yep, absolutely. So good deal, and as I mentioned before, Zach's the first one to tell you that it's not a mega dollar, mega budget combination, but nonetheless, he's out here racing his car, and you can be out here racing your car too. Tomorrow on Sunday, we've got the 13th of April, Aeroflow Performance Products Race for Real Sunday sessions. So back here at Sydney Dragway again tomorrow. You'll have the pleasure of listening to Les and I talk while you race your street car down the track.
What a magnificent combination.
Absolutely. So from 10 a.m. to approximately 4 p.m. Tomorrow on Sunday, you'll be able to come out here and test your mettle, as it were, down the blacktop at Sydney Dragway. Race for Real. You can come on out. You can check it all out. See what your car's got. Wednesday nights, obviously, is normally our Race for Real night, but it's on a Sunday. Big thanks to Aeroflow Performance for getting behind that initiative. It's always hard to get out on a Wednesday, but nonetheless, you've got the Sunday sessions on, and then directly after it on Good Friday, there is the Good Friday Burnouts. So it's a huge event for Sydney Dragway here. The burnout competition and the supporters are intense. They are. I won't say insane. They're extremely enthusiastic. The burnout action is wild. There's pro burnout cars. There's amateur burnout cars. There's prizes. It's just a huge day of burnouts. There's a reason why that big skid pad down there in front of the grandstand is all black.
Yeah.
And it's Good Friday burnouts. So we could run that event only once a year and the pad would still look the same.
Yeah.
So, but that's a slight detour from our normal action, which is drag racing. And then to get a bit more drag racing and testing and tuning in before the Nitro Champs, test and tune on Saturday, the 26th of April.
Right.
Here at Sydney Dragway. So I would say entries are closing fairly soon for that. So if you do need to get a few laps in and do some testing, if you're entered in Nitro Champs, we've got a new combination you put together and you're not quite ready to enter in a track championships and do some competition racing, the test and tune on Saturday, the 26th of April, will be your best opportunity and the final opportunity to get some testing in before Gulf Western Oil. Go the Distance Nitro Champs here at Sydney Dragway. 2nd to 4th of May 2025. It's all on. Top Fuel Dragsters double header with Nitro funny cars.
That's going to be sensational.
All of the pro classes, great to see. Yeah, but right now, right here, Sydney Dragway, we're going to continue on with the boosted Outlaws. Chicago Shootout, round 1 of 3. We've got Jeff Sargent in Sargent Roofing, Anderson Camaro up against Paul Wood. The PWW Builders Chevy Camaro.
Yeah, two fantastic cars. I particularly like Paul Wood's presentation there. That's not taking away anything from Jeff Sargent's car as well. It's just that Paul Wood's car looks really impressive and, you know, just bad to the bone. But it's decided on the dial-ins, which is, gee, there's not too different at all.
Yeah, 665 for Sargent, 695.
Yeah.
Just to be contrary to you, Les, I reckon Jeff Sargent's car is
Okay, well,
red goes faster.
It doesn't. Yeah, you get a speeding ticket, but you also get a red light ticket as well.
Yeah, that's right. You do catch your first ticket.
Yeah, that's right.
Not much is going to be catching that thing, I reckon. So
I don't think so. But Jeff Sargent there in that car that over here in the Europlow lane is the one that Pat's put his money on. Because we've just put down. No, we haven't.
I don't want to say they put the money on it.
No.
I think Paul Wood's car is unreal as well. I'm a big fan of what they've been doing. Unfortunately, he's just left a big old cherry on the tree. But that's okay because it's Chicago Shootout. It runs a 7003 at 202 to a 677 with an 8 at 205. Les, I'm not going to say I told you so, mate.
Yeah,
but let's get on to the next pair.
Yeah, well, I thought it was first across the line.
Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough.
No. You said that I like the Wood car for the reasons that I gave, and you said you alternatively you like the Sargent car. So that's all right.
Fast, cool. I think that's the two requisites, basically. Both cars fast, both cars cool.
Cool.
So it works well. Another cool and fast car is sitting down there waiting for his next run, Peter Byrne. He's #1 qualifier today, 6:47 with a 2 at 218 miles per hour. Let's see what he's got on this solo pass.
Yeah, that is this is the black. Is it?
Yeah. I think it's very dark grey.
Is it?
Yeah, I haven't been close enough.
Oh, you might be right. It's like a carbon fibre.
No, it's just like a really dark grey.
Yeah.
But it's a very angry beast. And Pete Byrne does a great job of taming it. So it's got a good crew around him.
Yeah. And it's really well set up. I went to Bakersfield for Chewy's, which is they have ribs, and that Chewy's Nitro shootout, Nitro Walton shootout. That was really good. They had all the cars on show at Chewy's. It's up on the 99, which probably doesn't mean much.
It's a highway, basically.
That's it. Yep. And it comes in, goes like that, and then goes the opposite way. Yep. And yeah, well, they had all the cars there, and people were pouring in just to have a look at the cars. It was 12 of them.
Very cool. All right, and Pete Burns, Bantam Altered is a very cool unit as well. It might not be nitro, but it's still an absolute animal. Yeah. Let's see, we've got a 645 on dialing board. Pete Burn there, he's in full stage now. 073 reaction time, 160 foot, and a pretty straight pass, just edging towards the centre line at 647 with a 9. At 218 miles per hour. Geez, that's almost a carbon copy of his top qualifier.
Yeah, look at that, 218. 218.69 was his qualifier, and a 218.65. So there's only 400ths, is it?
Yeah, 647.
640. No, sorry. Yeah, I was using the wrong.
No, that's all right. 0.4 of a mile per hour, but yeah, 647 with a 2 to 647 with a 9. Not bad. That was Iconico boosted to Outlaws, round 1 of 3 Chicago Shootout. Next we will be into Extreme Bike, Chicago Shootout 1 of 3. I can see we've got, I think that's...
It might be,
yeah, there's
was
Brandon Gospel down there on the line. G'day, Brando. Hey, Mina. And Bianca, of course, as a party down there. G'day. They're bringing Alex Borg up, who's been... someone else was the Maltese Falcon, but...
yes, that's right.
You know, same.
Yeah.
Alex has obviously been on a tear lately. Plenty of performance out of that as a party racing combination. And then, of course, we've got Matthew Hunt on the little ZX-10R in the Rocket Lane. He's got that nitrous combination put together there, so a newer combination for him.
Yeah, I wonder if Alex, when he gets off the bike and goes shopping and stuff like that, walking around, I wonder if he thinks, geez, I wish I had my bike here, you know.
You think he feels a bit detached?
Yeah, yeah, stepping off
like
that.
he's missing something.
Yeah, exactly.
I think you'd have to be used to.
Yeah, mate.
It'd have to be like second nature, right? When you're sitting on this thing.
Yeah.
686 at 216 miles per hour. He went earlier today. With a lot of mutual respect between two races there. A bit of a nod before they start the burnout. Also, not looking to play any games and delay anyone.
No.
You know.
No. Well, they probably got a lot of respect for the position that each other holds.
Yep.
And I'll be taking my hat off to Alex. We haven't seen Michael Borg out here. I don't know if he's a relative, but Michael Borg, gee, he's been racing since, I don't know, he's racing before drag racing was found. He was at the track all the time.
All right, Extreme Bike, we're heads up here. There's no dial in on these ones. 095 to an 028, but geez, look at the speed that thing puts on. Alex Borg in the Europlow lane at 679 with a 5 at 219 miles per hour. Forget about it.
Yeah. Everything else is a lost cause.
Yeah. Matthew Hunt at 935 with a 5. A very nice pass for the ZX-10 down there. Matthew obviously getting his head around that nitrous combination. So really good, but geez, 679 and 219 miles per hour is wild. So big congrats to As a Party, and we've got them back at the line again. Deanne As a Party in the Aeroflow lane, David Franks in the Rocket lane. As we said, heads up. There's no dial-ins here. It's just whoever gets there first. Run what you brung and hope you brung enough.
Gee, Deanne's perfected the art of leaving. She's really made heaps of ground.
Yep. Absolutely, got a good reaction time there as well. But David Franks with the horsepower advantage, 718 with a 7 at 196 miles per hour, and 805 with a 4 at 172 for Deanne. Just getting better and better, which is great to see.
Yeah, she's come on. She was really pensive before. This is from where I'm looking for her, and this is my personal view.
Yep.
When she left the line, it was a bit, let's get going type of thing, and then left. Meanwhile, the other bikes, but she's
It's
just,
all about confidence and
yeah,
faith in the
she's
machine, right? You know,
Yeah.
I mean, someone can tell you just got to let go of the clutch faster, but
Yeah.
getting your brain to sort of, you know, and your body to agree to that can be a little bit different. So, all right, Brant Gilliver down here up against Ryan Franks. Gilliver's had a wild ride on that GSXR today. A lot cleaner, still a bit of a wiggle, and it wants to lift the front wheel, but Ryan Franks riding that Hayabusa down the line, 718 with a 2 at 198 miles per hour to an 813 with a 6 at 166. Really nice reaction time from both riders there.
Both
038
riders. Very good, yeah.
050 for Ryan Franks.
Yeah, that was good. I mean, it's, what's it like for letting, you know, when you're with the hand for the clutch? Yeah, it's special art.
It's an interesting combination, that's for sure. And being consistent.
Yeah,
really.
That's right, yeah.
That's the trick. So, all right, so we've got these cars paired up. We've got Daniel Brahma in the Camaro. That we've put in here. So Daniel licensed earlier, so we've now included him in the same category with this other car. So so George Graham there in the Pack Racing Mazda RX-9. They've called it.
Oh, I thought so.
There you go.
Yeah,
and it is a 20B. Good.
20B, yeah, triple
Good
road.
for us to all be aware of that.
But
Certainly
that's
sounded like one.
That's the beauty of a rotary. You can just put new.
Yeah, just keep adding
Yeah,
more on.
just keep it. There's a bloke in America racing a 5 rotor.
Yeah, there's a couple out there. It's a pretty wild combination.
Yeah.
12 rotor that's been put together.
Has it?
Yeah, fella. It was originally designed to be used in marine application.
Oh, yeah,
apparently.
yeah.
But the fellow that's got it now is putting it into a dragster.
Is he?
So
right.
we'll see what comes from that.
Yeah.
A couple of massive turbos on there, and all sorts of things. So,
Yeah.
yeah, it'd be interesting. But for now, we've got your traditional sort of pro stock car in the Camaro, Daniel Grimer in the Aeroflow lane.
I wonder if he's related to Jason. He used to had the rat in the cat. He had a big block Chevy in a Jag.
Okay, rat in the cat. No, we don't think that there's any relation there, but
yeah,
nonetheless,
I bumped into him. He was. I got on really well, but that's sort of outside of racing and stuff like that. But he was. Yeah, well, I bumped into him in the US. He was at the US Nationals, and he was saying that he wanted to move over there and race there, but he was doing some residential deployments. Anyway, that was then, and this is now.
Absolutely. So we've got George Graham in pre-stage, just waiting on Daniel Grimer to join him there, as he does. Grimer straight in full stage. Let George come up on the two-step. Bang, 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 and off she goes. 087 on the tree for George. Nice. He's got a bit of a steer job early on, but it's straightened out. Really nice pass. 660 with an 8, 213 miles per hour. So crew seem pretty happy with that. Daniel Grimer, 727 with a 2, 184 miles per hour.
Gee, 660 with an 8. And well, that's the first full pass it's had here today. Isn't
Today, yes, that's right. Yeah, it's been a bit of testing and tuning and figuring everything out. It seems we're going in the right direction.
If it's anyone can get those rotaries to work, it's the Pack 2.
It certainly seems like it.
Yeah.
So that is a good deal. Next up, we've got John Kabura down there in the JTS Towing Cavalier. So again, he'll be in that Pro Stock Super Comp category.
What happened to it?
Not sure.
Yeah, something.
Not sure. Can't see it down there. Can't see it in the tunnel. So maybe they've got the data that they needed. They just didn't really want to continue on with, or they could just be skipping this round as well. So being that they're, again, I'm making an assumption, but being that they're here for testing effectively, they may just be like, you know what, we're not ready for this round.
Yeah.
We'll come back in the next round. Which is fine.
Well, they've got nothing to lose. They've got everything to gain by doing that. You isn't it? Getting extra data and stuff like that. That's what it's all about these days, isn't it? It's computers. They're either, and they operate on the basis that the stuff you put in's good. So if you put crap in, crap out.
Yeah, exactly right.
So
no one wants to crap out, man.
no.
So we've got John Kabura.
Even not me with my computer at home. You know, I get the darks when something goes wrong.
John Kabura here in the JTS Stalking Cavalier. He's got that 687 index there. Racing clutch out of there. 296 reaction time on 103 60 foot, which is moving. 721 with an 8 at 185. So a lot of round of applause from the crew. So you've got to be happy with that.
Yeah.
Very nice. So that should be Super Comp, and then that will bring us back around into the Power Plus Fuels Super Street. Yeah, this is
elimination round.
Yes,
from now on.
Yep.
Beauty,
love the extra pressure that the elimination rounds.
Yeah, me too.
Those red lights that have been popping up on the tree, they're not free anymore.
No,
they've got a big cost attached to them from now on. So let's see, we've got Alan Stevenson in the Aeroflow lane, 11:38 with a dial in, up against Dennis Plessis, 10:67, the big XY GT Falcon. Oh, Stevenson, big red light. He's going to be kicking himself on that one. Huge. 031 for Plessis. Nice reaction time. He's going to cruise on through with the win, 11-1. You would have seen those lights flashing and just taking it easy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, he dialed in with a 1067 and he went 11-1, so Pat's called it as he saw it, and it's all above board.
Yeah, very good. Next pairing, we'll get on to Mark Elborn, the next Power Plus New South Wales driver down here. So again, big thanks to those guys for being on board with Super Street.
Yes.
And then up against Corey Stutchbury, Dialed In Racing, PSC Racing, up here with the mechanical performance work for all of the Stutchburys.
Yeah, there's a few of them here today.
Yeah. It's the surname to have.
Yeah, it's the international.
That's right.
Sydney Dragway.
Well, I tell you what, Dialed In Racing and Top Fuel Street is the sticker and the gang to have in your corner when it comes to Super Street.
Yep.
They're making their own little encampment, or their little city down there.
Are they?
There's a whole bunch of them together, so they must be having a great time at the track. Mark Elborn, red light on the tree. 070 green for Stutchbury, which means he's going to take the win. Go with Alan Stevenson, Power Plus there, and then the next one, Mark Elborn, Power Plus. Come on, guys. And a breakout.
Stop those barrels.
All right, nice pass from Stutchbury though. 070 on the tree, a 79 on a 75 dial in.
Yep.
It's all working well. All right, Peter Varillis in the Mustang here in the Aeroflow lane, 12:59 dial in, up against Aidan Stutchbury. 1080 is his dial in. He's got Shorty Performance on board.
Okay, so he's going to Peter Varillis. Oh no.
There's a curse in the left lane.
I was just going to say that's the third one. That's three in a row in the left lane.
Yep. 090 for Stutchbury in the Rocket lane. So very, very nice. He's going to take 1081 on an 80 dial as well.
Gee whiz, yeah, that's good. 090 like.
Yep.
Oh, that'll be good.
Absolutely. Very nice. Okay, moving on. We've got Blaine Bull in the Shire Automotive Mechanical XD Falcon, up against Sammy Joe Johnson, Dialed In Racing v Commodore. She's got Raffia Scaffolding and Shift Right on board with her program. You see Shire Performance Engines and Machining giving a hand for Blaine's combo. He's got that 411 cube Clevo.
Clevo, yeah. So he's dialed in at 11 flat, so...
What is happening here in the Aeroflow lane? First round of eliminations for Super Street. People have been on fire all day, and we've got 4 red lights in a row.
somewhere does it say, you know, $3,000?
Yeah. 11.0 dial in for
Yeah.
Blaine Bull. He ran an 11.09. Sammy Jo Johnson had a 72 and ran 79, I believe. So
Oh, that's pretty good.
very nice.
She's pretty consistent, but the I'm not going to talk during this
No,
thing.
no.
We'll wait till they get off the line.
Yep.
And then well, it's Peter Giddens up against Adam Bowers. Bowers in the rocket lane, Peter Giddens in the Europlow lane.
11.15 dial in to a 12.24.
Yeah, 24 goes to Bowers and the 11.15 goes to Pete Giddens in the Europlow lane.
Right, both in full stage here. Bowers gets away, but he pulls the red light curse to the rocket lane.
And from Adam Bowers, I mean, he never does that in his HQ. Yeah, automatic win to Pete Giddens there on his 11.15, runs at 11.30 because he saw the lights flashing at 121 miles an hour. And for Adam Bowers, he'll partake no further in the in this event, and he can cook the get the barbecue stoked up for the pit crew.
That's right. There might be some cool beverages and some hot sausages. It's, well, I hope there is anyway down in the pits because that's what you want to go to.
Yeah.
All right, Rodney Balgowan in the Aeroflow lane, Lake Macquarie Tavern up against Mark Hopkins in the Rocket lane. Hurricane Metal Roofing, Alex Tirana. That's 11.86 dial in for Balgowan, a 10.83 for Hopkins.
Yes, Mark Hopkins to do the chasing in that little turn.
All right.
The first double green we've had.
Yeah, we've broken the curse. Thank God. 0.22 reaction time for Balgowan is on the money. We've got 0.94 for Hopkins. Looks like Hopkins is going to go around, and he does get the win as well. An 11.16 on an 83 dial in to a 12.35. So Rodney Balgowan was quite a way off on the dial in there.
Yeah, half a second.
Yeah. So interesting. But,
yeah, very interesting.
Nonetheless, let's move it on. We've got Christina Hunter back out here in Dad's Calais. Sweet deal.
Yep.
She's been really consistent out here, which is great to see. And then Eden Abella in the Rocket Lane, who's been making some great strides. 0.56 reaction time for Christina Hunter. A red 1.37 for Eden. He'll be a bit upset about that. He had a 10.14 dial in. He ran a 10.11, so double barrel, as you would say, Les.
Yes.
11.21 to 11.23 for Christina Hunter. I tell you what, if that's not a warning shot for the rest of the Super Street
watch
competitors,
out, fellas.
Yeah, I mean, Christina actually enters Real Street B category, which is a newer category that IHRA has entered for street cars.
Yeah.
So basically, in that car that she has, she'll run down to 950 with no cage or chute in the Real Street category.
Okay, so that's because of all the safety things that come with the car.
Later
four-wheel
model
disc
cars,
brakes.
That's right. Yep. ABS, airbags, etc., etc.
Crumple zones.
That's right. And basically, it's allowed a lot more modern cars with minimal modifications to run into that time because it's fairly easy to do, depending on what it is, of course.
Yeah.
You know, you take a really late model R35 GTR, for example. You know, you throw a couple of mods at it, and all of a sudden you've got a high 970 car. It's a $150,000 car or $200,000 car. You might not want to chop it up and put a cage in it.
No.
So you know it allows, but there's obviously a lot of safety that comes with it.
Yeah.
That was Chris Wood in the XC running a 1088 on a 1085 dial in against Luke Pele that went red on the tree, but ran an 1105 on an 110 dial in. So some close competitors.
Yes, well, that was a double red light, but the 0.17, we go on that, well, it's calculated on premises. It's the premise that the worst comes first.
Yeah.
So 0.17 is worse than a 0.023, which is what his opposition had. And so it works out which was closest to a perfect light. And if you're 170, you've left heaps in front of an 02. So that's how it works. First is worst.
Adam Zielkowski leaves nicely in 013 reaction time down there. It'll take the win 11.75 over Ryan Abbott-Singh. 11.57 on 11.0 dial in. So Brian's had a bit of a day today, unfortunately, but nonetheless, he'll be back again, as we know. It's not Sydney Dragway without Brian Adesing, and of course Sammy Joe down there. Big shout out.
Yes.
One of our great officials, dedicated drag racer, and national sporting icon.
Yeah, I didn't realise until I think you pointed it out last time. I was unaware because I'm a bit cycloptic when it comes to sports choices. I always choose car racing. So.
Absolutely. Haley Vella down there in the FG GT. He's got a 1250 up against Chris Samet, 1185, who runs an 1185 with a 5.
Gee
I was going to say Haley's up against it there, but slight breakout though. She's pretty close at 1247 with a 1 on a 50 dial-in. So not a bad effort. I think possibly the first time I've seen Haley run in a track championship. So, you know, that's not a bad deal.
No.
Next pairing, we'll see Lockie McCaskill on the Mark 1 Welding VS Commodore Ute up against Philip Armstrong in that cranky VH or VC, I think it is.
Yeah, I think it's VC.
I think it's a VC.
Or a V. Very bad. Well, that's what you found it awfully up.
Don't let Danny Stadel mind.
I was going to say, I won't say that, Danny. I hope he's sitting in his car.
Yeah.
But
all right, so we've got Lockie McCaskill in the Aeroflow lane. 12.99 is his dial-in. And Philip Armstrong in the Rocket lane at 10.17. Yeah. So you've got a bit of a wait, Phil. In the Rocket lane there. As you'll see, folks, these cars will leave at different times. The goal is if they both do exactly what they need to do, they'll reach the line at the same time. So we've got Lockie McCaskill on 0.20 reaction time, gives him a good advantage at the start line.
Very good.
Phil is chasing down. He's coming home like a freight train, but he won't get there. 13.03 on a 12.99 for Lockie McCaskill. Great pass to Phil Armstrong's 10.22 on a 2017. So not too far off, really.
No, not that far off. Craig Warren now in the Europlow lane in that masterful little Holden LJ Toronto running Chevy 400. Also sponsored by Bill's Mechanical, Power Plus Racing Fuels, New South Wales brand Sydney Scrap Steel. That's Craig Warren there, a real seasoned campaigner. And a 1088 for Josh Clapp in that black Corvette that's presented itself today. But he's got his, he has, but Craig there, unless he breaks out.
Jeez.
10-2-1.
Pipped him at the end.
Yeah, but he came from really from behind. Because Josh had the better reaction time of 1.64, which is unusual for Craig Warren.
This is a good pairing.
Yes, yeah.
Brothers. Brothers in arms.
Yep.
Matasevic.
Yeah.
You know, that was another person that I actually went to walk around the pits today to find Robert Matasevic and say, Richard, not Robert, Richard, how do I pronounce your surname?
Yeah.
So there's 3 versions that I've been told.
Yes.
Matasevic, Matasevic, and then Matasevic.
Yeah.
With a K or a Ch, I don't know.
Yeah.
Someone's going to correct me. I'm going to see him later on.
Yeah.
I've said his name multiple times when I've handed Richard trophies.
Yeah.
He's never corrected me.
No.
So I'm not sure which one's wrong, which one's right. But nonetheless, we've got a 10.55 dial into a 10.52. It's a close race.
Yeah.
And David breaks out a 54 with a 1 on a 55. Richard with a 10.58 with a 9 on a 52 dial-in. And the reaction time being in Richard's favour there as well, 0.34 to an 0.82.
Yes, well, that's the first time I've ever, the first time I've ever think I've called them in competition. They've been next to each other in qualifying.
Yep.
But I don't think I've ever seen them together.
No. All right, next pairing, we've got Rob Spagnol in the Granny Spec, El Cinturana, and Dennis Masick Camaro. We've got a 10.69 for the Camaro to a 10.40. Big reaction time issue there for Spagnol. So but he's still got it. A breakout for Dennis Matisic. 10.66 on 69 dial-in. That's out of the ordinary there.
Thank you.
But he wouldn't have known. He just wouldn't have known that Robert Spagnol had that big reaction time deficit.
Oh, wow. Oh, gee, I bet he's Sweat dripping off him there.
That's right.
He'd be very relieved.
Absolutely. Elias Mata in the Aeroflow lane, 1093 dial in on the A Civil Drill Tech Solutions, now Commodore.
Yeah.
To Robert Matisic, 1057. Matisic with the edge on the reaction time, 0.56 to an 0.87, but they're tied at the hip as they go down the track. And it is Matisic that takes the win, 1062 on a 57 to a 1097 on a 93, but he had those extra 3/10 in hand from the reaction time.
Yeah. So that's and the run beforehand. That's a classic. It's never over till it's over.
Yeah, exactly right. Yep, you got to send it all the way down.
Yeah, and then wait for the result. Conranios from Holsworthy in the whole Commodore. That's him in the Aeroflow lane. Dialed in at 12:02. His opponent Rob Galata dialed in with a 1065. The win going to Carlotta because Con Aranios ran an 1196 on a 12:02. Gee, that's pretty quick. And Galata on his 1065 ran a 1087.
A big reaction time deficit there as well. Yeah, 523 to an 030.
Yeah,
so nice reaction time for Rob.
He was always doing the chasing.
Yes. Well, very, very good. Okay, and I believe that is the end of Power Plus Fuels Super Street. And we'll be headed into Speedflow Products Junior Dragster, and we're just going to set the track up for the juniors with those safety measures into place. But while we wait for that, we'll duck off with a quick ad break, and we'll be back here with more rounds of elimination at round 3 of the track championships at Sydney Dragway.
We've got Alex Rafalo in the Aeroflow lane.
This is double A.
Yes.
And he's running an 804 dial in. And we've got Savannah Bello, who's an A junior, running an 805. So it doesn't always mean just because you can, you will.
Yeah, that's right. So where that kind of hurts you a little bit, Pat, is if you nominate double A and you're running an ET of an A, you're going to be further down the qualifying list. Yeah. Still means you still can compete and all that sort of thing. It just means it hurts you a little bit in qualifying out. I know that Alex did get some new parts for the driveline of the car, and we're hoping for some improvement, but not 100% sure if they work as planned, but he's just taken the win there over Savannah Corbello in the rock lane. It's unfortunate that 39,000, so it's second too soon. And Alex testing the dial in went 803 with a 6 on an 804. So 4th out too quick for Rafalo. And it would have been a very good race. Nonetheless, looking at the margin across the system. Yeah.
That's it's quite impressive. And also good data. You know, I mean, they've obviously got a little bit of luck with the red light in the other lane, but you can take away not so much the breakout point of view, but you take away the data that you refine that dialing going forward. Next pairing, we've got Speedflow Products Junior Dragster, part of the family, Georgia Leasing.
The team cars up against each other.
Yeah, well, that's right, yeah. Edith Mags in the Rocket Lane Road Warrior trailers. Of course, has Speedflow rights at the headquarters of BJ Stray Lake on the program. C Junior Dragster versus an A Junior Dragster here, so you will see again that big disparity between leave times and ET in mile per hour. 3.6 reaction time from Edith Mags, very nice.
105 for Leafing. Leafing with a little bit of work to do towards the finish line. Should be counting on all that horsepower to bring her on around, hoping not to break out. Oh, unfortunately, Edith Mags going fractionally too fast. 12.25 with a 6 on a 12.27, handing the win back to Leafing.
Correct.
Oh, don't ask me that question at 4 o'clock on a Saturday.
I'm going to say it was 1400s that was the breakout there, but great reaction time from Edith.
Wrong, you need to back cover.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Poor man, he hasn't been here for a long time.
Yep. Comments still giving it to him. Yeah. That's all right. He's got good shots. Emma Leafting in the Aeroflow lane now. C Junior Dragster. She's got a 12.35 dialed in against Savannah Lucci. 12.02. Again, newcomers to the sport.
This should be a good race, at least. They're both senior junior dragsters, so there's not going to be much of a handicap on the start line. And the big chase at the other end of the racetrack, not even a light in it.
It's very close to all reaction times. Savannah showing an 0.20 in qualifying today. So she's got herself dialed in.
I guess too, this time in the afternoon we can see that Rocket Lane Christmas tree has the full glare of the sun on it too, so that might play a little bit of a hindrance. I mean, I know the LEDs are pretty bright, but still not going to see quite as good as if you're sitting in the Europlow.
It's not as strong
Oh, look, that's
much difference between them.
Absolutely nothing in it. 5 thousandths on the start line.
Now we've got the trick of, do you stay into the throttle to make sure that you're ahead, just braking out? Well, you know what, they were both pretty close on the dialing, to be honest. 36 for the 35, and 12.07 to 12.02 for Lucia, so not bad. Good mile per hour for Savannah's car, they're 53. Mile per hour to 51.
Next bearing out. Papa Bennett now from Alfred's Point in the Tequila Sunrise Stratus form. Junior dragster dialed him with an 8.01. She was our fourth qualifying bracket today, taking on Robbie Risteski. Risteski dialed in with an 8.86 in the Rocket Lane, running for CA Motorsports. There's his neck of the woods.
Yeah, creepy end, but that's right. The next one over from Dandy. Alright, Pop Bennett. That's right. Top it up with some form of caffeinated beverage. Right, 8.01 on the dial into an 8.86. There's gone 0.40 red. Away there, but pipe at 135, which is out of character for her. Only got a 0 at the start of the reaction.
The car running reasonably consistent, 8.04 with a 7 on that, 8.01. Risteski, unfortunately, that will be his last run of this round of the track jams. Hopefully, he'll be back around on 4 in a
Benjamin Attar back up again, ITF Higher Pro Tour towing notifications. Dragster. Up against Joshua Mags. Trailers, Speedwood, Joshua Lake.
If you're in the market for a toy hauler, you need to check out Road Warrior Trailers. There's some pretty cool innovations coming out of that workshop. Just do yourself a favour if you're in the market.
Do they do full race car transporters?
Like full size for a semi, full prime mover. I don't know. You'd have to ask Jason that question.
Well, I'm sure.
Really
got the budget.
Yeah, that's all right. That's right.
No, but I mean,
you can't race a house, mate.
No, you
remember
cannot.
that you can't race a
cannot. You can't sleep in a car, though. And quite comfortably in a race car trailer, I should say.
Correct.
Keep that in mind for the people that are willing to make more financial decisions out there. We can be fans.
That's for a roommate in his race trailer.
It'll be double level, so someone can have upstairs. All right, so both check it out, Road Warrior Trailers.
Oh, good light there for Mags in the Rocket Lane. 0.11 has a little bit up his sleeve. Hopefully seeing the win light in his lane. Yes, he does. Gets there first.
Breaks out too.
Ada not too far behind him on the light, but just a good race all round. Around 100th of a second at the margin of the finish line. Yeah. And Mags will take that win in the Rocket.
200s off on the dial for Mags too. So yeah, great all-round combination. Really good. Riley Ito, up Murphy Finance Solutions. TF High Pro Tilt, selling in low fab. We've got George Turkalis was it used to be the title holder for most sponsors on the sponsor card.
Yes.
For our screen until Emilio Spinozzi turned up.
Going to say, I think Emilio. George, George, you're going to have to get your sponsorship team out, mate.
Yeah, get them out on the pavement, get the reps out there, and look for some extra supporters. Really good to see Brick and Go bricklaying, Q Performance, Zero Error Racing, Nick's Motorsports, and Plexus get behind George's campaign.
Yeah, I'm not giving Riley the commentator curse here, but he's been around the sport for a while now, and it's improved every time it comes to that start line.
Yep.
I won't be long until we start seeing that maybe come up in the final system I believe. Yep. So he's got to chase down George Carlos here, 067 line, has a fair bit up his sleeve. Unfortunately, George not getting the interactions on that he wanted. We should see Ito move through into the next round, which we do. 8.08 with an 8 and an 8.02, so probably out of the throttle just a fraction, making sure that he's not breaking out. He's going to move into round number 2. And, let's see what unfolds for the rest of the afternoon.
Very nice. All right, we have Jeffrey McNiff in the Aeroflow lane. Series engines, of course, SCG racing buttons, platinum powder coating. Getting on board there, up against Alexis Attard. Again, ITF high, low fab, and Pro Tilt towing coming on board. We've got double A junior dragster, so a 768 for Jeffrey McNiff on the dial-in board, up against an 881 for Alexis Attard. A bit of pressure on McNiff there, of course. He's got to wait and watch.
Yes.
Makes it a little bit tricky. That 768. Full stage. Next class here, Speedflow products 070 for Attard, 1017 red for Jeff. That can happen.
Close race at the other end.
Really
He
close.
got there first as well.
Yep.
But Allard moved forward into round number 2.
Yep. Okay, Cade Fowler. Katie Vale. St. Lars, Fowler Transport. BNS Junior Dragster. Up against Aubrey Mans. Road Warrior Trailers. Speedflow Performance Club. And VJ and SJ Lake. Alright, so we have a junior dragster, Caden Fowler. He's got an 8.15 dial in, and then Aubrey B junior has an 8.56.
We'll see the car in the rocket lane leave first. Fowler to chase down Aubrey at the finish line.
Burble of on that one, and he's run 8.19 with a 5 on the 8.15. Geez, Aubrey was so close on the dial then as well, 8.59 on a 56. Charlotte Leafing's car there. Didn't need that anyway.
You kind of do on a junior because the rear tyre's right where the carby is.
Yeah.
Let's hope she doesn't run over any rocks.
Charlotte Leafing A Junior Dragster with an 8.21 dial in. Zane Cordello, as we mentioned, our Junior Dragster champion, has the 8.00. And pretty safe to say that running triple O reaction time at an 8.00, backed up by an 8.001 and an 8.019. got his eye in.
Yeah, he's coming into the event with a bit of form.
Yeah.
Won the event in the Nationals last weekend. I don't know how he or his crew said, to be honest, to travel backwards and forwards. Yeah, let's go and race it in 3 days' time with another event in another state.
It's a lot.
Commitment from the team and getting the results for it. So, talk about track time. Zane is a true example of that.
Yep, and that's what it takes. Is it any form of motorsport? The champions usually most dedicated.
Zane with an advantage on the start line here, out in front of Leafding. Oh, there was a bit of a pedal fest at the top end of the racetrack. Leafding went 1,000th too quick, but Zane gets there by 59 10,000ths of a second across the finish line, hence the whomping throttle at the other end. So we'll move into round number 2. All right, on track now we have Liam O'Neill for Princey Motorsports and Rusty Media Solutions. Dialed in with an 8.53. He's in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Jake McNamara for Fine Line Motorsports, Banker Pop, and also Princey Motorsports. Jake sent me a message earlier saying that he really wants to thank Tommy Rako for his assistance down in the pits. They've had some issues today, and Tommy's been kind enough to lend the clutch and a carby to the team to allow them to compete.
Yep.
So big thanks to the Rako team, and I'm sure Jake will hopefully reward that with a first round win.
Yep.
We'll see how things go. Dialed in with an 8.10. He will be chasing O'Neill by about a light on the Christmas tree.
0.90 reaction time. Liam O'Neill, 5.9 for Jake. He's got some chasing to do here.
One of those cars that's not running correctly. I can hear it on the track mic, like I said, often on the throttle sort of thing. So maybe that was McNamara's car there, 9.18 the result. So definitely not where he wanted to be. And O'Neill's gone 1,000th over, so he played with fire big time. Big time. 1,000th over the dial. If he'd been 2,000 quicker, that would have been game over. But it wouldn't have been O'Neill whomping on throttle there, not from where he was in position on the racetrack.
I don't think so. No, I think you're spot on there, mate. Something not quite right on that combination. I mean, to be close to a second off and down in mile per hour, just not quite right. But that's okay.
This is a licensing pass for the Leon Spinozzi.
Ah, okay.
I did hear in race control that they were going to bring the car out at end of each round, sorry, to get the licensing. Sounding like it's breaking down a little bit in the ignition there as it got to the 60 foot.
Wasn't too happy about it, but I think it'll make its way down there. That's all right. But once that little junior dragster makes its way to the exit gate, that will bring us into Speedflow Products junior drag bike. You can see Chris Davidson down there up against Anastasia Lucky. Chris Davidson just getting his license in Q2, or Q1 was his last licensing pass, so Q2 he was fully licensed to race, and has ended up with #1 qualifier in his first race meeting. So not bad, a bit of an achiever down there, Albie. So good work, mate. So 971 dialing. Has a 970, so this will be basically a heads-up race between these two junior drag bike competitors.
Yeah, I think it'll come down to whoever gets the best launch, because I think that, in my mind, I've never ridden a motorbike in my life, right? I don't plan on it, but I still believe that getting off the start line with these sort of bikes with a skinny tyre would be the hardest thing to get consistent. As you push away and let the clutch and
It's all
change
relative.
gears and stuff, you know.
It's all relative. Looking from the outside, let's watch these two go. There's a bit of nerves there, I think, from the pair of them, but Anastasia gets away a little bit quicker. Chris is doing some chasing. Anastasia does get the win, 76-70. From previous runs, just looking from the outside in, not being an expert or anything like that. I think now we probably had a word to Chris, judging by the way that he's changed the previous one.
Yep.
Chris was trying to dump the clutch a little bit too hard because every time he's
Just
popping the front wheel up, right? So he's letting it out just a little bit too quick. And then Anastasia, she's been working on it really well, but I think she's been letting it out a little bit too slow, a little bit too gradually. So too much clutch slip, not enough drive forward.
Yes.
But that's the tricky bit. That's the hard bit between it. So you can see Lincoln Delios there doing a great job of letting that clutch out, getting away. He's got the wheel bars there, which is a bit of a bonus. Adam Jordan, unfortunately, has gone red light there. Lincoln has broken out. Might as well take the advantage of, of getting that red light win.
Run another qualifier sort of thing, but the junior drag bikes will run on a Chicago shootout type format, so we'll see them all back for each round, 3 rounds, and then the highest point score, 2 highest point scores will run off for the trophy at the end of the night.
Absolutely. So great to see all of those competitors getting around the junior drag bike category. Love to see more of them as we go along. But that was the end of Speedflow Performance Products junior categories. We'll get those safety measures put back into place, and then we will be back around for Super Sedan, brought to you by Go Logistics.
Correct.
And in the meantime, we'll duck off to a very short ad break. We'll be right back here with more of round 3 of New South Wales Track Championships at Sydney Dragway.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
I've chosen to use VP Racing fuels since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP Racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP Racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Back here with Go Logistics Super Sedan. This is eliminations in round 3 of the 2025 New South Wales Championship Series. You can see Simon Bonello there leaving with an 0.10 reaction time. He's got a 9.49 dial-in up against Emma Attard with an 8.88. Hot on the heels. Emma Attard right on the money, 8.88 with a 0 for the dial-in, but Bonello got there first. He had that little bit of advantage in his pocket from the reaction time in 0.10. Great pass from both of those drivers, and I'm sure Emma will be a bit filthy with the fact that she ran spot on the dial-in, but lost a little bit on the reaction time.
Yeah, there's something I think in the water that Attard one string because they're all very good at the lights, like really good.
Yep.
But unfortunately, they're just a bit slower on the reaction time. Our current Australian #1 in Sean Marr dialed in with a 9:21, taking on Lou Palumbo, dialed in with a 9:22. They could nearly leave together. Marr definitely pointing to the left-hand side of the scoreboard. That's how far over he's pointing.
Certainly is.
And of course, the car lifts
straight back into line.
Straight back. What do I know? He's only a current champion.
Yeah,
I'm sure he knows his car by now.
That's the thing or two. This is a close one. And it is still a close one. Marr gets the win, a 9:23 with an 8 on the 21. Lou Palumbo right there next to him, 9:27 on that 22 dial-in. Great race, actually, from that pairing. Can't be too unhappy to go down when it's that close.
No, and another close dial-in pair. We've got 9:31, the dial-in for the yellow Falcon down there of Trent Carberry in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Jimmy Denaro over there in the Rocket. Denaro, 9:30 the dial-in for him. So 100th of a second between the two on the start line.
Very good. Good to see. Pretty impressed with this Falcon of Carberry's down here. I'm not as familiar with the car.
It's, to my knowledge, has been around a fair while, but doesn't get raced that often.
Looking at what cage work I can see through the back window, it definitely looks like an older, like an older design. But it's working. There's nothing wrong with that. Jimmy Denaro, of course, will take the win there of 31, but he had a red light as well.
Yeah, Denaro
Carberry just got the red light first, which was the only part of that race he won, unfortunately.
And it's not like there was much between their dial-in.
Not a lot. No, there was 100th in the dial-in, and Carberry ended up running 34 on a 31. But the red light means that it was all over before we started. Next pairing, David Gruber down there in the little LJ Tirana. 9:32 is dial-in up against Paul Papacosta. Go Logistics.
Whoa. Gruber way over, moving right over, nearly a cut width over on the hit of the throttle. Bringing it back to the centre of the lane. He's going to take the win. 9:37 with a 0 on a 9:32. Got there by 700ths over the Capri of Papacosta.
Geez, it was close. A 9:15 with an 8 on a 9:15 dial-in for Papacosta, but short track had it all said and done on that combination. All right, another couple of strong competitors here. Andrew Little in the Bushrat Camaro, the 970 dial-in up against Ross Bilby, the XE Falcon, 980. Has everyone just had a bit of a meeting before they came up to the lights and decided how close we're going to their dial-ins?
And then we're going to pair together.
Yeah, that's right. It makes for interesting racing, that's for sure. All right, both into full stage. Here we go. Bilby 051, 018 for Andrew Little. This will be neck and neck the whole way down the track, even their mile per hour. Whoa, breakout. Ross Bilby hands the win to Andrew Little, who was a little bit off further down the track, but had the advantage of the reaction time. So interesting how all of that worked out.
Yeah, he was. Bilby was in front of 1,000 marginally, just by eye, and then unfortunately going a little bit too quick.
A little bit too quick. Yep. But, very, very close all the way down the track. Same mile per hour at the half track marker, and 1,000th or so out on the 660 ET. This one, a little bit more separation in dial-ins here. Kerry Stewart has a 10:06 dial-in, and then we've got Michael Little in the Rocket Lane with a 9:38. Let's see, Kerry Stewart, of course, in that Austin 840 Ute, 355 volt power, lifts the wheels in a big way. Michael Little plays suit as well. He's got some chasing to do. I think Kerry might get there first. Oh, she does, but she breaks out. Michael Little breaks out as well by as small as the margins, but wow, look at that. 10:06, Kerry's gone at 10:01 with the breakout, 9:38 to 9:37. Okay, next pairing, we've got Jim Raptis, of course, from the Go Logistics. He's our track and category sponsor. Then we've got Sean Sorbello in the Rocket Lane. Sorbello Homes on board with his program. Got a 10.99 dial in for Raptus in the Europlow lanes, but 9.90 for Sorbello. Oh, Sorbello's giving it away with a big red light. 0.13 reaction time for Jim Raptus has got him right in the margins there, and he will take the win. He's lucky that he's got that red light win as well, because it was a double breakout between those two cars. So some interesting racing going on here at Sydney Dragway in Go Logistics Super Sedan. Michael Milosevic back in the Mullers Truck Repairs Ford Capri. He showed everyone, he came up from Craigieburn in Victoria and showed everyone how it's done here at Sydney Dragway last round. He's drawn the chip next to Peter Villaris in the Go Logistics XT Falcon. It's a wild ride. Wild ride. We're going to see wheels up here. Big wheels up and a red light for Villaris. He's going to hand it over. A bigger red light, I should say, than Milosevic in the Aeroflow lane. He will take the win, an 8.98 with a 5 on a 70 dial lead. Villaris also breaking out. So I've said it a couple of times, but there's lots of things going on in this round of Super Sedan.
There is. There is. Just when you think it's going to be fairly straightforward, it's not.
No.
Battle of the small pickups once again. I think these two raced each other in qualifying, didn't they?
Yep.
Rex Webster in the Aeroflow lane, of course, in the blue A40 with the big block Chev somewhere in the front of it. 9.63 the dial in, taking on Nathan Cowie in the Suzuki Mighty Boy. Only with a small block in his, but he's got probably less room than the Austin.
Yeah. Basically, everything forward of the steering wheel is just engine.
Yeah.
Think of it that way.
Pretty much.
Good reactions.
Cowie gets there first, but goes too quick. Goes 9.09 with a 7 on a 9.10 dial in.
Wow, 3,000.
Yeah.
Goodness. All right, great pass from Rex Webster down there. All right, still a little bit of a tidy up. A bit of mixture of some kind on the start line there.
This next one will be a good race for me, Pat. I haven't seen these two run each other before, and I dare say they haven't either, because it's Wayne Burke in the A1 Towing TE Ford Cortina dialed in with a 9.13. He's taking on Paul Hughes in this very cool 65 Ford sedan with the small block Ford, and all the Ford guys are knocking each other out. That's not how you're supposed to do it. Come on, guys.
That's what's going on there. Yeah, that's it's a cool wagon that Paul Hughes has got down there. So had a little bit of a gremlin in the last round of qualifying, so hopefully we've got that all sorted out. Wayne Burke, this Cortina is a bit of a wild ride too. It's it lifts wheels, and they haven't made any attempt to bring the wheelie bars down to avoid that. So
that's a fun,
so
that's
good
a
on
fun
them.
killer.
Yeah, that's right. There we go.
Both cars lifting the fronts on the hit at the throttle.
Very nice.
Pretty close in the reaction times. The Cortina with a small advantage.
He does take the win. 14 on a 13 dial in. Paul Hughes right behind him though at 9.09 and a 9.07. And look at the mile per hour, identical mile per hour, right the way down the track too. That was a great pass.
They would have been watching each other the whole way.
Yeah. The only bad thing about that pass is we don't get to see one of them again.
Yes.
But nonetheless, we've got Victor Satlagianis down here, solo pass in the Rocket Lane.
He did a pretty good wheel stand earlier on in the day. The next run it was a lot flatter. Let's see what he can do here on solo.
Small wheel stand. Okay, split the difference. Not in any hurry being a solo pass to chase the reaction time, but right on the dial in there. As we know, Victor knows his car. That's a 9.35 on a 9.33 dial in, 143 miles per hour. I believe that will be the last pass of the Go Logistics Super Sedan category, and that should bring us across into Platinum Powder Coating Modified. I think that's Paul Lynette, yep, and Ali Stewart in the Rocket Lane.
Rest for the weekend here at Sydney Dragway. Modified Eliminator, a dial your own category where the competitors self-nominate a handicap on the start line, open to altereds, rear engine dragsters, front engine dragsters, hot rods.
Particular hot rods.
Yeah, pre-48. What else? Funny cars even?
Yeah. I'm surprised. I'm not really surprised, but it would be nice to see some more funny cars.
Do you remember the little motorcycle-powered one that used to run across the road?
No.
Yeah, there was being a kid back then, that was really cool because it was like a junior funny car.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like a Vega, like a half-scale Vega.
Okay,
funny car.
right.
Yeah. I don't know whatever happened to it.
I don't know. They have junior junior funny cars in the States, and I think maybe in New Zealand now
I
too.
think there is a class here, but I don't.
Yeah,
Everybody's
no
actually.
one's
Some of the cars are.
Yep.
005 to 007. Who's going to get this, Pat?
You've got a race on here. I've got a feeling that Paul Lannett's going to get there first. Ooh, by the smallest margins. Jeez, what a pass for
4,000
Lannett.
over. Total package,
Wow.
9 thousandths of a second.
Wow.
That would have taken some beating, Pat, I can tell you.
Absolutely. I mean, geez, you can't be too unhappy to go down to that. But Alison Stewart did a great job with that reaction time. She did everything we could. But yeah, great effort from Paul Lannett down there. That will bring us into the next pairing. Matt Welsh down there, Mountainside Meats, front engine dragster, up against Peter Brown. Pete's been Johnny on the tree today with some great reaction times. But Matt Welsh has run a PB, I believe. With their last qualifier. I think Les knew exactly what it was. I think they went from the 60s to the 50s.
Oh, wow. He got into the 50s already.
I believe,
Wow.
Yes. So he's got the 854 dial in down there on the board. Peter Brown with 761. Just waiting for Brown to come into full stage. He's in there now, so here we go. Light drops for Welsh. Oh, 1-1 red. Everyone lets out a sigh of disappointment. That means Peter Brown will take it. He hasn't missed a beat though, 763 on a 61 dial in. So a bit of a shame for Matty.
Fairness, Pete Brown is a very, very tough racer. Super experienced in that car too. So
Talk about intimidation in the other lane.
And his car's been in a big commercial.
Yeah.
Well, non-alcoholic beer.
Well, you know, we'll let it slide.
One that's not alcohol.
Yeah. All right, Gregory Hannaford back out in the little Fiat Topolino. He's got a 1099 dial in. He's going to be up against Gary Durrington.
Hang on, we've done a time warp back to the 70s.
Yes.
Right now we've got
That's
the
right.
Fiat Topolino of Hannaford in the Aeroflow lane with a 179 Holden motor. And we've got Gary Durrington in the Rocket lane with a 202 on board.
That's right. So, all right, nice reaction time from Greg there.
Yeah.
The Topolino 040. This is going to be tricky. Is Durrington going to... No, he doesn't break out. He gets the win.
Yeah, he does that. I think Hannaford, due to class regulations, can't dial it any slower than a 1099.
Yes,
so
yes.
it's kind of stuck there.
That's true.
Cut an awesome light, though.
You did cut an awesome light.
But he would have needed Durrington to red light, I think. Would have been the only way that would...
Well, that's what I almost thought was going to happen. I didn't want to actually say it.
Oh,
okay. But I thought that was a possibility. So, anyway, let's go. This is a repeat of round two's final. George Bukarushliev up against Jess Turner. Jess obviously taking the trophy last round. George got the runner-up, but it was his wedding anniversary last round. Him and Maria.
Yes.
So I'm not sure what promises he had to make or sacrifices for Sunday, but they were racing on their wedding anniversary.
Well, if they're racing together, then they're together.
That's right. The family that races together stays together.
That's me saying that as a single person, right?
It's all right. You can work off theory. It's fine.
It's 790 the dial in for Bukarest there. 772 the dial in for Turner. Turner to do the chasing by 2/10. 029 to an 010.
Jess has been on fire lately. Unreal. Look at that. 774 for the 6, 772. But geez, George is right there. The margin is full. Wow.
48 10,000ths across the finish line.
Insane. I mean, Bukarushliev 100th off the dial in. 791 on a 90. Modified is just so close. So close.
Next up, we'll see Daniel McCaskill, Mark 1 Welding, Torquay Hotel at Harvey Bay, supported rear engine dragster, 7:30, her dial in. Townsville over there in the rocket lane. Ashfield, 9:45, his dial in.
It's probably about as quick as anyone ever imagined a Holden to a Holden, or a Holden 6-cylinder.
NA one, yes.
Yeah.
Of course, Norm McCormick and Joe Zulu pushed them deep into, well, I think Zulu went into the 7s.
Yes.
But I have a feeling that the fatality rate of those engines was fairly high.
Yeah, I don't think those blocks really enjoyed it. 004 for Townsville.
To an 062. As good as an 062 is, McCaskill has some work. Is she going to make it at the other end?
Oh, a breakout for Townsville. Wow. By 4,000.
Wow, and look, McCaskill went over.
Holy moly.
Let's go modified racing, Pat.
Yeah. It's going to be super easy to be successful there.
Big fields too.
Goodness. Awesome racing in modified. So
well done
great
to Townsville, though. That was a really good light, and unfortunately, just I guess being worried that the big top end speed was going to come around him, he's probably thought, you know what, I'm just going to keep it pegged, and if I win, I win.
Yep, because McCaskill has some mile per hour.
Yeah, that thing does like 180 miles.
Yes.
So you're on the brake or backing off in your 6-cylinder drag, so there's no coming back from that.
Not at all. All right, next pairing, we've got Harrison Fletcher up there in the SRP competition roadster, 883's dialing, up against a fierce competitor in Chelsea Smith, 754. Stop slow traffic, ATM modified dragster. Here we go, 017 reaction time. Oh, an 014 red, Chelsea Smith. Not sure if that was the commentator's curse, but nonetheless, she's gone through for a 762 on the 54 dial-in, and Harrison Fletcher, great pass. Overall package there, 887 on 883 at 145 mile per hour. So
actually, I think from memory, Harrison went fairly deep into eliminations last round too, didn't he? I think like semis or something.
Really can't remember. Unfortunately,
I can't remember what I did yesterday.
Yeah. I'd love to know exactly and have some photographic recall, but it's not happening. But nonetheless, let's move on to our next pairing. Mark Bull from Bangor, Shire Automotive Mechanical Spitzer Dragster, against Brooke Rapisada, FEP Racing Fuels FE Dragster. 778 for Bull, the dial in to 816 for Rapisada. Let's have a look and see where we end up from here. Bull is in full stage. Rapisada joins. 033 on the light for Rapisada to an 039 for Bull. This is a drag race all the way to the end. Looks like Bull might get there first. Whoa, Rapisada gets it. Really nice pass. Really nice pass. Congrats, guys. 817 with a 9. 166 to a 779 on a 78 dial-in. Jeez. Yet again, modified, bringing it for everyone involved.
So that's like four races at least that I remember that are under 10,000 margin across the finish.
That'll be fine. Let's just go modified racing. As you
I
said,
know where I could. I know there's a pretty decently priced rear engine car, front engine car on Marketplace.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
Would you happen to know that, Bushy? Why am I not surprised?
Local too.
Marketplace master over here.
The problem is I don't even buy crap off of that. I just spend way too much time looking.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, Peter Carlton's got that 901 dial in. It's a solo pass, so he doesn't have too much to worry about there. Let's see how close he gets to that dial in. He makes his way down. Ooh, a little breakout. Okay, good data. 898 with a 2 at 147 miles per hour. Pete Carlton in that Swale Industries Dragster.
In fairness, Pat.
Yes.
It's a roller.
Yeah.
You've got a car with no engine in it at the moment.
Yes. Yeah, technically I already have a roller.
Cutting everything out of your car to make it lighter.
Yes.
Pretty sure a front engine drag is going to be way lighter than you
True.
make that Commodore.
True. Can I bring up one point though, which would make it difficult for me to get into the front dragster?
You said you were driving.
Oh, now I see. Okay.
Paper, scissors, rock.
I think paper, scissors, rock. You have to use the scissors to cut my legs off when we get into that front engine dragster.
What's that thing up against Pat's chin?
Yeah.
His knees.
My knees, yeah, exactly right.
It wouldn't be easy for me to fit in either. It's quite
That's
We're
right.
moving into Top Sportsman, I think.
It certainly is. It's mixed metal roofing, Top Sportsman. So we just finished up with platinum powder coating modified. Huge thanks, as always, to our category sponsors here for the season. So mixed metal roofing on board with Top Sportsman. Our first pairing is going to be Nathan Cooper in that cool little Holden Gemini, and Stuart Bennett in the Tirana.
Nice one from Cooper there. 078 on the tree, and I don't think Bennett's going to catch him from there.
No, he's not, but oh wow, he did get the win.
What?
Holy moly.
It looked like Cooper was a mile in front.
I was just about to say, I think Bennett's actually got the nitrous activated on his pass, and he must have, because 156 mile per hour. Look at how early Cooper was off at the 111.
So he's coasted from.
Maybe he thought he had it in the bag. Maybe he thought he had it in the bag.
Because I looked, and then I looked down at the screen to read the numbers, and
yeah,
I think we both did.
Yeah, I think we're both surprised there, but congratulations to Stu Bennett. He's taken that win.
You know what that shows you? Never give up.
Never give up, mate. You've got to keep it flat all the way out the back door. All right, Scott Cousins in the Gas Motorsport 1200 Coupe up against Lisa Sargent, Sargent's Roofing Camaro. Lisa's been driving the hell out of this Camaro today, which is good to see. Not to say that Scott Cousins hasn't been.
No, they've both been doing really, really well. We've really impressed with the mile an hour of Cousins' car. And of course, 2J Toyota 6 on board this thing. 770 the dial in. He will be chasing the big block. Camaro in the rocket lane. Great performance.
It'd be interesting to see the on rail between those two, actually.
Just a better light. Yep. Might benefit that he can get out of the throttle, but I don't think that's going to happen. 775 with a 4, 174 mile an hour to an 804 with a 1 and 170. So similar ET, similar speed.
Yeah, pretty close. More than one way to skin a cat. On display there. All right, Greg Fowler with the big old burnout in the Chevy Beretta.
632 cubes under the bonnet allows him to do that.
Yes, indeed. I'm all here for it. Tony Heisman's has a 632 also. He's dialed in an 804 with his Camaro. Auto 1 Orange, of course, on board, and Great Western Auto Wreckers. See, 758 to 804, so we're going to see Heisman's leave half a second before. Thereabouts. Greg Fowler to do the chasing. This car has been straight as an arrow all day.
I think it's. I don't remember ever seeing it not run well.
Straight as an arrow, yeah. It's always been a good setup.
It's always been well set up.
Yep. It's pretty. When cars start as pro stock cars, pretty hard to have a bad one.
Usually, a few tricks in there show these that don't get the
Yes. Yeah. That's right. And people use them for as many years as they do. I paid for all of it, and I'm going to use it all.
Alright, so Fowler's do the chasing. Heisman's leading fraction with the four-wheeler. Unfortunately, he wanted to go earlier when there's another 007.
Another 007 today, Greg Fowler. 761 with a 5 on a 58 dial-in for Greg Fowler. Heisman's not too far off on the dial-in, but yeah, that cherry on the tree, bushy.
Throw it away.
Just done it. All right, next pairing we have Leo Georges in the Aeroflow lane. Up against Big O, Owen James. AC Engineering, Ford Cortina. An 889 for Georges in the Aeroflow lane to an 880. James in Rocket Lane.
Again, the dial-in's close.
Really close.
Top Sportsman.
Yep. 103 to a 404 reaction time, which is Cardi. I don't think it's real happy because it did not come off the line like it should and faded away around the mid-track. So something a bit hurt there, I dare say. But Leo Georges takes the win, an 896 with a 4.
Even to the 60. Owen's car didn't go that good.
No, I think he might be a little bit wounded.
All right, next up we have Joe Sorbello for Jenkins Performance Engines, Slingshot Converters, and Osmond's Racing, 850 the dial in for Joe. Again, it's another Joe. Yeah. Again, Larry over there in the Rocket Lane, 852. So again, nothing in the dial in. I should just do the exits, Matt.
Yeah. Just set it there and off we go.
Yep.
All right, both coming into stage.
Yeah, Larry running for Cos Constructions, ASV Contractors, the Motor Oil Shop, K Kuma Group out of Fiji. All been long-time supporters. He was our winner of the 2024 championship. 005 on the tree for Ganalari. Sorbello with some work to do. And the Ganalari BL led from start to finish.
854 in both lanes. 854 with a 3 for Gadalari. But the reaction time, meaning that the overall win goes to him, and of course closer to his dial-in.
Yeah, so Gadalari virtually held that margin he had on the start line to the finish line.
Very nice. All right, James Barnes back out again. The M&K Trailers BG Engines Mustang up against Brett O'Connor.
How cool is Top Sportsman? We've got a 440 Boss.
Yeah.
Power plant in a very, very nice 65 Mustang.
Yeah, something.
Taking on a big block Chev powered nitrous assisted Chevy Camaro for Jay's Custom Fabrications in the Rocket Lane.
Yeah, keep your fingers crossed, everyone, for Brett O'Connor and his crew, because that car has not been green with them today. James Barnes has been there or thereabouts, so he's got the reaction time down. Yeah, green lights for both, but once again, a very unhappy big block Chevy for Brett O'Connor, which I feel for the crew down there, guys. I'm hoping you have a break sometime soon, because that's been a bit of a frustrating day. But all the best. I know you'll get it turned around. James Barnes will move on. Thanks to that, 858 on the 53 dial-in.
Barnes didn't play it too safe there.
No, not super safe. Hey, when it feels good, it feels good. Just let it ride. Okay, and we will have solo pass for Josh Boshkovich down here in the Wild Ink Motorsport Merch XA Coupe. Nice burnout as always, Bosco.
Were the Fontana motors ever I thought they were like 410. Or am I thinking sprint car?
Well, yes, sprint car, but that's about where my knowledge ends on the history of the Fontana. I know that they're rare. I know they're cool. I know they're used in Speedway mostly.
Yes.
I know Josh is a brave man for running one in a drag car. But
you maintain it, it's all good.
That's right. I mean, more from the fact that it's not like you can just pop across the road and get some parts for it necessarily. But yeah, super cool combination.
Yeah, definitely enjoying his racing of late, and the car responding to, I think he put them a bigger nitrous staging in it. That's why we're seeing the improved performance GT there.
Into that 7-second range. Nice little dry hop in the clutch. Hold up to the line. So he's run 2 799s today.
Which is pretty good considering it's shifted here. Not HRAT, but you're putting the lever for each gear.
Yeah.
And it does 10 meant to move around a little bit.
It's a wild ride, man. I think he gets a 795 with a 7. So big congrats, guys. That's another PB for the Bosco crew. Big congrats. So yeah, 800 with a 1, 799 change, 799 with 0, now 795. So
I reckon conditions out there would be pretty optimal. There'd still be plenty of heat in the track. The air would be cooler.
Yep. Absolutely, I agree. It's getting cooler in here.
Yeah, it's getting cool. I've got my jacket on. But yeah, I think yeah, as the night goes on, the evening will get cooler, and of course the track won't hold as much horsepower.
Yep.
But right now the shadows are right over the racetrack, of course, because you can see the racetrack. But
Yes.
there would be enough residual heat in that surface right now.
Absolutely, and the surface has been on point today as well. You know, I mean, we saw the first round of qualifying for the junior dragsters. None of them could shake the car forward to get into stage.
Even with the rocking going on, they still didn't want to.
So surface has been really good. Happy to see that. We've got Stephen Fowler out there in the rocket lane with Fowler Freight Management Pontiac GXP. He has a solo pass and 693 is the dial in for Stephen on this one. And then I believe we'll have Darren Moody in the Rodeo for his final licensing pass.
003 on the tree for Fowler. Wow. And a 694 with a 200 mile an hour and a 693.
That's
why he's a previous Australian champion in top sportsman.
So ticking all the boxes there, right?
Right there. I think he's just done 158 mile an hour the half track. Pat.
That's pretty wild. So it's 42 mile per hour on the back end.
Out of set of carpets.
I was going to say, yeah, naturally aspirated curvy combination.
What did we work out? 14 inches or something?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yep. Big one. All right. Darren Moody here. Now, I'm not sure exactly, but Les and I were talking about Darren Moody. He's run 3 licensing passes. He's run 1 out the back door, so that's usually where the licensing completes.
If I was to be completely honest, I'm not 100% sure what the procedure is, unless IHRA were not happy with one of the previous runs.
Possibly, yep. Possibly.
As I said, Darren has raced before, just not in this car that I've seen.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, just jumping forward there.
Might have had the trans brake engaged fully when he's put his foot on the accelerator. But the car is down the track nicely. So that will bring us to the end of Mixed Metal Roofing Top Sportsman.
Moving into bikereview.com.au, modified bike, and our first pair sitting in the water. A bit of a local stoush down there.
Yeah, absolutely. Robert Simmons and Michael Riches in the lane. Michael Riches, of course, no stranger to the podium. 928 dial in for Simmons. Europlow lane, and 926 for Michael Riches. Team Digger Motorsport, of course. Well represented down there in the mod bike category. Gareth Wilcox, I believe, took home the cash prize today from their top qualifier.
Okay.
Little pot that they've got going on between themselves. Cold hard cash and a trophy, and he got to take that cash from Albie Davidson. So there you go.
Was that the best bit?
I think it was. Well, the photo that Albie sent me says that he didn't like it and Gareth did. So good deal. But nice win from Richards there on that pass. Yeah, I'll show you the photo, Bushy. You'll have a laugh.
going up to the staging beams now. We've got Peter Strudwick in. Oh, okay.
So good deal.
Hopefully that gets posted on
I'm sure that'll be on the TD Motorsport Facebook page. You can keep up with the shenanigans.
Oh, unfortunately, Strudwick, something happened there when he was going into stage. It was like he's rolling back and forwards and in and out of the full stage.
But it's given the win to Jimmy Jock Stewart, and let's say he didn't really do anything wrong on that pass anyway. No 7-1 reaction time at 9:59 with a 9 on a 90 dial-in. Jimmy might be taking home some more silverware this week. You never know.
Next up, we have Angela Phipps down there in the Aeroflow lane on the Suzuki GSXR 1000, dialed in with a 1040. She will be leaving the start line second before Mark Davies, also on the Suzuki GSXR.
Reaction time, Craig.
Yeah, nice light from Angie, but it looks like the bike sort of stumbled a little bit. Whether, or am I wrong?
Pretty close, but Davies takes the win at 9:74 with a 9 at 139 over the 10.8 at 141.
He's on there too by a fair way.
Yeah, he was out by a bit.
So was he just looking over and making sure that he stayed in front? I wonder.
Yeah, it might have been pacing. Yeah. Mark's a bit of a wily competitor, so yeah, it's not his first rodeo. Jeff Weigel down there in the Aeroflow lane. He's got a 990 up against Sean Ricketts. 930 is the dial in the Rocket lane. Let's see where it ends up. Red light for Weigel there. He's going to hand it to Ricketts, who's basically just doing everything right. He's going to cruise on down the track because he's got the win light, but not so much cruising. 9:31 on a 30 dial in. So, but hey, Weigel was right on his dial in as well. At 91 with a 9. It's almost like reaction time's really important.
Do you cruise at 220 k's an hour? Do you?
It's a physical possibility. Not that I ever do something like that. Sort of in a secure and safe environment. Controlled environment, such as Sydney Dragway. Yeah. Lucas Nago, 9:65 in the Aeroflow lane to Gareth Wilcox, 9:44. He was top qualifier today, and he's got that great reaction time. So Gareth Wilcox takes the win there at 9:46 on a 44 dial-in. 145 mile per hour, really nice. Nago missing out on the dial-in a little bit there as well, 993 at 140. Good, a couple of passes. This is bikereview.com.au, modified bike. Great to have the bike review guys on board.
They have been supporting the
forever.
category for as long as I've been here.
Yep.
There's been we've been a few times around the sun.
Yep, certainly. Jesse Barnes in the Aeroflow lane, Fortune Motorcycles, Hayabusa. He's got a 1020 dial in to Stephen Franks, 1010. Franks has left a red on the tree.
Barnes, although got the win light, I don't think he'll be happy with that reaction time.
No, I don't think so. He's pretty hard on himself when it comes to start line procedure, but he'll take the win. And he does run a breakout as well. 10-11 on a 20 dial in.
Well, that's a good opportunity to maybe adjust that dialing coming into the next round.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, and that will move us now back into Street Fighter. Honda E-Honda.
Yeah.
Turbo.
What was his special move? The slap, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah. Can't remember what it was called.
If only Costa switched to the camera up here when he did that.
We look like a pair of idiots.
Yes.
But
Well,
that's
at
good.
least we look like a pair of
We
idiots
resemble
together.
that remark.
Yeah.
Okay, Danny Stoudemire up against Ashley Vincent. Here, this won't be exactly a walkover for Danny Stoudemire there. 048 on the tree. Ashley's been pretty good on the tree today.
I'm sure there's brake lights there, Danny, on the brakes.
Yes, okay. All right. Good on you, Danny. But yeah, the mighty AU Falcon cruises through for a 14.051 on the 85 dial-in. Ashley Vincent a 16.56 on a 16.0 dial.
Next up, we will see Sean Dartnell in the Hyundai i30 taking on Ben Roberts over there in the Falcon. Ben dialed in with a 15.10. Dartnell with a 16.50.
142 reaction, a 171. Sean's got the advantage. Let's see how it ends up at the big end of the track. Roberts doing the chasing with the 4 litre. Certainly has the horsepower advantage, but will he get there? Oh, double breakout. But Dartnell gets the win. Breaking out less, of course.
It was tight at the finish line, I'm not going to lie. Roberts was there by 39 10,000, so I don't blame you for saying in the throttle.
No, yeah, I would have almost got him.
How would you pick that? That's like the tread on the tyre nearly.
Yeah, I did. No, can't do it. Lucky we've got the timing boards. Glenn Featherston up next in the Aeroflow lane. He's got a 15.30 up against Michael Zara in the WH Statesman. 15.70 is dial-in. Featherstone on the tree there, 031.
Yeah, I think Zara is going to be very lucky to move into the next round here.
Yeah. A little bit of a dab of the brake lights and a swerve for Featherston just to protect it. But geez, not by much though.
No, there wasn't a big margin across the finish line.
Yeah.
Certainly not what the reaction time would have hinted at.
No. Okay, back into it. Nicholas Varillas in the Aeroflow lane, 14.80. And Pietro Tallarico, 14.75. So this is pretty close. Almost heads up. Varillas gets the advantage with the reaction time.
Another close race. All locked together at 1,000. Wow. I couldn't pick it there where normally you can see which comes on first.
Breakout for Tallarico at 9,000ths away from the 80 for Varillas.
Yeah, well, he was trying to stay in front of Varillas, but Varillas crossed the finish line first there.
Yep. Very, very nice. So some more good racing from the Street Fighter crew. And we've got a couple more to go. William McNamara back out again. And then Guy Greenland also in the scrapyard wagon. Will's managed to reel off a couple of nice reaction times out there today in Mum's car.
I like how he's put borrowing in
inverted commas. Because that's his main sponsor, which is his mum.
Yes.
Because he's borrowing the car. So
yes,
you've got to give the sponsors a shout out.
Correct. I hope Will's washing it tomorrow for you, Kelly.
Yeah. Oh, shaking it. You letting him off the hook. You got to need a big nod. Wash the car.
Maybe you washed it yesterday. All right, battle of the, we'll say long roofs here, eh?
Sure, yeah. Yeah, might as well. Laval close enough to a wagon. Or Impreza, I'm not sure, whatever they call it. Subaru, why do they have two cars that are the same? I'd call them two different things. What's going on there? All right, 059 reaction time from William McNamara. He's going to make Guy Greenland work for it. All right.
Will's been getting some coaching on the RT.
Oh, yes. 1723 is his dial in. What is the ET? 1743 with the win.
And the crew erupts down there at the start line. 71 10,000ths across the finish line for the win, though. Thank you. A win is a win.
Very nice. Close one. Always well fought out from Guy Greenland there. Yep. He ran a 16.26 on a 23 dial in. Yep. So that was pretty close.
I was going to say Will is racing probably one of the most experienced racers in Street Fighter there.
That's right.
Meanwhile, Christopher Varillas unfortunately has gone too soon on the start line by 14 thousandths of a second, handing the win to Jamie Birtles in the Rocket Lane. And Birtles tests the dial in just to break out. Goes 13.75 with an 8 on a 13.90. So yes. That'll give him the opportunity to adjust the dial into suit. And
yeah, Jaden Melham back around again in the little Fiat Arbath up against Cheryl Ogden.
How good is it to see Jaden back? This is his second round, I think.
Second, yeah. And I think we've seen the car previously to that as well, maybe on Wednesday or something.
Oh.
Wow, 001. Red to send the win to Cheryl Ogden. The crew in the Rocket Lane are very happy about that. But, yeah, geez. Well, when you try and take a swing for it, sometimes you miss. And a little breakout from Cheryl as well. So, yeah, she was gifted the win there. But great to see all of these Street Fighter competitors out here and fighting for really close wins. Really good to see. We've still got another pairing here. Megan White, Fine Line Motorsports, Holden Tracks.
Oh yes, the fun's not over for the Fine Line team.
No, she cut a great light last round. Very good. Patrick Giddens down there in the Rocket Lane, 15-1. Got Megan 17-8. Puts a bit of pressure on Giddens. He's got to sit there and wait for 2.7 seconds before he can do the chasing. All right, here we go. Both into full stage. We've got White versus Giddens. It's a bit of a family affair. Sydney Dragway, 3:69 reaction time, 1:96. Giddens with the advantage on the reaction time. Let's see what happens further on down the track. Giddens gets the risk of breaking out if he tries too hard. Megan's got to balance it out. Oh, Giddens with the win, 15.25 on a 10 dial in. Megan White, a 95 on an 80, so very similar to a very similar variation to their dial in, but the reaction time was the story at the end of the day there. So nonetheless, great racing again from the Street Fighters.
Yeah, it's always a good, close, good fun opportunity to get out there and have a bit of a crack.
Cost-effective way to get out there.
It's probably the cheapest form of motorsport you'll have.
Yes, absolutely.
And those two words rarely go together.
Oh, so rarely.
Says Pat, who's building a race car.
Well, I mean, look, yes, my own experience for drag racing, but if you look at circuit racing now, there's not really any cheap form of circuit racing.
No. I want to know how that got in there.
What is that?
It's a spanner to do your pins on your helmet.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it's good that it's in your track jacket, Bushy. You never know when you might need it.
Correct. Sorry, you were saying?
Circuit racing, like they bring a whole bunch of budget classes in. You've got the Hyundai XL racing or the
but
Pulsars.
They're not that cheap because they're not. The Hyundais have gone now from...
Yeah, people want $15,000 for a Hyundai XL.
And the rest to buy one, I've seen them 50, mate.
That's a prep. That's a full prep
but
XL
still,
Cup car.
That's
no, it's a lot of money. Yeah, it's a lot of money. Yeah.
And I mean, let's face, not being rude, the racing can be exciting when they get into each other, but that it also gets very costly when they do that too.
That's right, and that's what I'm saying. Like circuit racing, if you want to go racing, you basically you can either do sort of speed off the streets days, where you're not timed, not officially timed. Or if you get into some form of competition, then you've got to have a cage.
Yeah, the red mist comes down.
And and then there's a lot of investment. So
even the lemons racing, that's changed.
Oh
a big top.
Yeah, it's supposed to be $5,000 budget or whatever, but I don't think so. Don't think so.
We're about to get into Speedflow products, round number 2 of Junior Dragster. And again, we've got a lifting versus a mags.
It's almost as if there's multiple family members from each of those families, both competing in...
But the team's taking each other out, unfortunately.
No, different teams. Speedflow team, Road Warrior Trailers team, different team.
Yeah, but he's also got Speedflow.
Yeah. No, different. That's secondary sponsor. It's different. Yeah, it's different.
Okay.
So look, see, New South Wales, Victoria, different teams. Different teams. It's all right. Have at it.
Well, they're going to have at it anyway.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter what we say.
No, that's right. It's basically just ask us to shut up.
Not too much in this one. 8:02 the dial in for Leafting, who will race down the Aeroflow lane. Mags in the Rocket lane has selected a 772.
Dragster's firing up. You might notice if you're watching the stream here that you may see the timing boards, scoreboards in the track starting to change. Got some green digits appearing down there, so we have been working through a few different variations on the colour, how visible it is during the day versus the night. The different setups that we can have with the boards there, so it works for everyone throughout the day. I know it's taking a little bit longer than what it might seem, but surprisingly, there's a big variation between how you look at those lights during the day, around now, which is sort of dusk area, but it's pitch black. Yeah. So it takes a little bit of figuring out. But hopefully won't be much longer, but I think we're close to the solution.
Well, I mean, also we want to make sure that we spend the money in the correct way as well. So.
That's exactly right. Let's do it 2 or 3 times.
All right, as the track lights here will come into effect as well, that will change the atmosphere ever so slightly. As I said, Leafting in the Aeroflow lane will be chased by Mags in the Rocket lane.
8:02 Aeroflow lane, 772 Rocket lane. This is big low product. Junior Dragster races are on it. Fade to an 0.53 reaction time. Very, very close here. Oh, double breakout, but still handing the win to Joshua Mags. 771 with a 3. On a 772 to an 801 with a 2. So, wow.
Mags.
Under 2.
Well, Mags got there first by 44 10,000ths, and the margin of victory was 14 10,000ths. So
I can't process the speed, the differential. I can't
the distance. If you give me 20 minutes, I can work it out for you.
All good. All right. Emma Leafting in the Aeroflow lane now.
Do you want me to find out?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
I don't know the speed. What speed was he going?
No, I didn't see it.
Can't do it.
It's all right.
I'll get back to you.
Yeah, I'll get back to you, Barry.
What happened?
Alexis Attard in the Rocket lane. It's the B Junior Dragster. She's got an 885 dial in on the board. And Leafting's to go 35. Alexis Attard, 036, she's got a light. Well done, she's chasing that 5-mile-per-hour difference there. She does take the win, 886 on 85 and 70 miles per hour. A slight breakout. Not too much leaking there, 33 and 35 dialing. There's still plenty of learning. That's what we still
They're going through their pre-race procedure, and we've got Riley Ito, Murphy's Finance Solutions, ITF Miner, Pro Tilt Towing, Low Fabrications, Junior Dragster in the Europlow lane, dialed in with an 804, taking on Tegan Smith, who's dialed in with a 774. Supported by Stop Slow Traffic, APM, Liquid Clothing, and Lucas Oils.
just in that
I'd say idle mixture, because they're actually the tuning screw, like back in my day, was a little T needle. These things have like a big rubber thing that you grab onto. It seems quite straightforward. My luck is I turned it too far. 015 on the tree for Riley Ito, but unfortunately, Pat, he breaks out, goes 9 thousandths too quick. Handing the win back to Tegan, who runs on through with a 779. Yeah.
Wow. Well, yeah, maybe that big rubber thing that you twisted, it was too much of a twist.
Because I mean, I'll say I believe that the start line procedure has changed a fair bit with these later generation. You've got to remember, I was racing decades ago, and yeah, but back in my day, it was hold your foot on the brake as hard as you could, and stall it up on the converter, so you got smoke pouring off the belt. You know, like, but I mean, we didn't do that for very long. We thought, well, it's easier just to adjust the idle and then go in and stomp on it, which is what most competitors are doing now, which is a lot easier on everything in terms of consistency, more consistent as well.
Yes. And chain.
Yes. No. They all run a belt off the engine through the clutch, and then a chain off the back of the clutch to the axle. Yep. Alex Ruffalo in the rocket lane, away with an 030, taking on Liam O'Neill. There is nothing in this one on the start line. And a double breakout. Again, these guys have built so close. Ruffalo got there first, but broke out by more, heading the win back to O'Neill, who went a 51 with a 9 on a 53.
All right,
let's go, Junior Drag. You've got how old's your daughter?
I've got like 5 years.
Oh, okay, so start saving now.
Just enough time to save up. Yeah, if I abandon my hopes and dreams, which is pretty much that's what you're supposed to do as a parent.
As a parent, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Ultimate sacrifice, until they're 18.
If I do it now, then I'll be able to afford one of these fancy new billet engine drags, junior drags.
You know you can't run an LS, right?
What if I just cut like one?
Well, maybe you need to talk to Aaron Noonan in the US and get him to do it. One cylinder LS.
Cylinder, based off the LS.
Should be. Just think. Come out here and
put some nice super alloy valves in there, so we'll deal with methanol.
It's automated. He's got that on CAD. Just chop.
That's as simple as it is. It's got all these fancy CNC billet blocks and machining and whatnot. So,
the question is, it's still got to be side valve, right? So that's the problem.
Just don't look too close. Anyway, back to what's happening here. Piper Bennett in the Aeroflow lane. Tequila Sunrise throws for 804 dial in for Piper. We've got Kate Fowler in the rocket lane, 816. Dial in. That rocket lane Fowler transport on board with the package. Let's see if they can bring up today. Staging trip down there. Piper is in. Cade follows. 033 for Cade to 122 for Piper.
It's like being in good trouble here, Matt.
Yeah, this is going to be the swamps. Cade takes the win at 823. All the reaction time. Look at that, an 046 on an 04 for Piper, but 23 on a 16 for Cade Fowler. So great job to the Fowler guys down there in that one. And then, geez, it pays to be the king. We've got number 1, Zane Candello down there with the bye run. By the looks of things.
He qualified number 1 here today with an 8.000, so 2 thousandths of a second. That's the margin over the indexes, so spot on.
But yeah, 8.000, number 1 qualifier, 8.001, the other qualifier, 8.01 with 9 is the form that young Zane Candello has been in at the moment. As Bushy mentioned earlier, coming off the back of a win at the Bend Nationals. He's going to take his time because he's got plenty of stage. Let's see what Zancandello can do on this pass. 0.44 reaction time with a nice 3, 64.50 to 330, and a 798 with a 6 at 82.7 miles per hour on the 8.0 dialing. So the win and plenty of data.
Alessio Spinozzi on the start line now for Terra Civil. Ours Race Glides. Race Techniques. Alki Pros. Smithfield Diff and Gear. Motorsport Database and Polo Batteries. Vinto Mall.
Yep.
And Custom Bodyworks. How good would that be to be sponsored by a shopping centre?
Pretty good. Pretty good deal.
You get a special card that just goes up.
It's just every shop. Great deal. All right. Well, I mean, he's taken a page out of Emilio's book with the sponsor numbers.
Yes.
Plenty on there. Got all the bases covered.
Again, yeah, no, down low it's breaking up a little bit in the ignition, I think. That's what it sounds like from up here. It might be running a little bit more fuel than what it would normally do, and of course, as I say, that spark plug might be getting a little bit wet.
It can only do so much when it's by itself. Very good. All right. Is that our
I think that concludes the second round of Speed Flow Products Junior Dragster. Don't see any junior bikes down there, so because they're going to do the 3-round Chicago Shootout and the final, so they're not back on for a little while yet. We're about to go into a little bit of track prep here before the Iconocoat Boosted Outlaws come out for their second round of Chicago Shootout. So to give all of our audiences a break from Pat and my voice, we're going to throw to an ad break, and we'll be back with you very, very shortly for Boosted Outlaws. Don't go too far.
Shannon's is giving motoring enthusiasts the chance to win a trip to one of the world's greatest motoring events, the 2026 Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, 1 unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
Drag racing is not just about the horsepower. There is also some cool science at play right here on the racetrack. These drag strips aren't just regular concrete. We treat it with a special kind of glue often referred to as traction compound. I usually twist my foot and it's all... This is designed to ramp up the traction of the track's surface. It's getting worse by the minute for us racers to go straight and fast. In drag racing, every millisecond counts. That's why the teams adjust the car's setup to suit the track conditions. Teams can assess the traction on the track by using this interesting device called a traction meter gauge. The bottom of the device has a rubber pad that mimics a racing slick. To measure the track's grip value, the user stands on the base, ensuring the rubber pad bonds with the racing surface. Turning the torque arm on the top of the device will rotate the rubber pad. When the bond breaks, the user will see a number on the dial. Teams can then use this number to help create baselines for grip within their respective setup.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannon's is giving you the chance to win the world's greatest motoring events, the 2026 Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, 1 unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
Drag racing is not just about the horsepower. There is also some cool science at play right here on the racetrack. These drag strips aren't just regular concrete. We treat it with a special kind of glue often referred to as traction compound. I usually twist my foot and it's all... This is designed to ramp up the traction of the track's surface. It's getting worse by the minute for us racers to go straight and fast. In drag racing, every millisecond counts. That's why the teams adjust the car's setup to suit the track conditions. Teams can assess the traction on the track by using this interesting device called a traction meter gauge. The bottom of the device has a rubber pad that mimics a racing slick. To measure the track's grip value, the user stands on the base, ensuring the rubber pad bonds with the racing surface. Turning the torque arm on the top of the device will rotate the rubber pad. When the bond breaks, the user will see a number on the dial. Teams can then use this number to help create baselines for grip within their respective setup.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
For another stint, there's Binkhurst.
Well, thank you very much, young Steve. Great to be back here with you and the rest of the team after a bit of a break that each one of us really deserves. I'm enjoying this boost of the Outlaws. There's some very, very quick cars here.
Yeah, very much so, and a good mix of cars too. On the start line right now, we've got Anthony Bull down there in the Europlow lane, dialed in with a 752. He's taking on Zach Palm in that rear engine Dragster, dialed in with a 692. So a little bit of a gap there between Zach will have to wait for Anthony to he'll be driving off into the I'll say there's a sunset.
Well, it has. Whoa, look at that.
047 on the tree for Bull, a 107 for Palm. Palm got there. Bull went too fast there. 743 with a 5. Handing the win back to Palm with a 692 on a 2. 2,000ths off the dial on with a blown big block Chevy rear engine Dragster. Thanks very much.
Yes, well, that was very well done. And I see the in the Aeroflow lane got there first. So, well, I guess, yeah, when you're travelling at that speed, and it's pretty hard to judge if you see some. It's all right if you go past them, but if they're coming at you or whatever, it's just that little bit more difficult. But he did break out and handed the win into the Rocket Lane, the competitor in the Rocket Lane, Mr. Palm. Mr. Palm.
Exactly right, Les. I think Bull wouldn't have been looking over the shoulder in that car. He's moving a little bit too quick to be doing the old glance over the shoulder, checking the blind spot.
Yeah.
But, definitely I'm sure would have heard Zach in the peripheral perhaps.
Yeah.
Or definitely wanting to see him in the side vision outside the helmet. But that's one of the advantages of chasing is Zach can see his competitor, knows where the front end of his car is and can just make sure he just puts it in front right at the last minute.
Yeah, or some people, are, they like to do the chasing and others just like to lead from the front. So it's if you're good at either, well, I guess that's what you're used to doing. So we're waiting for the next two competitors, which will pit Paul Wood in the Aeroflow lane in that Chevrolet Camaro, running a Chevy 540. He boosted Outlaws up against Emilio Spinozzi. Beautiful 69 Chevy Chevelle with the Indy 521. There's almost past the pits there. An outstanding looking car it is too. The team there working on it, the crew. Seem to have everything and everything in hand, so he's turned up here for his next appearance, his next run. So what you can do, I can do better, or just as well. I'd say Emilio Spinozzi there, Luddenham, just out the back road out there.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, wouldn't the residents of London have seen some changes in the recent 12 to 18 months with the airport and all the infrastructure that's gone on out there. But yes, it's progress for some.
Yep.
Depends which way you get.
Actually,
the cards are falling for you, I guess.
Yeah. Well, actually, I wouldn't mind driving around here. I was just thinking you've got some 5-acre blocks. Would be, yeah. I want to see people, they complain about planes and stuff like that. Yeah. I love it. That's why I'm under the flight path in Jerevan. Yeah, I bought, because of course, they said, it's directly under the site. And I said, a lot of people complain about it. They move in there and then they complain about the planes. Well, no, that's not me.
That's good to hear. Looks like some drama going on around the front end of the Woods car down there.
Yeah, it's been pushed back, so that's all she wrote for this one.
Saw one of the crew reach over and try and grab the ejector hat. So looks like Spinozzi will go on a solo here for Terra Civil and the Minto Marketplace. Nice 60 foot there for the Chevelle. Moved around a little bit at half track, but a 583 with a 246 miles an hour.
Wow. Yes, the team's the crew and the team down there is elated, so must be getting on top of it.
Nice clean pass for the
it
team
was
as
too,
well.
nice and straight.
So did move around a little bit at around half track.
Yeah, it started to get a bit skaty, but it's unfortunate that the Wood car sort of couldn't make the start line, but that's racing. And the next pairing up will be in the rocket lane, Tim Gruber from Queanbeyan East and Jeff Sargent from Mount Rankin in the Aeroflow lane. Now, Tim's dialed in at a 758, so he's really got a handle on that little Cortina. And Jeff Sargent there, he's got 540 cubic inches of Keith Black to propel him along, also sponsored by Grant's Performance, Poser Powder Coating and Bathurst, and Sargent's Roofing. So he seems to be doing well. And same as Tim Gruber, Queanbeyan Engine Service, which Tim owns, and does great work as well. He does his uncle's, Dave Gruber's little Tirana and a couple of speedway cars and things like that. So he's pretty cluey as well, especially with Fords. But as all those clouds were sort of like heading this way, but they missed by miles. We don't want them back, but it's a nice. Oh, there's a bit of. Oh no, that is. I thought there was some smoke out the back there. I thought someone might be doing some racing there, but it looks like that there's no speedway on tonight, so we won't have to worry about the dust down in the bottom end down there.
Les, I've just been told they're going to get Terry the tractor out again. There's a little bit of fluid left by one of our competitors there.
Really?
So,
Okay.
in the meantime, we'll just throw to a couple of our upcoming event slides here, of course, and run you through them. Of course, if you're free tomorrow and want to bring your road car out for a bit of a burn here at Sydney Dragway, and can't get to our Wednesday night street meets, come along to the Aeroflow Race for Real Sunday session here tomorrow. Is the next one of those events from 10 till 4. Don't need anything super special in your safety equipment. Long sleeve top, long pants, covered shoes, and a helmet. If you don't have a helmet, we can hire you one. So that none whatsoever. Right, so as I said, 10 till 4. Come out and give the car a bit of a test, see what it goes like. Bring some friends along if you like. It's certainly a pretty low-key, casual atmosphere. And of course, following on from that, next weekend is of course Easter weekend. If you like your burnouts, get to Sydney Dragway on the 18th of April for Good Friday burnouts. One of the premium events here at Sydney Dragway, especially if you're into lots of tyre smoke, big superchargers, and the occasional rods or rims type session. Come along to Sydney Dragway for Good Friday burnouts on the 18th of April 2025, which is of course next week. Following that, we will have a test and tune on here at Sydney Dragway for all of our tech cars on April the 26th, 2025. Assuming that entries for that will close fairly soon. So if you haven't got your entry in, get onto it as soon as you possibly can. Sometimes with those test and tune events, spots are somewhat limited. And a good opportunity to come out and test the car. Of course, leading into the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs, which run between the 2nd and the 4th of May here at Sydney Dragway, where you can see all of our professional categories come to Sydney Dragway and battle it out here over the quarter mile or 1,000 feet, depending on which category you're in. Of course, top fuel, we will see Nitro Funny Car, we will see Pro Slammer, Top Bike, Pro Stock, Pro Alcohol, and all of our Sportsman categories here doing battle for national glory. Following that, we will see the Sydney Euro Festival, which of course is going to be a fantastic event here at Sydney Dragway, and one not to be missed. Of course, there will be some roll racing and of course drag racing here at the venue. We've got some pretty good sponsors on board. I know the proprietor of the event has been working hard behind the scenes, and we've got a rescheduled date, of course, from the rain out a couple of weeks ago. That date is now the 28th of June. It's the ultimate of the ultimate motorsport experience.
No,
Les?
no. It's well, a big V8. Not quite under full song, but certainly heats the hides up. Bit of smoke down there from the Sergeant camp. Tim Gruber over in the rocket lane. Dialed in with a 758, a 758. Jeff Sargent 670, 670 is a bit quicker than a 750. So Tim Gruber with the handicap start, and Jeff Sargent to chase him down. So should be a good side-by-side run between these two. It's number 3 qualifier Jeff Sargent. His qualifying was a 6.75, 6 and 204. Tim Gruber, a 7.641 at 179. So that's why he's dialed in with 758, and Jeff Sargent at 670. So he's 6756. That's his best. It's a bit different now. The track's lost a bit of its lead. Here we go. Oh, Tim Gruber.
083 on the tree, but Sargent left fairly early there, unfortunately, throwing the race away. Got there by 2/10, but I dare say if there wasn't a red light there, that would have been a cracker of a race.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for when, so when the lights came down. I thought, yeah, this is going to be really good. But Jeff Sargent, well, he must have, that 174, that's nearly the separation between the two at the start when they, without the red light. So he had all that time, but he couldn't. He did make it up, but he'd already red lit and gone too early. First is worst, and that will allow Peter Byrne now and Chris Denny to step up to the line.
That it will. There's going to be a fair weight in this one for Peter Byrne, and Denny's been getting better and better with every pass that he brings out this front engine Dragster. I love the fact that it's got a traditional small block in it, only 350 cubic inches blown injected.
Yes, that's true. And the little front engine Dragster, the Chevy 350, this one I'm thinking of. But it's that beautiful red one. That's it. Number 1 qualifier there in the rocket lane is Peter Byrne, qualified with a 6.472 at 218, 6 miles an hour. So he's got the handle on his machine. Brad Anderson engineered a BAE 511 cubic inch. It'll be him. And Chris Denny there, the front engine dragger, and as Steve mentioned before, small block Chevy 350. But it's a really sharp car. I like the colour, the sort of candy. It's got big metal flakes in it, or bigger metal flakes. It looks really good.
We've actually got one of those cars. Doesn't sound like it's running at the moment. It looks like
the Byrne car.
The Byrne car has stopped. I was just watching the live stream and noticed that it wasn't rolling back any further, and then the decibels have dropped a little bit as well.
Yes, market. It was a lot of fun. A lot of pit crew down there, and must be a bit of a handful to push, unless the track's super sticky, which it has been early on.
Fortunately for Chris Denny, the car stopped for Byrne just forward of the concrete wall. If it stopped much further out, there might have been a bit of an issue to get the car back, but Denny can now make the choice. Does he go and accept the green, or does he take it out the back door, test the dial in?
Yeah, hard to say. It looks like it's just a solo. Could it be? Yep. 7.5 wide for Chris Denny. Runs it through for a 7.57 on a 7.56. So he's just a 100th over.
Turning into a good little package car, that machine.
Yeah, I like it too because it's got the, like the old over the hill gang style dragster, even though it's not a fuel dragster, or and it's still it's got the engine in the front, which makes it sort of really reminiscent of the early days before Don Garlett started putting his engine in the back, and then the rest is history, as they say. But it's a really sharp little car. It does everything right.
Yes.
It drives. It goes down arrow straight.
Well, it seems that the power plant's matched well to the chassis and the chassis setup as well.
Yeah, and we can see them pushing the burn car back. So there it goes. I don't know if there's anything else coming out just yet. They've still got the... Oh, well, they're hooking up the...
Curtis Reed hasn't come out yet either.
That must be... I saw Jim Reed earlier in the house. He sauntered in through the pit.
I'm sure that he's come to watch Curtis race.
Yeah.
So, just as we say that, his name appears on our timing system.
Yeah, well, AFT Plumbing Services. It's a Meyer Dragster with the KB 500. Keith Black. All Hemi. And he's dialed in with a 660 because he's our number 2 qualifier behind the altered. That was number 1 qualifier down there that they had to return to the pit area. He's dialed in with a 660 and he qualified with a 665 with a 9 at 209 miles an hour, so it's no slouch. Here's a young fellow who's just getting the handle. This is the second time I've seen the car, so the last at round 2 of the New South Wales Racing Championship.
Burnout there for Curtis. Pretty strong. I noticed that he doesn't carry it a long way. Once he finishes out of the throttle, he pulls the car up pretty quick.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Curtis hoping to go one better this time around in this year's championship.
Yeah. He was runner-up last year.
Yep. 2024 New South Wales track champion. He was our runner-up.
Oh, well, yeah, just a lot of races now. Good mind. Got a number 2 qualifier. Solo run.
Let's see what he can do on his 660. Hoping for a number around that figure so he can pick the dial in for the next round. Nice light, 078.
Oh, look at that.
665 with a 9, 209 mile an hour.
Same as his qualifying.
Yep.
Look at that.
Nice and consistent for the team.
Oh, look at that. 209.69 and he qualified with a 209.23.
It sounds like he's not running it out of the gears either, like almost short shifting it, which is definitely going to save engine wear as well, and hopefully make the car, make the cubic inches of the engine work for him rather than having to wring its neck.
Yeah. Well, it seemed sort of like it did it fairly lazily.
Yes.
But you know, to run right on his qualifying, you know, within a 1/10 of his qualifying run there, it's pretty good in competition. So we've moved on to Extreme Bike, which would pit Brant Gilliver in the Rocket Lane up against Alex Ball. Now, this is Extreme Bike, which is heads up. So Alex Ball's good. That was his qualifying, 686 at 216. But he has gone just a little bit quicker than that. I think he went 2:18, I think. Or 2:18 or 2:19 previously, so that's one heck of it. On two wheels, let me tell you.
Yeah, no, I'll pass, thanks.
Yeah, me too, that's right. I was saying to Pat.
You'll only see me do it once.
Yeah, yeah.
So you better watch.
I'll get on the bike and start it for him and then get off. Here we go. Heads up, just waiting, I think, for one flash, and that's it. Oh, the light came off.
Yes. Brant's bike has been leaving. Very strangely, the last couple of runs that we've seen, it was 685 with a 5, 216 mile an hour run for Alex Borg there. I'll say almost as easy as you like. I love the fact that he's calmed that bike down off the start line. You know, there's been, you know, almost like since he got on that machine, all it wanted to do is throw him off it, and the bike is giving him the results that he wants. Just by, I assume they've obviously changed something in the suspension or detuned the bike off the start line to actually allow it to get moving.
Yes.
There's no question that it makes the horsepower, and I'm sure Alex is loving the fact that it's a lot easier for him to ride.
Yeah, well, I was saying to Pat, you know, imagine what it's like when he gets off the bike and he has to sort of just walk around there instead of doing 200 miles. But
again, I won't ever know what that's like.
No, it won't. You have to believe when he tells us. David Franks in the Rocket Lane, our number 2 qualifier. They've got 2. Oh, never mind. Yeah, David Franks, number 2 qualifier, the 7201 at 196 miles an hour up against Matty Hunt in the Kawasaki ZX-10R 998cc's, and David Franks bike's 1300 cc's. And Matty Hunt there, number 6 qualifier with a 10.052 at 135. But Dave Franks, he's out and blasted his way down to the top end down there. A 721 with a 4 at 194.16, so he's gone just a little bit slower. And for Matty Hunt there, a 10.052 was his quickest. I didn't catch that.
954, I think it was. 144 mile an hour. So
yeah, right.
Not a bad pass there for Matty, but probably a little bit out horsepowered, I'd say, there on that run. But a nice flash of flame on each gear shift, which is good.
Yep.
I think as long as Matty's moving in the right direction, he's going to be pretty chuffed with that.
Yeah, I'd say he would be. Now it's Diane as a patio. She's really picked up. Whether she's been practicing starts or whether they've tuned her bike the same as Alex's to get off the line nicely. She's improved out of sight, getting out off the line. Look, she's probably at a point there, she was in front. But Ryan Franks goes through, runs a 706 at 204, and Deanne Azapati in the Europlow lane, a 8206 at 172 miles per hour.
The bike of Frank seemed to do that fairly easily.
Yeah, it's one of those bikes. He took a little turn over to the right-hand side. It wasn't straight, and he had to come in just a little bit, but he's a good peddler, that guy, and when he races against Alex Borg, well, it's on for young and old. To very evenly paced, but the mile per hour is just a little bit a couple of yellow cars.
Spotto.
Yes, Spotto race car. Yeah, George Raham in the Rocket Lane in that Mazda RX-9. The way the Rahams will go and get up to RX-15. They just keep going up and up and up. And Johnny Commodore from Eudora in the Chevy Cavalier, running a Chevy 399. So kidding, that ain't close to a Pro Stock motor if it's not a Pro Stock motor. Number 1 qualifier too.
Two very different ways to go motorsport racing. In drag racing, of course, we have a turbocharged rotary down there in the Rocket Lane.
Yeah, and on its previous pass, it ran really hard. Great effort too by the team down there.
Get a bit of a flame show out of the left-hand side of that exhaust pipe there that exits the front guard. Of course, on the two-step, it'll sound like the 21-gun salute going off.
Rapid fire.
Meanwhile, John Commodore in the other lane. He'll have to try and focus with that percussion coming across at him. I'm sure the wall will stop some of it, but still, the pipe definitely pointed at his jaw. That is the starter step back to him.
Yeah.
Here we go. There's your flame. Commodore away first with an 015 light. I don't think the pack car was worried about the reaction time, and a 625. 625 with a 225 mile an hour. Wow.
Oh.
I think that's their PB by a long way, if I remember correctly what I've seen on social media about, wow, 625. Good job, guys.
Yeah, very good. He's a bit of a rocket man. Yeah, Rocky Ray. Living up to his name. Daniel Grimer from Wedderburn in the 2012 Chevy Camaro. Small block Chev 400, another pro stock size. Oh, look at the burnout. Plenty of smoke out of there.
Lots of smoke out of there. Not your typical pro stock burnout.
No.
But Daniel, pretty new to this car. I haven't seen him race. Of course, you would know that he used to run Junior Dragster with Dad and I. He ran with his younger brother. But has driven a number of different cars since. He had the last time I saw him at Sydney Dragway was in a Celica, in a gas class. So I've messaged him again today, just saying good to see you, and yeah, it's fantastic to see a familiar face back at the racetrack.
Yeah. Oh well, how about that?
Good to see him behind the. I know that he's been hanging around the pro stock scene for a little while, but of course, hanging around is a lot different to actually getting your backside in the driver's seat. So let's hope that he and the team get the results that they're looking for here.
Yeah. Well, I was
this evening.
I was discussing it with Pat earlier on. I thought he might have been a relation of Jason Grimer.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. Well, there's when you look in the phone book, you used to look in for the Grimers, and they were most of them were builders or trades came from a civil engineering background, or like civil works and things like that. So even though Jason was an electrician, I think he was.
His brother was into civil work, so
right.
3 counts down. Grimer away with a 232 line, 104 to the 60. A little bit of a move around on the hit, and he's out of the throttle early. Shuts it probably, I'd say, 1,000 feet, and rolls on through for 778 with a 6, only 144.
144, yeah. And usually they're, like in the high 180s or low 190s for the pro stock type, but he's running, now we're into, what's B?
Super Street.
Yep, Super Street.
Super Street, so that's a real street license, I'm assuming.
Right, okay. Okay. Dad's pretty chuffed. I was talking to him during the week, and she's been listening to everything that Dad says. Good too. Sammy Joe Johnson in the Rocket Lane. Dialed in with 1162 in the Holden VE Commodore, L98 6 litre. And Christina's car is a Dad's car. Holden VT Calais with a LS3 into it. So, oh dear. She's got a work cut. Christina's got a work cut. Oh, it's the two ladies. Oh no, you can't give that away to Sammy Jo Johnson. She's got a 0.39 lighter up against a 0.227.
Yeah, it's nearly 2/10 on the start line.
Yeah, that's, you know, like, that's a fair bit, unfortunately. So Sammy Jo right on the money there.
Next up, we'll see Corey Stutchbury in the Aeroflow lane, running for Dialed In Racing and PSC Racing. Dialed In with a 10.75, taking on Robert Spagnol. Spagnol dialed in with a 10.37 in the little LC. James Bond again. How many times has he appeared? This is like
this is
like 7 or 8 of them, I think, today. And Stutchbury takes the win, 10.70 with a 6 on a 10.75. Spagnol, unfortunately, leaving the red light on the start line.
Yeah, first is worst, and we get now. Well, that was for the previous combatant in the Aeroflow lane. Lockie McCaskill's up in the Aeroflow lane at the moment, dialed in with a 12.96 in that neat little Holden VS Commodore Ute, 3.8 litre.
Yeah, something a little bit different for Lockie. Let's see what he can do. Oh, nice light, 005 to an 049. Very good lights from both sides of the racetrack. Zamet with a lot more experience in this car due to being older. I'm just going to put it out there. And McCaskill, unfortunately, a 13.13 with a 7 on a 12.96. Unfortunately, a little bit too far away from the dial-in. Zamet gets there first. He takes the win. An 11.90 with a 7. Takes the win on an 11.80 dial-in.
Yeah, right. Wow. Okay, Peter Giddens in the Super Street bracket here at Sydney Dragway. In the Rocket Lane, dialed in with 11.15 up against Craig Warren in that little Holden LJ Toronto, running a Chevy 400, dialed in at a 10.18. And this is the brackets now. Oh, a 132 and a 163 light. So this is anybody's race here, and it goes to Craig Warren. And he gets there first as well. So on his 10.18, he runs a 10.19 with a 4 at 121. And Peter Giddens on his 11.15 runs an 11.27 with a 6. So he's a bit more off his dial-in, and his opponent there was not very far away. Dennis Plessis now and Aidan Stutchbury. Stutchbury in the Aeroflow lane. That Holden VH Commodore. First one. That'll be sort of compared. Oh, gee, look at that. 1,000th of a second too quick for Aidan Stutchbury. 1/1000th. So automatic win going to Dennis Plessis.
We've seen that reaction time a couple of times
today too. Yeah. Yeah, we've seen that red light. Now Dennis Plessis dialed in with 10.63, ran a 10.84 at 127. Well, he already knew that he'd won the race because he got the flashing lights.
I have a feeling that Plastis's car didn't leave the start line quite as well as he wanted to there. So just when I watched it, it sort of hopped and then stopped and then took off.
Oh, really?
So maybe a get out of jail free card there for Plastis.
Yeah, well,
I might be wrong, but I'm just calling what I see.
Yeah, okay. Well, Richard Metasevic or Matosevic, that's the other pronunciation, but young Pat's found one more. So up against Robert Matesic. Matesic over there in the Aeroflow lane from Shell Harbour in the 67 Camaro, dialed in with a 10.57. Richard Metasevic or Matosevic has dialed in with a 10.55. So there's only 200s between them. From Bringelly, the Ford XY Ute. And that car's been a really good car for him. 007, another one. James Bond's in it again. He's come into nearly every class. So Matosevic runs it through on his 10.55. He runs at 10.61 because he saw that he had the race one already at 112. And so he'll go to the next round. Super Street.
He'll like Tirana's, Les, this will be a good pass for you. Of course, Mark Hopkins from Wattle Grove in the Hurricane Metal Roofing LX Tirana. He was our 2024 championship winner for the New South Wales Track Championship Series. Dialed in with a 1082. He's taking on Rob Galotta in the trackside automotive Holden Tirana. 5 litre on board for him. Another red light, 066 green though for Galotta.
Yeah, oh, but that's unusual for Mark Hopkins. It's in that little 312 cubic inch, but he runs a 1081 double barrel. Well, runs
only thousands.
Thousands, yeah.
But I mean, the light's not that bad. It's 038 red.
No, that's all it takes. Yeah.
Yep. Next up, we have Chris Wood from North Richmond in the Jay's Custom Fabrications XC Falcon. Barra 4 litre on board. Dialed in with a 1080, this big green machine. Taking on Zig Adam in the VE Commodore Ute down there.
Yeah, he's dialed in. Well, Chris Wood's dialed in with the 1080, and Ziolowski is dialed in 1158, but automatic win to the rocket lane there. Young Chris Wood there, it's 053 light, but on the red side. So automatic win to Zig. He'll be around in the next facing, and he ran an 1160 on 1158 at 115. Once again, he knew that he had the race won, so I don't know if guys back off or they save the engine for another run, but it's a registered street car. I don't really matter. He's got to drive it home anyway. Michael Little from Forbes in the rocket lane, dialed in with a 936 up against Sean Maher. These guys, I don't know, they've been battling since since you started here.
Yeah, they sure have. This is not the first time these two have raced each other. That's for sure.
Yeah.
So Maher in the blue Tirana in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 921. He's taking on Michael Little over there in the rocket lane. Of course, in the yellow Tirana, dialed in 936. So only a bit over a 10th head start going to the yellow car.
Yeah, which is it's not even a bleak of 0.4 is a bleak of your eye, 0.4 of a second. So pretty hard to pick the difference. I think that can be sort of things. Oh no, you can see a little stagger. Oh man,
4,000 early for Little. Handing the win to Maher, who went 019 on the tree. I think the knew that he was going to have an issue. Not an issue, but a challenge.
Yeah.
920 with a 7.
Yes, well, Sean Maher there, he's broken out, but first is worst. Mick Little committed the offence first, so the win going to Sean Maher, Tirana, over in the Aeroflow lane. Brother Andrew's still in it as well, so that's Andrew Little in the rocket lane in the, I was going to say tip rat, but it's a bush rat. Rex Webster. Lucky I know him.
Maybe that could be the name of Claire's car when she gets it going. I don't know.
Yeah.
Suggestion.
Yeah, well, Andrew's a bit reluctant now. Claire's decided she's...
there was talk of her getting in the car.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. So, but he probably wants to get another season under his belt before he sort of gives it away again. But he said he's having so much fun.
Well, I think Claire should be coming out in Street Fighter.
Yeah, that's right. Should drive the family car.
Maybe not the tow car, but, she could.
Yeah, well, there's others that would to be pretty standard cars. There we go, Andrew Little out. There's a 003 up against Rex Webster. Webster with that 540 and that little 840 utility. Double breakout, but Andrew Little broke out by the lesser amount. Look at that, a 9555 or a 962. He runs a 971. Jim Denaro now and Wayne Berg.
This is yet another all-forward battle here on the start line. Two Cortinas doing an injustice to one of them.
Yeah.
He's not going to come back. Burke from Blue Haven for A1 Towing dialed in with a 914. He will have to chase down Denaro, who is in the earlier model Cortina.
Well, I can give him a tip. Cut a really good line. So up against Gentleman Jim.
Denaro just taking his time to bump into stage. There it is there. Retrieval countdown for Denaro first. 035 to an 025. He did listen to your advice. He's got 10,000. He's got 10,000 up his sleeve, locked together at 1,000, and it will be Burke to take the win. A little bit of an upset there, Les.
Yeah, for sure.
915 with a 1 on a 914 for Burke to take the win over Denaro.
Wow. Yeah, well, he took my advice. Very, very good. Gee, well, that was a spectacular run, actually. I didn't know who I was going to cheer for in the end, but you know, there's always a victor and a loser, and you know, so this time for Jim Denaro was on the losing end. Sat Logianus on the rocket lane, dialed in with 9:35, 0:32 reaction time. But Dave Gruber, an 0:28 reaction time. Gruber, oh no, Dave broke out 9:333 on a 9:34.
So 7th hour, too quick for Gruber. Got there first by 500ths of a second, too. Very small fractions of seconds here. Don't blame Gruber there.
Yeah, because that's right. Once you get to 0.05, and that's you know 500ths of a second. Jim Raptus in that nice yellow little Tirana there, and he's dialed in with a 1090. Michael Malasewicz is dialed in with 868. 868's quicker than a 1090. Jim Raptus in that little Tirana will get the handicap start. He'll go first. And the Ford Capri with the Windsor 427 from Craigieburn in Victoria. Our victor last meeting on round 2. Oh, red light. Yep. His opponent there, Michael Malazewicz, he red lit but first as well. So Jim Raptus tripped the beams too early first, so didn't matter after that. Oh, and Jim Raptus a 1084 with the 3, so he broke out as well. He's been doubly penalised. Just made sure that there was no evidence around to suggest that he was eligible for a protest. Gee, look at all that smoke.
Yeah, just commented on that. I said there was maybe some drifting happening across the road.
Yes, well, I tell you what, there's some drifting, all right. The smoke's drifting over here.
Simon Bonello on a solo to complete the round.
Big burnout here by Bonello.
RPM Racing, House Race Glides and Pro Street Fabrication. 940 the dial in for the Big Falcon.
Yeah, it's up close. It's a pretty sharp looking car too.
It's very, very clean and pretty car.
Yep. Let's see what he goes through. Dialed in 940, runs a 947. He dialed in with 940 and runs a 947 with an 8 at 143 miles an hour. 143 miles an hour. Gee, that's pretty quick.
Yeah, it's certainly working pretty good for a carbureted car.
Yeah, and now we're moving into modified eliminated bracket. That's right. There's no light.
Brought to us by Platinum Powder Coating, Les.
Yeah, Platinum. Oh, that's exactly what I was looking for. But
Powder
the
coating.
man with the glasses.
Well, yeah, don't get on it too much.
Oh, don't think so lowly of yourself.
Yeah, it's fantastic to have Platinum Powder Coating on for this championship series. We've got Peter Carlton in the Aeroflow lane for Swale Industries, and Maxwell Mower and Auto Centre dialed in with an 894, taking on Jess Turner, who's dialed in with a 773. Jess is going to have to be pretty patient here on the start line.
Yeah.
Running from the ETS Race Fuels, Higgins Race Heads, Kavanagh Auto, Wild Ink, Dominator Converters, and Denso.
Yeah, Denso. Oh, Denso. That's smart blokes. Nippon Denso. Remember them? Oh, they win Japanese cars every year. Look at that.
Turner very close to the centre line at the finish. Looks like Carlton's going to take the win. 894 with a 2 on an 894 and an 029 light. That'll win your races.
Yeah, a lot of the time too. He was pretty good just there, but he realised that she had to rest the foot heavily on the floor. But anyway, the Carlton car got there first anyways. Peter Brown now in the rocket lane. Mappin, just up the road there a bit. Just the urban scroll, the urban, it's creeping out there, and up against Brooke Reposada in the Aeroflow lane. Brooks that A modified dragster, as is Peter Brown. Brooks dial in the Aeroflow lane is an 816. Peter Brown in the rocket lane is a 763. So Brooke will get the handicap start in the Aeroflow lane. Peter Brown to do the chasing. Brown racing for Sims Integrated Solutions, BK Race Engines, ProTrans, Race Max Direct, and for Brooke Reposada, VP Racing Fuels. Oh, they're pushing the Brown car back. Oh no. Yes, they are. And here they are. Wow.
Given the single signal. Okay, so Brooke will go on a solo. That car of Brown's usually
reliable.
No, he must not have just not had reverse. Unfortunately, for the Nathan doing the backup, he's had to push that car back on his own. And unfortunately, Peter must have been rattled a little bit and has thrown the red light. 002 on the tree for Brooke. Breaks out at the other end, but she'll take the win. 815 with a 5 on an 816. They went 5 thou too quick with an 02 line.
Wow. Six-cylinder front engine dragster of Gary Durrington, Hobartville, New South Wales. My area is Hobartville's there. Oh, is it?
Richmond, yeah.
Oh, right, okay. Gary's dialed in with a 9.85 in that B modified dragster. And we've got Paul Lynette with an A modified altered, and a dialed in with a 751. And he's got a bit of a wait, 2 seconds, and a bit. And let's see, Gary Durrington, another guy that needs to cut it high. Dialed in with a 751 with 020 reaction time, red light by Durrington, and he's got breakout.
He's gone 200s too quick for Lynette, but that doesn't matter. He's going to move into the next round.
Yep.
And the seating sheet will determine who he races. Daniel McCaskill now taking on Harrison Fletcher. Cindy McCaskill going rounds in the rear engine dragster for Mark 1 Welding.
Yeah, she's doing pretty well.
7:30 the dial in for McCaskill in the Aeroflow lane. Harrison will lead the start line a second and a half before McCaskill. So Harrison's going to be in the 60 foot. Doesn't sound like a lot, but that's a reasonably big gap in modified. eliminator, but Harrison's been on the game here today.
Yes, and from Halqua Inlet in Victoria. I don't know where it is. Oh, clean green 007.
007 again.
I told him.
Showing up everywhere. 024 on the tree for McCaskill. And Harrison takes it. McCaskill got there first by 32 10,000ths of a second, but has broken out. It's gone 1,000 too quick.
Yes, look at that.
Handing the win back to Fletcher, who went 8.83 with a 9 on his 8.82.
Well, that's what I say. You know, like, you'll need to cut a good line. They're listening. Scotty Cousins now, and we're into the top sportsman. And Pitt Scotty Cousins, Blacktown, in that stats 1200 coupe, Toyota 2JZ. I don't know where they fitted it in, but
that's there. Yeah. Grinders are for me. Yeah. Plasma cutters, welders,
the whole lot.
Metal rollers, all that stuff. Right,
Leo Georges he's lined up against Leo Georges in the Aeroflow lane. Now, Leo's in the Flying Carrot, sold with an 887. Scotty Cousins a 770. So Leo Georges in the Aeroflow lane will get the handicap start.
Of course, Top Sportsman brought to us by Mix Metal Roofing. Nice wheels up launch for the van. Little Datsun off in hot pursuit. Battle of the 70s.
Oh, he broke out. Scotty Cousins.
He did. He's gone a 769 with a 0 and a 770. He broke out by 100th there on the finish line. And got there by 700. 700s, I think.
Yeah, that's right. So Joe Gattalari now in top. Oh, well, yeah, well, that was a pretty good run there, but, you know, it's so easy, it seems. Guys must just plant the foot and away they go, but that's how they've always done it. I know that's how Leo drives.
Well, as long as the car's consistent, that's the best way to do it. You pick the dial in to suit what you think the car's
Yeah, that's right. And some guys just keep the foot planted and, you know, like within a couple of thou of their dial in. So
I thought you'd like that panel van, man. One of our viewers, anything panel vans he goes crazy for.
Oh, does he? Oh, yeah, panel vans, yeah. Well, I put a deposit on the HQ panel van back in 1971.
New.
Brand spanking new, but then that Dodge Charger came up, so that was it, so I bought it instead.
The rest is history, as they say.
Yeah. So it's the car, by the way.
Yes. Joe Gattalari now on a solo. 2024 Track Championship winner for Cos Constructions, ASV Contractors, Motor Oil Shop, and the K Kuma Group out of Fiji. 007. He's appeared like 3 times in the last 2 brackets.
Look at that.
What are the odds, Liz?
Oh, it's to the point it's unbelievable.
Yes,
the amount
it
of
is,
double O's. Either side of the light.
Yes.
Both red and green.
853 with a 9, 161 on an 852.
Yep. Come out. This is I like watching Steve Fowler race. It's just a sort of like born natural, if there is such a thing. But from Acadia Vale and around the wild, the Pontiac GXP, I think that's the car that Stewie Bennett actually owns, and he's driving, of course, the car of his one of his best mates down there, that Holden, Chris Corbin's car down there, the Holden Toronto small block Chev 400. Steve Fowler 762 cubic inches in that Fowler Freight Management Pontiac GXP, dialed in with a 692. Stewie Bennett there, he's dialed in the Aeroflow. He's dialed with 862, 692. He's heaps quicker 862, so young Stewie Bennett will get the handicap start. Little Tirana. 9-1 to a 006. Well, you hear that GXP screaming with 762 cubes. And on his 692 with the 006 reaction time, Steve Fowler goes to 701 at 177. And for Stewie Bennett on his 862, that's an 877 at 156.44. Not good effort, but over 200 miles an hour and a 006. Good package, good racing.
As I said before, there's a reason he's a former track champion. Very much across a number of categories. Yeah. This one will be good too. Yet another all-forward battle. We have Josh Boscovich down there in the Wilding Motorsport merch. Bosco Mobile Mechanical XA Coupe. I think we've got a furry friend there somewhere.
Yeah, I can see him down by the whatever's, you know, like that half-track type of thing. He's just past that. I think he was there since we started. He hasn't moved. Go and demand an entry fee.
There we go. They're starting to jump away.
Are they?
Yep. Adam's got there on the live stream.
Who is he? Oh, I was talking there. Oh, see, there's just...
There's a little Joey.
Yeah, there is too. Look, yeah, so he's watching. He should get the spectator fee. Check him out. Just backwards and forwards. Oh, there they go. Where are they? Which way did they go? Oh, someone's coming.
Towards the track. And down near the scoreboard.
Yeah, there's someone down there, isn't there? Oh, yeah.
So these two are shoot away. We'll bring Josh Boscovich and James Barnes into stage.
Yeah, this will be, as you said, this will be a tussle as well. Pretty dial in, 851 for James Barnes in the Robert Lane and 794 for Josh Boscovich. He's been getting stuck into that Falcon all day. Fontana 427 for Motivation. Bosco Mobile Mechanical. He's down Dandian, yeah, Dandian as well. I don't know if Robbie Gilb's still in, not modified bike, street bike.
Street bike, if he's still in the elimination, you mean?
Yeah. Be interested to see. He did well last meeting. I think he was runner-up. Oh, gee, how close to the... Yeah, there they go. There, they're gone over the... Oh, yeah, well, he's chased them. Oh, no, they're stopped. One stopped there. Oh, there must be three of them, because two just went up the back there. See, there goes. Two of them up the hill.
There's another one there too. There's
Yeah, behind.
There's another, so we've got four watching.
Yeah, three loaders. Oh, gee, look at that, how far that nitrous perch, how high it is.
Does that mean he's got plenty of bottle pressure and he's trying to run a 780?
That must be it, Steve. Got your finger right on the pulse there.
Because, you know, like a 795, they're all excited about that. But now they think, what if we go 780?
He just perched again. So. Oh, an 013 to an 025. Gee, James Barnes got a good head start, but it looks like Bosco might be alongside. One of them's going to...
No, Barnes out in front of 1,000, carried the win and got there in the end. In the end, Boscovich car running a little bit slower, 8:05 with a 7:167, And Barnes takes a win, 853 with a 6, 152 on an 851. I dare say both those cars probably not at their optimum in that they'd sat there for a little bit on the start line waiting for our furry friends to step back from the racetrack, but we've now got another one getting chased along the spectator mount on the eastern side.
Yeah, if I was the other guy, I wouldn't move. Yeah, that's right. Now he's getting a big honk up now. Up to the top, yeah. Oh, this is my seat. Oh, there he goes. There goes the...
Makes it look a lot easier than the official that's going to run up the hill.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, there he goes.
All right, that concludes round number 2 of Mixed Metal Roofing Top Sportsman. We're now going to move into Supergas Eliminator. Their second round of 5. I beg your pardon. First round of 3. Red the wrong box.
Wrong, yeah.
Pairing, we'll see Joe Catanzariti and Roy Romeo doing battle. These two haven't raced before. Ooh! 008 on the tree. No, that was 007. And an 024 from Romeo in the rocket. Romeo was in front at 1,000. But Catanzariti got on around.
Oh, double breakout. Oh, look at that. 988. Yeah, 1,000.
Up, we will have Luke Romeo down there in the Aeroflow lane. The In Touch Automotive 1927 Davis Roadster with the Chevy small lock on board, running for Person Auto Parts in Narellan. VP Race Fuels 990, of course the Index taking on Vince Panetta. The A Silverback LX Tirana.
Yep, our number 7 qualifier in this competition round, up against our number 3 qualifier in Luke Romeo.
Romeo's gone in
deep stage,
which is a no-no in Supergas, one of the rules that you laid down before, Les.
Yep.
So handed the win to Panetta over there in the rocket lane.
There we go.
For those of you that don't know what deep staging is when you drop the top bulb out of the Christmas tree. So you can see there, the starter pre-stage is when the top light's on. Full stage is when the second light comes on. But what you can do is creep a little bit further forward, which shortens the racetrack up, and will drop the top light out. So it also means that you're a lot closer to the guard beam for the red line as well.
Yes.
So a lot of races typically will stage as shallow as possible, then basically have a run at the tree or run at the track by a fraction, and that, believe it or not, depending on the class of car, might give you a little bit better speed at the top end of the racetrack.
Yeah, possibly. Well, the measurement, the distance there that to deep stage from just normal staging to keep that top light on. It's the deep stage there is 6 inches, 150 mils or 15 centimetres usually. So, but you're just not allowed to do it in super gas. That's all. So, oh, Johnny Somerich now, or Somerich. That's Joe Polito. JB. Joe Polito, number 1 qualifier with a fine 990 with a 4. 990 being 9900 being fixed index. So he's gone 4 thousandths over to qualify number 1 up against our number 5 qualifier with a 9927. John Samorich.
Close to the reaction times. Sunrise just out in front at the moment.
Oh, close.
He got there first, but went too quick. An 860 on a 90, of course, the index that he wants to run. Polito went 988 with a 1. So he'll take the win by going under the index by the least.
Least amount, yeah.
Although it is an index, it is actually a breakout.
And that's it, that 990. The further you go down or under it, it determines the winner if both cars go under. Daryl Stephen now in this super gas field. Ford Telstar TX5 with the 427. Neatly prepared little machine up against Anthony Panetta this time. Anthony in that really, really smart Holden Calibra, running a Chevy 434 cubic inch. Seasoned campaigners, these guys have been. They're really dedicated to the super gas concept and have been racing in super gas for as long as I can remember, as long as I'm around. These guys have always raced in it. So just waiting now for them to come into pre-stage. Now they come in to turn on the first light. Oh, bit of a burn down. No,
and they're not even in stage yet.
Yeah.
Stephen straight in. And Panetta.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Worked. James Bond came too early. 007 red for Stephen. 46 green for Panetta, and we'll take the win. 997 with the 0, 152 miles an hour.
Wow. Okay, pretty good run there. Now we're going into junior drag bike, brought to us by the good Speedflow products there, Speedflow. So drag bike, junior drag bike. We'll see Lincoln Delios up front in the first pairing, up against Christopher Davidson. Young Christopher just passed his licence, we hear. So on the Kawasaki Ninja 300cc, dialed in with a 974. Lincoln Delios a 1210. 1210's is a lot slower than a 974. So Lincoln Delios, he's in on a B junior drag bike, and Christopher Davidson's on an A junior drag bike, and herein lies the difference between the dial-ins. So we've got Bonwink and Tony Arzo Racing in the little Honda CVR 125cc for Lincoln Delios, and for Christopher Davidson, he's got the little Kawasaki Ninja with 300 cc's, and he's they'll be coming up very shortly. Yeah, they're calling street bikes, so. And modified bikes, all the bikes there.
Just while we're setting up the finish line.
Yes, that's right.
For our junior competitors, don't forget tomorrow is the Aeroflow Race Pavilion Sunday session here at Sydney Dragway, kicking off at around 10 p.m. Usually concludes around 4. If you can't make it to our Wednesday night, every Wednesday night race meeting, the Sunday sessions are for you. Very basic in your safety requirements: long sleeve top, long pants, covered shoes, and a helmet. If you don't have a helmet, we have limited numbers that you can hire with a refundable deposit.
Yeah, so all your needs in that department are taken care of. We can provide the helmet at a rental rate, and we also provide the racing surface and everything else. So.
Yes. Could you imagine if we hired the car too?
Yeah, like
Adam, just stop shaking your head, mate.
Yeah.
Awesome idea. Just imagine Brett just turning in his grave.
Yeah.
Christopher Davidson out in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Lincoln Delios, as Les has just mentioned. Delios been stringing together some pretty good runs here in junior drag bike. 12:10 the dial in. He will be chased by Davidson. Unfortunately, Davidson, I think, rolled out of the starting beam. Delios will get the win. 12-1-1, 0 on a 12-1-0. Right, nice and consistent.
Yeah. Good.
Adam Jordan doing his best to destroy another rear tyre on this Kawasaki Ninja. I know that he does like his burnouts.
Those little bikes that they're riding, they're pretty neat, you know, when you go have a look at the Adam Jordan's bike.
Do you know the beauty of these is that they're basically a factory bike?
Yeah. Just a showroom floor bike.
Yep.
Yeah. But it's a sharp looking. But they can see that all flares and stuff like that. Anyway, Anastasia Lucky gets out with a 065, dialed in with a 970 and runs a 995, and who got the win there?
Adam Jordan did. He's flashing on his side of our screen, saying that he was the winner. 928 with a 6 on a 920.
Yeah, at 72.61 mile an hour. That's pretty quick for the. Because I raced and I ran a 752 in a 64 Chevy Nova with a 383 in it. Chevy 383 over the 8th. And I ran a 752, so...
Just goes to show. All right, we're now moving into Speedflow Products Junior Dragster. Then this round of competition. The first pairing, we'll see Alexis Addard and Tegan Smith. Addard in the Aeroflow lane dial with an 886. Smith in Rocket Lane dial with a 777. Chase by around about 1.1 seconds.
Okay, yeah.
cars just going through their pre-run procedure. Right back to the right launch. Allard running for ITF hire, low fabrications and pro tilt towing. Smith, the Lucas Oils, liquid clothing, stop slow traffic, and APM. Oh, I can see. I was just questioning why, in my mind, why the red lights are flashing. Our furry friends must like the sound of Junior Dragster. Just short of the finish line down there. Around 1,000 foot, we can see the buggy. Stage now for both races. Allard will lead first, looking for an 886. Smith to do the chasing with a 777. 9,000's in the reaction time between the two. And Allard will take the win, 885 with a 5 on an 886. Crossing the finish line after Smith. On the dial in. Next up we see Cade Fowler in the Europlow lane dial in with an 821. Taking on Zane Condello. Condello in the rocket lane. Dialed in with a 798. Fine Line Motorsports. Junior Dragster. Much of a handicap in this one. Over 0.2 of a second.
Have I missed much?
One run.
One run. I was talking to the McNamara crew down there before. They had an issue with Jake's little JD. They don't really know. They changed this. It's running, but there's no power in it. And so they've changed coils, plugs, filters twice. Like not once but twice, just to go over and make sure that the combinations are working right, and they're still bamboozled. So
I know they've been having some issues since the start of the championship series, and I hope for Jake's sake that they find it pretty soon.
Yeah,
I dare say that car will be getting a full hand between now and next month. But on the track right now we have Cade Fowler and Zane Condello on the start line. Condello will be doing the chasing. Fowler, an 821. Condello with a 798. Oh, Fowler's gone fast, too quick by an 042. Leaving the red on the start line. 825 on the tree for Condello.
Yeah, just to polish it off. This,
800 with a 0. It's a second for the day.
Yep. There we go. There.
All Pat Allen can do is shake his hand. Jealousy that it runs so good.
Oh, well. Yeah, well, let's say...
That's right, in all. Sorry.
Yeah. Joshua Maggs now on the rocket lane, dialed in at a 770. He's up against Liam O'Neill. Liam over there in the B Junior Dragster in the Europlow lane, dialed in with an 850. is slower than a 770, so Joshua Mans from Wallam in Victoria will have to sit, wait and do the chasing. So it's all down. It's between our number 19 qualifier in Joshua Maggs up against our number 22 qualifier in Liam.
Step up in performance to be junior dragster.
Yeah, I think so.
Took some scalps in C, but seems to be travelling along pretty well for the time being in B.
Yep. Singleton Heights, New South Wales, and Quincy Motorsports, and Rusty Media Solutions as well. Good on you, Rusty. Sort of picked someone out or kept an eye out and said, oh, this bloke's worth a bit of sponsorship. He seems to be doing okay. And he certainly is.
Not too much in it. 400s in the start line, Mags, with a little bit of work to do.
Don't know.
O'Neill takes it, 852 with a 6 on an 852. Cut the better light, got there by 300s.
Wow.
Taking the win, moving into the next round.
This is Alicio Spinozzi from Ladnam in the Terra Civil DMPE, sponsored Al's Race Glides, Race Technics, Alki Pro, Smithfield Different Gear, Motorsport Database, Apollo Batteries, Minto Mal, and is that Minto More? Yeah, that should be in that. Just get rid of there. There's no spot left for that. Custom and custom bodyworks as well. So young Alicio and the family, they've been petitioning, been out hunting, sponsor hunting, and have done very well. Good on him. Here comes the kangaroo chasers. Is there a microphone down there? Comes up.
300 even on the tree for Alessio. 168 to the 60, 812 with a 3. 78 mile an hour through the finish line.
Yeah, 78 mile an hour, 78.06. Yeah, pretty good for an A junior. Wow.
Nice clean. Appeared to be a nice clean pass.
Yeah, very.
Had been misfiring a little bit in previous runs, but certainly didn't do it there. Didn't pick that up on the track mics.
Okay, well that ends the Speed Flow, is it?
Yes.
Yeah, Speed Flow.
Next up, we're going to be moving into heavy duty magazine street bike.
Oh, good.
Which will be our next category.
So pick one up. A couple of those junior dragsters there. Oh yeah, we're running street bike. It'll be Ross van der Hoek and Andrew Riches when they come out. So going into another round of street bike there. Andrew Riches from St Ives and Ross van der Hoek from St Mary's. Yeah, 900 cc's versus an Indian Scout, which is a V2, 13 flat. There's a couple of nice bikes down there in the pits. So for those of you that are left, you've probably been down there and had a look at them all while it was nice and bright and sunny. So we'll get beat back underway shortly as soon as we get the this track down around the start, and we've got we're just waiting. Prepare the water box there. Here we go. Oh, I think that's Lee Davis down there. There we go. In you go. Here we go. There's Andrew Riches and Ross van der Hoek from St Mary's in the Kawasaki Z900 up against Andrew Riches.
Good evening, Mr. Biglass.
Oh, welcome back, young Pat.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Mr. Steve Bush.
Steve Bush, yeah.
Holding the fort for the last couple of hours.
Yeah.
We're back. We've got Heavy Duty Magazine Street Bike up here. Andrew Riches in the Aeroflow lane up against Ross van der Hoek on that beautiful Z900 Kawasaki.
Yeah, it's a nice. I'm having a look at the Riches bike down when I went for my break down there. Pretty sharp looking motorcycle as well.
Yeah, the little Indian Scout. Yeah, it's a nice thing.
Really nice. Nice presented. And gone along with the old early model styling. So, oh, gee, look at that. So, Ross van der Hoek dialed in with a 1325, had a 2.12, but that's all she wrote. Literally, we can.
Yeah. No, we're rolling through the time. It was a 13.088 for Andrew Riches on a 13.00 dial-in.
Yeah.
Ross van der Hoek wasn't too far away, but there was a good 10th in the reaction time difference there. So the overall package for Riches much closer. Moving on to the next pairing, we've got Robert Gill on the Wimoto ZZR 1100 up against Josh Puckridge, Triumph Street 675. 10.35 dial-in for Gill to a 12.00 for Puckridge in the Rocket Lane.
Yes. We'll see how. It's just waiting now for Robbie Gill to come in, and now he's got the first light shining, and now the second light for Puckridge. In and staged.
Anyway, nice reaction time from Puckridge there, 0.59. She's got a slight advantage. So Gill needs to really do the chasing here and just try and manage. But I don't know if he's going to get there in time. Puckridge breaks out by 3 thousandths, and he had 2 tenths in hand. Look at that. Well, that's a lesson for the future.
Yes.
If you can turn your head and you can't see the bike, then you can back off a little bit.
But yeah, that's it.
But goes to show you it goes to show you how well Puckridge knows his bike, because that thing was pretty well flat out.
Yeah.
For the whole pass.
Yeah.
So not bad at all. Here we go, Colin Northcote on the Ducati Diablo with a 10.32 dial-in up against Adrian Watson on the R6 10.65. Two very different ways of going about a 10.30 or a 10.60 fast. Quick shifter working hard on the Diablo there. We've got the pops of flame out of the pipes. Gets very close to the centre line, but doesn't quite pull it off. Watson with a 10.76 on a 65 dial-in, but the 0.50 reaction time.
Yeah,
yet again, saved the bacon.
Yeah. Prime example.
Perfect. Okay, well, that was Heavy Duty Magazine Street Bike, and we'll move into, we have bikereview.com.au mod bike.
Modified bike, yep. And this is one of the other Riches. Michael Riches now in the Aeroflow lane with on his C modified bike, dialed in with a 986 up against Mark Davies in the B modified bike, and dialed in with a 940. So by, let me see, one light, 4, start for Riches. Riches makes a good deal of it too. 0.38. If he holds true and does everything right, he should get those flashing lights, and he does. He runs through a 10.006 on a 986 at 146, and for Mark Davies on his 940, runs a 949 with a 9 at 143.41.
Bit off the dial in there for Riches, which is
Yeah.
and
Mark Davies went a long way around there as well. The bike was moving around a bit, having a good look at the centre line towards the back end.
That they did.
All right, next pairing, Jesse Barnes on ProTune Motorcycles Hayabusa. He's got a 10.10 dial in, up against Gareth Wilcox, 9.44. Gareth has been having a great day at the track today. 8.6, I've just given him the course. Yeah, I'll owe you that one. Gareth, lucky you won the top qualifier and he's got some cash in his pocket.
Yeah, that's good.
That'll ease the pain. Great pass from Jesse Barnes there, a 10.186 on the 10.10 dial in. Funnily enough, his reaction time matches the decimal on the ET.
Yeah, the 186.
Yes.
Okay, Sean Ricketts now in the Rocket Lane, and the winner of the 2024 New South Wales Championship for modified bike. Pretty really competitive guy. Won the Winter Nats as well, and then cleaned up down at the Bend at one of their nationals that they held. So he's done a bit of a little triangle there. Jimmy Jock Stewart, died with a 990, Jimmy in the Europlow lane. Gets out with an 084, but Sean Ricketts 066. Oh, gee, it's going to be close there, Pat.
Oh, breakout from Jimmy Jock Stewart.
And he got there first too, but it's too quick. He got there too quick.
By a good way as well.
Yeah.
10th over a 10th.
Well, he had to. So Sean Ricketts on his 928 runs a 930 with a 9 at 144. But gee, that could have been ever so close if Jimmy Jock Stewart just sort of backed off a little bit. But when you're there, you know, you don't. There's this, you know, when you're going forward.
The back and forth, yep. Makes it tricky. All right, that means we are back into Street Fighter. So here we are, Glenn Featherstone, Fenwick's Marina, on the VZ Commodore in the Aeroflow lane, up against Cheryl Ogden in the VE Commodore in the Rocket lane. We've got a 15.30 for Featherstone and a 15.58 for Ogden down there.
I saw Cheryl when, well, she drove past me down there when she was the last round when they were running Street Fighter there. Tidy car, that is, yeah.
Yep, well presented.
Yeah, very well.
Looks like Glenn Featherstone is true to form. He's got that 0.53 reaction time down there to the 196 of Cheryl Ogden, and a bit of a dab at the brakes just to protect the dial in there. 15.46 with a 5 takes the win to a 15.71 with a 6.
Yeah, well, it was an 0.53 reaction time as opposed to a 196. So that's you'll probably win that 9 times out of 10.
A nice margin there. Okay, next pairing, Sean Dartnell in the mighty Hyundai i30. He's got a 16.45 dial in up against Patrick Giddens in the Holden Commodore Ute. 15-second flat.
Yep.
For Giddens.
Yeah, the Holden Commodore Ute with the whole 308 in it. So it's at 308. Must be a no, it's not a VRVS. Must be the next model after before they went to the LS. Perhaps a bit
of a reaction time advantage for Giddens there.
Yeah.
But Dartnell gets it based off total. Geez, look at that margin of victory. Yeah, a little over 100th.
Yeah, a little.
Very nice run. Danny Stadelmeyer with all the enthusiasm this evening, and a dry clutch hop as well for the mighty AU.
He gave me. He drives past and he gives me a wave, and in the pits there, so he's pretty switched on. He's like you know, pull the battery pack out of his back. Yeah, he's just bouncing around everywhere.
That's right, Energizer Bunny.
Yeah. Oh, Danny, look at that, an 010. Oh, yeah, look at that.
The clutch, 010 with the clutch.
Yep, and he'll be looking across, and he'll probably hope he gives that. Yeah, look at that. Oh, what a seasoned racer he is. Hey, look at that, a 14.03 on a 13.80 at 84 miles an hour.
Funnily enough, 14.037 for Birtles in the other lane.
But a 5.17 reaction time, half a second. So Bit of difference there.
It's going to hurt him a bit.
Yeah.
Okay, Nicholas Varoulis back again in the XR6, 1475 dial in. Then we've got William McNamara there in Mum's Subi. He's doing well, 033 reaction time, 1723 is the dial in for McNamara. Let's see what happens at the big end there. Varoulis has a bit of work to do. It looks like McNamara in front, and he does take the win. He does take the win. Nice job. So the cheer squad down on the track is full of enthusiasm there. So good deal. Congratulations, William McNamara. Great pass there.
Yes.
All right. So I think what we're going to do now is we may be having a rerun of Super Gas. I believe. Yep. I think there was something in relation to that deep stage action.
Yeah, right, okay.
So,
yeah, right. Yeah, because I thought, you know, like, you're not allowed to deep stage, so why would you purposely go in and deep stage?
That's right, yeah. Yep, so, and it would be odd for one of the Romeos to make a mistake like that.
Yeah, well, those super, well, there's probably the races that are down there in New South Wales and the track here, they virtually own it, the class. So, you know, they're just racing against each other and stuff like that. Well, maybe it's for fun, I don't know. But they said, well, thing is, they're all good at it. So it's, you'd have to take a bit of notice, I'd say.
Yeah, I think so. But that's all right. We'll get it squared away.
Yeah, we'll get it away. Yep.
Keep everything moving.
I think that should be, instead of a borrowing, I thought it should be commandeering.
Commandeering? William McNamara commandeering, Mum?
Yeah. By the way, Mum, I've entered in your car.
Yeah.
Can't pull out now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah, confirmation. He did enter first and then asked his mum.
Yeah, there you go. So it's commandeered.
Good deal. I like it.
Yeah.
Better to ask forgiveness than permission.
Yes, it's some people. It's they find it easier to forgive.
Indeed. All right. So we will have Luke Romeo back here in the In Touch Automotive 27 Davis Roadster. Up in the Aeroflow lane against Vince Panetta in the A-Civil LX Tirana in the Rocket lane.
Yep.
So again, Super Gas working to a 990 index. Heads up.
Yeah, Pro Tree.
Pro Tree, yep.
No deep staking.
Yeah.
And fixed index. Tail light.
Yeah, there's no missing that one.
No. See the tail light where one of the bikes fell off down.
Yeah, I did.
See it
that was Frank Gilliver, I think.
Yeah, it was because he was in that in the Rocket lane.
He's been hanging on for dear life. This this meeting, that little tail light. So it's been a wild ride for Frank Gilliver. This round of the track championships here at Sydney Dragway. It is round 3. This is just a quick rerun of the Super Gas previous round.
Yes, which was handed to Luke Romeo on account of, and this is why I think that there's been a dispute somewhere, but it must be allowable.
Within reason, yes.
Within the rules. There we go.
037 lights against Panetta to an 062 for Romeo. So as always, it is a very fine margin out there, and double breakout and slightly less to Luke Romeo. Look at that, 984 with a 4 to a 984 with a 1. Holy dooly.
Yeah, 3,000 difference between the times there.
Yeah.
But when you have a look at the reaction time, an 03 to Panetta and a 06 to Romeo.
Wow. All right. Well, that will bring us back around. That's all sorted.
Yeah.
Power Plus Fuels, Super Street.
And they'll be happy with it.
Yep, that's right. That's the way.
Okay.
Everyone followed the rules.
Yep.
You know, if there was an appeal, then it was legal.
Yep.
So we'll keep moving on. Power Plus Fuels, Super Street, elimination 3 of 5. Coming at you here, we've got Robert Gallotta, Trackside Automotive in the Holden Tirana against Dennis Plessis, BH Racing XY GT Falcon. This is a good one. Looks like Plessis has got that.
He's on the pigs.
He's on the pigs, and he takes it.
Yeah, wow. Oh, look at that. That was very well calculated.
Yeah,
because from back here, I thought Gallotta was a lot closer. To the finish line.
Certainly, not far off, but Dennis Plessis carrying on with the form from last round. And next pairing up will be Craig Warren in the Sydney Scrap Steel LJ Tirana. He's got a 10.15 dial-in the Aeroflow lane, up against Chris Zammit, an 11.72 dial-in Friendo Brothers Transport on that Holden VT Commodore. Nice light from Zammit, 035, and a red 064 for Craig Warren. God, he'll be upset with that one, but that's the way it goes. Sometimes in a break.
That seals the deal.
That's it. 11.77 and a 72 dial-in for Chris Zammit there. He's been running really well tonight.
He has.
So very nice. Running forward, we've got Sammy Joe Johnson, dialed in racing in the Aeroflow lane, 11.65. Her dial-in. She's running right around there all day, up against Richard Matasevic in the XY Ute Modern Style Kitchens. 10.52 is the dial-in for the Rocket Lane.
Yeah, Sammy Joe Johnson been running well. Both these cars have been run. These drivers have been running very well, and it's a testament to their efforts to be at this pointy end of the field.
Absolutely.
So be interesting to see. We're having a little burn.
Bit of a stage battle there.
I thought might have snuck into the proceedings. We haven't had one for a while. Sammy Joe gets out.
The 011 to another James Bond 007 reaction time.
That's 53 of them today.
That's close enough, mate. What have we got at the big end here? Double breakout, but looks like Richard Matasevic will take the win there. A 10.49 with a 5.
Isn't that funny?
52. Wow.
Sammy Johnson got there first.
She certainly did, yeah.
She got there first, but there you go.
And then a couple of little thousandths in the reaction as well.
Yeah.
It all adds up at the end of the day, especially when you're at the pointy end.
Yeah, well, it's better than us with the calculator.
Yeah, absolutely. Like all right, Corey Stutchbury in the Aeroflow lane. Up against Zig Adam Silkowski has left a red on the tree for the first time today. An 0.55 reaction time for Stutchbury. He's been doing his job all day long. He will take the win at 10.78 on a 68 dial-in. And Zig has just rubbed salt in the wound and broke out as well. So, nonetheless, a fierce competitor. He'll be back around another time.
Yeah, Corey Stutchbury, that's a pretty good package he's got there.
Yep.
Like a 0.55 and he runs a 10.78 on a 10.68. Yes, it is a tenth slower, but he doesn't have any flashing red lights against any of his.
When you're making the entire pass looking at the win light in your lane, then you just sort of go, okay. But yeah, good little combination he's got there to run the VX Commodore LS nitrous assisted combination.
Righty, okay. Oh, that makes it just that little bit more interesting.
So not a huge kit, but 125 mile per hour on a 5.7. That's getting along.
Yeah, and that's right in Super Street. I'd have been more astonished if it was in Street Fighter, with nitrous. So
not
what's
sure
this
he'd
guy?
get away with that.
Yeah. That's for sure. Oh, we've got them all lined up out the back out here. Look at the people here. Look, the skin looks pink.
It's the reflection off the screens out the back. I think we've got that. Nice big display screen on the back of the tower there.
Oh, that's right. Hey, I tell you what, I did take notice of was the the big sign, the big board out there showing all the 2024 winners.
The champions.
The
Yes.
champions in each of the brackets.
Very cool.
So I reckon that looks brilliant.
Got all of them displayed up on the backside of the tower here at Sydney Dragway.
Yeah.
So a bit of recognition to all those hard-working sportsman racers that have managed to take home the gong.
Yep. Oh, and it's good that they've been rewarded with all the photographs and the cars they and the machines they drove to get it into the winner's circle at the end. It's it's good because it just shows that what the track championship means to a lot of people, a lot of the races and things like that. So they keep turning up all the time, which is great for us.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And we will be moving into Go Logistics Super Sedan for our next category. Eliminator 3. So yet again, a big thank you to Go Logistics, the best courier company in Sydney, the greater metro area. I haven't come across anyone that is quicker and more reliable.
Yeah.
Than Go Logistics. Yep.
Yeah, really.
I'm often at our workshop in southern Sydney, Carringbar.
Oh, yeah.
Is an age away from Rocket Industries, but if I order something from Rocket and put it on Go Logistics, I'll leave in the morning, I'll get it in the afternoon.
Great.
Unheard of.
Yeah.
In that part of Sydney. So,
yeah, well.
So yeah, excellent work. Excellent work to sponsor this category here. So our next pairing, Simon Bonello, that beautiful XW Falcon. He's got 9:47 on the dial in. Up against Andrew Little. Trap. Commodore over there, 968. So Andrew Little's #1 backers, his wife and daughter.
Yep.
He's got a few brownie points there. Mark that up on the board.
They are the little family, they're really good, nice country people.
Yep.
And but they love their racing.
Excellent. Yeah, excellent. That's what we like to see. Right, Bonello's in full stage, just waiting on Andrew to come in.
Yeah, well,
take
a bit of time.
Yeah, a little bit of time to get that pre-stage light on.
Mm.
Oh, there he goes. Little leaves with an 0.35 reaction time. Seems like it's all going to plan so far, but Bonello is there bullying him down the track. Let's see. Breakout from Bonello, just really trying. Only 7,000 of a breakout.
Look at that.
Little walks away with the win thanks to that reaction time and knowing the combination.
I just thought for a minute there that the competitor in Europlow went in and did 2 lights up straight away. And sometimes
the old double bulb.
Yeah, and it's if you get double bulb, then it causes you to rush.
Yep.
But I don't know.
Not with the experience that Andrew Little has.
No.
From that point of view.
Yeah.
So, you want to do that?
Don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes a double bulb can be, no malice either. It can be you surprise
genuinely.
yourself.
You go,
yourself,
I didn't mean to do it.
Yeah.
Oh, everyone's going to say.
That's right.
Oh no.
Wheels up for Victor Satlagianis, but he's left the cherry on the tree in doing so. Sean Maher doing his job all day. He's run a 9.23 with a 5 on a 9.19 dial in. Vic, unfortunately, a little bit too eager on the button there.
Yeah, very it took me a little while to get used to a trans brake and let me too. It's Sean Maher is such a seasoned competitor. I mean, when you look at you watch him race like I've been following, been looking at his racing, and constantly it's this.
Just A to B.
A to B. Yeah, it's got him sorted out. So,
another consistent racer is Michael Milosevic here.
Yes.
In the Europlow lane, that beautiful 009 on the tree, but 077 red for Wayne Burke in Rocket Lane. So Milosevic there in 871 on the 68 dial-in. That is a great package, and quite a consistent racer, I must say.
Oh, yes. Yeah, well, it's some of these people, I don't know, Jess Turner, she's been coming here since, Moses was finished, type of thing. It's a wonder they don't move up here.
Yeah. It's all good to win in Sydney, but you can't live in Sydney.
Yeah, yeah, well, I guess that's right. Melburnians can't live in Sydney, and Sydneyites can't live in Melbourne, so never the twain shall meet.
Very good. Next pairing, Harrison Fletcher has been taking some scalps today. 882 dial-in the Europlow lane up against Peter Carlton, who, as we just mentioned, took the scalp from Jess Turner in the previous round of racing. So 893 for Carlton, 882 for Fletcher. Let's see where they fall.
Not two cleans.
1.6 for Carlton. He's done it again. That's a very nice advantage to have over a 1.76 reaction time.
I think he's just walked away with it.
He certainly has. An 897 with a 4 and an 893. Harrison Fletcher not far off either, 890 on an 82, but the reaction time tells the story yet again.
Yep, a 176 against an 016. So Carlton there storming towards the finals there. Now, Bowerville, that's up north of it, isn't it?
Oh, I honestly I don't know.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly where Bowerville is, but that was modified, of course. So platinum powder coating modified, E3.
Now we're back to
Top Sportsman.
Yes.
Metal roofing, Top Sportsman. Back around again, and Sada down there in the lane.
Yes, most certainly is.
Paul
on
Leonard
there.
The Aerofoil lane, who's been on a tear today.
Yeah. When he first came onto the scene, he was a bit hit and miss. Oh, well, as like you're getting used to it, I take it.
Sure.
It's stepped up to his ultimate was a bit different. It wasn't as, this one's really sharp.
Yep.
And he came in one that was sort of like, looked like it had just been put together. But boy, once he stepped in,
level.
entry level, exactly. Something to sort of get used to things in. Yep. But he's taken the bull by the horns. But he has certainly, got this drag racing business down to a fine art.
Yeah, and not shy of the horsepower in this combination either. 749 ET in an altered, certainly working quite well. Brooke Raposada with the 815 dial-in. Her VP Racing Fuel sponsored front engine Dragster. Beautiful looking car. Down there, 014 on the tree for Brooke. That's a big advantage, 030. So Lynette's going to be keeping honest there. Breakout for Lynette by 6 thousandths for a 748 on a 49. An 815 with a 5 on an 815 dial-in. So really, really nice pass for Brooke Raposada there.
Sensational pass because she's got there an 014 and an 815 on an 815. She's
Can't go too wrong.
A thousandth. It's
right.
5 thousandths over. So, gee, good combination with an 014 light.
Absolutely excellent.
And she got there first too, Pat. So, she and clean green all the way.
There's just ticks all the way down the board for Brooke Raposada on that one.
She'll be really pleased with her effort there. So, here we're moving on. There's a couple of teams here that are preparing for the upcoming Nitro Champs on the 2nd, 3rd and 4th of May. We should be, if it's weather like this, it'll be just super duper. Just bred for, or just made for drag racing by what's going on today. And you can see, although people are really pleased with their efforts today. I've been walking around the pits as I see the Flying Carrot come around again. And Oh, there's the Fowler machine down there, Steve Fowler. So it's still in top sportsman. Oh, we've only got, this must be a semi because we've only got 4 cars in there. So this will be the semi-finals of top sportsman. We've got Steve Fowler, Leo Georges. I just can't make out the other 2. Anyway, we'll see them when they come down here.
Yep.
So there's 4 left in the bracket. Yeah, been really good here today.
Everyone's been ready to race.
Mm.
You know, they're coming up to the lanes. The car's ready. The car's prepped. The crew knows what to do. You know, I think I mentioned it when we were doing the trophy ceremony last round.
Yep.
I thanked all the racers and their crew.
Yep.
That you might go by the name of Sportsman Racers, but there's absolutely everything that they do can be considered professional.
Oh yeah, yeah.
In the way that they conduct themselves and the way that they prepare the cars and get ready and do make the whole day go as smoothly as possible from their point of view.
Yep.
I think it's really important.
Well, I think we've Sydney Dragway now has got the points on the board. Everyone tries their hardest. We've got a great clean-up crew.
Yep. Brilliant track crew.
Yeah, they're just really, really dedicated.
Yep.
And I put my name down if they get stuck for somebody. They can't find someone, whether it's a track walk or some of those other ones, and I can't do anything in Rocket Central there.
Race control?
Yeah, race control, mission control. So I can't do much in there, but I've been offering for 21 years, and there's, they're here. There's never a real shortage.
No.
The people are spot on.
There's plenty of people here that are committed to it, and it's as much as we joke about an average day at the racetrack's better than a good day at work, it's still a very long day.
Yeah, it is.
When you're out there and when it's a hot hot day, there's plenty of sun out there, and you're standing next to the track.
Yeah,
it takes a bit of commitment and dedication to be out there. So big thank you to all the crew. Big thank you to all the competitors and the crew from that point of view.
Yeah. Oh, look, I reckon, when you consider that some of the other places haven't, like Melbourne and possibly Adelaide with the break that they've got, they don't have a permanent facility of note. They do race, yes, but it's very, very sporadic. But you can see, I'll tell you how good it is. It's good for the people from Victoria to come up here.
Yeah, that's right.
They gravitate to where the action is, and it just happens to be here.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's no consistent there's no consistent racing.
No.
HBR is basically
that, and yes, they do have the bend, and we wish the bend
getting better and better. So
yeah, which is great.
Yep.
If I was there, I had the opportunity to go there with work for possibly 12 months, but that didn't eventuate. Steve Fowler now, coming back after the burnout in the Rocket Lane. That really nice looking little Pontiac GXP. It's got 62 cubic inches there. It must be close to 12 litres.
Yes, 16. What's
16.38 or 37 or something like that.
It's up there.
Yeah, it is.
How many cubic inches?
Yeah.
I think this is the answer.
yeah, probably. Yeah, exactly.
All right, Leo Georges in the Europlow lane. 014 reaction time. The van has a bit of a walk around. A 001 red to Fowler, so he's given it away to Georges there. A breakout for Georges by a few thousand. So, interesting story here at Top Sportsman. Today at Sydney Dragway.
Get the place in the buzz there. That sensation. 001 red. That's Well, it must be the first red light I've seen Steve Fowler have. The car might have broken down in previous runs and over time, but never a red light have I seen. Some of the others.
First for everything.
Yeah, there is.
All right, next pairing we've got Joe Gattalari in the Cos Constructions VL Commodore up against James Barnes. Almost said Jesse Barnes, but it's his son who's walking back from the car right now.
Yep.
So James Barnes in MK Trailers Ford Mustang with an 853 to an 851. So really close styling.
Pretty close, isn't it?
Between the two, and two seasoned campaigners, of course, Gattalari being the 2024 Top Sportsman champion. Here we go, the lights drop. 002 red for Gattalari. Wow, what a turn up. And a 008 for James Barnes on it tonight. Well, great effort from everyone involved, of course. Congratulations to James Barnes on that win. And I think just about everyone is surprised with the 002 red for Gattalari there. So,
yep.
But again, that is how it goes sometimes.
Yep. That's right.
Very, very nice. All right, James Barnes went through for an 874 at 133 mile per hour, so he was off it early, obviously recognising that there was a win light in his lane, but Gattalari still ran through for a 55 on the 53, so it was all there. But nonetheless, that will bring to the end of that round for Mixed Metal Roofing Top Sportsman.
Top Sportsman.
That was Eliminator 3, and we will jump off to a bit of track prep now before we continue on with third round of Chicago Shootout for Conocote Boosted Outlaws, Extreme Bike, Super Comp, and Junior Drag Bike, and then following that will be the semi-finals for all other classes. So stick with us here at Sydney Dragway. It's round 3 of the 2025 Championship Series. We'll be right back with more after these ads.
This incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
I've chosen to use VP racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Shannon's is giving motoring enthusiasts the chance to win a trip to one of the world's greatest motoring events, the 2026 Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, 1 unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
Drag racing is not just about the horsepower. There is also some cool science at play right here on the racetrack. These drag strips aren't just regular concrete. We treat it with a special kind of glue often referred to as traction compound. I usually twist my foot and it's all... This is designed to ramp up the traction of the track's surface. It's getting worse by the minute for us racers to go straight and fast. In drag racing, every millisecond counts. That's why the teams adjust the car's setup to suit the track conditions. Teams can assess the traction on the track by using this interesting device called a traction meter gauge. The bottom of the device has a rubber pad that mimics a racing slick. To measure the track's grip value, the user stands on the base, ensuring the rubber pad bonds with the racing surface. Turning the torque arm on the top of the device will rotate the rubber pad. When the bond breaks, the user will see a number on the dial. Teams can then use this number to help create baselines for grip within their respective setup.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
nice his time. Zach from QE. Jim's Auto Repairs, Hearts Paint Supplies and Europlow Performance Products Machine. Down there in the Rocket Road. He's got to do the chasing. There's the light for Zach.
007 again on the tree. Chris Steady.
Yeah, look at that.
And he breaks out, handing the win to Zach Palm. Also, I think that's another PB for Zach, 694 with an 8. So, yeah, another turn up for the books in Boosted Outlaws. The little dragster that could, but, you know, it looks like everyone's pretty happy still down at the Denny Family Racing. Is that PB, Denny team? Well done. Big congrats. Big congrats. You never like to see the red light come up, or on our screen anyway, which is a breakout, but when it's a PB, you'll take it.
Yep, and you know, that sort of that satisfies the crew. They said, well, at least he gave it his best shot.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, he held it flat.
Yeah.
And that's what we want. So,
so
good to see.
Yep. Progress.
Absolutely. All right, and next pairing, Boosted Outlaws, Anthony Bull in the BA Falcon, Shire Automotive and Mechanical on board. 742 dial-in up against Emilio Spinozzi, which, yes, he is in Boosted Outlaws, but technically it's a slightly different combination. But 575 is the dial for Spinozzi.
Sounds crazy, you know, Anthony Bull in that BA Falcon. Boosted Outlaws running a 412, and Emilio, but you know, like it's no good happening if he wants to go in and race in this category. It's dial your own. So you know, if it's that fast, even if it was 4 seconds, it'll be different again.
And you know, you've got to put in somewhere.
Yeah.
You want the track time and pay the entry, so So let's do it. And it still all comes down to the driver at the light.
In the end, So, and you know, like, I reckon it's terrific.
Yeah.
That we get to see these cars.
Exactly right.
Of this calibre.
We get to enjoy it. At track champs. Sydney Dragway. Okay. 742 is the dial for Anthony Bull. He's no stranger to the 740s. He's been there all day. 575 package. Spinozzi. Team down there, so we know it's got all of the horsepower. Basically just working forward all day. You know, just qualifying rounds, I'm just making some hits and half-track passes and things like that. Risk.
And that thing really was, and when it's on full song, gee,
There we go, let's check it out.
Have a look.
197 reaction time, 202 for Spinozzi. Look at the back half mile per hour for the door slammer. There you go, Bull gets the win, 744 and a 4 to a 583 with a 5. Reaction time being the benefit there on the DYO setup. So there you go. Anthony Bull can say that he beat a door slammer.
A door slammer,
So good deal. But big thanks to the Spinozzi crew.
Yes.
Terra Civil, Minto Marketplace on board with their combination. Great to see them out here at Sydney Dragway, and can't wait to see them again at Nitro Champs. 2nd to 4th of May.
Yep. Yeah, that'll be at, well, he'll be amongst friends there,
Yes,
i.e. other cars in the
other
class.
door slammers.
Other door slammers,
Very, very good. Okay, next up, we'll be back into Extreme Bike.
Yeah.
We've got Alex Borg and Deanne Azzopardi on the timing screens here. So that will wait for a bit of a reset and make sure everyone's all good at the big end of the track. After we've had the door slammer go down. All right.
I can see Deanne down there. If I stand up, I can see both of the bikes down there. So Alex Borg has been on a tear today, well in excess of 200 miles per hour and deep into the sixes. So great tune-up, great setup, great riding. It's good to see, and everyone's happy to see Deanne taking steps further and further towards getting or lowering her ETs and raising her mile per hour.
Yeah, well, she's run like an 8.1, so a 7, high 7's not far away.
It's not too far off.
No, she's going in the right direction.
Yep. So, Europlow lane, Alex Borg, extreme bike, as a party racing on board Suzuki Hayabusa, Rams, Heads, Turbo Smart and Bell renovations, part of their scenario. Deanne as a party, of course, from as a party racing. She was a runner-up for 2024 New South Wales Championship.
Oh, yeah, wow.
Which is great to see. Landed as always down there.
He's quite a unassuming sort of chap, isn't he? When you go, I've talked to him a fair bit. He's really amicable.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, you wouldn't expect him to be, in his spare time, just be, casually riding 220 mile per hour motorcycles. Why not? All right, here we go. So, extreme bike is heads up. Pro tree. Alex Borg, 001 red, hands the win to Deanne as a party. He's recognised it and just buttoned off. So, there you go. 8067 at 174, Deanne as a party.
Oh,
big congratulations, guys.
Yeah, into the 80s.
Taking the win there, so big congrats. You'll take it when you get it.
Those 001s, they've been turning up a fair bit today as well.
They certainly have, yeah. Okay, next pairing. We've got the Franks boys down there. David in the Aeroflow lane, Ryan in the Rocket lane.
I'll take that home because it's got that 000.
Yeah, don't lose your...
No, that's it. I've slogged 21 years till I get that thing logged, this compilation together. So I don't want anyone to miss out.
Well, don't put it away yet. We've still got some more racing.
It's within reach. I don't have to open it.
All right, Ryan Franks, 005 on the tree, but David Franks is out there, and okay.
Yeah.
Franks 715 with a 5 at 201, 713 with a 2 at 198 for David Franks. But Ryan gets there first, courtesy of that reaction time advantage for start line.
Yep.
So really nice pass as always. Extreme bike, semi-complete by the looks of things.
Yeah, well, we've got the Polito machine in the Rocket lane, and we've got Luke Romeo down there in the Aeroflow. They're just tidying up there with the flamethrower. The heating thing there just to dry the track out pretty quickly.
Yeah, the bikes can drag a little bit of water when they do the burnout, because it becomes a little bit sketchy with the extreme bikes when you're doing a burnout to, as a car would roll out of the burnout and dry the tyre. So sometimes they might do their burnout, stop that burnout, and they'll still have some water on the tyre, which comes up onto the fairing above the rear tyre and whatnot. So you get a little bit of whatnot dripping off off the back there, but the guys will just tidy it up. Down there's probably a little bit of coolant or some other sort of fluid down there as well. But we'll get that all tidied up in just a minute, and then we'll continue on with Super Gas.
Yep. not quite sure if it's is it a round pat or is it a sort of like, is it a semi? We don't know.
I think it is a round. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can just see the nose of Panetta Calibra in the tunnel.
Oh, rightio. Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
There's a couple more down there, so we'll have another round with Supergas.
Yeah, and then they can tabulate, or whoever tabulates all the points, and then we can work out from their little Chicago shootout deal. Oh, look at that. That's a great thing for that great picture there.
Yep.
Oh, good photography there. The camera for the Ram.
The Pack Racing.
Pack Racing RX-9.
RX-9, yeah. That's right. It's a newly developed model out of...
out of Australia.
Out of Australia,
yeah. The Mazda don't know yet.
No, but
there's one in...
Pretty sure when they hear that it goes 225 miles per hour, they'll be on it.
You saw it first here in Australia, only in Australia will you see that. But that's a monster effort as well. Gee, they pull all these, well, I'd say rabbits out of the hat, but the rabbit works. Everything they pull out, it's successful.
It seems to be working.
Yeah. Must have a good R&D program.
Well, there's no shortage of customer builds down at Pack Racing, so
yeah, right.
They're not just doing it for fun on the weekends.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's it. They've built their business up, and they've got a really good reputation for for products and the work that they carry out. So why would you sort of turn a blind eye to stuff? It's a really successful business for them.
Yep.
As what it looks like we're getting. There's a bit of water there.
Oh, right. Yeah, definitely had to soak a bit up.
Yeah.
Down there with the heat gun. So.
Yeah. I think there's something else. See the extra flame there?
Yeah.
So when it flickers off, there's little particles. I don't know if it's rubber or what, burning rubber, but
yeah, I think there'd be a bit of rubber down there.
Oh, there'd have to be. I'd say. Turning the gas bottle. I don't know if they're turning the gas bottle on or off. Whatever it wasn't working.
No. Just
okay, here we go.
The lines there, mate.
Yeah.
It's like the nitrous. You got to purge it.
Purge it.
Yeah,
that's right.
On the top of the gas bottle down there.
Oh yeah. Well, it's got to come out. When it's full, it comes out the side.
Yeah, that's right.
When you fill the LPG gas bottle up. There's the squirt. Gee, that's it.
Yeah, great looking.
Isn't it?
Great looking door slammer there.
Yeah.
Chevelle. Good work today, guys. Thanks for coming out to Sydney Dragway yet again. There's Luke Romeo and Joe Pilato doing the burnouts.
Okay, fixed index. Bright lights down there from Luke Romeo. Looking down at that bright red. Certainly lights up there. There's no way you can miss that. Down in the deep end down there, nice and dark. Nice, it glows very, very bright.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's good.
Both into the stage. Oh, a bump there for Joe Pilato. What's happening in that combination? A bit odd. Red light on the tree, handing them into Luke Romeo. Runs at 9.93 with a 3. But gifted that win with the red light. Joe in Rocket Lane. Very odd.
Yeah. It was just straight through.
Nice So still got a few people on the live stream. They've been hanging in there for quite a while. And Shane Beekman there, big Sydney Dragway. Thanks for the 11 hours of streaming the racing today. Yeah, it's been a long one.
Yeah, it has.
But that's what we're. That's what we're here for.
Yes, well, like I mentioned earlier, it's not over till it's over. So we're still here.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, we hope you're enjoying the broadcast and the telecast. Those extra cameras have made a difference. Yeah, really interesting to look at.
Yeah,
I don't know if all these cameras are in operation on a Wednesday night. Yep. Getting the nod from one of our many techos there. Which happens to be there now. Red light for Anthony Bennett.
Not generally considered a big red at 050, but in Supergas I'm sure is. Catanza already breaks out as well. 987, but we'll still take the win, of course. So. Right, that is the sound of George Raham down there in the pack racing. Mazda RX-9, they've called it. So 20B rotary triple rotor on board. If you can imagine the size of the turbo, it's that and then a bit more.
Yeah.
So don't underestimate it. Feeding all of the boost. Great thing about rotary drag cars at night is we get to see the fireballs.
Yes.
So. Solid burnout there, well past the 60-foot mark. For George Raham. That car backed up. Now this is basically just a exhibition or test pass, I guess we would call it.
They haven't done a bad job, you know. Like it's I mean, the body style is really sleek.
Yep.
And it's got some, you know, sharp edges on it. That may be for aerodynamics, because over the back there, they've it looks like they've made it solid and it protrudes out. So there would be a level of downforce on that back body curve.
Well, it's about keeping the air clean as it comes off the back of the body, right? Because the other thing that you have to consider when it comes to the design of the back of the bodies is you've got to keep the air running clean, otherwise you interrupt the chutes.
Yes, of course.
As well. So when the chutes come out, if the air's tumbling all around there and the chutes can't launch far enough behind, then it's you don't get the full bloom. So there's a lot that goes into it aside from just making it look nice, right?
These guys are really practical.
Yeah. All right, so George Raham in pre-stage. 60 foot, 423 to the 8th, and a 636 with a 7 at 229 miles per hour for the pack.
636.
20B, yeah, 636. So not quite as quick as the last pass.
No.
It was a 25, I believe, but a few more mile per hour on board.
Yeah, look at that, almost 230.
So, yeah, definitely an impressive sight. Out there.
Yeah, I'd be happy. Well, you know, races aren't generally, you know, they're, oh no, I'm not happy till it does 300 miles an hour type of thing. But yeah, everyone wants, good that they want to set goals and targets. I used to tell my staff they should try a bit more of that. Okay, so that's...
Yep, that'll bring us back around to Junior Drag Bike.
Yep.
Thanks to Speedflow Performance Products. So we'll duck off to a quick ad break while we get the safety measures in place, and we'll be back with more racing here at round 3 of the 2025 New South Wales Track Championships at Sydney Dragway.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannon's is giving you the chance to win a trip to the UK to experience one of the world's greatest motoring events, the 2026 Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
Okay, so it's Burnouts R Us. Good Friday's not on until the following Friday, but Lincoln Delios and Anastasia Lucky are down there in the junior drag bikes. Brought to you by Speedflow Performance Products. Some very enthusiastic burnouts down there as the temperature comes down a little bit. It's crucial to get a bit more heat into those skinny little tyres. So we'll see what's happening there. Just quickly, we should announce that the best overall package of the night winner will go to Paul Lynette.
Oh!
5278. Paul Lynette in modified. 009. 9,000 off the best package. So congratulations to Paul Lynette. Anastasia Lucky has just broken out on that pass. She was on for a good one. Yeah, significant breakout there. So Lincoln Delios taking the win. So great deal for Lincoln. If I'm not mistaken, I handed him a trophy last round as well. So all things pointing in the right direction for Lincoln. That's a good deal. Next up, we've got Christopher Davidson and Adam Jordan at the line at 9.74 for Davidson, 9.20 for Jordan, both on Kawasaki Ninjas. Here we go. Jordan gets the reaction time bonus there.
Yep.
So, let's not forget this is Chris Davidson's first event in competition. So Jordan getting the win there at 9.35 on the 20 dial in at 9.90 for Davidson. But reaction time again being very important between those. But Chris Davidson's done a great job so far, achieving licence in Q1 today, and then first rounds of competition in junior drag bike. That was your Speedflow Performance Products junior drag bike, and we'll move straight on to junior dragster. So brought to you by Speedflow Performance Products. In the Aeroflow Performance lane, we have Liam O'Neill, Frenzy Motorsports, B junior dragster, 8.53 dial in against Zane Condello in the Rocket lane with an 8.01. He's run 8.00 months today, so pretty safe
Neil, as Bushy mentioned earlier, has really been embracing the B Junior Dragster. He's jumped up, you can see. So, good job, and the 853 is right on the money for the B category there.
And this is the semi-final. Speedflow Products Junior Dragster. So another two to follow. Pair. Zane Cordillo and Ron Lane, the number one. And that's in the country. Just fine effort.
Very impressive combination. 156 and 022 engines on Mandela. Edge the nose forward. A couple of whomps, a breakout from Liam O'Neill there as well.
Oh, gee, look at that.
805 on the 01 for Zane Condello, taking the win. So big congratulations. Great run from Liam there, and he knew he had a slight disadvantage. Tried to keep the nose in front, but just ended up with a little breakout.
So it'll be Zane Condello and Alexis Attard in the final.
Alexis has been doing a great job today. B Junior Dragster as well, so
yep.
You know, just by rights, not as much experience.
No.
You know, being in the B category compared to someone in the A that's been right through.
Yep.
C, B, A. But, Alexis has been doing a great job, as we mentioned before. The Attard family is no stranger to drag racing, and no stranger to the pointy end of drag racing.
No, that's right.
Got to get in here. We've got an 886 dial in on Alexis' board down there. That's a 130 light. Europlow lane. Makes its way on down and across the 8th mile marker. With an 889 with a 5 at 72 miles per hour.
That's not too bad. For the time that she tripped the lights there, but a .130. But she's in a as not as experienced, I'd take it, as Zane Condello, but you never know. We've seen guys look at the Fowler team.
Yep.
1/1000th of a second at the red light, you know, and hands the whole show over.
Exactly right.
So just can't tell.
We're not sure exactly.
No, well, I remember. Gee, it was a while ago now, but when the first guy to do 300 miles an hour, what was his name? With the Budweiser. Kenny Bernstein. That's right. He wanted to have a light in at the front of the dragster that read the beam, and it'd go, stroke. So it'd be a 000 every time.
Yep.
Well, what's the point of that?
Yeah, that's right.
So they said, no.
Can't do that.
Forget that.
Exactly. Right. Looks like something's happened with Alexis Attard's dragster down there, the drive line. Sort of getting the safety measures all sorted, getting the track back to the normal layout for our regular Sportsman competitors. That will mean that we'll be coming back around to Go Logistics Super Sedan. I believe we've got Sean Marr and Andrew Little down in the tunnel, just coming through the tunnel.
That's where they are. Yeah, so we've got a couple of guys there for, let's say, Super Street and probably Street Fighter, is it?
Yeah, Super Street. Yeah, looks like we've got semis for Super Street.
Yep.
Then Street Fighter. Yep, semis.
Because there's Danny.
And then we'll have, looks like Street
Bike
and Mod Bike.
Mod Bike.
I think, I can't quite see the ones towards the back there.
Or it could be just
Oh,
street bike.
well, there's two there. There's that guy's sitting on a bike, so but he's a solo.
Oh, yeah, that's probably street and then mod, I would say.
Yep.
Very good.
Good.
All right. Let's see where we're up to. Just waiting on the fire crews to be back in their respective positions.
Yeah, what are those lights right down the bottom?
Yeah, I think that's the fire and safety crew just backing into their spot at the end there.
Yep, there they go. Yep. All right. Send them down, Sam. Gee, those green lights are good, aren't they, on the readout board?
The green lights are, yeah, a bit of a game changer.
Yeah, much better.
I think once we've got the, so the difference being, we can't quite see them on the stream at the moment, but the difference being on the rocket lane, we've got that last digit.
Yep.
That was the first version of basically the color and the intensity.
Yep.
But we've figured that that's actually too bright and too intense for nighttime. It actually makes it difficult to read the digit.
Yep.
A 0 and an 8 looks exactly the same.
Yep.
So
yeah, you're right.
They've moved across to a couple of shades darker, I guess you would say, in the aeroflow lane on that same digit.
Yep.
And then again, we're still having a bit of an issue. Great during the day, but still having a bit of issue at night because of the distance, how far away they are. It makes it a little bit tricky. So then we've put a tinted, like a tinted screen in front of the first digit that you can see in the aeroflow lane at the moment, being a 9 of the 920.
Yep.
And that seems to be, I think, the winning combination.
Yeah, well, I just was having a look at it before. So what I did was to let's get the camera. No, you can't see it, so it's just a blur from this. Yeah, that you can see that.
Had a technical malfunction there.
Operator malfunction.
All right.
Yeah, look at it. Look at that. You can see the 9.7.
Yeah, but the zero.
I reckon the yellow's good at night.
The yellow is okay at night, but you just can't see a thing during the day.
Yeah.
So, so we're just trying to find that happy medium that's going to work for every scenario. Which it seems like it. It seems like we might be on a winner with that third variation.
Yep.
I know everyone might think it's really easy to just change the lights, but as we've obviously found out, it's not as simple as just changing it. All right,
it's not this.
Let's get back to Go Logistics Super Sedan. We've got Sean Marr in the aeroflow lane with a 920 dial in, and we've got Andrew Little in the rocket lane 970. So HB Tirana versus 67 Camaro. Let's see what we can.
One of these guys is going to the final.
Shape up, certainly are. Here we go, both in full stage. Little Lee's first no 2.2 to an 0.63 reaction time.
Wow.
Little has a slight advantage there. And Marr is reeling him in towards the big end, but he's got a pedal. Yeah, Little gets the win, a 971 with a 6 on a 70 versus a 25 on a 24 Marr. So great result there for Andrew Little.
Yep.
We'll see him moving on to the finals up against Milosevic here in Michael Milosevic in the Ford Capri.
Yeah, who was
truck repairs.
He featured last meeting.
Yes, he was the winner last meeting. So
see, here's another victory.
2 lucky ones, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, well, he's making a bit of a name for himself up here.
Yep, certainly. But a brilliantly presented car.
Yeah,
and,
doesn't it?
obviously knows his way around it. So here we go, an 868 dial in. He's just going to accept the green and and just take that win, as opposed to put the extra stress and load on the car making a full pass.
Yeah, well, that's the bit that I reckon that these guys at this level, I mean, they've got enough data and stuff like that.
Yep.
He's raced during the night, he's
Yep.
raced during the day.
Absolutely.
So he should have enough data there. And then I reckon that's, like a good thing to do. What
Yeah,
he's doing.
it's a smart move. I mean, let's face it, his passes all day have been pretty well within each other. It's not like it's been, one end of the tree to the other.
That's
That
right.
he needs the data, like you said.
Yeah.
They've got it under control.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
save the horses, or spare the horses, as it were.
Yeah.
And move on. So that's good. That was the semi-final for Go Logistics Super Sedan, and we'll be back around with Street Bike. Now we've got Andrew Riches up against Robert Gill.
Yeah, old Gilby.
For this one. So one of these two will see the final.
Yep.
Yep, there's the R6 down there is going to be their challenger in the final, but let's see who makes up the other lane. Andrew Riches on the Indian Scout, 13:04 dial in, up against Robert Gill at 10:35. So Robert's going to have almost 3 seconds to wait before he leaves the line.
Yeah.
Andrew Riches is a wild racer. 070 reaction time. 2:18. And a big hop there for Robert Gill as he gets on down the track. Don't be too surprised if Riches takes this one.
It will.
But he's given it the breakout.
He's given it to him.
On the big end. Wow. Maybe he just couldn't quite see the other bike in the mirror.
Bike in the mirror, yeah, because, oh, wow.
But interesting. All right, Robert Gill through to Street Bike final. We'll be up against Adrian Watson. Here, Watson looks like he's going to take the opportunity to make another pass. Even though it is a solo.
Yep, so this is Robert Gill and Adrian Watson in the final.
1065 dial in, runs a 1075 with an 8 down there. So big congratulations to Adrian Watson and Robert Gill for making the final.
Yep. Ah, great.
Good deal.
Now we're going into modified bikes now.
Yep. Back around to bikereview.com.au, modified bike.
Yep.
That was Heavy Duty Magazine Street Bike. So thanks to Nick.
Yeah, so Nick.
Yep. 2024 champion Sean Ricketts in the Rocket Lane. 2024 runner-up Michael Riches in the Aeroflow lane.
Oh yeah. Shauno over there in the pardon me, in the Rocket Lane.
Okay, 997 dial in for Riches and 928 dial in for Ricketts. 088 to an 018. Reaction time. Sean Ricketts is going to get on down there. He's going to race it as he runs through 936 with a 9. Takes the win to a 1025. So Michael Riches just a bit off on the dial in.
Yeah.
There on that one, 116 mile per hour as well. Seems a bit low for Riches. Maybe he backed off, thought he was far enough ahead or something.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, that means that we will see Sean Ricketts in the final of Mod Bike up against Jesse Barnes.
Yep, that should be a real humdinger, Yuri.
I think so. Jesse, he's an intense fella on that motorcycle.
Yeah, he is. That's easy.
It's good to see 122 reaction time. He's got a 10.15 dial in, so he's going to chase it. 1.15. So a little more data.
Yeah.
But he will hit the return road and get on down for the finals of bikereview.com.au modified bike. Okay, here we are back into Power Plus Fuels New South Wales Super Street.
Will bring us Dennis Plessis in the Rocket Lane in that very, very sharp Ford XY GT Falcon running a Clevo 351. 1060 is the dial-in for Dennis up against Corey Stutchbury. Now Corey's been he's just marched on through this field.
Yep.
No nonsense. It's I think he's gotten there by someone else, either red lighting or breaking out. But an 014 reaction
Corey
time.
to an 060 for Dennis.
What am I talking?
This is going to be a close one here. We've got a 1075 to a 60 and double breakout, but Stutchbury gets it. Stutchbury gets it thanks to the reaction time and just slightly less. Look at that, 1060 to 1050 for Plessis. That's a 10th. And then Stutchbury was just under a 10th.
Under a 10th,
and then had, it was like 9.5 hundredths. Wow, that was a close one. And a
very
bit of a
close
turn up as well. So, yeah, congratulations to Corey Stutchbury.
Yeah.
He's going to go through to the final for Super Street. Now we've got Sammy Joe Johnson and Chris Salmon back out here. Sammy Joe's giving it away with the red light. Lots of hands up and heads towards the air down there from the crew. What a shame. But hey, Chris Sammett's just out there doing his job. 052 on the tree, runs 1180 with a 7 on a 74 dial-in. So, yeah. Rough turn of events for Sammy Joe down there. She's done amazing today.
Yeah, she has.
But yeah, we can't take anything away from Chris down there. Yep,
correct.
Really, really good. All right, so we've got Chris Zammit up against Corey Stutchbury in the Power Plus Fuels Super Street.
Yep.
And this will be a Street Fighter.
Gee, Sean's Dartnell. He features in, lately he's been featuring in the semis.
Yes.
And you know, like, well, at least the quarters.
And the winner last round out.
Was it? What?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the winner last round.
Oh, I had to bolt early.
No, that's okay. And here we go, 1650, 037 for Dartnell on the tree on 075 for Featherstone. Let's have a look and see how it ends up at the big end.
Well, it looks like Glenn's in front, but you can't tell. He's on the
right next to each other there.
Oh,
He's done a breakout as well. 1657 for Dartnell.
So Sean Dartnell's in the final.
Yep, absolutely. Ooh, here we go. This is David versus Goliath down here. Danny Stadelmeyer in the mighty AU Falcon. 1380 is the dial-in. William McNamara.
Gee whiz, he's been
really high achiever today in Mum's Subaru. 1733 is his dial-in. He's in full stage. Here we go. A 120 reaction time. Is that going to be enough? An 086 from Stadelmeyer. I don't know that it's going to be enough. McNamara's got some work to do here.
Yep.
Stadelmeyer is chasing down the young fella in the Subi. Looks like he's broken out. Danny Stadelmeyer breaks out and hands the win to William McNamara. Look out. Look out. Sean Dartnell versus William McNamara in the Street Fighter final.
Is William is he a rookie? He's got to be.
Yeah.
He's a rookie. Well, if he's commandeered the car, you'd have to forgive him, Mum. He's done a great job.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Danny.
All right, so back through into platinum powder coating, modified. We've got Peter Carlton down here up against Brooke Rapisada. This should be the final, I believe. We're a little bit ahead of schedule.
Dead right.
Yep. Beauty. Okay, so Peter Carlton in Swale Industries front engine dragster, 895 is the dial-in. And then we've got Brooke Raposada, VP Racing Fuels front engine dragster, 815 the dial-in there in the rocket mate.
Well, it hasn't been a long time since we've had two front engine dragsters in a final, particularly in modified.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a bit of a rear-end dragster.
Yeah.
Rear-engine dragster versus a modified versus a front-engine dragster,
or an altered.
Yeah, an altered something. There's a bit of everything going on. It is modified.
Yeah.
All right. He's got the pre-stage beam lit up. Raposada joins him. Full stage for both cars. Carlton leads with an 032 and 027 for Raposada. This will be close at the top end. Here comes Raposada with the top end charge. Does she get there? She does. 816 with a 1 on a